traversing to Holy Soul Village, unexpectedly sharing a room with Tang-san. Sheng, wake up. It's already noon. Su Sheng irritably sat up and glared at the little boy beside him. Xiao-san, didn't we say not to bother me until the afternoon? Tang-san rolled his eyes. Who was it that asked me to wake him up early yesterday? That's right, this little boy is the future sea god, Tang-san. Su Sheng has been in this world for several years, without waiting for a system, only wanting to be a lazy fish. But looking at the handsome face in the mirror, he felt quite satisfied. I can forego soul power, but I must have the looks, suddenly remembering. Tomorrow is the soul awakening, and Su Yuntao is coming? This is the flowing protagonist, the unchanging Su Yuntao, the enemy of many big shots that he has helped establish. Knock, knock, knock. Village Chief Jack arrived. Xiao Sheng, tomorrow is the soul awakening. They'll come and pick you up? Su Sheng didn't want to go. Can I not go? Jack puffed out his cheeks and glared. No way. Even if you awaken a sickle or a hoe, having soul power means you could be a soul master, above thousands. Su Sheng rolled his eyes, internally complaining. Awakening a hoe? Am I going to be cannon fodder? He turned around to find Tang-san, seeing him chopping wood, and handed him water. Xiao-san, take a break. Tang-san was confused. The sun must be rising in the west today. Sheng actually brought me water. Su Sheng suddenly said, what if your martial soul is blue silvergrass tomorrow? Tang-san exploded. Sheng, are you cursing me? Blue silvergrass is a waste martial soul. Su Sheng chuckled, not explaining, and picked up the sickle. They'll help you chop, so you can get back early to cook for Uncle Hao. Does Su Sheng really have no system? What will his martial soul be? What gives him the confidence to mock Tang-san's martial soul? Well, Xiao-san, let's chop wood together, so you can go back early to cook for Uncle Hao. Tomorrow, will Su Sheng awaken a heaven-defying martial soul or truly become a lazy fish? Will Tang-san's blue silvergrass be leaked by Su Sheng in advance? Tang-san invited Su Sheng to his home for dinner, and Su Sheng internally complained. Tang Hao makes a sour face whenever he sees me, but said with a smile, great, I was worried about not having food. The two carried wood down the mountain and arrived at the blacksmith shop. As soon as Su Sheng sat down, bang, the door was kicked open by Tang Hao, his gaze sweeping to Su Sheng, instantly turning cold. Su Sheng felt like he was being stared at by a giant beast, unable to breathe, words almost escaping him. Tang-san quickly pleaded, Dad, I asked Sheng to come. Tang Hao snorted, retracting his pressure. Su Sheng cursed in his heart. Damn, Tang Hao is too terrifying. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. At dinner, Tang-san nervously asked, Dad, can I go to the soul awakening tomorrow? Tang Hao's aura erupted, shaking the table, but then deflated. If you want to go, then go. Tang-san was just happy, then added, Sheng is going too. Tang Hao suddenly looked at Su Sheng, coldly speaking. Kid, you're going to? I advise you to give up. Your body, he said half of it before turning and entering the room. Su Sheng was confused. What's wrong with my body? What does Tang Hao know? The next day, Village Chief Jack brought Tang-san and others to call Su Sheng. Seeing him still asleep, he helplessly said, Xiao-san, hurry and wake him up. The other kids snickered. He even forgot the soul awakening. He definitely can't become a soul master. Tang-san pushed open the door, looking at the soundly sleeping Su Sheng, thinking, although Sheng is lazy, he really is handsome. Sheng, wake up, the soul awakening is about to start. Tang Hao said, there's a problem with Su Sheng's body. What exactly is the problem? Will Su Sheng's martial soul awakening be as Tang Hao said? Can he successfully cling to Tang-san's thigh? In his dreams, Su Sheng gradually woke up, shaking his groggy head and slowly getting up, looking at the familiar figure beside him in confusion. Xiao-san, what will Su Sheng awaken at the soul awakening site? What will Su Yuntao do when he sees him? Su Sheng slapped his forehead. Oh no, I forgot today is the soul awakening. Tang-san pointed to the door. Sheng, everyone is waiting outside. Some are getting impatient. Su Sheng was unhappy. Impatient? Let them wait. Besides you, they're all useless without soul power. What are they in a hurry for? Tang-san's heart skipped a beat. What does Sheng mean by that? Does he know something? Su Sheng leisurely tidied up his appearance and pushed the door open. Dressed in white, with features so exquisite they seemed sculpted by God, instantly making the little girls outside light up. Wow, so handsome. The little boys were sour. What's the use of being handsome? Can he become a soul master? Jack quickly smoothed things over. Xiao Sheng, come on, don't keep the soul hall adults waiting. A group walked toward the center of the village. Jack pointed to the palm print on the giant stone. This was left by our village's soul saint. Proud. The other kids listened with admiration. Su Sheng leaned close to Tang-san's ear. Old Jack is bragging again. Do you really believe this broken place can produce a soul saint? Before Tang San could respond, his eyes suddenly glowed purple, extreme magic eyes. Su Sheng looked over. Oh, Xiao Taozi is here. In the distance, a man in blue from the Soul Hall approached. It was Su Yuntao. Jack bent down. Lord Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao said indifferently. Is everyone here? Scanning the crowd. His eyes brightened when he saw Su Sheng. I am Su Yuntao, a level 26 Battle Soul Master, responsible for your martial soul awakening. Inside the house, Tang San nervously asked, Sheng, why aren't you nervous at all? Su Sheng shrugged. What's there to be nervous about? If I don't have soul power, I still have you. Su Yuntao walked up the steps, took out 6 black stones, and tossed them. The stones emitted light, spinning into a circle. The soul awakening is about to begin. Can Su Sheng awaken his martial soul? Earlier, he called others useless without soul power. Does he have hidden strength? These 6 stones emitted a faint yellow light after being thrown into the sky and quickly began to spin in a circular shape. Who will be the first to awaken? Will Tang San's blue-silver grass make an appearance? Will Su Sheng cause some big commotion? Su Yuntao called out. The child on the far left, come up first. The boy excitedly stepped forward, and Su Yuntao's soul ring lit up. Independent wolf, possess. A bloodthirsty giant wolf appeared behind him, scaring the boy back. Ah, what is this? Su Yuntao reassured him. Don't be afraid. This is my martial soul. That a sickle appeared in the boy's palm, and Su Yuntao handed over a crystal ball. Let's test your soul power. But the crystal ball showed no reaction, and Su Yuntao shook his head. You cannot become a soul master. The boy retreated with red eyes. Next, Su Li. The girl awakened a Ho, and the crystal ball still did not light up. Next, Li Guang. Martial soul Ho, no soul power. Next, Zhang Jie. Martial soul brick? Quite interesting, but unfortunately no soul power to Su Yuntao, weary. Next, Tang San. Tang San stepped into the circle of stones. A blue-silver grass sprouted from his palm. He was dumbfounded. Did Sheng really predict it? A waste martial soul? But the next second, a hammer began to emerge from his left hand, and he quickly pressed it down. Su Sheng watched with his own eyes. Sure enough, blue-silver grass and Haotian Hammer, just like in the original work. That Su Yuntao waved his hand. Blue-silver grass, a useless martial soul. Next, Tang San was anxious. Master, let's test the soul power. Su Yuntao was impatient. Can blue-silver grass even have soul power? Su Sheng coughed. Let him test it. It's just the 2 of us left. Tang San looked at Su Sheng gratefully and placed his hand on the crystal ball. Boom! The crystal ball erupted with dazzling light. Su Yuntao's eyes almost bulged out. First, full innate soul power. What a pity, it's blue-silver grass, he said with a look of regret. Su Yuntao shouted. Next, Su Sheng. Su Sheng calmly walked to the center. Su Yuntao examined him. This kid has an extraordinary aura. Maybe there's hope? Tang San has full innate soul power blue-silver grass. So what can Su Sheng awaken? Could he be even more powerful than Tang San? Su Yuntao said he has an extraordinary aura. Could he be hiding a heaven-defying martial soul? Su Sheng, relax. Now quietly feel your martial soul and release it. Will Su Sheng's martial soul be an equipment martial soul or a beast martial soul? How much soul power will he have? Full innate soul power? Or even higher? Su Sheng closed his eyes and suddenly felt a violent power surging from within. Turning his face pale, Su Yuntao panicked. Don't suppress your martial soul. You'll explode and die. Tang San also got flustered. Brother Sheng, what's wrong? Su Sheng gritted his teeth. Tang San, take everyone out. He was afraid this power would go out of control and hurt someone. Without a second thought, Tang San used a Xian Yu hand to forcibly pull the other children out. Only Su Sheng and Su Yuntao were left in the room, and he stopped suppressing. A crimson petal burst forth from his right hand, each petal carrying extreme killing intent, instantly blooming in a 9 heart blood lotus. The entire room was enveloped in bloodlight, like a purgatory on earth. Su Yuntao was stunned. This is the king of plant-type martial souls? Even my lone wolf martial soul is trembling. Excitedly, he handed over the crystal ball. Quick, test the soul power. Su Sheng placed his hand on it, and with a crack, the crystal ball emitted a light brighter than Tang San's, shattering completely into pieces. Su Yuntao was dumbfounded. This soul power is so strong, it shattered the crystal ball. Just as Su Sheng was about to say something, Su Yuntao covered his head. Don't speak. Let me be quiet. He had never seen anything so outrageous in his life. Suddenly, Su Yuntao's gaze shifted to the 8 red soul rings and 1 crimson gold soul ring beneath Su Sheng's feet. He broke down on the spot. Su Sheng, I can't coexist with you. This isn't just innate soul power. This is an innate Title Douluo, awakening with 9 soul rings right away. Su Yuntao lamented. Quick, put away the soul rings. It's too frightening. Su Sheng shrugged, and the soul rings instantly vanished. Will Su Yuntao report this to the Spirit Hall? Will Su Sheng's heaven-defying talent attract the attention of the Spirit Hall? What will Tang San's reaction be when he knows Brother Sheng is so powerful? Su Sheng shrugged, his mind moved, and the 9 soul rings beneath his feet instantly merged into his body. What will Su Yuntao do next? Does Su Sheng want to join the Spirit Hall? Or follow Tang San? Suddenly, Su Yuntao bowed. Your Highness Su Sheng, I represent the Spirit Hall to invite you to join. Su Sheng raised an eyebrow. Sure, but don't say anything you shouldn't otherwise. A cold ice sword suddenly appeared in his left hand. The chill forming in ice rose, and the 9 soul rings reappeared. Su Yuntao plopped down on his knees. Dual martial souls. The door opened, and Su Sheng and Su Yuntao walked out. Tang San hurriedly approached. Brother Sheng, how is it? Su Sheng smiled. Of course there's soul power, but the martial soul has a bit of a flaw. He patted Tang San's shoulder. Little San, I have to go with Su Yuntao to solve the martial soul issue. I can't go to the Soul Master Academy with you anymore. Tang San panicked. You're leaving? Yeah, Su Sheng said seriously. Don't give up on your training because of blue silvergrass. I believe in you. Tang San clenched his fist. It's a deal. Don't let me fall too far behind next time we meet. Su Sheng bumped his fist. You better catch up first. Jack leaned over to ask Su Yuntao. Does Su Sheng have soul power? Su Yuntao said faintly. Yes, it's average. He can enter the Spirit Hall. Then he looked at Tang San. That kid has full innate soul power, but unfortunately, his martial soul is blue silvergrass. Jack went from joy to worry. Full innate soul power. Blue silvergrass. When Tang San returned home, Tang Hao suddenly opened his eyes. Where's that kid? Brother Sheng's martial soul has a flaw. He went with Su Yuntao. Tang Hao sneered. A level 20 or 30 cannon fodder can see flaws. He's not simple. He stared at Tang San. Release your martial soul. Tang San's palm emitted blue silvergrass, and Tang Hao's expression became complicated. In the end, you still inherited it. Tang San suddenly said, Dad, I have another martial soul. A small hammer appeared in his left hand, and Tang Hao instantly burst into tears. Haotian Hammer. Will Su Sheng meet Bibi Dong after joining the Spirit Hall? How strong is his dual martial soul? Really? How will Tang San train knowing he has the Haotian Hammer? Tang Hao looked at the familiar hammer in Tang San's hand, tears slowly streaming from the corners of his wrinkled eyes, his tone excited. Haotian Hammer. When Su Sheng and Tang San meet next time, who will be stronger? How will the Spirit Hall attract Su Sheng when they find out his true strength? Su Yuntao, with his head bowed, secretly complained in his heart that if other Title Douluos heard such words, they would probably join forces to hunt him down. Su Sheng's eyes sparkled as he looked at Xiao Taozi and asked, Are we going to Tiando City or somewhere else? No matter where they went, he wanted to savor the food from those places. After staying in Sacred Soul Village for these years, he had mostly eaten coarse grains, which could barely be considered edible. People should learn to enjoy life. After all, he didn't need to spend time cultivating soul power. Su Yuntao thought for a moment and cautiously replied to Su Sheng. That letter probably hasn't reached Wuhuan City yet, so we may have to wait a few more days. Moreover, we can only be received in Wuhuan City after the Pope gives the order. Su Yuntao was just a minor staff member of the Wuhuan Palace with little authority, and it could be said that going to Wuhuan City would result in him being marginalized. Su Sheng smiled slightly, straightened his chest, and leisurely said, So that means we still have a few days, right? Let's first go for a stroll in the nearby Tiando City. Su Yuntao's expression became somewhat unpleasant. He reached into his empty pockets and hesitantly said, Although I work in the Spirit Hall, I actually don't have many gold soul coins. This little money won't last long in Tiando City. I'm afraid it will be used up after just a few meals, let alone taking Su Sheng to other places. Su Sheng casually patted his shoulder, blinking with a friendly expression, and said, Don't worry, Xiao Taozi, I won't spend much on food. Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao felt a wave of gratitude rising in his heart, almost to the point of tears. Looking at Su Sheng's gentle gaze, he secretly felt excited, thinking that he truly deserved to be the fated child with innate soul power of 90. He was so understanding. In Tiando City, in a restaurant filled with ancient charm, a woman dressed in a maid outfit, with a fair and delicate face, held a menu and blushed as she stared at Su Sheng, who was sitting on a chair and was a head or two shorter than her. Her heart raced. How did this little brother look so cute? Although it was clear that his clothes were not worn by nobility, he was just so adorable. He should have had a cool demeanor, but with his young age, his expression and temperament created an explosively cute contrast. Su Yuntao coughed lightly. covering the corners of his mouth. Ahem. The maid finally snapped back to reality, awkwardly smiling as she handed over the menu to the two of them, saying, "This is our restaurant's menu." After receiving the menu, Su Yuntao directly handed it to Su Sheng and gently said, "Su Sheng, take a look and see what you want to eat." Su Sheng is so understanding that he probably won't order anything outrageously expensive. He trusts his judgment. Su Sheng pleasantly accepted it and thanked. "Then I trouble you to spend." Then he began to examine the food on the menu. After a moment, he slowly said, "Ham sausage, apple, corn." Beside him, Su Yuntao felt rather uncomfortable upon hearing these dishes and began to imagine that Su Sheng had only ordered these cheap foods because he was afraid of him overspending. The maid nearby quickly noted it down and smiled as she asked, "Little friend, would you like to order anything else?" She secretly sighed in her heart, lamenting that he was indeed not a noble. A child so cute and with such temperament, not being a noble was quite frustrating. Su Sheng nodded and calmly said, "Yeah, that's about right. I don't want any of those, just one of everything else." The maid was taken aback and exclaimed, What? Did you just say that? You want one of everything else?" She doubted whether she was hallucinating, imagining this child as a noble heir. Beside her, Su Yuntao clutched his chest, which had been severely wounded, and cried out in grievance, "Damn, this is ridiculous." He decided to take back what he had said earlier. Su Sheng was completely a juice extractor. This order would wipe out his salary for several months. Su Sheng raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's wrong with what I just said, Miss Sister?" The maid was taken aback, and her heart leaped with joy. "What did this child just call me? Miss Sister. This kid, who is over 10 years younger than me, actually called me Miss Sister." The maid playfully closed one eye and then blew a kiss filled with affection. Leaning close to Su Sheng and softly said, No, considering how cute you are, I'll give you a 10 discount." Su Sheng's cheeks gradually turned a bit red from the maid's bold teasing. After all, he was still a virgin and couldn't withstand such intense provocation. Fortunately, the maid took a deep look at Su Sheng before heading into the kitchen with her notebook. Poor Su Yuntao, confused and jealous, muttered, "Su Sheng, it seems like you're quite popular with these Miss Sisters. Damn it, not only did I have to spend my own money on meals, but I didn't expect that just by relying on my looks, I could attract beautiful Miss Sisters. Look at me, Su Yuntao, already in my 20s and still single." Su Sheng shook his head with a look of disgust and said, "There's nothing I can do. Actually, if possible, I think it's better to be a bit ugly." Su Yuntao. After the meal, the maid waved her hand and smiled as she saw Su Sheng and Su Yuntao leave, saying, "Come again next time." The two walked out of the restaurant, and Su Yuntao patted his empty pockets, looking so pale that he didn't know what to say. Su Sheng said with a smile, "Xiao Taozi, you're not angry, are you? After spending so much money all at once, I imagine even the best temper would get a little upset." Su Yuntao shook his head and sighed. "I'm not angry. It's just that we've spent all the money, and soon we might not even have a place to sleep." He wasn't actually angry. After all, spending this amount of gold soul coins to befriend a genius who would shock the continent in the future was definitely worth it. However, thinking about the fact that one day, as a dignified soul master, he might not even have money for housing, would it not be a joke if that got out? Su Sheng was about to say something when his first martial soul, the Nine Heart's blood heart, seemed to sense a unique aura and began to resonate wildly. He slowly closed his eyes to quietly feel it, and when he opened them again, he affirmed that it was an incredibly holy aura. It was completely at the opposite extreme from his Nine Heart's blood heart. Su Sheng began to associate his current location within the borders of Tiando City with the presence of another sacred martial soul that resonated with his Nine Hearts Begonia. Slowly, a slightly blurry figure began to emerge in Su Sheng's mind. Chapter 8. The Arrival of the Spirit Hall. Surrounding a slowly moving carriage were countless elite soldiers dressed in armor. Among them, a leading soldier suddenly approached the carriage and, frowning in confusion, asked, "Your Highness Sheng, we have now arrived at the center of Tiando City. May I ask where you are planning to go?" Indeed, the one sitting on the carriage at that moment was none other than the son of the Emperor of Tiando City, the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, Sheng. Hearing this, Sheng silently shook his head and calmly replied, "It's nothing, just a bit tired and wanted to stroll around Tiando City." Although he was only 9 years old, he was already able to maintain composure regardless of the situation. The soldier was taken aback for a moment, realizing his own rudeness, and apologetically said, "I see, Your Highness Sheng. How could I be so presumptuous to ask you?" After speaking, he returned to the main group, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Once he left, Sheng bit his thin lips in confusion. The extremely evil fluctuation that had just appeared in Tiando City had actually caused his martial soul to resonate and tremble continuously. It did not seem to be hostility. It felt more like excitement. His martial soul had never exhibited such an anomaly before, and even that person, Title Douluo, had never mentioned such a situation. Sheng took a deep breath and quietly wondered, what is going on? Why does this evil fluctuation not provoke my aversion? Su Yuntao looked at Sheng, who was in a daze beside him, and reached out to shake his hand in front of his eyes. Sheng. Sheng's lips curled into a faint smile as he absent-mindedly said, I'm fine, but it seems I can't stay in Heaven City any longer. If I stay here, I can't shake off this ominous feeling. As for the image of Qian Rinxue that flashed in his mind, it was evident that my 9-heart blood lotus martial soul had a deep connection with her 6-winged angel. Perhaps this was what it meant to be destined to meet a wife in a different world. Old Su, do you want a wife? Just say the word. He shook his head, casting all these thoughts aside. Su Yuntao's expression was somewhat grim as he asked in confusion, Can't stay? Are you worried about not having gold soul coins? Actually, I can go overdraw next month's salary. Sheng waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he didn't care about the matter. Xiao Taozi, let's go. Su Yuntao saw that there was no disappointment on his face, and it seemed that he really didn't want to stay in Heaven City. However, a piece of good news caught both Sheng and Su Yuntao by surprise. The Pope's palace had sent a message approving Sheng's entry into Spirit City. After receiving the message, the positions of the two were quickly locked onto by the people from the Spirit Hall. Within a few hours, dozens of powerful figures dressed in Spirit Hall attire appeared before them. Su Yuntao widened his eyes, trembling as he stared at these Spirit Hall powerhouses. Each one exuded an incredibly strong aura, especially the old man in the middle, whose aura was hidden but even more imposing. He never expected that Sheng would be valued so highly that the Spirit Hall would send someone to personally escort him. If Su Yuntao had known that among these people was a soul Douluo and several soul ancestors, he would have been terrified. The old man in the middle slowly walked in front of Sheng, his murky eyes scrutinizing Sheng like an eagle, and then spoke with a somewhat gloomy tone. You must be Sheng, right? We are here under the orders of His Holiness the Pope to escort you to Spirit City. Initially, he had some expectations upon hearing the news, but seeing such a young child now had completely eroded his trust. His Holiness the Pope had given a command, and if this child's claim of possessing innate level 90 soul power was just a bluff, then they would test his talent. If he had no talent, they would eliminate him on the spot. The dignity of the Spirit Hall absolutely could not be infringed upon. Sheng smiled, thanking Lord Hantalu, and asked when they would set off. Su Yuntao looked at the old man in confusion, unsure if Sheng was joking. Such a simple statement directly caused a look of surprise to flash in the old man's eyes, and he was shocked. He had never claimed to be a Hantalu, but this child could actually see through his soul power level. His identity was supposed to be kept secret, and it was impossible for it to be exposed. The only possibility was that this child truly had a soul power of level 90. That was the only way he could so easily see through his strength. Suddenly, a stream of cold sweat slowly trickled down his forehead, and the old man respectfully bowed to Sheng, saying, Your Excellency, I was presumptuous. The others from the Spirit Hall, standing behind, also bowed and lowered their heads upon seeing this. Only Su Yuntao gasped, thinking, could it be that this person is truly a Hantalu level powerhouse? Sending a Hantalu to escort him, Sheng's status is undeniably significant. Sheng helped the old man up and smiled calmly. You don't need to be like this. Let's hurry and set off. With just a small display of skill, didn't he already make him submit? The old man nodded gratefully, feeling even more favorable towards Sheng. With such a terrifying talent and the ability to win people's hearts, this child is bound to be extraordinary in the future. No, he has been extraordinary since the moment he awakened his martial soul. He is destined to be a Title Douluo at the pinnacle of the continent. The old man turned around and coldly shouted at the people from the Spirit Hall, Yes, people from the Spirit Hall, obey the orders. Protect His Highness Sheng with all your might. No mistakes allowed. Standing aside, unsure of what to do, Su Yuntao cautiously said that, Sir, the old man's icy gaze swept over Su Yuntao, scaring him so much that he involuntarily took 2 steps back. Then, with a troubled expression, he began to explain to Sheng, Your Highness Sheng, the Pope only instructed us to escort you to Spirit City, but I'm afraid. Sheng glanced at Su Yuntao, who was shivering beside him, with an incredibly frustrated expression, and for a moment, he felt like laughing. However, in the original story, Bibi Dong was always decisive and unwavering. With that in mind, even if he wanted to take Su Yuntao along, he found it difficult. He then smirked and teased, "Little Taozi, since that's the case, you won't be coming with me, right? I'll look out for you from now on." Su Yuntao was quite self-aware and knew that he wouldn't receive any good treatment if he went to Wuhan City, so he nodded and silently stepped back to the side. Su Sheng covered his forehead and secretly complained, Little Taozi looks really pitiful like this. If I didn't know better, I'd think I abandoned him. Well, I'll find a chance to make it up to him later." With this thought in mind, Su Sheng slowly turned around. His expression relaxed as he said, "Let's set off." The old man received the order, nodded gently, and replied, "Yes. Su Sheng, your majesty, let's go." With a command, all the members of the spirit hall immediately surrounded Su Sheng and then began to move quickly. Chapter 9. Entering the Pope's Palace. Spirit City. At this moment, in the Pope's Palace, standing high above, the decorations inside shimmered with flickering light. However, this grand hall, which should have been filled with brilliance, was now shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere, making the surrounding environment feel somewhat desolate. The elders of the spirit hall, Yueguan and Guimei, were standing on either side, bowing respectfully, carefully watching the elegant woman sitting at the highest point of the steps. She was none other than the Pope of the spirit hall, Bibi Dong. Such an elegant woman, yet with a cold and decisive demeanor, commanded the spirit hall, which was home to countless powerful individuals. Her skin was as cold and smooth as ice, yet tender and charming like a peach. Even sitting down, her tall figure was still apparent, draped in a magnificent robe with black patterns and gold edges, causing one's heart to tremble. In her hand, she lightly held a staff about 2 meters long, embedded with countless purple crystals, symbolizing her identity as the Pope. But the next moment, she emanated an imposing aura that overshadowed the 2 Title Douluos, Yueguan and Guimei, both at level 95, who were among the continent's top experts. Yueguan braced himself against the heavy pressure in his heart, cautiously staring at Bibi Dong, and quietly speculated, "Your Holiness, we have already notified a Su Douluo to bring that child over." Bibi Dong's eyes showed no fluctuation as she replied calmly, "Yueguan, is there a problem?" Yueguan frantically winked at Guimei, who instantly understood, coughed lightly a few times, and asked with confusion, "Your Holiness, this child might just be a gimmick. There's no need for us to take it so seriously, right? What if this kid has indeed awakened with innate soul power at level 90? Then their status would be quite awkward. Just thinking about discussing matters with a little kid of such a small size as an equal was undoubtedly a slap in the face for both of them." Bibi Dong's expression suddenly turned cold, and she reprimanded, "Yueguan, Hume, the spirit hall currently needs to absorb a new generation of young elites. You two don't need to hide your thoughts from me. You're merely afraid that Su Sheng is too young, but has already surpassed your status. If the spirit hall truly followed their foolish line of thinking, it wouldn't have developed to this point." Suddenly, her sharp words frightened Yueguan and Guimei, causing them to kneel on one knee, feeling extremely anxious. "Your Holiness, forgive us." After giving them a glance, Bibi Dong leaned back slightly in her chair, slowly closed her eyes, and murmured, "If he really has innate soul power at level 90, then." After accompanying the people from the spirit hall for about 8 or 9 hours, Su Sheng and the others finally arrived at the spirit city. Su Sheng curiously observed the spirit city, noticing that the entire city was arranged in a circular layout. Looking up, he could clearly see the flow of people and shops around him. Although Spirit City was nominally located within the Tiando Empire, it was almost entirely affiliated with the Spear Hall. This was due to the presence of the Pope's palace. Even the army of the Tiando Empire could not interfere too much. A Su Douluo suddenly stopped and kindly asked Su Sheng, "Your Highness, we have arrived at Spirit City. Do you need to prepare anything?" If an ordinary person were to hear about an audience with the Pope, they would feel very anxious. He was also reminding Su Sheng to be prepared. Su Sheng smiled gracefully and said calmly, "It's no trouble at all. However, we cannot keep His Holiness the Pope waiting because of me." The strong warrior of Contra secretly sighed at this calm disposition, thinking to himself that even he could not compare. He then nodded and suggested, "In that case, please allow me to escort your majesty to the Pope's palace. It is heavily guarded and absolutely safe." Su Sheng nodded slightly. "Then I'll trouble you to lead the way." One could only say that Su Sheng was hiding too well. He was about to meet Bibi Dong, and how could his heart not be excited? She was the embodiment of beauty and disaster in the original work, with extremely strong power. If he had to choose a woman to be his wife in Douluo Continent, Su Sheng would definitely choose Bibi Dong. Of course, excluding the matter of tenderly killing Qian Xuanji. Under the guidance of Su Douluo, Su Sheng smoothly entered the Pope's palace. On the way to the highest level of the Pope's palace, there were numerous guards, with heavy troops stationed at almost every checkpoint. It was basically impossible to sneak in with such defense. Just as they were about to enter the highest level of the Pope's palace, Su Sheng and his companion were stopped. Two Soul Kings stepped forward and blocked their way, sternly saying, "Halt! Without orders, you cannot enter the Pope's palace." Then Su Sheng saw the Su Douluo beside him take out a token from his pocket. When the two Soul Kings saw the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit engraved on the token, their tone became respectful. "My lord." The Su Douluo then coldly snorted and said, "Go report to Her Majesty the Pope that Su Sheng has been brought here." Although Su Sheng knew this was their duty, the tone still made him feel displeased. How could a dignified Su Douluo tolerate such disrespect? One of the Soul Kings nodded and went to report, while the other Soul King fawned, "My lord, please wait a moment." The Soul King who went to report cautiously stepped into the Pope's palace, lowered his head, and bowed. Reporting to Her Majesty the Pope, "There is a person outside named Su Sheng who requests an audience." The ghost Douluo Yueguan, upon hearing this, secretly bit his lip, his enchanting eyes flashing with a hint of anger. This kid actually arrived safely. Why wasn't he killed? The ghost Douluo's expression was also extremely grim, but he didn't dare to voice it, only silently venting in his heart. Bibi Dong suddenly opened her eyes and coldly said, "Let them in." The Soul King, feeling relieved, replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." After speaking, he left the Pope's palace. As Su Sheng entered the threshold under the scrutinizing gazes of Bibi Dong, Yueguan, and Ghost Hall, the Su Douluo bowed and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, Su Sheng has been brought here." A clear and pleasant voice came from Bibi Dong's mouth. "You may leave now." Only then did he see Su Sheng still standing there in a daze, and after twitching the corners of his mouth a few times, he quickly turned and left. Su Sheng raised his eyes, his bright gaze instantly locking onto Bibi Dong on the throne. After seeing her breathtaking beauty, he inwardly exclaimed, "Wow, she's even more beautiful than I imagined by hundreds of times, and that cold aura is just so regal." This was definitely worth it. Coming to the Spirit Hall was absolutely a wise choice. Seeing this, Zhu Huaguan's eyes lit up. He finally found a good opportunity to vent. In the next moment, a pressure from a Title Douluo erupted from his body, crashing towards Su Sheng, and he playfully said, "How bold! How can you not pay respects to Her Majesty the Pope?" Su Sheng felt goosebumps rise at the sound that was neither masculine nor feminine. The pressure from Zhu Huaguan did not stir even a ripple when it encountered Su Sheng. Both were at level 90. Although his first martial soul had no spirit ring, it was not something that Zhu Huaguan could suppress merely with his pressure. This move directly caused a flicker of caution in Zhu Huaguan's eyes, and he narrowed them slightly. This kid was actually able to withstand his pressure. After Su Sheng and Zhu Huaguan locked eyes, the former's lips slightly curled up. Naturally, Zhu Huaguan noticed this small gesture and was almost infuriated, gritting his teeth and thinking, "This little brat actually dares to mock me." Su Sheng chose to ignore the chrysanthemum pass, slightly bent his body, and once again directed his gaze towards Bibi Dong, respectfully saying, "Su Sheng pays his respects to Your Holiness the Pope." Chapter 10. Do you wish to be my disciple? Please vote for me. Bibi Dong on the throne noticed that Su Sheng did not shy away from her gaze, but rather dared to stare directly into her eyes. She knew that this child was definitely not ordinary. She parted her thin lips and said, "Your name is Su Sheng, right?" Su Sheng, neither humble nor arrogant, addressed the Pope. "If there is no second Su Sheng in Wuhuan City, then it must be me." The ghostly eyes that had long looked down on him flashed with a blood-red hue as he coldly said, "Kid, you're seeking death. Don't think that a little talent can make you unreasonable in front of His Holiness the Pope." 9 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 rose from beneath his feet. Suddenly, a ghostly figure exuding a chilling dark aura emerged behind the ghost, closely adhering to him. The pair of blood-red pupils within the black mist sent shivers down one's spine. Then, his first soul ring shone brightly as the ghostly figure coldly announced, "First soul skill, Go Shadow." The red-eyed figure behind him trembled, and a shadow appeared behind him. In the next moment, it transformed into a mass of black mist rushing towards Su Sheng. This guy dared to be so disrespectful to the Pope. How could he treat him and the chrysanthemum pass any better? He must be taught a lesson to understand that there's a gap even among Title Douluos. Su Sheng's pupils suddenly constricted as he looked at the rapidly approaching evil black mist. He couldn't help but take a step back, just one step away. The black mist was about to crash into Su Sheng. Stop! Bibi Dong's cold words, accompanied by the purple gold staff in her hand, made everyone present shudder. Gu Mei immediately bent down, realizing his mistake in an instant, and quickly stopped the ghostly figure that was rushing towards Su Sheng and retracted his martial soul. A hint of displeasure appeared on Zhu Huaguan's lowered face as he secretly cursed Gu Mei, thinking that if he had been just a bit faster, an accident could have happened. The Pope would definitely not turn against us for a once promising genius who is now useless. This guy is truly as timid and fearful as his martial soul. Bibi Dong's serious phoenix eyes swept over Gu Mei and then glanced at Zhu Huaguan. If you act rashly again, don't blame me for being merciless. Zhu Huaguan and Gu Mei both bowed yes. Your Holiness. Su Sheng suppressed the thrilling sensation in his heart. Feeling terrified, he thought to himself that next time, he should be less mischievous. Having soul power without a soul ring is useless. Even just that ordinary 100-year soul ring made him feel close to death. Seeing Zhu Huaguan and Yu Mei bowing their heads in silence, Bibi Dong then commanded Su Sheng in an unquestionable tone. Su Sheng, since you possess innate soul power at level 90, now release your martial soul. Su Sheng nodded slightly, slowly extending his right hand. With a thought, clusters of begonia flowers, nourished by blood, gathered together. Then, the transformed Nine Heart Blood Begonia gradually solidified, exuding an astonishing murderous intent as it spun out from his palm. The entire spirit hall was tinged with a faint crimson hue from this powerful soul force. This scene made Bibi Dong and the others pause in their breathing. The former took a deep breath, her gaze filled with a hint of nostalgia as she whispered, "This martial soul is such pure evil." It bore many similarities to her own spider martial soul. The one who felt it the most was also a plant martial soul user, Zhu Hua, who secretly exclaimed that this kid's martial soul actually made his own Zhu Hua martial soul inclined to submit. On the other side, Gu Mei's mouth fell open in shock, stammering that although it was just a plant martial soul, the accompanying killing intent far exceeded his own martial soul. They were not on the same level at all. He sensed two distinct auras from the Nine Hearts Blood Begonia, extreme evil and boundless killing intent. A flash of brilliance passed through Bibi Dong's eyes as she calmly said, "Put it away." Upon hearing this, Su Sheng slowly clenched his hand, retracting the Nine Hearts Blood Begonia. With the influence of the Nine Hearts Blood Begonia gone, the abnormality in the spirit hall also disappeared. Su Sheng's lips curled up slightly as he smiled and asked, "I wonder how your Holiness the Pope feels about this? Although the Nine Heart Blood Lotus is just a plant, it is on the same level as Qian Rinchue's Angel Martial Soul, a top-tier martial soul. I'm quite confident about this." Bibi Dong's cold expression softened a bit as she generously praised, "Not bad. With such an extreme, evil martial soul and innate soul power at level 90, your future is limitless." Zhu Huaguan sighed dejectedly, "It's over." Hearing your Holiness, the Pope's words, my position and that of Gu Mei are really going to be shaken by this kid. Gu Mei looked at Zhu Huaguan's expression, feeling a bit troubled himself. Is it coming? Su Sheng narrowed his eyes, sensing that Bibi Dong was about to show a high-energy reaction. On the throne, Bibi Dong's frost-like face barely formed a smile as she said, "Su Sheng, I wonder if you would be willing to become my disciple?" Zhu Huaguan and Gu Mei's gazes focused on Su Sheng, as they naturally hoped he would decline. Su Sheng secretly thought, as expected. After Bibi Dong saw his martial soul and talent, the first thing she thought of was to recruit him. On the surface, she was inquiring about him. But he knew that if he didn't agree, he would never be able to leave the spirit hall without a soul ring. However, what does this have to do with his aspiration to be a lazy fish? A beautiful woman taking the initiative to ask to be his master. It would be a disservice to his own heart not to agree. I am willing. However, your Holiness, I have one condition. I wonder if you can agree? Su Sheng seriously stared at Bibi Dong. As soon as these words came out, Gu Mei and Zhu Huaguan both smirked. Zhu Huaguan felt a surge of delight. Her Holiness hated it most when others talked conditions with her. This kid was looking for death. Gu Mei thought this kid was doomed today. He could already imagine the furious expression of her Holiness. But they were disappointed. Bibi Dong was not angry at all, just slightly furrowing her beautiful brows. What condition? These words from Bibi Dong hit Zhu Huaguan like a heavy hammer, leaving him dazed. What the hell? Her Holiness is actually not angry. Gu Mei despairingly closed his eyes, Had this kid's talent really reached a level that could make Her Holiness tolerant? It's over, it's really over. Su Sheng straightened his back and said loudly to His Holiness the Pope, I can become your disciple, and I can also pledge my loyalty to the Spirit Hall. But I hope that when I request to temporarily leave the Spirit Hall in the future, you will not stop me. Why did Su Sheng make this condition? Of course, he couldn't possibly stay in the Spirit Hall for his entire life, right? There are plenty of beautiful ladies outside and countless delicious foods, even as a salted fish. He has aspirations. Bibi Dong pressed her soft lips together, weighing the pros and cons in her heart. After a while, she said expressionlessly, I can agree to you. However, I also have conditions. Gue Mei felt another arrow pierce his heart, and his mouth twitched uncontrollably. What? Your Holiness the Pope, you are spoiling this guy too much. Aren't you? He never expected that Bibi Dong would agree to such an absurd proposal from this kid. Gue Mei patted his own blocked little heart, feeling incredibly wronged. You don't get angry even when I touch your bottom line repeatedly, but old ghost, and I just say one wrong word and get scolded. Boo-hoo, I feel so unbalanced. Chapter 11. Starting with a beautiful master and 3 soul bones? Su Sheng's gaze flickered a few times, and with a calm expression, he said, Your Highness the Pope, please speak. He thought Bibi Dong would decisively refuse, and then he would seek a secondary option. But it seemed like there might be a chance. Bibi Dong suddenly stood up from the throne, outlining her tall figure, but her sharp gaze seemed to want to pierce through Su Sheng's youthful body to see his soul. Coldly, she said, My requirement is that no matter how long you plan to leave, you must participate in the Continental Elite competition in a few years. The people below, including Zhu Huaguan and Gue Mei, were all shocked, completely unable to guess Bibi Dong's thoughts. Zhu Huaguan looked at Gue Mei thoughtfully. The elite competition? Isn't that still a long way off? Gue Mei also shook his head, signaling that he didn't know either. If it was just for winning the elite competition later, there would be no need at all, because the geniuses cultivated by their Spirit Hall were fully capable of winning. Su Sheng quietly breathed a sigh of relief, raised the corners of his mouth in a slight arc, and respectfully clasped his fists, saying, Disciple Su Sheng greets the teacher. Bibi Dong saw that she couldn't glean any useful information from Su Sheng's cheek and sat back down on the throne. With a serious expression, she said, Very well. Su Sheng, from now on you will be my disciple, Bibi Dong, and from this moment, you are also the holy son of the Spirit Hall. Zhu Huaguan, who had been enduring, finally couldn't stand the silence any longer. He could understand what Bibi Dong had said before, but now Su Sheng had just joined the Spirit Hall, and she made him the holy son. This was simply too perfunctory. Moreover, who knew if this kid had ulterior motives? So, he stepped forward under the immense pressure, his face awkward as he said, Your Holiness, this may not be appropriate. Gue may have become much smarter this time, shrinking back and silently praying for Zhu Huaguan. Little Jew, it's not that I, old Gue, don't follow you, but don't you realize the kid's status in the eyes of Your Holiness? If you provoke her now, you must be tired of living. Time and again, Zhu Huaguan contradicted his own words, and Bibi Dong's expression gradually became displeased. What is inappropriate? Zhu Huaguan trembled all over, but now that he had spoken, he could only harden his head and continue, hoping Bibi Dong would change her mind. He bent down and explained this kid, Su Sheng, has just joined the Spirit Hall and is made the Holy Son. The other young generation of the Spirit Hall may not accept it. Next to him, Su Sheng looked at him, calling out to himself madly with cold eyes, propping up his chin and thought, Why doesn't this little Jew understand anything at all? Should I find an opportunity to settle this? His first martial soul had no soul rings, and even if he obtained soul rings, with Zhu Huaguan's rich combat experience, he was afraid he couldn't truly match him. Then, as if he had thought of something, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Can't kill you? Afraid I can't tire you out? Today, let you be a free fighter. Bibi Dong squinted her eyes, slowly picked up the purple crystal scepter, and then slammed it hard against the ground. From her elegant posture, 9 soul rings filled with intimidation slowly rose. Yellow, purple, 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 black, 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 black. The first few soul rings were stronger than the standard configuration, and when the last blood-red 100,000-year soul ring rose, the entire Spirit Hall was engulfed in a storm. As if everything was under Bibi Dong's control, she then coldly declared with a domineering gaze, I, Bibi Dong, am the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Who dares to defy? This domineering side made Zhu Huaguan and Gue may not dare to meet her gaze. Except for Su Sheng, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. He couldn't help but praise. So cool. At this moment, he just wanted to say, to hell with Shrek, Xingluo, and the Tiando Empire. This was the unique charm that Bibi Dong possessed. calm like a flatboat, but when angry, could make mountains collapse and rivers run dry. Zhu Huaguan and Gui Mei felt something was wrong and lowered their heads apologetically, saying, "Your Holiness, we did not mean to contradict you. Please forgive us. It was my subordinate who spoke out of turn. Please forgive us." Bibi Dong's cold face showed no sign of softening as she spat out a single word, "Get lost." With troubled hearts, Zhu Huaguan and Gui Mei awaited Bibi Dong's response. Once they heard it clearly, their hearts finally settled down, and after slightly bowing, they quickly left. If Bibi Dong were to get angry, with her decisive and ruthless nature, she could kill them without anyone daring to say a word. In the future, both he and old Zhu would have to be more cautious to avoid really setting the city gates on fire. Your martial soul belongs to the extreme evil. It should have some flaws, right? After seeing Zhu Huaguan and Gui Mei leave, Bibi Dong said lightly, looking at Su Sheng's back. Su Sheng felt a chill in her heart. How could Bibi Dong know this? She nodded and replied, "Yes, teacher, my martial soul, Nine Heart Blood Lotus, needs to be nourished with blood and soul regularly. Otherwise, it will gradually wither." Su Sheng's words are true. Although this martial soul is very powerful, it must be nurtured with blood and soul within a certain period of time. Otherwise, it will wither and eventually disappear. He feels that his martial soul is probably the first one on the continent with such a limitation. Even after awakening, the martial soul can still wither. Bibi Dong suddenly turned around, staring at the corner of Su Sheng's mouth, murmuring about blood, soul nurturing. This condition is much harsher than she imagined. She frowned, then relaxed, and said lightly, "Later, let Elder Zhu and Elder Gui accompany you to the Douluo forest to hunt soul beasts, and conveniently use the blood and soul of the soul beasts to nurture your martial soul." Su Sheng pretended to be grateful and said, "Thank you, teacher." Deep down, he felt pleased, thinking that his plan had succeeded. Little chrysanthemum, just wait and see how I'll exhaust you to the point of being a wilted flower. Should he send them to fight the Titan giant ape or the sky blue bull python? Bibi Dong looked at Su Sheng, somewhat lost in thought, then slowly shook her head and said softly, "There's no need for that. Since you're my disciple, these 3 soul bones will be your welcome gift." With a wave of the purple crystal staff in her hand, a colorful light appeared where she swept it, and the 3 soul bones materialized in midair. Under Bibi Dong's soul power's guidance, they flew up and floated in front of Su Sheng. These 3 soul bones were obtained from the previous pope, Qiang Sunji, during his hunt for soul beasts. Naturally, they ended up in her hands after Bibi Dong killed him. Su Sheng stared at the soul bones in front of him, his mind completely blank. What the hell? Starting off with a beautiful teacher and getting 3 soul bones as a bonus? So why do other transmigrators oppose the Wuhan Hall? Isn't this great? Seeing Su Sheng's dazed expression, Bibi Dong's lips curled into a faint smile, which quickly disappeared. Bibi Dong slowly closed her eyes, her grip on the purple crystal staff tightening. Take it. You need to absorb 9 soul rings at once. And you need the soul bones to support you, to alleviate the pressure that the powerful soul rings put on your immature body. Otherwise, you won't survive 2 years. Su Sheng put away the soul bone and then frowned, feeling a chill in his heart. Not live past 2 years? He really didn't know about that. He thought that if he hadn't joined the Spirit Hall and hadn't received the soul bone from Bibi Dong. Side Chapter 12, Douluo Great Forest. Bibi Dong nodded and solemnly reminded him, "That's right, and after you absorb the soul ring, you must not easily use soul skills above the 6th soul ring in the next few years. Otherwise, even if you have soul bone, you won't die, but you'll be seriously injured." She, Bibi Dong, had only taken 1 female disciple in her life, who was the saintess of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina. Now, seeing Su Sheng's talent and character far surpassing his peers, she had the idea of accepting him as her disciple. Therefore, as long as Su Sheng could become her future support, she would do her utmost to cultivate him. Su Sheng's eyes flickered a few times. He originally just wanted to see what this stunningly beautiful Bibi Dong looked like. But now, what he saw more was the personal charm that surpassed her appearance. Perhaps this was one of the reasons she could lead the Spear Hall. Su Sheng slightly nodded, staring seriously at Bibi Dong. "Thank you, teacher. I am very lucky to become your disciple. Luck is certain. Not only did I save my life, but I also obtained 3 soul bones." He even doubted whether he had swapped identities with Tang San, thinking that he was the destined child of Douluo Continent. Bibi Dong's body suddenly trembled. Then she turned around and walked away, her gaze slightly raised. With a shake of the purple crystal staff, cold words were spoken from her thin lips. "Get out." Su Sheng slightly pursed his lips and said, "Teacher, I shall take my leave now." After speaking, Su Sheng turned around and decisively walked out of the main hall. Only then did Bibi Dong turn her head, looking at Su Sheng's departing figure, her still cold cheeks glistening with a few drops of crystal-like tears. "Xiao Gang, he really resembles you in every aspect." As Su Sheng just stepped out of the main hall, he saw Gu Mei and Zhu Guan rushing towards him in a flustered manner. They furiously shouted, "Kid, quickly tell us what you discussed with His Holiness the Pope, or don't blame us for being rude." Gu Mei exuded a chilling aura, coldly demanding, "Speak up, otherwise I'll kill you." Faced with this pressure, Su Sheng raised his head and smiled innocently, saying, "My teacher said to let the two of you take me to hunt soul beasts and absorb soul rings. As for what kind of soul beasts, that will be decided by me." Zhu Guan showed a look of suspicion, asking in surprise, "Is that all?" On the side, Gu Mei coldly pointed out, "Kid, if it were just this matter, how could His Holiness the Pope possibly let you stay inside for so long?" Su Sheng found it both amusing and frustrating. Were these two really Title Douluos? With such heavy suspicion, it seemed his arrival had indeed affected their status. He explained with a wry smile, "Jiaguan and Gu Mei, we really didn't talk about much. The teacher just accepted me as a disciple. What else could we do?" Jiaguan turned to Gu Mei and asked, "Old Ghost, what do you think?" Gu Mei glanced at the grand hall ahead, then looked at Su Sheng a few more times. After seeing nothing suspicious, he slowly said, "The Pope is wise." Jiaguan held his forehead and exclaimed, "Old Ghost, what are you thinking? That's not what I meant. I was talking about the Pope asking us to accompany this kid to hunt soul beasts. What do you think we should do?" It was hard to believe that two esteemed Title Douluos would serve as babysitters for this kid. Gu Mei rolled his eyes and said, "Since the Pope has given the order, what else can we do? We go. He doesn't want to die young, and it's just accompanying a little kid to hunt soul beasts. We survived through much tougher times. Is this even a problem?" Gu Mei fixed his gaze on Su Sheng's face and said, "Kid, the Stardew Forest is too dangerous for you. We plan to take you to the Sunset Forest to hunt soul beasts." Su Sheng frowned slightly and said to the two elders, "Shouldn't the Hall of the Pope be closer to the Stardew Forest? Why not just go there? The soul beasts in the Stardew Forest must be much more abundant than those in the Sunset Forest, which would make it easier for me to match my soul rings." Upon hearing this, Zhu Guan widened his eyes and scolded, "Kid, do you want to die? If you want to hunt soul rings over 10,000 years old, you might enter the core of the Stardew Forest, where there are soul beasts that even we can't handle." Gu Mei also frowned and reminded him, "Kid, you need to think this through. If you rashly enter, we can't guarantee your safety. This is the person the Pope entrusted us to take care of. If he loses his life, neither of us will be able to explain ourselves." Seeing that the two were unwilling to agree to his request, Su Sheng's expression suddenly changed to one of immense admiration. It was time to show his true acting skills. He earnestly grabbed the sleeves of Gu Mei and Zhu Guan, with eyes sparkling with admiration, saying, The reason I asked my teacher to let you accompany me to hunt soul beasts is because I believe in your powerful abilities. Those soul beasts are definitely no match for you two. Hey, this little brat is quite charming." Seeing Su Sheng's admiring gaze, Zhu Guan felt a great sense of vanity satisfied at that moment. He glanced at Gu Mei, then coughed lightly a few times and suggested, "Old Ghost, why not follow the kid's suggestion and hunt in the Stardew Forest? The Sunset Forest is still a bit far." The previous words softened Gu Mei's heart a bit as he crossed his arms and turned his head haughtily, saying, "Whatever. Since this kid wants to go, let us go. Just don't blame us if he dies." Su Sheng pretended to be grateful and said, "Thank you, two elders. Look at this is impeccable acting. Even with villains like Gu Mei and Zhu Guan, I can blend in with them." The Stardew Forest is one of the 3 major soul beast habitats in the Douluo Continent. Its area is almost equal to that of the Barak Kingdom, spanning the borders of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire. Among it, 2/5 of the area is in the Tiando Empire, while 3/5 is in the Xingluo Empire, making it a vast primitive forest with complex terrain, including wetlands and swamps. The soul beasts are also extremely terrifying. The closer one gets to the center of the forest, the stronger the soul beasts become. At this moment, Su Sheng, together with Gu Mei and Zhu Guan, reached the outer entrance of the Stardew Forest in just a few hours. Su Sheng looked at the vast and boundless forest ahead and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the Stardew Forest? It's so immense." Just stepping into the Stardew Forest, he could feel an infinite vitality, and at the same time, there was a faint, alluring smell of blood. In an instant, it felt as if he had truly returned to the primitive forest. Yuguan glanced at Su Sheng's surprised expression and said, "Let's go. This is the outskirts of the Stardo Forest. The soul beasts that appear here are mostly 10 or 100 years old. With your level 90 soul power, there's no need to pay attention to this trash. Especially the plant-type soul beasts, as it's even harder to find a suitable plant. After all, plants are inherently weak, and only a very small portion can survive in the forest filled with soul beasts." Chapter 13. Bloodthirsty Yellow Hornet. 30,000-year soul beast. Su Sheng nodded, and the three of them gradually started walking deeper from the entrance of the starry forest. Along the way, Su Sheng saw many strange soul beasts, such as the mandrake snake, which was coiled around a thick branch, grayish-black all over and about 2 meters long, with a pair of deep purple eyes mixed with dark vertical pupils glaring intensely, occasionally flicking its tongue to assert its territory. There were also mutated mantises that had evolved to about 1 meter in size, especially their sharp double blades, which could easily slice through a rock. At this moment, Su Sheng was observing his surroundings in search of a suitable soul beast, but these levels were too low for him. Yuan suddenly stopped, turned to Su Sheng with curiosity, and squinted as he asked, "Kid, before we go further, can you tell me what direction you plan to develop your martial soul?" The ghostly figure beside him, hearing Yuguan's words, also looked at Su Sheng with a watchful attitude. In his view, Su Sheng's martial soul should be the mutated Nine Heart Begonia, and it should be even more terrifying. However, it was said that the Nine Heart Begonia's pure healing ability even surpassed the continent's #1 support martial soul, the 7 treasure glazed tile. But this kid's martial soul was extremely evil. Developing it towards control might be better. Su Sheng was taken aback for a moment, then came to his senses and pondered. "I haven't thought about this yet, but it should be developing towards the support system, right? Just a few days ago, he had just awakened his martial soul. So he indeed hadn't considered how his martial soul would develop. However, deep down, Su Sheng still felt that the support system was more suitable for him. After all, he really just wanted to be an inconspicuous salted fish. Yuguan, upon hearing this, burst into laughter and sarcastically mocked. "Support system? Kid, are you sure you're not joking? Your kind of purely evil martial soul is completely different from the Nine Hearts Begonia. Don't end up healing your teammates to death." Su Sheng slightly raised the corners of his mouth and smiled as he retorted, "Elder Jew, your martial soul must be a chrysanthemum, right? Even such an incredibly weak martial soul has offensive capabilities, so why can't my martial soul be an auxiliary-type soul master?" Talking back, the happier you laugh now, the more embarrassed you'll be when you have to hunt soul beasts later. Upon hearing this, Yuguan, infuriated, cursed, "Bullshit, kid. You're ignorant. My martial soul is the rare heavenly chrysanthemum, a top-tier plant martial soul." His martial soul was not an ordinary plant martial soul. Otherwise, he wouldn't have successfully cultivated to the 95th level Title Douluo. There are not many on the entire continent, which proves the strength of his martial soul. Gui Mei's expression flickered with displeasure, and he frowned, coldly stopping them. "Both of you, shut up." Yuguan, who was filled with anger, glared fiercely at Su Sheng, then secretly mocked, "Damn kid, let's see if you still shout when you run into a 10,000-year soul beast. This kid is just a guy who came from a small place. Probably hasn't even seen a soul beast before. Let us scare him with one later." Hee. Su Sheng, noticing the expression on Yuguan's face, felt a chill in his heart. It seemed like Yuguan was planning something later. But suddenly, a violent, buzzing sound began to emanate from the surroundings. Yuguan, who sensed it first, suddenly opened his eyes wide and stepped forward to block the two of them. Taking a deep breath in vigilance, looking at Gui Mei, "Old ghost, you protect that kid well. A big guy is coming up ahead." If he was not mistaken, the creature about to appear was close to 30,000 years of cultivation. Seeing that Yuguan didn't seem to be joking, Gui Mei cautiously surrounded Su Sheng from all sides, but unhappily muttered, "Got it. If this guy dies, our lives will be hard." Su Sheng looked curiously ahead and whispered, "What kind of guy can make both the chrysanthemum pass and the ghostly charm alert? It seems this old beast is unusual." Sure enough, under the resonating buzzing sound, a giant yellow hornet suddenly emerged from the grass ahead and dove towards the three of them. This hornet was at least 4 to 5 meters in size, with its tail filled with highly toxic stingers. Yuguan's face changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "It's a bloodthirsty hornet. It has potent poison and is nearly 30,000 years old. Kid, what kind of big guy did you attract?" Su Sheng rolled his eyes behind him, secretly complaining, "How would I know? You're a Title Douluo, and you're scared of 30,000-year soul beast. Doesn't that seem a bit unreliable? If the chrysanthemum pass was this timid, How reliable could the guy next to him be? The combat power of the bloodthirsty hornet was not particularly strong, but it had extremely tough defenses, especially those poisonous needles, which were the most troublesome. It also had a characteristic. Once it smelled blood, it would not stop until it was dead. This was also the reason why even Title Douluo would not easily provoke it unless necessary. If a fight broke out, thousands of poisonous needles would come flying, and that would be quite a delightful experience. Faced with such a creature, Yuguan had to go all out. 9 terrifying soul rings emerged beneath him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. In an instant, the terrifying aura of a 95-level Title Douluo surged forth. The flying, bloodthirsty hornet seemed to sense Yuguan's terror, and its body suddenly retreated a step, its numerous small eyes filled with caution as it hesitated to dive down. Seeing this, Yuguan let out a sigh of relief and turned to Ghostly Charm and Su Sheng, raising an eyebrow and boasting. Fortunately, this guy fears my strength. It doesn't dare. Ghostly Charm, watching the bloodthirsty hornet approaching from behind Yuguan while he was turned away, warned, "Be careful." Yuguan instinctively turned to look, only to see a massive figure charging at him. He quickly sidestepped and narrowly dodged the hornet's charge, igniting his temper in an instant. Angrily, he shouted, "Damn, you little pest. I won't let you off today." As a dignified Title Douluo, nearly falling to the ambush of this little insect was absolutely unforgivable. Su Sheng watched this absurd scene, his eyelids twitching, and leaned closer to Ghostly Charm, whispering, "Elder Ghost, is it because of you that Elder Chrysanthemum can survive so clumsily? It's strange that someone with such a careless personality could cultivate to Title Douluo without dying." He seriously suspected it was because of Ghostly Charm's presence that made up for that guy's lack of focus. Caught off guard by this question, Ghostly Charm choked and coughed, nonchalantly saying, "Of course. Otherwise, that guy, even though he's a Title Douluo, would have died countless times." Suddenly, a remarkably large, strange mushroom of heaven appeared in his hand, and he shouted, "Third soul skill, breath barrier." The strange mushroom of heaven instantly split into countless petals as hard as steel, enveloping the area around the bloodthirsty hornet. Then it erupted with a powerful ripple, a faint white light gradually covering it, followed by an immense pressure slamming toward the bloodthirsty hornet. A screeching sound erupted from its mouth as the flying bloodthirsty hornet fell to the ground like it had been struck by a heavy hammer, creating a large dent. Yuguan floated in the air, standing on the strange mushroom of heaven, looking at the bloodthirsty hornet lying in the pit, feeling exhilarated. Then, a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes as he charged towards the bloodthirsty hornet, ready for it to meet its end. Chapter 14. I can absorb all soul rings in a line where Yuguan charged towards the bloodthirsty hornet. The seemingly down hornet suddenly stood up, swiftly turning its massive body and directing its blood-red eyes at Yuguan. In the next moment, numerous poisonous needles shot out from its tail, filling the air in an instant. This scene was enough to demonstrate the bloodthirsty hornet's incredibly tough defenses. It had taken a hit from a Title Douluo and was completely unscathed. Yuguan narrowed his eyes at the terrifying poisonous needles, dismissively saying, "Trivial tricks. 5th soul skill. Hurricane reaching the sky." Did this simple soul beast really think it could trick him? Besides a few measly poisonous needles, did it really think they could hurt him? As he spoke, the strange mushroom of heaven instantly released a storm of steel petals, spinning rapidly, forming a violent whirlwind that rushed forward. The densely packed poisonous needles were immediately blown away by the fierce whirlwind. Seeing that its scheme had no effect on this man, the bloodthirsty hornet seemed to feel extremely uneasy and quickly flapped its wings, trying to fly into the sky. Yuguan immediately saw through the creature's intention and coldly shouted, "Want to fly? Then I'll cut off your wings." 6th soul skill, golden core, spreading radiance. The strange mushroom of heaven flew into the sky, and similar to the previous attack of the bloodthirsty hornet, the petals glowed with intense golden light as they fell densely towards the ground. This was Yuguan's area attack soul skill. Although its power and range were not as explosive as the previous soul skills, it excelled in sheer numbers. These massive petals ruthlessly sliced through the bloodthirsty hornet's body, cutting it like flowing light, and soon, faint purple blood began to ooze from its skin. Its wings were also successfully severed under the intense assault, and the large yet thin wings plummeted to the ground. Su Sheng observed the desperately fighting Yuguan and said with a smile, "Not bad. Elder Ju has suffered a loss, and his intelligence has increased. This Ju Huaguan has just been defeated by the bloodthirsty Huang Feng. If he gets tricked again, he might lower the level of a Title Douluo." Gu Mei looked at the retreating, bloodthirsty Huang Feng and said, "Kid, if this bloodthirsty Huang Feng were a plant martial soul, it would be perfect for you to make a soul ring. But unfortunately, the bloodthirsty Huang bee is indeed quite suitable for Su Sheng. If he absorbs its soul ring, perhaps Su Sheng's Nine Heart Blood Lotus martial soul will enhance its familiarity with toxins. And if he's lucky, he might even obtain a large area attack soul skill." A big question mark appeared on Su Sheng's forehead. He was a bit confused. Why was this soul beast a pity? He had just set his sights on this bloodthirsty yellow bee. He immediately spoke up, "Elder Ghost, I made up my mind. My first soul ring will be this bloodthirsty yellow bee." Elder Ghost looked at Su Sheng with a face that said, "Are you kidding me?" His mouth twitched. "Kid, your martial soul is a plant-type martial soul. If you absorb this animal-type soul ring, you'll probably explode and die from rejection. Everyone on the continent knows that plant-type martial souls cannot absorb animal-type soul rings, and vice versa. Are you crazy for wanting to absorb the soul ring of this bloodthirsty yellow bee? And this is a 30,000-year-old soul beast. Even my and Yueguan's 9th soul rings are only 80,000 years. If this guy absorbs it, who knows if he'll die on the spot?" Su Sheng suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought to himself that the current soul masters do not agree with the master's 10 core theories. No wonder they were so surprised. He glanced at the extremely vigilant face of Gu Mei and knew that if he didn't come up with a trick, this martial soul would definitely be in trouble. Therefore, Su Sheng calmly covered the corner of his mouth and coughed a few times, smiling as he looked at Gu Mei. His words filled with confidence. "Elder Gu, I'm not joking. My martial soul is a bit special. It can absorb the soul rings of all soul beasts." Upon hearing this, Gu Mei slightly frowned. He had seen Su Sheng's martial soul and could say it was even more powerful than the top plant martial souls of the chrysanthemum sect. The confidence on this kid's face didn't seem fake. Could it be that he really could absorb animal soul rings? Upon reaching this conclusion, he trembled all over, looking at Su Sheng as if he were a monster. Good heavens, a plant type absorbing animal type soul rings. This would surely break new ground. After thinking for a moment, Hui Mei replied, "All right, but this is something you want to absorb yourself. It has nothing to do with me or him. You'd better write a letter. If anything goes wrong and you end up dead, I'll have some explanation." Gu Mei was not a reckless person. If Su Sheng wanted to absorb this soul ring, fine, he wouldn't interfere. But he must leave something to prove that it had nothing to do with him or the chrysanthemum sect. Otherwise, what awaited them would be the wrath of the Pope BB Dawn. Just thinking about how the Pope looked when he was angry last time filled him with immense fear. Su Sheng smiled faintly and thanked the Ghost Elder, saying, "Thank you, Ghost Elder." After that, she took the parchment handed to her by the ghostly figure, wrote on it, and returned it. The ghostly figure glanced at it after receiving it and put it away. With this, he felt much more at ease, using the miraculous mushroom to repel the bloodthirsty yellow bee with a single strike. Yuguan looked at the two chatting happily on the side, while he was here struggling against monsters. He felt very uncomfortable and turned to the ghostly figure, cursing. "I said, old ghost, don't just watch the show. This soul beast is 30,000 years old, tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. I can't kill it in a short time." The ghostly figure glanced at the battered but still vibrant, bloodthirsty yellow bee, then looked at Yuguan, who had his hands open, and said lightly, "Didn't you ask me to protect this guy? Don't tell me you can't handle this soul beast." Yuguan glared at him angrily. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and help me deal with this soul beast." 9 soul rings rose beneath the ghostly figure's feet as he dashed forward, feeling quite speechless. With the ghostly figure's assistance, facing the attacks of 2 Title Douluos, the bloodthirsty yellow bee, no matter how strong its defense was, soon fell to the ground, its body twitching continuously. Yuguan wiped the sweat from his forehead, clapped his hands, and took a deep breath, saying, "Finally dealt with. This cursed thing is really tough to beat. Let's hurry up and leave." The ghostly figure pointed at Su Sheng beside him, rolled his eyes, and said, "What do you mean leave? Can't you see this guy hasn't absorbed the soul ring yet?" He pulled a sharp blade from his pocket and tossed it to Su Sheng. After catching it, she tightened her grip and walked up to the bloodthirsty yellow bee, directly smashing it against its head. A deep, dark soul ring slowly emerged from the corpse of the soul beast. Su Sheng sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to meditate. Seeing this scene, Yuguan said solemnly, "Old ghost, this kid is a plant type." Gu Mei waved his hand to stop him from finishing his sentence. Then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he said lightly, "This kid claims his martial soul can absorb all soul rings, and even if he dies. With this thing, It won't implicate us. He gently patted the sheepskin parchment in his pocket. Chapter 15. Hunt completed. Title Douluo. Wait a minute. Isn't this a bit too high profile? Su Sheng frowned. He didn't want to attract everyone's attention every time he revealed his martial soul. The dignity of salted fish didn't allow him to do that. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to do something different. As he pondered, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. It seemed he'd found a new path. He murmured to himself, since I can bestow soul rings onto the martial soul owner, could I try to use the martial soul to attract soul rings and absorb them into the martial soul? This would not only preserve the power of the soul rings, but also allow the soul skills to merge more perfectly with the martial soul. However, not knowing what Su Sheng was daydreaming about, Yuguan propped his chin and patted Gui Mei's shoulder, saying, "Old ghost, do you think this kid is scared? He hasn't moved for a long time." Gui Mei rolled his eyes at him, then thought for a moment, believing that since it was Su Sheng's first time absorbing a soul ring, he might not know how to do it. Thinking of this, he was about to walk over to tell Su Sheng, but just as he got halfway, Su Sheng finally moved, causing Gui Mei to stop in his tracks. Su Sheng slowly stood up, taking a step back, and faced the deep soul ring in front of him. Yuguan, watching this, grew anxious and wished he could slap him to death. Absorbing a soul ring was taking too long. Impatiently, he shouted, "I say, kid, are you going to absorb it or not? Don't waste our time. We still have to hunt 8 10,000-year soul beasts later." Before he could finish, Gui Mei stopped him, saying, "Wait, don't talk. This guy." Suddenly, Su Sheng's spirit moved, and the 9 Hearts Blood Lotus slowly blossomed with a blood-colored glow from his palm. He tried to control the 9 Hearts Blood Lotus to lure the blood from within the body of the bloodthirsty Empress Wasp. To his surprise, the dead bloodthirsty Empress Wasp's plump body instantly shriveled, and drops of pure blood began to condense from the flesh. 1 drop, 2 drops, 1 drop after another quietly merged into one, forming streams of hot, spring-like blood. They flowed straight towards the petals of the 9 Hearts Blood Lotus. And after absorbing this fresh blood, the already crimson 9 Hearts Blood Lotus became even more enchanting, its aura more vibrant than before. Yuguan felt a chill run through him, shrinking back slightly. Damn, old ghost, this kid's martial soul is incredible. It can actually control the flow of blood. He wasn't afraid of Su Sheng now, but was terrified of what would happen when this martial soul grew stronger. Would it be able to directly control the blood of other soul masters? Just thinking about that scene made him break out in a cold sweat. Gui Mei seemed to have noticed the strange nature of this martial soul as well, but he remained silent, focusing on Su Sheng's next move. Su Sheng smiled gently at the blood-scented 9 Heart Blood Begonia in his hand and softly asked, "If you're full, can you start working now?" To his surprise, the 9 Heart Begonia in his hand trembled and emitted a buzzing sound, as if responding to Su Sheng's words. Delighted by the response, Su Sheng realized that bestowing the soul ring onto the martial soul could indeed be achieved. He took a deep breath, then raised his gaze to the 10,000-year soul ring. With the 9 Heart Blood Begonia floating in his palm, he casually waved it towards the soul ring. The 9 Heart Begonia immediately understood Su Sheng's intention and began to draw the soul ring closer with its unique ability. Soon, as the 10,000-year soul ring made contact with the 9 Heart Blood Begonia, it started to be devoured bit by bit. Within just a few seconds, the entire 10,000-year soul ring was completely absorbed by the 9 Heart Blood Begonia. Following that, he felt the information about the soul skill flowing into his mind and knew he had succeeded. First soul ring, 30,000-year cultivation. Soul skill, Blooming Begonia. It unleashes countless petals of blood begonia to slash at enemies, carrying a slight toxicity that can injure foes and replenish itself upon contact with blood. Su Sheng was quite surprised in his heart, thinking that this soul skill seemed to inherit the toxicity and attack methods of the bloodthirsty wasp. But he had to admit that the ability to wound the enemy and then nourish oneself was something he hadn't anticipated. Yuguan and Gui Mei, who had just witnessed the scene, exchanged glances and hurried over to Su Sheng. Yuguan grabbed Su Sheng's arms eagerly and asked, "Kid, where's the soul ring of the bloodthirsty wasp? Did your martial soul devour it?" Gui Mei also asked curiously, "Kid, quickly tell us. What happened to the soul ring just now?" Su Sheng gave them a mysterious smile. "Didn't you see? I was devoured." Seeing Su Sheng's infuriating expression, even though Yuguan was eager to dig deeper, he disdainfully turned aside and said, "If you don't want to say, then don't. Who cares to know?" However, the eyes that were fixed on Su Sheng's 9 Heart Blood Petal martial soul revealed his thoughts. The ghostly figure also suppressed the curiosity on his face, coughed lightly, and said, "You don't seem to have anything to say. So if you don't want to share, Let's continue hunting the next soul beast. Su Sheng still chuckled a few times. Then I'll trouble the two elders. If possible, I'll say some good words for you in front of my teacher. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Yu Guan's eyes. This kid was quite perceptive. Since he had said that, they would show mercy and not target him. Enough nonsense. Let us quickly hunt the next soul beast. Finally, when night fell, Su Sheng finished hunting the last 80,000-year soul beast. This soul beast was so difficult that Yu Guan and Gue Mei had to use their martial soul fusion technique just to barely defeat it. Even Su Sheng almost thought those two would be killed by this soul beast. Yu Guan covered his injured chest, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and gasped. Kid, you better remember the favor of me and old ghost this time. We almost got killed by this soul beast. Gue Mei was also crouched on a nearby stump, covering his mouth and breathing heavily without speaking. Both of them had exhausted their soul power to hunt this soul beast, having risked their lives for him. Su Sheng felt he should do something in return. He took out 2 bottles of water and handed them over, grinning. Elder Gue, have some water and take a break. I really appreciate both of you today. Yu Guan and Gue Mei grabbed the bottles and drank deeply, feeling much better. Yu Guan still felt a bit itchy in his heart because of what happened in the morning, and after blinking his eyes, he tentatively asked, We almost risked our lives to accompany you today. Can you tell us about your martial soul absorbing soul rings? As soon as Su Sheng heard this, he smiled and said, Of course, elders, this is my answer. He then waved his hand and quietly released the soul rings contained within the 9 Heart Blood Lotus beneath his feet. 9 incredibly deep black soul rings slowly rose from under his feet, exuding a terrifying aura even more formidable than that of Yu Guan and Gue Mei. In an instant, the surrounding trees rustled, the wind howled, and even the nearby soul beasts, sensing this terrifying power, fled in panic. This pressure forced both Gue Mei and Yu Guan to release their soul rings to resist it. Yu Guan and Gue Mei stared at Su Sheng in astonishment, their thoughts synchronizing. If this kid could use his soul rings right now, his strength would surely surpass both me and Gue Mei Yu Guan. Chapter 16. Unusual movements. Seeing the dense black soul rings beneath Su Sheng's feet, Gue Mei helplessly said, Kid, quickly retract your explosive soul power. Otherwise, we'll attract other powerful soul beasts, and we'll all be in trouble today. The terrifying soul power erupting in the Douluo forest would indeed intimidate lower-level soul beasts. But it could also attract those fierce and combat-skilled soul beasts, which would not bode well for the already exhausted Yu Guan and Gue Mei. Yu Guan made a gesture across his throat in annoyance and coldly threatened, Kid, let me tell you, don't forget your benefactor, otherwise, I and old Gue will definitely take you down first. He was genuinely worried that after this kid hunted soul rings, he might turn against them. Su Sheng couldn't help but smile wryly. Was he really that kind of person? He put the 9 pitch-black soul rings back into the 9 Hearts Blood Lotus. After finishing, just as Su Sheng was about to sit down and rest, he suddenly noticed that Gue Mei and Yu Guan's expressions had changed dramatically. Yu Guan stood up and looked at Gue Mei seriously, squinting his eyes. Old ghost, did you sense that? This aura. Gue Mei also stood up and glanced in the direction of the aura, affirmatively stating, No doubt about it. It's that rabbit soul beast that escaped the calamity 100,000 years ago. This aura was exactly the same as that of the little girl who transformed into human form when they hunted that 100,000-year soul beast in the Douluo forest years ago with Bibi Dong. Although they spoke very softly, Su Sheng could hear them clearly and roughly understood what they were talking about. He pondered silently. The 100,000-year rabbit soul beast. Is it Xiao Wu? It seems that Tang San hasn't entered Shrek Academy to become Master Yu's student yet. Yu Guan sighed and spoke with a hint of regret, Kid. If I had known earlier that your last soul ring wouldn't be absorbed so quickly, maybe I could have gotten you a 100,000-year soul ring. If it weren't for the fact that he had already absorbed all his soul rings, he would have done everything to get that precious 100,000-year soul ring. As far as he knew, there were only 2 people on the entire Douluo Continent who possessed 100,000-year soul rings. Haotian Hammer and their Pope Bibi Dong. Su Sheng, who was lost in thought, was brought back to reality by this statement and pretended to be delighted. Ah? Elder Yu. What do you mean just now? Can you get me a 100,000-year soul ring? This was Xiao San's wife. If he could hunt the soul ring for himself. Well, that didn't seem impossible. Perhaps the plot would change because of this. He thought this way, but it was already too late. All his soul rings had been absorbed. Gue Mei mercilessly interrupted Su Sheng's fantasies, rolling his eyes at him. Stop dreaming. That soul beast has an even more terrifying companion. With the current condition of me in Juhua, we would probably just be delivering our heads. After Gue Mei finished speaking, a terrifying ape roar echoed throughout the Stardow forest, exploding in the ears of everyone within it. Yuguan sat down on the ground, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes to recover his soul power. Gue Mei also sat down on the ground, looking as if he needed to stabilize himself. Kid, today you'll help me, an old ghost guard. After casually giving a command, he closed his eyes and focused on recovering his soul power. Su Sheng shrugged helplessly and summoned the Nine Hearts Blood Lotus from the palm of his right hand. Staring at the Nine Hearts Blood Lotus, emitting a strange red glow in the night, he expressed his interest. Since I am already a Title Douluo, shouldn't I have a name? Suddenly, several titles floated in his mind. Blood Lotus Douluo? Tu Klitch. Ice Lotus Douluo? That's a bit scary. Wei Lotus Douluo? Wow, why does that title sound so sweet? As night turned to dawn, Su Sheng and the others quickly returned to the spirit hall from the Stardow forest. Moonlight, bowing and clasping his fists, cautiously looked at the beautiful woman sitting on the throne, who was captivating in every way. Lowering his voice respectfully, he said, Your Holiness, the Pope, Old Ghost, and I have finished hunting soul beasts with the young saint. On the throne, Bibi Dong, with her eyes slightly closed, opened her sparkling eyes and said with a slight smile, Not bad. Then her enchanting gaze turned toward Su Sheng, curiosity flowing in her eyes. She elegantly said, Su Sheng, release your soul rings now. Let me see what level you have reached. Su Sheng stepped forward and said, Yes, teacher. Then, with a movement of his mind, the Nine Heart Blood Begonia slowly appeared in the palm of his right hand, after being enhanced by the soul rings. Its murderous intent and form were far beyond what it was before. 9 soul rings glowing with black light floated up from beneath his feet under Su Sheng's precise control. An extremely terrifying pressure surged toward Bibi Dong. She gently pointed her fingertip, and the incoming pressure instantly transformed into nothingness. Only then did Bibi Dong turn her attention to the soul rings beneath Su Sheng's feet, and based on the fluctuations emitted by the soul rings. Her expression gradually revealed surprise as she realized that 3 of the soul rings were close to 40,000 years. She had originally thought that with Su Sheng's body, he could only withstand soul rings of up to 20,000 years at most, and this unexpected gain indeed took her by surprise. Su Sheng smiled lightly and looked at Gue Mei and Yuguan. It was thanks to Elder Yu and Elder Gue that the disciple could absorb so easily. Bai Dong looked at Su Sheng, who maintained an unyielding demeanor even when facing her, and couldn't help but admire his character, truly surpassing his peers. She stood up from the throne and walked in front of Su Sheng, gazing at his slightly youthful and handsome face. For a moment, she felt a bit dazed, and her hand unknowingly touched Su Sheng's cheek. Being touched on the cheek by such pure and smooth fingers, Su Sheng's heart was a tangled mess. His cheeks involuntarily flushed, and he softly reminded her, Teacher, you. Bai Dong's pupils froze, and her finger retracted from Su Sheng's cheek as if it had been electrocuted. Her expression remained unchanged as she said, Su Sheng, although your soul power has reached Title Douluo, you still need to deepen your understanding of martial souls. You will study at the Martial Soul Hall from now on. Gue Mei and Yuguan in the audience were taken aback. Yuguan said, Did the Pope just touch Su Sheng's cheek? Gue Mei replied, It seems so. Shu, don't make a sound, pretend you didn't see. Yuguan understood, over. Bai Dong then looked toward the silent and bowed Yuguan and Gue Mei at the back, and coldly said, Yuguan, Gue Mei, you may leave. Confused, Gue Mei and Yuguan stood up and replied, Yes, Your Holiness. After that, they left the hall with a familiar stride. After a while, a clear and pleasant voice came from outside. Teacher, did you call me? A girl walked in, wearing a shoulder-bearing long dress like glass, light and soft like feathers. Her emerald eyes resembled the waves of a night sea, and her golden hair cascaded down her face like a waterfall, emanating a faint, enchanting air that made her even more captivating with every smile and frown. Chapter 17. Martial Soul, Celestial Fox. Upon seeing this girl for the first time, the first thought that crossed Su Sheng's mind was Qianren Xue. This elegant and aloof little girl had none of the allure he had expected. Beside them, Bai Dong's gaze softened a little when she saw Hulaina, and she said gently, Come over here first. Yes, teacher. Hulaina gracefully moved to Bai Dong's side and respectfully asked, I wonder what you need me for today? Although she was speaking to Bai Dong, her curious gaze inadvertently glanced at Su Sheng. When she clearly saw Su Sheng's charmingly handsome face, her complexion slightly flushed, and she quietly murmured, Who is this child? He is so handsome. Hulaina dared to say that among all the boys she had met, none could compare to Su Sheng in terms of temperament and appearance, especially the lazy aura about him that made her heart race a little faster. She usually held herself in high regard, not expecting that someone could make her heart race so wildly upon first sight. Bai Dong nodded slightly and looked at Su Sheng, softly explaining to Laina, "This is Su Sheng, my newly accepted disciple." Laina nodded slightly in surprise. So this is the saint's son that everyone was talking about yesterday. No wonder he caught teacher's attention. He must be extraordinary. I'm Hulaina, 11 years old. How about you? Hulaina extended her hand with a smile. 11? He is actually older than me. It made sense. Tang Sen was 9 years old, and she was only a year older than him. In this regard, she indeed seemed younger than the younger generation of the martial soul hall. Su Sheng gentlemanly extended his hand for a brief handshake and quickly released it, smiling as he said, "Hello, my name is Su Sheng, and I am 10 years old." A look of astonishment flashed in Hulaina's eyes. What? He's only 10 years old? After seeing Su Sheng's unique temperament, Hulaina naturally thought of him as more mature than his age. She never expected he was actually a year younger than herself. Beside them, Bai Dong observed the interaction between the two with a satisfied gaze, and her earlier concerns had dissipated considerably. She gently tapped her amethyst staff and said casually, "Lena, the reason I called you over today is not only to introduce you to Su Sheng, but also to inform you that Su Sheng will be learning with your team from now on." Although Hulaina did not show any displeasure on her face, she worriedly said, "But, teacher, my brother, and the others." She didn't mind, but adding someone new to a team that had trained together for so long was concerning. Bai Dong's lips curled slightly as she gazed at Su Sheng, her eyes sparkling with interest. "It's fine. Su Sheng's abilities are far superior to those of other support-type soul masters. No, rather than calling Su Sheng a support-type soul master, it would be more accurate to say he is a dual control-type soul master." Quietly pondering, Su Sheng rested his chin on his hand. "Wait, am I going to join the so-called golden generation of the Spirit Hall? Interesting." This seemed to conflict with the plans he had in mind. Since Bai Dong had already said this, Hulaina naturally dared not say more and obediently nodded, replying, "I understand, teacher." Only then did Bai Dong turn her gaze to Su Sheng, who was still in a daze, slightly furrowing her brows and patiently asking, "Su Sheng, do you have any objections?" Coming back to his senses, Su Sheng calmly shook his head. "I have no objections. Whatever the teacher arranges is fine with me." Faced with the words of the beautiful teacher, he simply couldn't bear to refute her. Of course, this was not the main reason. Bibi Dong's brows relaxed, and she then instructed, "If there are no objections, then it's settled. Laina, take Su Sheng to your learning place. Don't underestimate the Hall of the Pope. Although it sounds small, it's easy to get lost without a guide." Hulaina glanced at Su Sheng, slightly bowed, and said, "Yes, teacher, then we will leave now." Su Sheng and Hulaina walked side by side. The road ahead was still long, but the atmosphere had already become extremely awkward. Su Sheng glanced at Hulaina, then gently coughed, deciding to speak first. He couldn't let Hulaina speak first, right? Girls are generally quite shy, and this also applied to Hulaina at this time. His gaze slowly moved over, and he spoke slowly. Hulaina?" Hearing Su Sheng's question, Hulaina stopped in her tracks, looking puzzled as she replied, Su Sheng, is there something wrong?" In fact, her heart had been quite tense just moments ago, but with Su Sheng breaking the ice, the atmosphere relaxed significantly. After all, being with this boy always made her heart inexplicably race. This made her feel a bit flustered, yet deep down, it seemed she was secretly looking forward to something. She could feel this sensation, but she couldn't quite articulate it. Su Sheng smiled gracefully and softly asked, "Can you tell me what apartment you are from, Soul Master?" Hulaina, seeing Su Sheng looking clearly embarrassed yet pretending to be calm, couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. This slight smile seemed to make everything around them dim. Facing Su Sheng's gaze, she realized that she might have lost her composure a bit and immediately apologized. "Su Sheng, I was just..." Su Sheng blinked without any hesitation and praised, "It's okay. You looked really beautiful when you smiled just now. Smile more, it's nice." Being hit by Su Sheng's gentle words, even the usually aloof Hulaina couldn't help but blush. She gently touched her burning ears and scolded herself. "What am I thinking? We've only known each other for an hour." Su Sheng naturally noticed Hulaina's change, and he didn't want to provoke her any further. Su Sheng leaned closer to her, extending his palm and gently waving it in front of Hulaina's eyes. Hulaina, coming back to her senses, Hulaina instinctively took a few steps to the side upon seeing Su Sheng so close to her. Then she quietly took a deep breath and revealed a somewhat stiff smile. What is it? Please continue from where you left off. I am a control-type soul master, and my martial soul is the heavenly fox. As she spoke, Hulaina's mind stirred, and countless particles emanated in front of her, which then coalesced into a fox the size of an arm, with a layer of fluffy, snow-white skin. It looked extremely proud, but its red vertical pupils were filled with endless charm. 2 soul rings glowing with yellow light floated up beneath its feet. Su Sheng looked at the fox that seemed very spirited, resting his chin on his hand and observing. This celestial fox looks so beautiful just like you. As soon as he finished speaking, Hulaina felt as if her mind had been struck hard. She shyly lowered her head, silently pressing her thin lips together, unsure of what to say. His words had inadvertently shattered her thoughts completely. Then what about your martial soul? The shy Hulaina didn't even dare to raise her eyes to directly meet Su Sheng's gaze. Sheng looked at her shy demeanor and shook his head helplessly. It seemed that Hulaina still had a long way to go to achieve the look of bringing disaster to the country and the people in the future. With a calm expression, he said, I am a support-type soul master, and my martial soul is the Nine Heart Blood Peach. In the next moment, the Nine Heart Blood Peach, filled with a deadly allure, slowly bloomed from the palm of his hand amidst a mix of blood red and evil aura. Suddenly, a surge of powerful energy unexpectedly emanated from Sheng, catching everyone off guard. Chapter 18. Keep it a secret for me. Seeking recommendation votes and collections. In an instant, 9 pitch-black, despair-inducing soul rings erupted uncontrollably from Sheng, unleashing a terrifying gust of wind around them. This caused a strong soul power pressure to explode around Sheng and Hulaina. Hulaina extended her delicate white arm to shield herself from the violent wind, squinting her left eye in astonishment as she looked at Sheng beside her. Having regained his senses, Sheng was drenched in cold sweat, cursing inwardly, damn. I made a big mistake. Thinking of this, he quickly retracted the 9 soul rings back into his martial soul. In an instant, the previous anomalies around them quietly settled down like waves calming after a storm. Hulaina's shocked gaze was fixed on Sheng, and just as her thin lips were about to speak, Su Sheng raised his finger to his lips and smiled gently, saying, wait a moment, can I tell you later? His expression seemed to have a magical power, causing Hulaina's face to flush, and she instinctively nodded. Soon after, the large guard team stationed in the spirit hall sensed something unusual and quickly rushed over. The leading guard approached Su Sheng, and Hulaina bowed slightly and placed his arm over his chest. He spoke in an extremely serious tone. Holy Son, Your Highness the Holy Maiden, I apologize for startling you. May I ask what just happened? It's nothing serious, just that Elder Ju and Elder Gui had a quarrel, which caused a leak of soul power. But it's all fine now. Upon hearing Su Sheng's response, the guard team frowned in disbelief and turned their gaze to Hulaina. That kid had just been appointed as the Holy Son by His Holiness the Pope yesterday, so it was uncertain whether his words could be trusted. But the Holy Maiden was different. Hulaina wanted to reveal the truth, but after glancing at Su Sheng, she hesitated and chose to nod silently. The guard, seeing this, straightened up and said, since that's the case, I won't disturb the Holy Maiden and Holy Son any longer. Withdraw. After saying that, he led a team of guards away from the area. Hulaina's pure cheeks showed great confusion as her curious gaze swept toward Su Sheng. Su Sheng, can you tell me now? Were those 9 that just appeared? Su Sheng did not answer immediately. Instead, he relaxedly leaned closer to Hulaina, inhaling the unique floral scent that only a girl could have. He couldn't help but ruffle her hair, unknowingly showing a look of indulgence in his eyes. Seeing Hulaina freeze at his action, Su Sheng's lips quietly curved up, and he whispered in her ear, yes, it's 9 10,000-year spirit rings. But Laina, you must keep it a secret from me. The warm breath flowing into her already flushed ears made Hulaina feel as if she had been struck by lightning, a strong tingling sensation spreading throughout her body. She hurriedly pushed Su Sheng away and spoke with a hint of choking in her voice, I understand. I promise I won't tell anyone. In her heart, she thought, so Su Sheng is actually a Title Douluo. Could it be that the teacher specifically let him join us because of this? But why had Su Sheng, who was the same age as her, already reached the level of Title Douluo? It was known that there were very few Title Douluos in the entire continent. The rarity was unimaginable. Su Sheng, who had been pushed away, showed no annoyance and softly said, I was just joking. Let's go. We can't hurt anymore. mainly because he hadn't expected Huaina's reaction to be so intense. If it caused resentment, it would be counterproductive. Although he felt a bit moved when he first met Huaina, he knew he was merely coveting her figure. Huaina shook her head, casting aside the thoughts in her mind, returning to her usual self, and smiled shyly. Okay. In her heart, she firmly decided to treat what had just happened as a joke. After walking a short distance, a very luxurious academy finally appeared before them. The entire academy occupied a vast area, with a faint ancient style in its appearance, especially since the layout had been carefully considered by specialists. Of course, what was most astonishing was not these details, but that this academy was specially built for the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, just to concentrate the best resources and teachers. Simply put, this academy was open just for 3 people. No, now it should be 4 people. Huaina pointed at the academy excitedly and said, Su Sheng, this is where my brothers and I study. It's also the only academy specially built for us in the Spirit Hall. As she spoke, a hint of pride appeared on Huaina's face. Su Sheng raised her eyes to look at the academy. It was indeed quite nice. However, if there were only a few people in this academy, wouldn't it be too quiet? Upon hearing this, Huaina's eyes dimmed a bit, and she helplessly smiled and said, The teacher has very strict requirements for us. So except for special circumstances, we have to put in all our effort into training and studying. Of course, in the future, it might be an exception because of you. Su Sheng is already a Title Douluo, so there is no need for excessive training, but he still needs to learn about soul beasts, team combinations, and similar topics. Su Sheng meaningfully looked at the academy again, realizing it was another place not mentioned in the original work. He muttered to himself, maybe. After Huaina and Su Sheng walked into the only class in the academy, what came into view was a middle-aged, slightly plump man, Qirao. Despite his unremarkable appearance, this person had reached a terrifying level of rank 70, Battle Soul Saint, and there were only 2 students attentively listening to the class below. Yin, Martial Soul, Flame Lord, Soul Power Level 25. Xiaoyu, Huaina's brother, Martial Soul, Blade of Evil Moon, Soul Power Level 26. Huaina smiled and said, Teacher Qirao, I hope I'm not interrupting your class. Qirao shook his head. After all, this was the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall. Who would dare to speak against her? However, despite this, his gaze glanced at Su Sheng beside her, and he asked Huaina, Who is this child? Huaina smiled at Xiaoyu and Yin below, explaining, His name is Su Sheng, and he is also the holy son of the Spirit Hall. He'll be training here as well. Qirao examined Su Sheng carefully and commented, as expected of the holy son of the Spirit Hall. The unique aura indeed sets him apart. Yin, seeing this scene, felt an overwhelming anger inside. What? This guy joins and joins. But he dares to stand so close to Huaina. He had secretly had a crush on Huaina for a long time. If it weren't for his brother Xiaoyu being here, he would have confessed long ago. No way. He must teach him a lesson later. Looking at that pretty boy's face, his soul power must not be strong. Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes. This guy, I can't see his soul power fluctuations at all. But he seems to be more handsome than me. No way. I can't allow someone more handsome than me to come in. His gaze glanced at Yin, sitting beside him, secretly thinking, this guy must be unable to hold back, right? As Huaina's brother, Yin was well aware of his sister's feelings. Although Huaina had no feelings for Yin. Well, let this fool go and explore. Chapter 19. Fight Me. Request for recommendation votes and collections. Qirao stroked his beard and then slowly said, Since that's the case, today's class will be left to you to familiarize yourselves with your teammates' martial souls, as well as each other's strengths and weaknesses. Originally, Huaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin had trained together for a long time and were very familiar with one another. But now that a new child had arrived, they needed to get to know each other again. Otherwise, there would be significant issues with team coordination and cooperation in the future. After saying this, without waiting for the 3 to respond, he left the room on his own. Huaina finally breathed a sigh of relief and instinctively pulled Su Sheng towards Xiaoyu and Yin. Xiaoyu and Yin slowly stood up from their seats, both staring expressionlessly at Su Sheng as he approached. Seeing her brother and Yin being so unwelcoming, Huaina awkwardly smiled. Su Sheng, let me introduce you to them. Upon hearing this, Su Sheng tilted his head and smiled as he replied, Then I'll trouble you. However, his gaze remained fixed on Xiaoyu and Yin, as he always felt that these 2 had hostility towards him. It was as if he were eating their rice, which made him quite uncomfortable. Of course, while he was sizing up Xiaoyu and Yin, the 2 were also assessing Su Sheng. Huaina pointed at Xiaoyu and said, This is my brother Xiaoyu. His martial soul is the Xiaoyu blade, and his soul power has reached level 26. Xiaoyu had gray hair cascading down, and his handsome face bore no expression, but a blood-red mark resembling a wound covered his right brow, giving him an unruly demeanor. Su Sheng extended his hand with an innocent smile and said, "Hello. I've already introduced myself." Xiaoyu snorted coldly and did not extend his hand, leaving Su Sheng's arm suspended in the air. The extremely cold words came from Xiaoyu, as if saying another word would be an insult to himself. Hulaina frowned slightly and softly scolded, "Brother, this is our new teammate. Can you please not have such a cold face? If they continue to exclude him like this, then this team is unlikely to be good in the future." Xiaoyu, who was reprimanded, wanted to retort, but seeing the unhidden anger in Hulaina's eyes, he suddenly coughed, quickly reached out his hand to shake Su Sheng's, and hurriedly said, Su Sheng, welcome to our team." As a protective brother, he really didn't want to see his sister upset. If she got angry, he would have to find ways to cheer her up. Su Sheng watched the exchange between Hulaina and Xiaoyu, feeling completely confused. He looked at Xiaoyu, who was tightly holding his hand, and was somewhat speechless. What was this guy doing? He had just acted indifferent. And now he was so obedient after Hulaina said that? Wow, could this guy be a protective brother? This is something I've never seen before. To actually encounter a real-life protective brother in my lifetime. Su Sheng only felt a bit uncomfortable in her heart, and quietly released her grip on Xiaoyu's hand. Yin saw Xiaoyu being put in a difficult position, and the anger on his face immediately changed, forcing his mouth to curl up in a forced smile. He couldn't afford to anger Hulaina, as she was the person he liked. If his impression of her decreased, wouldn't that be the end for him? However, all of this was in vain. Hulaina pointed at Yin with an unhappy expression and said, "This is Yin, martial soul, flame lord, soul power level 25. A bit silly, but he's not bad." She clearly saw that Yin was trying to put Su Sheng in her place just now. Naturally, she didn't feel like giving him a good expression. Yin's smile instantly turned to stone. A bit silly, silly, silly. The three words echoed continuously in his mind. Laina hates me now. She definitely hates me. It's all this pretty boy's fault. Yin raised his gaze again, his eyes filled with resentment, staring at Su Sheng as if she had done something indescribable to him. Su Sheng happened to make eye contact with Yin, and a big doubt arose in his heart. What kind of expression is this Yin showing? Why are these two getting stranger by the moment? Could it be that children with a bit of talent all have abnormal minds? Hiss, it shouldn't be contagious, right? Otherwise, should I quickly go find Bibi Dong to talk about transferring to another branch of the Spirit Hall for study? Xiaoyu raised his cold gray hair that covered his right eye and was the first to ask Su Sheng, "You should know our martial spirits. Can you tell us what your martial spirit is?" Yin also looked at Su Sheng with a curious expression, thinking that with Xiao Meng's delicate appearance, he probably wouldn't be a strong attack type, most likely a control type or support type. However, Hulaina was completely different. She knew that Su Sheng was a support type soul master and a true Title Douluo level support type soul master. The boost he would bring to their team was unimaginable. It's important to note that Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, possesses the continent's #1 support type martial spirit. Yet he is only a soul sage. This shows that training as a support type soul master is much more difficult than for other types. There are even cases where there isn't a single support type Title Douluo on the continent. If there were, they would likely be treated as honored guests by those major sects or become top offerings of any empire. I'm a support type soul master, and my martial spirit is the 9 Heart Blood Cherry. Su Sheng casually waved his hand, and the 9 Heart Blood Cherry, radiating a rich blood light, appeared in his palm. Xiaoyu squinted at the terrifyingly powerful 9 Heart Blood Cherry in Su Sheng's hand, and his tone gradually became serious. The 9 Heart Blood Cherry. There shouldn't be a martial spirit by that name on the continent, right? If I guess correctly, it should be a mutation of the 9 Heart Sea Cherry. I'm afraid this mutation is developing in a positive direction, and it may have even surpassed the 9 Heart Sea Cherry. Su Sheng glanced at him appreciatively. This evil moon is quite clever, having quickly discovered the origin of his martial soul. He then shrugged and explained nonchalantly, "That's right. My martial soul is a mutated 9 Heart Begonia, but I just got lucky, and it mutated in a good direction." Yin shook his head, completely unconvinced that Su Sheng was a support-type soul master. Does your support-type soul master's martial soul have such a strong killing intent? Isn't that as ridiculous as a support-type soul master claiming they can solo a strong attack-type soul master? Hulaina, noticing Yan's disbelieving expression, quietly reminded him, "Yin, Su Sheng is indeed a support-type soul master. This is something the teacher personally told me. Yin was full of confidence in his own thoughts and retorted, impossible. Such a strong killing intent can't possibly belong to a support-type soul master, unless this guy fights me. Through battle, it will become clear what kind of soul master Su Sheng really is. Plus, I can pretend to lose and thoroughly humiliate this pretty boy in front of Hulayina. It's simply killing two birds with one stone. Hulayina frowned at Yan's relentless attitude and said, Yin, don't go too far. Of course, she was not worried about Su Sheng, but was concerned that if Yin, as a strong attack type, lost to a support type, it would undermine his confidence in his training. Su Sheng's physical attributes, bolstered by the 9 terrifying 10,000-year soul rings on his body, are far beyond what Yin can resist. All right, I accept your challenge. Chapter 20. A slap's worth of trouble. Xiaoyu looked at Su Sheng with some surprise. He thought the latter would decisively refuse. After all, auxiliary system soul masters have basically no chance of winning against assault system soul masters. Moreover, Yin is a soul master with 200-year soul rings. In terms of pure attack power, he has even surpassed himself. Seeing that the situation was beyond her control, Hulayina sighed helplessly and, with a hint of pleading, said to Su Sheng, take it easy. Yin is also our teammate. Su Sheng looked at the worried Hulayina and smiled warmly. Don't worry. We're all on the same team. I'll give him a bit of face. Hulayina was really thoughtful for others. If it weren't for the martial soul reason, her temperament wouldn't be much inferior to Qian Rinchu's. Well then, I'll leave it to you, Hulayina said, her pure gaze deeply looking at Yin, slightly nodding before stepping back to stand beside Xiaoyu. Little did she know, this scene was clearly observed by Xiaoyu, whose eyes showed a hint of confusion as he glanced at his sister, Hulayina, and then rested his chin in thought, wondering what was going on. Hulayina couldn't possibly be unaware of the outcome of a battle between a strong attack-type soul master and a support-type soul master. So why did she advise Su Sheng to hold back? His sister couldn't be joking in such a situation, which meant that she also thought Yin was not Su Sheng's match. This guy named Su Sheng truly exuded an air of mystery. However, since Hulayina didn't lower her voice, every word echoed in Yan's ears. These words pierced his heart like a knife. Did Hulayina think that his combat power was even inferior to a support-type soul master? He glared fiercely at Su Sheng, his eyes seemingly ready to tear Su Sheng apart in the next moment. He angrily shouted, "Stop the nonsense, kid. I want to go easy on you just because you're a support type." Su Sheng's calm face showed not a ripple, and he harmlessly extended a hand, saying indifferently, "Then let's begin." Yin saw that Su Sheng had not even released his martial soul, clearly looking down on him, and coldly shouted, "Humph! You don't even release your martial soul. How arrogant! I will teach you a lesson today." Flame Lord. As he spoke, a terrifying soul beast filled with scorching flames emerged behind Yin, a giant beast with 2 horns that had red spots on them, howling majestically. 2 yellow soul rings appeared beneath its feet. This aura made Su Sheng serious. So this is the Flame Lord? It looked remarkably similar to Groudon from before his transmigration. In contrast to Su Sheng's careful observation, Yin had no thoughts on this. He only wanted to defeat Su Sheng in one blow. The first yellow soul ring under his feet lit up, and he unleashed his first soul skill, Giant Beast Howl. The Giant Beast Howl can exert pressure on the opponent to some extent, effectively restricting their ability to move. After speaking, the fire giant behind Yin suddenly pounded its chest, and sparks flew as a shockwave-like force surged towards Su Sheng at incredible speed. After being touched by this shockwave, Su Sheng looked down at his legs and barely felt a force belonging to the earth quietly binding his legs. However, unfortunately for him, with his level 90 soul power, this soul skill was nothing but a joke. The binding effect of this soul skill on him was minimal. Seeing this, Xiaoyu silently shook his head, feeling somewhat disappointed by Su Sheng's arrogant display. It seemed the outcome of the battle was already decided. Even if I were hit by this move, my speed would at least drop by 3 levels. If Yin used his second soul skill, Su Sheng would have no way to retreat. Beside them, Hulayina smiled and turned to Xiaoyu with a mysterious grin. "Brother, that may not be the case. Su Sheng is not as simple as you think." Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with interest. Perhaps his sister knew something. Curiously, he asked, "Oh, Hulayina, do you know something? Hurry and tell your brother." Hulayina raised an eyebrow in delight, stuck out her cute tongue, and said playfully, "I just want to tell you," Xiaoyu thought to himself, how sometimes his sister seemed very mature, while other times she was as cute as a child. Poor him. The older brother, it was enough to drive him crazy. Yin naturally saw Su Shang's small movement of lowering his gaze, knowing that the latter had discovered the effect of this move. With a smug expression, he provocatively said to Su Sheng, "Are you feeling like you can't move now? I thought this guy was different, but it turns out he is foolish enough to take my first soul skill head on. Then I went T-hole back." Su Sheng looked at Yan's smug face and felt speechless, lightly scratching his hair, unsure how to respond to this question. This terrifying binding effect. If someone told Su Sheng it was a rubber band tightening around his ankles, he would believe it. But then he thought of what Hulaina had just said about not undermining this kid's confidence, so he decided to go along with it a bit. Well, for the sake of team camaraderie, he might as well begrudgingly agree a little. Su Sheng silently replied, "Indeed, my legs feel much heavier." Yin clenched his fists and glanced hopefully at Hulaina behind him. However, all she returned was a pitiful look. Unexpectedly, Yin, with his unique train of thought, swept away the previous sadness and said cheerfully, "Kid, did you see that? Laina feels sorry for you." "Ha." His expression gradually became more animated. Hulaina said, "Brother, do you know what Yin is doing?" Xiaoyu shook his head in denial. "I don't know. Maybe he forgot to take his medicine today." Hulaina clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and silently prayed that he wouldn't give up on his treatment. "When I bind you with my soul skill, you've already lost. Now, accept the price of your arrogance." Second soul skill. Mountain fire collapse. A high temperature erupted from Yan's body, and massive flames ignited on his skin. His muscles were covered with dense patterns, making him look extremely tough. In the next second, his body exploded into motion, charging at Su Sheng at high speed. Suddenly, Xiaoyu exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no, I forgot Su Sheng is an auxiliary soul master. This move might even shatter his bones." Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Hulaina, who was originally calm, couldn't help but feel worried. In a moment of urgency, she hurriedly shouted, "Su Sheng, get out of the way," but it was too late. In an instant, Yin had appeared in front of Su Sheng, and the next moment, he was about to strike him. Caught off guard, Su Sheng's pupils constricted, and he instinctively extended his palm, forcibly pulling back. With a loud bang, the room erupted with a deafening sound. Amidst the swirling dust, a fiery handprint appeared on Yan's cheek as he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision narrowed, and he flew straight back. Yan's body crashed into the wall, leaving a deep dent. In the following seconds, the dust and smoke that enveloped the area slowly dissipated. Su Sheng looked at his slightly numb right hand with a complex expression. Could it be that he accidentally killed someone? To be honest, that last hit felt pretty good. No wonder Tang Hao liked to beat people without using his martial soul. It felt great. Chapter 21. Seeking recommendation votes and collections. Hulaina and Xiaoyu lowered their hands that were blocking their view. The latter was stunned when he saw Su Sheng standing there, completely unharmed after being hit by Yan's second soul skill. Yan's attack hadn't even touched the hem of this guy's clothes. And that wasn't even the most outrageous part. You, a support soul master, just knocked away a powerful attack-type soul master who had unleashed their second soul skill with sheer brute force. He felt like his worldview was about to collapse. What on earth was happening in this world? A powerful attack-type soul master couldn't even win in a one-on-one against a support type. This guy was too strange. He couldn't be provoked. Hulaina quickly came to her senses and anxiously looked around, as there had just been a huge noise. Su Sheng seems fine, which means Yin is the one in trouble. A few seconds later, Hulaina finally found Yin, who had been slammed into the wall by Su Sheng and could not get out. Yin, with a bruised and swollen face, was unconscious with a fiery handprint on his cheek. Hulaina gently shook Yan's shoulder, cradling his upper body, and anxiously said, Yin, are you okay?" Yin gradually began to wake up, slowly opening his weak eyes. When he saw it was Hulaina, his tone naturally softened. Cough, Laina, I'm fine. Soon, Su Sheng and Xiaoyu also came over, squatting down with furrowed brows and asking, "Yin, is there anywhere in your body that feels uncomfortable?" Yin glanced at him without answering, instead pretending to be comfortable as he lay in Hulaina's embrace, giving Su Sheng a provocative look. Su Sheng, in terms of strength, Yin would call you the strongest among the four of us. However, you have lost in life. Su Sheng felt very uncomfortable under this gaze, not understanding why he didn't just try a little harder to crush this guy. This was simply infuriating. The crouching Xiaoyu naturally saw Yan's provocative expression earlier, but he couldn't be bothered to care. The injury this guy just sustained was merely superficial. There was no need to send him to the Soul Hall's support-type Soul Master for treatment. It was probably enough to let Su Sheng heal him casually. With this thought, Xiaoyu turned to Su Sheng and said, "Su Sheng, You're a support-type soul master. You should have a healing soul skill, right? I do. But my martial soul's healing method is a bit peculiar. I don't know if Yen can accept it, Su Sheng replied, his gaze fixed intently on Yen. Well, you were quite lively just now. I hope you can handle it. This gaze sent a chill down Yan's spine, causing him to shrink into Hulaina's embrace. Noticing the movement in her arms, Hulaina assumed Yen had not yet recovered. Her concern was purely that of a teammate, with no personal feelings involved. So she didn't think much of it. Hulaina gently placed Yen back onto the cold floor. Su Sheng, please help Yen heal first. It would be bad if he suffers any after effects. Looking at Su Sheng's increasingly malicious eyes, lying on the ground, Yen seemed to realize that something was off. This guy's gaze clearly carried a sense of revenge. He would rather die than let him treat him. Absolutely not. Yen, lying on the ground, was suddenly pierced by countless petals of the Nine Heart Blood Lotus. This sight instantly made Xie Yu feel a strong urge to vomit. Seeing Hulaina's flushed cheeks and rapid heartbeat, clearly embarrassed and unsure of what to do, Xie Yu decisively reached out with both hands to cover Hulaina's beautiful eyes. The scene was simply too eye-watering, almost like the embodiment of an East Asian demon king. Su Sheng crossed her arms and looked at Yen, who was continuously panting softly, with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Little one, this time I'm going to take away your right to choose a partner for 3 years. Originally, the petals of the Nine Heart Blood Lotus had a slight toxicity, but Su Sheng cleverly controlled the toxicity to a level that wouldn't harm the body. This resulted in the petals losing their toxicity while possessing an extremely strong tingling sensation, combined with the restorative properties of the Nine Heart Blood Lotus. Hiss! That sensation was simply exhilarating, making one feel as if they were floating. After a few more minutes, seeing that the treatment was nearly complete, Su Sheng waved her hand, and the petals of the Nine Heart Blood Lotus gradually became transparent before finally dissolving into particles and disappearing. Without the interference of the tingling sensation, Yen, feeling completely relaxed, shook his head, and his mind finally started to think clearly. He looked up and saw Su Sheng's ambiguous smile. Then, all the events that had happened to him earlier flooded back into his mind. In an instant, his expression darkened, making one feel cold, and he angrily shouted at Su Sheng, "What did you just do to me? Why did I do that? I just did something so shameful that I want to peel my own skin off." I can imagine that my perfect image in Hulaina's mind must have plummeted to the bottom. Su Sheng innocently blinked and shrugged, saying, "I didn't do anything to you. Weren't you just enjoying it? This guy just denies everything after enjoying himself. A total scumbag." Yen clenched his fists tightly, wanted to rush over and punch Su Sheng to death. But the next moment, he inhaled sharply, suddenly realizing that this guy could easily beat him to a pulp with just one slap while he was using his soul skills. He was afraid that confronting him directly would be futile. He suppressed his anger, forcing a stiff smile as he looked at Xie Yu and Hulaina. Hulaina's face was still as red as an apple, and Xie Yu pulled her behind him, vigilantly saying to Yen, "Stay away from Laina, you pervert." I damn it. Yen gritted his teeth, clenching his fists so tightly that his nails left deep imprints on his skin. The next moment, as if he could no longer hold on, his vision went dark, and his body suddenly collapsed to the ground. Under Su Sheng's gaze filled with resentment throughout the day, he finally understood the lesson for today when a soft female voice suddenly appeared in his ear. "Su Sheng, come out for a moment." This incredibly familiar voice made Su Sheng immediately recognize its owner, none other than Bibi Dong. Su Sheng stood up calmly from his seat and walked outside the academy. Yen, seeing this, deliberately mocked, "What's this guy doing now? Doesn't he know we have to study tonight?" Xie Yu glanced at him with disdain and said, "That's enough. Isn't it you who wanted to challenge him? You almost got wrecked by a single slap." This brought up Yan's sore spot, and he retorted defiantly, "Xie Yu, why are you getting all worked up? If you have the guts, go fight that freak Su Sheng. Let's see if he can knock you out with one slap." Xie Yu spoke leisurely, "Why should I? As long as I don't fight, who would know I'm not as good as him? Intelligence is a good thing, but too bad you don't have it." Yan's eyes widened in shock. He never expected Xie Yu to be so shameless and angrily shouted, "Xie Yu, you're despicable." Xie Yu closed his eyes and ignored him. The truth is, as long as the two of them don't fight one-on-one, Su Sheng is just a support-type soul master outside, who would know they can't beat him. Chapter 22, Absorbing the Soul Bone in My Room. After Su Sheng walked to the entrance of the academy, he saw a woman in a pope's uniform, her graceful figure and demeanor filled with a desire that stirred the depths of one's heart. Beside her stood Qi Rao, whose face was filled with reverence nodding continuously during the conversation with Bibi Dong. However, in the next moment, Bibi Dong's thin lips slightly parted to utter a few words. And at that instant, Chi Fan seemed to hear something unbelievable. His pupils suddenly constricted, filled with fear and astonishment. Chi Ruo took a deep breath, and in a serious tone said, "Your Holiness, you can rest assured that I will never speak of this matter." Holding the purple gold staff, Bibi Dong's cold expression softened slightly as she nodded slightly. Su Sheng's achievement of becoming a Title Douluo must not be overly exposed. Aside from a few individuals who must know, she absolutely does not allow anyone to spread this information without permission, because it is highly likely that she will reach the ultimate Douluo before the age of 30, or even obtain divinity. This will become the ace up the sleeve for the Spirit Hall to completely dominate the entire continent. Su Sheng walked over to the two with a calm expression. After reaching Bibi Dong's side, he respectfully asked, "Teacher, is there something you need from me?" Bibi Dong softly responded with an Then, with an emotionless gaze, she glanced at Chi Ruo and coldly said, "Chi Ruo, you can go back now." Chi Ruo took a deep look at Su Sheng before turning to leave. If the Pope hadn't mentioned it, he might have never known that this child named Su Sheng had already surpassed him in cultivation, reaching the terrifying level of Title Douluo. Aside from theoretical knowledge, he had nothing that could qualify him to be Su Sheng's mentor. Su Sheng squinted his eyes and asked in confusion, "Teacher, what were you just talking about? Why does it feel like Mentor Chi Ruo is looking at me differently?" Bibi Dong did not answer the question. Instead, she silently pressed her thin lips together and forced a smile as she looked at Su Sheng, her pupils shimmering with hopeful starlight. "Little Sheng, may I call you that?" She could always see the shadow of Yu Xiaojiang in Su Sheng. They were both the same kind of genius, just in different fields. The entire continent knew that the martial soul core's top 10 competitive strengths proposed by Yu Xiaojiang, also known as the Master, were famous worldwide, but no one had dared to try using their own martial soul to test it. The mutated, seemingly useless blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul was a stain on his life. In contrast, Su Sheng possessed a terrifying talent with his martial soul, but his theoretical knowledge was not outstanding. This is why Bibi Dong would connect the two seemingly unrelated individuals. Su Sheng's face first showed a hint of surprise. The usually aloof Bibi Dong surprisingly spoke such intimate words to someone she had only known for a few days. It was probably related to her beloved Yu Xiaojiang from her youth. Su Sheng smiled and said, "Of course it's possible. However, teacher, is there something you find difficult to say?" Bibi Dong's delicate body trembled, as if she had received a great shock, and she suddenly shouted coldly, "You will know about this matter in the future." Su Sheng immediately fell silent, realizing that his previous words had evidently touched on painful memories from Bibi Dong's past. He knew she needed some time to calm down, otherwise it would only lower his impression in her eyes. Bibi Dong quickly closed her eyes and opened them again, her tone carrying a hint of apology. "Xiao Sheng, some things are not yet the right time to discuss. Let's walk and talk." This was a rare opportunity to strengthen their master-disciple relationship, and he couldn't foolishly refuse. Walking side by side on the road to the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong and Su Sheng appear to have a significant height difference, with Bibi Dong towering over Su Sheng by at least 3 heads. Bibi Dong slowly lowered her purple gold staff and said in a leisurely tone, "Su Sheng, what I just discussed with Chiro was about you. Is it because of my soul power level?" The clever Su Sheng immediately thought of this. Bibi Dong nodded, her gaze fixed intently on Su Sheng as she said seriously, "That's right. You have now reached the level of a Title Douluo, and the training from Elena and the others is more harmful than beneficial for you. Therefore, I personally came to formulate your training plan." Su Sheng was taken aback for a moment and smiled slightly, saying, "Teacher, I understand." Bibi Dong was indeed a decisive woman. After accepting him as her disciple, she had seemingly only given him 3 soul bones on the surface, but secretly, she had taken great care to formulate a plan for him. With such a dedicated and sincere teacher, Su Sheng felt that becoming her disciple was the right choice. However, he also had some doubts in his heart. Although he hadn't deliberately cultivated during this period, his soul power had been steadily rising in a strange way. Yet he had been lingering around a bottleneck and had not been able to sense an opportunity for a breakthrough. Curiously, he voiced his doubts. "Teacher, recently I've roughly touched the threshold of level 91, but I haven't found an opportunity to break through. I wonder if you know what the issue might be?" Bibi Dong had already reached the level of a 99 rank limit Douluo, so she must have experienced this before. Therefore, she might know something. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong frowned, realizing that Su Sheng's situation was quite different from what she had in mind. Based on her experience, After Su Sheng absorbed the soul bones, his body should be able to withstand the pressure brought by the rise in soul power. If he had already touched the threshold, he shouldn't be unable to break through. Immediately, Bibi Dong's tone became increasingly urgent as she gravely asked, still at level 90, Xiao Sheng, have you absorbed the soul bones I gave you before? Su Sheng was taken aback for a moment, shook his head to deny that he hadn't yet absorbed the soul ring, and after speaking, his eyes suddenly brightened. Could it be that the reason he had been unable to break through was due to his physical condition? This was very possible. Bibi Dong moved closer to Su Sheng, quickly extending her smooth and white hand to grasp his tender wrist, closing her eyes to sense the situation within him. Unknowingly, a unique and mature woman's fragrance belonging to Bibi Dong slowly flowed into Su Sheng's nose. It made Su Sheng calm down, feeling an unprecedented sense of pleasure, and his mind instantly became dozens of times clearer. In this atmosphere, Su Sheng didn't even dare to move, fearing that the woman might notice something. After a while, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes gradually opened, slowly releasing Su Sheng's hand and then gripping the purple gold scepter tightly again. A cold smile appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. Su Sheng, today you will go to my room to absorb the soul bone. There's a specially arranged shielding soul guide device there. Su Sheng instinctively responded with an but after realizing it, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Teacher, did you just say to let me go to your room to absorb the soul bone? He couldn't have heard wrong, right? Bibi Dong actually wanted him, a man, to go to her private chamber to absorb the soul bone. Bibi Dong's expression became even colder. What? You don't want to? Su Sheng felt a chill all over and waved his hands to explain, Teacher, that's not what I meant. I'm just worried that it might disturb you. Damn it, going to Bibi Dong's private chamber alone, it's hard to say whether it's torment or a privilege. Chapter 23. Alone in a room, seeking recommendations, seeking collections, holding the purple gold scepter, Bibi Dong's calm eyes swept over Su Sheng's face, trying to discern something from that handsome yet slightly inexperienced face. Discussing certain matters with Su Sheng felt like conversing with an adult, even though the latter was merely a 9-year-old child. After a while, she expressionlessly said, Don't worry, it's very quiet there. Usually I live alone, so how could it disturb anyone? Although in the spirit hall, her room was absolutely off-limits to anyone except Hulaina, she inexplicably felt less resistant towards Su Sheng. It was likely because this child carried a hint of his aura, which made her feel a sense of affinity. Seeing that his beloved teacher Bibi Dong said so, Su Sheng feared that refusing again would anger her. However, thinking about it still made him quite excited. There weren't many people on the entire continent who could enter Bibi Dong's room, which would be enough for him to brag about for a year among other transmigrators. Su Sheng's head lowered slightly. Then she said, I will trouble the teacher to protect me tonight. Su Sheng followed Bibi Dong for a distance that was neither long nor short, and finally, a rather shabby, no, it should be described as a simple great hall appeared before them. From the outside, one could vaguely sense that this hall had long been deprived of sunlight, with a heavy and oppressive atmosphere surrounding it. After stopping, a look of nostalgia flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes as she looked up at this simple place, which in her heart was second only to the spirit hall. If things had gone according to the initial agreement, she should have been living in such leisurely times with that man. However, things did not go as planned. He left, and all that remained was this empty hall. Su Sheng, standing beside her, looked up and scanned the area. After a brief observation, he found nothing particularly special, a stark contrast to the expensive Pope's Hall. One was made of walls crafted from crystal and even diamonds, while the other was built with ordinary bricks and tiles. With such a significant disparity, Su Sheng couldn't believe there wasn't a story behind it. However, he didn't dare to ask. After all, he had only become familiar with Bibi Dong for a few days. He wasn't foolish enough to think that she completely trusted him yet. Bibi Dong naturally noticed the curiosity on Su Sheng's face, and her brows gradually relaxed. A genuine smile tugged at the corners of her mouth as she murmured, Xiao Sheng, isn't it strange why this place is so shabby? Even the main door is rusted? Seeing that Bibi Dong had seen through his thoughts, Su Sheng, feeling embarrassed, chose to remain silent. At such times, saying nothing was the best approach. Bibi Dong's personality was unpredictable. Who knew if she would be smiling one second and then cold enough to kill the next? But after waiting for a while, Bibi Dong didn't say another word. Su Sheng quietly glanced at Bibi Dong, only to see that the latter had already noticed his small movement and was staring at him with a slightly focused gaze, seemingly waiting for Su Sheng's answer. Su Sheng gently coughed to cover up his earlier embarrassment, thinking that Bibi Dong was discussing her past with him. He didn't expect that she was actually waiting for his response. He couldn't understand. He really couldn't understand. How could he know about the secrets of Yu Xiaojiang or Bibi Dong? The only thing he knew was that Bibi Dong's current ruthless and decisive demeanor was merely a facade to conceal another side of her. He carefully inquired, saying that with the resources of the Spirit Hall, it was impossible that they couldn't resolve the issue in such a small place. It must be that this hall was something extremely important to her teacher, something that couldn't be tarnished. Bibi Dong gazed at Su Sheng with deep meaning and said ambiguously, "You're not wrong. As you said, this place holds the happiest memories of my teacher. Let's go in first." She didn't want to bring up those painful memories again, especially about Qian Xuanji, that scoundrel who wore her teacher's skin. Bibi Dong slowly pushed the door open, and the two entered the room. As soon as he stepped inside, Su Sheng felt a sensation similar to sound wave shielding, which he assumed was due to the soul guide. In the center of the room, on a table, there was a small, flickering candle barely illuminating the dim space. Bibi Dong placed her purple gold scepter down and approached a chair, slowly sitting down. Looking at Su Sheng, she softly instructed, "You should now sit cross-legged and absorb the soul bone. The surrounding soul guides will shield the commotion from your breakthrough, so you don't need to worry about making too much noise and attracting others' attention." The reason she brought Su Sheng here to absorb the soul bone was twofold. First, the creation of soul guides was extremely difficult, and even the Spirit Hall had very few. Second, the soul guides installed in this place were precisely the most advanced currently being developed. Even the aura of a Title Douluo would be shielded. Otherwise, breaking through within the Spirit Hall could cause a huge disturbance that might attract the attention of the Elder Hall and other opposing forces. She didn't want to reveal Su Sheng, a future card that could overturn the continent, too early. Su Sheng stared at the tension of being alone in a room with Bibi Dong, gently sitting cross-legged on the ground. He then took out the 3 soul bones that Bibi Dong had previously bestowed upon him. The 3 soul bones, each emitting a different glow, quietly hovered in front of him. The 3 soul bones were the wisdom skull of spiritual condensation, the flame right arm of explosive burning, and the wind-chasing left leg of rapid advancement. Su Sheng stared at the 3 floating soul bones with a twitching mouth, momentarily unsure of how to choose. Sitting in the chair, Bibi Dong propped her chin on her hand, her enchanting eyes seemingly seeing through everything. She spoke, "Xiao Sheng, start with the skull. That's the most dangerous one." Su Sheng cast a grateful glance, thinking, "Teacher, while others are struggling to obtain a soul bone, I am troubled by having 3 soul bones and not knowing which one to absorb first. Comparing people can be infuriating. If I were in front of the Title Douluo today, I fear I would be beaten to death." Su Sheng shook his head, calming his restless heart, and then held the wisdom skull of spiritual condensation in front of his chest. He transformed his soul power into threads that intertwined with the soul bone, then closed his eyes. Seeing that Su Sheng had already begun to absorb the soul bone, Bibi Dong reminded him from aside, "Xiao Sheng, you need to feel the presence of the soul bone with your heart. Don't try to resist it. Once the soul bone is absorbed by the soul master, it is like bones that have grown from oneself. So during the absorption, you must relax your body and mind, allowing for a perfect integration with the soul bone." With his eyes closed while absorbing the soul bone, Su Sheng could feel that he was in a vast ocean of sky blue, even without looking around. He surveyed this incredibly tranquil ocean, feeling as if he were the master here, capable of controlling everything. Su Sheng couldn't help but purse his lips in praise. Is this the scene of absorbing a soul bone? So beautiful. Chapter 24. It's getting late. Let's sleep together. But the next moment, the entire light blue ocean began to surge violently, and the surroundings spun wildly as countless mental power attacks from the soul bone rushed directly towards Su Sheng. This attack, which aimed to tear apart his mind, caused Su Sheng's face to show signs of pain as he bit his thin lips and silently endured the suffering. Afterward, the pain became increasingly intense, and when it reached its peak, Su Sheng couldn't help but let out a cold hiss. Despite already possessing the cultivation of a Title Douluo, his mental power was still quite thin, which meant that absorbing this skull would still bring unnecessary pain. As the surrounding ocean gradually turned transparent and merged into Su Sheng's body, that pain also began to dissipate. In the real world, the soul bone held in his hands quietly integrated into Su Sheng's skull. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Su Sheng slightly opened his eyes, feeling that after absorbing the skull, his mental power had made a significant breakthrough. Even without using his eyes to see, he could sense everything within a 5-meter radius. Bibi Dong, who had been watching Su Sheng closely from the side, squinted and asked, "Xiao Sheng, how is it?" Did you experience any rejection after the absorption? Although the possibility of rejection between a soul bone and a soul master was very small, it had to be taken seriously, especially for a skull-type soul bone, where even the slightest mistake could not be tolerated. The consequences could range from minor intelligence damage to severe cases leading to madness. Su Sheng turned around and smiled, saying, "Teacher, there's no need to worry. After absorbing this skull bone, my spiritual power has greatly improved, but it seems my cultivation level hasn't broken through yet." Bibi Dong, with an unchanged expression, propped her chin lightly and said, "This is to be expected. Relying solely on one soul bone cannot withstand the pressure of your Title Douluo soul power. At least you'll need to absorb 3 pieces before you can break through the bottleneck." Su Sheng looked thoughtfully at the other 2 soul bones and asked, "Teacher, should I start absorbing the other soul bones now?" He thought that the sooner he finished absorbing them, the sooner he could feel at ease, especially after hearing what Bibi Dong had said earlier. If he didn't absorb the soul bones, his body could only survive for 2 years at most, which felt like a ticking time bomb. However, to his surprise, Bibi Dong shook her head and denied Su Sheng's thought, coldly saying no. Take a break before continuing to absorb. Although the other soul bones are not as dangerous, they're not that easy either. Su Sheng nodded and did not ask too many questions, continuing to sit cross-legged and begin his cultivation. After that, Su Sheng successively absorbed the 2 soul bones, the explosive burning flame from his right arm and the swift wind from his left leg. Since they had little to do with mental power, the entire process went very smoothly. As a result, his cultivation successfully broke through that bottleneck. Advancing from level 90 to level 91, Su Sheng stood up from the ground, brushed off his pants, and looked at Bibi Dong, who seemed a bit lost in thought. Unable to help but interrupt her, he asked, "Teacher, do you have anything else to discuss? If not, I'll head back now." Being alone in this small dark room with a beautiful woman made him feel like he had to be extremely cautious about everything. Most importantly, there was a stunning beauty beside him that he could only admire from afar. How could a man withstand that? Furthermore, his current body was still that of a child. He hadn't even developed properly. Returning to her senses, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes flashed with a glimmer as she glanced outside from the window. She saw that the huge spirit hall had already been enveloped by the night. After a moment of calm contemplation, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted slightly. She turned her gaze back to Su Sheng, and her captivating face flushed with a hint of pink, which quickly vanished. Standing up, she slowly moved closer to Su Sheng and gently patted him on the shoulder. Trying to sound casual, she said, "Xiao Sheng, it's getting late. Why don't you sleep here tonight? Just consider it keeping your teacher company, okay?" Su Sheng's legs stiffened as if struck by lightning. What was going on? He was in a teacher-student relationship with Bibi Dong. First, they were alone together, and now she wanted him to sleep with her. My goodness, why does the plot always develop in such a dramatic way? Is it possible that he was destined to develop a romance with Bibi Dong? Su Sheng silently shrank back, forcing Bibi Dong to release her hand from his shoulder. Then he took a deep breath and politely declined, "Teacher, I think it's better to forget it. It's not far from the academy, and if others see us, it might not be good for you." She wouldn't easily agree just because Bibi Dong is beautiful. Su Sheng, although lazy, is still an upright man. Upon hearing Su Sheng's response, Bibi Dong's face showed unmistakable disappointment, and she slightly turned away, letting out a quiet sigh. Su Sheng, who was turned away, could clearly sense Bibi Dong's unmasked disappointment due to his enhanced perception from absorbing the skull. Seeing a beautiful woman, especially his teacher, showing such an expression made him feel a little guilty. Should he just give in to Bibi Dong? After some hesitation, he suggested, "Teacher, how about this? You sleep on the bed, and I'll practice on the floor. Would that be okay?" He secretly thought to himself that he was still so young. Bibi Dong probably wouldn't do anything to him, right? Surely not. Bibi Dong, who had turned away, seemed to have received a precious gift. She suddenly turned back with a smile, and her clear, pure smile made everything else seem unimportant. Bibi Dong walked back to Su Sheng's side, hugged him tightly, and whispered, "Of course, little Sheng, thank you. It's been a long time since anyone could talk to the teacher like this." As night gradually faded, a ray of light shone through the window into the room, hitting Su Sheng's face. He reached out to rub his eyes and then tried to stand up, only to find that his waist was tightly gripped by a pair of hands, and he could faintly hear the even breathing next to his ear. Su Sheng reached out and touched the soft bed, unable to help but gasp. What the heck? Wasn't I practicing on the floor all day yesterday? How'd I end up on the bed? That breathing sound just now couldn't be. Su Sheng frowned and quietly glanced to the side, only to see Bibi Dong, who had already fallen asleep yet still maintained an exceptionally graceful posture. Her breathtakingly beautiful face, smooth and wrinkle-free, lay peacefully beside him. If that were all, it wouldn't be a big deal. But what was happening now? Bibi Dong's body was pressed tightly against his back. Su Sheng slowly recalled a sentence in his mind. Dare you move? He trembled in his heart and thought, I dare not move. I dare not move. As long as he moved, even slightly, he would touch the perfectly curved body of Bibi Dong. Once that happened, there would be no way to explain anything. Chapter 25. Rest for a day. Seeking recommendations, seeking collections. The lovely Bibi Dong held Su Sheng tightly, and although the latter really wanted to break free, he couldn't just use brute force to pry her arms apart, right? Moreover, that would definitely wake her up. Su Sheng slowly raised his gaze, looking at Bibi Dong's exquisite features, his arm trembling as he reached out to her. He thought it would be better to wake Bibi Dong himself, to avoid her thinking he had done something inappropriate. But who would have thought that his trembling arm was completely unsteady and suddenly drooped down, perfectly grazing Bibi Dong's tender, baby-like smooth skin, causing ripples in Su Sheng's heart. Realizing what had just happened, Su Sheng's heart suddenly raced. What had he just done? He had touched Bibi Dong? It was over. Bibi Dong was definitely going to wake up soon, and upon seeing his reckless actions, he feared it would truly be a disaster. However, after a while, the elegant Bibi Dong merely had her long eyelashes flutter slightly before returning to normal. The heavy stone that had been weighing on Su Sheng's heart finally fell, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that it was good she didn't wake up. He carefully withdrew the arm that had been gently stroking Bibi Dong's cheek, then extended his right hand. With no other choice, Su Sheng opened his palm, and a sinister red glow of the Nine Heart Blood Lotus slowly emerged from his hand. In the next moment, the petals of the Nine Heart Blood Lotus linked together and moved towards Su Sheng's back, covering Bibi Dong's arm. These petals gently wrapped around her arm, then pressed tightly against her skin, emitting a faint toxicity that temporarily dulled the sensation in that arm. Su Sheng raised his palm, causing the petals of the Nine Heart Blood Lotus to gently lift Bibi Dong's arm before moving away from Su Sheng's back. After doing all this, Su Sheng quickly got up from the bed, stretched comfortably, and turned to look at Bibi Dong, who was still asleep behind him. The Bibi Dong, who had lost some of her sharpness and gained a more adorable and approachable aura, was simply captivating. After giving her a faint smile, Su Sheng walked out, gently pushed the door closed, and left the room. Unbeknownst to him, after sensing the door close, Bibi Dong, who was lying in bed, slowly opened her eyes, her expression complex as she stared at the closed door. In fact, she had woken up quite some time ago, but pretended to be asleep to avoid making Su Sheng uncomfortable. As for how Su Sheng ended up in bed after sleeping on the floor last night, it was she who had carried him there. After leaving Bibi Dong, Su Sheng arrived at the academy, pushed open the door, and walked inside. What caught his eye was Hu Laina, dressed in a white little warm robe, exuding a pure girl vibe, though the dark circles under her eyes and her sleepy expression added a cute touch. Su Sheng walked over to her, smiling and saying, Laina, good morning. Did you not sleep well? Hu Laina gave Su Sheng a resentful glance. It's Su Sheng. We didn't sleep at all last night. We were studying about soul beasts. Oh, Su Sheng said, slightly surprised, looking at Xie and Yin behind her, both of whom also looked very tired. It seemed that after he left yesterday, the three of them had gone through another round of intensive studying. Yin suddenly slammed the table, rolled her eyes, and lay down, very displeased, saying, I can't take it anymore. I want to sleep. We don't even have time to sleep during the day. Is this something a person can handle? Xie shook his head helplessly. You should get up, or else Teacher Chi Ruo will see you and punish you again. Trying to cultivate your soul power can help relieve fatigue. Easier said than done. Yin retorted and directly closed her eyes, falling into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Su Sheng and the others didn't know whether to wake her up. Xie shrugged, indicating that he was also powerless. Their study intensity was on a completely different level compared to other academies. They studied the theory of soul beasts and various aspects in the morning, practiced soul power in the afternoon, and had to study until dawn at night. This terrifying level of training, while allowing them to rapidly improve their cultivation, often led to insufficient sleep. Xie shook his head and turned his gaze back to Su Sheng, curiously asking, Su Sheng, where did you go last night? How come even the extremely strict teacher, Chi Ruo, didn't stop you? Before Su Sheng arrived, Chi Ruo was extremely strict with the three of them. Unless it was something very important, they were basically required to be constantly studying and cultivating. As for resting, that was something they didn't even dare to think about. Unexpectedly, on Su Sheng's first day, Qi Ruo was actually able to endure this. Su Sheng thought for a moment and casually lied me. I went to discuss some matters with the teacher, so I didn't come. There is no way he could say something like, I slept with Bibi Dong, or I rested for a night with Bibi Dong. Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, couldn't help but exclaim, I see. No wonder Min or Qi Ruo would actually agree. Besides Su Sheng, Hulaina struggled for a moment before reaching out to poke the corner of Su Sheng's clothing. With a slightly shy expression, she said, Su Sheng, can you sit next to me? Su Sheng turned around and was momentarily stunned, then smiled lightly and said, okay. Xiaoyu observed this scene with sympathy, glancing at Yin, who was lying asleep behind them, and sneered, Yin, it seems my sister has already found someone she likes. Poor you, still foolishly sleeping. The next moment, he suddenly realized a serious problem, and his gaze towards Su Sheng gradually turned cold. Damn it, this guy actually wants to take my sister. Hiss. If only I could beat him. Before he could finish his thought, Qi Ruo walked in from outside with a cold expression. Xiaoyu quickly shut his mouth, and Hulaina and Su Sheng sat down in succession. Yin, who had been sleeping soundly on the table, suddenly woke up at the sound of the door opening, straightened his back, and stared intently at Qi Ruo. Qi Ruo first glanced at Xiaoyu and the others, and when he saw Su Sheng, he remembered that this child was a Title Douluo powerhouse, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Qi Ruo covered his mouth and coughed, ahem. Hulaina, Xiaoyu, Yin, you've all been working hard in your studies these days, so today you can take a day off. But don't forget to practice your soul power. Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he dug at his ears, saying, did I hear that wrong? This old man actually let us take a break? As he lost his mind, Xiaoyu lowered his head, deep in thought, and said, this doesn't make sense. Could it be that Qi Ruo has changed his ways and intends to let us resume normal training and studying? No way. There's definitely a conspiracy. Meanwhile, Hulaina directly asked suspiciously, Teacher Qi Ruo, did you just misspeak? Or are you saying we should practice all night today? Su Sheng remained silent, curiously sizing up Qi Ruo, waiting for him to continue. Upon seeing the reactions of Xiaoyu and the others, Qi Ruo's face suddenly darkened. How could he have taught them, and now be viewed as such an unapproachable mentor in their eyes? You heard me right. Today you all get a day off. Su Sheng, come with me. Qi Ruo looked at Su Sheng with a hint of respect. Chapter 26. Heading to the Great Soul Arena, seeking recommendation votes. Seeking collections. After Su Sheng and Qi Ruo walked out, the former asked in confusion, Mentor Qi Ruo, do you need something from me? Qi Ruo nodded and said seriously, Su Sheng, His Holiness the Pope has informed me that you have already reached the level of a Title Douluo. Su Sheng pondered for a moment, pursed her lips, and raised an eyebrow, saying, so what? Should I just skip the training? Qi Ruo denied Su Sheng's statement, coughing lightly, no. It's because the training plan assigned to you by His Holiness the Pope is quite different from what the Evil Moon and the others have. When he first heard that His Holiness the Pope wanted a child of just a few years old to participate in the Grand Soul Arena, he almost thought he was hearing things. After all, casualties can easily occur in the Grand Soul Arena, especially in the Grand Soul Arena within Soul City, where the number of casualties is terrifying. It wasn't until later that she reminded herself that this child in front of her had awakened with innate level 90 soul power. Truly a Title Douluo. Only after that could he understand the Pope's intentions. Su Sheng silently glanced at him and said, Qi Ruo, please continue. What is the difference between them and Xiaoyu? He was somewhat looking forward to what task Bibi Dong would assign him. Since Bibi Dong knew that his soul power had reached level 91, she certainly wouldn't give him tasks that were useless. So, what kind of training would be effective for him? Qi Ruo spoke seriously. Su Sheng, according to His Majesty the Pope's orders, you will study theoretical knowledge with Xiaoyu and the others every morning. In the afternoon, you will go alone to the Great Soul Arena in Soul City for 1v1 duels, and you need to achieve a diamond medal rank. In the evening, you will hunt at least one soul beast with a cultivation of over 20,000 years. After saying this, Qi Ruo felt that these training tasks were quite challenging. Moreover, Su Sheng was an auxiliary-type soul master, and if he wasn't careful, he might lose his life to a soul beast. Su Sheng, with a calm expression, listened without showing any signs of fluctuation because these tasks weren't very difficult, especially the duels at the Great Soul Arena. With his title, Douluo Soul Power, he could basically achieve a complete victory. If there were no limits on the number of matches, he could earn a diamond medal in just one day. Su Sheng found it a bit boring and asked, is that all? Qi Ruo couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Is that really it? Su Sheng can't possibly not understand the difficulty of this task, right? Even though he is a Title Douluo, he is only an auxiliary type. It's nearly impossible to contend with a 10,000-year soul beast. Otherwise, he would surely lament that he is nearly 50 years old. Yet he is not even as capable as a child of a few years old. Chiruo thought for a moment, realizing that His Holiness the Pope had only told him this much. After that, there was nothing more. Sheng, you probably still don't know where the Great Spirit Arena is, right? Sheng nodded noncommittally. He had only been here for a few days and was naturally not familiar with Wuhuan City. Well, since you just arrived and are still unfamiliar, Chiruo stroked his white beard and suggested, that's perfect. Right now, Xiaoyu and the others are resting, so I'll take you there. After taking Su Sheng around once, what Su Sheng should do in the future would no longer concern him. Chiruo led Su Sheng towards the Grand Soul Arena in Wuhuan City. Due to Su Sheng's exceptionally handsome appearance, he stood out on the entire street, and exclamations of admiration from both men and women continuously rang out. Wow, that boy is so handsome. I wonder which sect or family he belongs to. So handsome. If I could get this kid engaged to my little Ching, I would have no regrets in this life. Don't dream. Look closely at the middle-aged man with the white beard beside him. He's a mentor from the Wuhuan Academy. He's a soul emperor-level expert. Walking alongside Su Sheng, Chiruo's ears perked up as he heard these generous praises. He glanced at Su Sheng and said with a hint of envy, Su Sheng, it seems you are quite popular. Considering that he was a mentor at the Wuhuan Academy and a soul emperor-level expert, he never received such attention. Indeed, the difference in appearance between people is still very important. Su Sheng thick-skinnedly smiled and said, it's mutual, isn't it? Chiruo's name is also well known among everyone. Being handsome is a gift from heaven, and we can't refuse it. Chiruo shook his head with a bitter smile, pointed to the faintly visible circular building ahead, and explained, I'm getting old, can't do it anymore. Su Sheng, look, that circular conference hall in front is the Grand Duel Arena. Su Sheng raised her eyes and could barely see a silhouette. She faintly said, it really doesn't differ much from the description in the original work. At the entrance of the Great Soul Arena, there were 2 rows of women who were not very beautiful, but extremely pleasing to the eye. Upon seeing Su Sheng and Chiruo approaching, they all bowed and sweetly welcomed them. Welcome to the Great Soul Arena. Please come in. Chiruo nodded and led Su Sheng inside. The 2 slowly stopped, and Su Sheng looked up and surveyed the area. They were currently in the lowest level of the corridor, with 3 identical levels above them. Seeing that he had come to his senses, Chiruo patiently began to explain. Su Sheng, the Great Soul Arena is divided into 2 parts. One is the registration area for participants, which is where we are now, and the upper levels are the resting areas. The other part is the spectator seats for watching the battles, which you can access by walking down that main path to find your seat. Su Sheng secretly took note of this, then saw a shop in front that was open, displaying computers and other items. Inside, a beautiful female staff member was busy entering information for other soul masters. After Su Sheng replied, he slowly walked towards the storefront. I understand, that must be the registration place. Chiruo, seeing Su Sheng so eager, followed him. The staff member in the store wiped the sweat from her forehead, and, upon catching a glimpse of Su Sheng, her eyes flashed with surprise. This little brother is so handsome. If he grows up a bit more, I might even want to flirt with him. A group of people nearby noticed the female staff member staring at Su Sheng and said unhappily, Hey, why are you staring at that kid? Hurry up and enter our information. The female staff member quickly came to her senses, took their cards, and said apologetically, Oh, I'm sorry, I'll enter it right away. She typed a few things on the computer and asked, Please tell me your team name. The man who had scolded her earlier propped his chin and thought for a moment. There are 7 of us, so let's just call the team 7 people carrying the coffin. That works. The female staff member, hearing this strange name, asked with a peculiar expression, Sir, are you sure? The man sensed the questioning tone in her words and angrily replied, Hey, do you not understand? Just fill out as I said. The female staff member, having received her response, no longer cared about them and thought, let them call it what they want. Hopefully, all 7 of them will be carried away together. After finishing the entry, she coldly handed the card back and said, Entry successful. Please wait in the Dual Soul area. The man snorted in displeasure and left with the other 6. The female staff member took a deep breath and turned her gaze back to Su Sheng. Seeing his delicate little face, her previously irritated mood instantly brightened. This kid has magic. Just one glance made her feel revitalized. She then smiled slightly and gently said to Su Sheng, Little brother, are you here to watch the match? The spectator area is over there. Chapter 27, Nine Heart Blood Begonia versus. The coffin bearer's Su Sheng revealed her bright eyes and white teeth. Sister, I'm here to participate in the soul fighting, not to watch. Are all the sisters in Douluo so good-looking? At times like this, acting aloof is the most attractive. Su Sheng used his virgin complex to deduce the first rule of flirting. The waitress smiled gracefully, covering her mouth, but then her expression turned serious as she ominously warned. Little brother, you're not trying to make your sister happy, are you? How old are you? Participating in the soul fighting can be deadly. Su Sheng stretched out his palm and directly summoned the Nine Heart Blood Lotus, which emitted a crimson aura. For black soul rings slowly emerged from beneath his feet. Miss, I'm serious. I'm not joking with you. The 4 pitch-black soul rings flickered around Su Sheng, causing the waitress's face to change dramatically, and she took a step back in fear. Shock appeared on her face as she stammered. What? This little brother is actually a 4-ring soul master. And, as she spoke, her tone mixed with a hint of fear, the first 4 soul rings are actually 10,000-year soul rings. How terrifying is this child? All soul masters on the continent know a taboo. The absorption age of a soul master's first soul ring generally does not exceed 600 years. If it surpasses this limit, the soul master's body will not withstand the pressure and will explode. But this child, his first soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring, which has never been seen before on the entire continent. And what kind of powerful background must the person who raised such a terrifying child have? Su Sheng was not surprised to see the woman's astonished expression. With a slight smile, he said, Miss, can you input the information for me now? I told you, I'm not here to watch. The woman calmed her inner surprise and replied, as gently as possible, of course. But processing the information requires a payment of 10 gold soul coins. Even with her strictly trained professionalism, she felt that everything that had just happened was too surreal. Upon hearing the words golden soul coin, Su Sheng's expression suddenly became awkward. Speaking of which, didn't Bibi Dong give him some golden soul coins? How could I have fun like this? The perceptive waitress, seeing Su Sheng's awkwardness, politely suggested, Little brother, you wouldn't happen to have forgotten to bring your golden soul coins, would you? If that's the case, I could lend you some. For such a handsome little brother, it's worth it even if I have to take a loss. Su Sheng looked at the woman awkwardly scratching her hair. Just as he was about to thank her, Chi Ruo walked over and grabbed his shoulder. Su Sheng turned around and saw Chi Ruo take out a black card from her pocket and hand it to him. This is specially instructed by His Holiness for you. It contains 100,000 gold soul coins. That should be enough for your expenses. Su Sheng took the black card and noted that Bibi Dong was indeed very observant. He had just thought she hadn't prepared anything, but it seemed he had misjudged her. He examined the black card and found that aside from its very unique pattern, there was nothing particularly special about it. The female attendant at the counter, upon seeing the black card, couldn't help but gasp. Today was indeed her lucky day. She had just witnessed a shocking scene, and now something even more explosive had come up. If there were a few more surprises, her little heart wouldn't be able to handle it. A hint of suspicion flashed in her eyes. This card could only be used by His Holiness the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Could it be that this child and the middle-aged man were? Perhaps they were not just close associates of the Pope, but had a significant connection to him. No wonder this child's soul ring ratio was so terrifying. It all made sense now. Su Sheng handed the black card to the female server, asking if it was sufficient now. To his surprise, the woman shook her head in refusal. Seeing the confusion on Su Sheng's face, she quickly explained, Little brother, this is exclusive to His Holiness the Pope, so all fees can be waived. With that said, Su Sheng took back the black card, shrugged lazily, and said, so that's how it is. Having power really does come in handy. The woman then typed a few things on the computer and warmly asked, Little brother, please tell me your name, title, soul power level, and the type of soul battle you wish to participate in. Su Sheng thought for a moment and murmured to himself, Su Sheng, let's call the title Nine Heart Blood Begonia, soul power level 49. He certainly wouldn't foolishly claim to be a Title Douluo, as there probably wouldn't be anyone in the entire soul arena he could fight. Moreover, he wouldn't experience the thrill of not having to rely on a martial soul to draw people in. As Tang San, the son of Tang Hao, he hadn't learned these flashy things, but he had managed to learn from them. After a while, the woman had successfully entered Su Sheng's information into the computer and reminded him, okay, the entry was successful. You're participating in a 1v1 soul fight. You can wait in the rest area for further notice. Thank you, miss. Su Sheng nodded in response and turned to walk towards Chi Ruo. The waitress gazed at Su Sheng's back with beautiful eyes, then sighed helplessly. After sitting with Su Sheng in the rest area for a while, Chi Ruo looked at the sky and noticed it was almost afternoon, so she apologized to Su Sheng, Since you successfully registered, I should head back. Su Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly at Qi Ruo. Didn't you tell Xiaoyu and the others to take a break? Now he understood why Xiaoyu had such a hard time with this guy. What he said was simply like letting out gas. It's easy to imagine that Xiaoyu and the others must have gone through that process of hope turning into despair. Qi Ruo swallowed hard at this remark, feeling a bit awkward and unsure how to explain. Ahem, that's true, but I'm really worried that their training will fall behind. I'm sure they can understand my concerns. Su Sheng waved his hand, remaining calm as he said, Qi, you can go ahead. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu and the others would have to begin their learning journey again. Qi Ruo nodded, stood up straight, and quickly left. Not long after, a spirited male voice echoed through the entire, announcing, we interrupt for a 1v1 individual soul battle, featuring Jiao Xian Shuetang versus The Undertaker. Please, both parties, proceed to the third soul arena. After hearing this, Su Sheng, who had been slumped in his chair, slowly stretched and murmured to himself, is it finally my turn? But the title of the coffin bearer? Could it be one of those who signed up for the 7-man duel? Before signing up, he happened to encounter a team of 7. And it seemed that the peculiar team name was something like 7 coffin bearers. Shaking his head to dismiss these thoughts, Su Sheng quickly headed towards the third arena. In the third arena, the audience watched as a man in a black robe, exuding a kingly aura and walking slowly onto the duel stage, sparked a heated discussion. One man exclaimed, the coffin bearer? Is he the one who can summon monsters with a coffin? A woman next to him nodded, her face showing fear, and quietly said, Yes. It said that the monsters he summons from the coffin are very hard to kill. All the opponents in the previous matches didn't survive. Another person with a frivolous expression said, That Nine Heart Begonia? I've never heard of him. He is probably just a newbie. Meeting a terrifying guy like the coffin bearer is just his bad luck. Just wait, this guy is sure to be torn to pieces by the coffin bearer's monsters. Chapter 28, The Soul Ring. As the man continuously glided on the hoverboard in the duel arena and saw the audience's excitement reaching a peak, he knew it was time for him to make his appearance. Elegantly adjusting his 2-part daisy sunglasses on his face, he passionately announced, Hello, dear audience. I'm the handsome guy responsible for the commentary of this duel, Jala. In an instant, the audience below was ignited with anger. This guy was the notorious poisonous pacifier of the Grand Duel Arena. Anyone who had been blessed by him was almost guaranteed to lose. Even those with a significant advantage would still end up losing. Therefore, his reputation in the Grand Duel Arena was quite poor, but due to his outstanding commentary skills, no one dared to dismiss him. Enough with the nonsense. Let us get started already. Yes. Where's that Nine Heart Begonia? Why hasn't he come on stage yet? Could he be backing out at the last minute? Shut up. The last time you were here, your poisonous commentary caused us to lose a fortune in soul coins. Looking at the audience who were cursing him, Jala merely laughed heartily and shamelessly said, Seeing everyone welcoming me so passionately, it seems that commenting on this match will be very interesting. Do you even have any shame? Who the hell is welcoming you? Get off the stage. I demand a replacement. Damn it. I've never seen someone so shameless. Jala completely ignored these people and cast a doubtful glance at the coffin bearer's opponent. When he saw that it was a slightly shorter child, he exclaimed, Wow. The coffin bearer's opponent has appeared. But isn't he a bit too young? Could he be a disciple of that sect? Su Sheng's expression darkened sharply upon hearing Jala's commentary. He then raised his eyes and glanced at the latter, displeased. Can this guy even speak properly? Am I really just a bit younger? The spectators watching from below looked at Su Sheng, who was even less than half their height, and exclaimed in anger. What is this? This Nine Heart Blood Begonia is just a slightly handsome little brat? Is this a joke? A man with a lecherous face showed a glint of greed in his eyes, rubbing his palms in delight. Looks like today is a sure win. Definitely going to make a big profit. The woman next to him displayed endless disappointment on her face, shaking her head. The Great Soul Arena is getting less and less rigorous. Even this little brat can get on stage, and this should be a soul sect level battle. The coffin bearer, clad in a black cloak, fixed his blood-red eyes on Su Sheng and rasped, I'm not interested in little brats. Taking your life brings me no sense of achievement. Hurry up and get off the stage. Su Sheng squinted his eyes, then revealed a harmless smile and said, What a coincidence. I'm not interested in you either. After all, I've never encountered such a weak opponent. The Undertaker's whole body trembled, and his tone gradually mixed with a few strands of sharp, killing intent. Kid, you're looking for death. I was going to let you off the hook, but now, get ready to welcome death. He had initially thought to spare this kid's life out of consideration for his youth, but it seemed unnecessary now. He intended to use his own coffin to wrap up the body of this ignorant guy. Su Sheng yawned lazily and replied, "If you can do it." Jiala clapped his hands, and it seemed both sides were filled with fighting spirit. "Then please be ready for battle, starting in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1, start." The coffin bearer stomped his left leg heavily and coldly said, "Humph, kid, I'll show you what real strength is." He spread his arms, and a huge coffin slowly solidified in front of him, which he then placed before himself. 4 dazzling soul rings gradually appeared beneath his feet, white, yellow, and purple, which did not even meet the standard soul ring ratio. When Jiala saw the white soul ring, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes, quickly followed by a feigned excitement. "Our coffin bearer has revealed his 4 soul rings. He is actually a rank 40 soul master. This looks interesting." The first soul ring was only 10 years, which was enough to prove that this person's talent was not strong, even extremely poor. It was estimated that the person under the eerie black robe was already in his 50s or 60s. However, although the coffin bearer's first soul ring was a joke, the audience was still overwhelmingly discussing it. After all, a rank 40 soul master, even with a 10-year soul ring, had killed others of the same rank. Meanwhile, the other was just a young kid. It was clear who would win this match without even looking. Sure enough, the prediction was correct. Although the coffin bearer's first soul ring was 10 years, he should not be underestimated. Indeed, if he did not possess certain strength, how could he defeat or even kill others of the same rank as a rank 40 soul master? Su Sheng saw the solitary 10-year soul ring glowing with a white light and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Wow, I didn't expect there to be someone with a 10-year first soul ring. You really are impressive." The coffin bearer, hearing Su Sheng's sarcastic tone, couldn't help but feel a mix of embarrassment and anger. This 10-year soul ring was the source of his lifelong pain because his talent was indeed very poor. He suppressed the urge to tear Su Sheng apart and said coldly, "You dare to insult me like this, kid? Quickly show your soul ring. I can't wait to tear you to shreds. Want to see my soul ring? Sure, I'll satisfy you." Su Sheng's lips curled slightly. Since he wanted to see his own soul ring, he would definitely oblige. After all, it was quite amusing to strike a blow to his fragile ego as well. In the next moment, he gently extended his palm, and the 9 Heart Blood Lotus, exuding a chilling and bloodthirsty aura, blossomed in his hand. The blood-red glow radiated so widely that it brought a cold and oppressive atmosphere to the entire Great Soul arena. The coffin bearer, on the opposite side, looked at Su Sheng with disdain. This kid was still so young. His soul power level was at most that of a great soul master, and he could never be a match for him. But soon, his expression began to freeze, and his gaze shifted from disdain to intense fear. He took a few steps back in fright, his fearful face revealing his emotions. What had he just seen? A 10,000-year soul ring. That's right, a 10,000-year soul ring. This child, not even 10 years old, was not only a soul master, but each of his soul rings was a terrifying 10,000-year soul ring. 4 soul rings floated beneath Su Sheng's feet, and with a beaming smile, he asked how it was. "Aren't you going to look at my soul rings?" Due to participating in the soul arena, everyone used special eye adornments to cover their faces, so Su Sheng was not worried about being exposed. The coffin bearer wanted to speak, but found his words stuck firmly in his throat, unable to make a sound. Instead, Jiala, as if ignited by emotion, shouted enthusiastically to the audience, "This child is actually from the soul sect. Moreover, the soul ring configuration has far exceeded the limits that soul masters can achieve. 4 10,000-year soul rings." A burly man with stubble suddenly stood up from his seat, rubbed his eyes, and stared intently at the 4 pitch-black soul rings beneath Su Sheng's feet, fearfully exclaiming, "You're joking, right? 4 10,000-year soul rings?" The man next to him kept repeating, "How is this possible? Impossible. Even a Title Douluo couldn't achieve such a soul ring configuration, right? To have 4 10,000-year soul rings at just level 40, if he grows up." It seemed that the coffin bearer had met his match this time. Such an opponent had crushed him in every aspect, leaving him unable to resist. In an instant, Su Sheng became the focus of the entire soul arena. Chapter 29. Battle. The coffin bearer took a deep breath, frantically reassuring himself that this kid only had talent. When it came to a real fight, he might not lose to him. His eyes suddenly brightened as he sinisterly declared, "That's right, I won't lose." Second soul skill, white bone. The second yellow 100-year soul ring lit up, and the tightly closed coffin began to tremble violently, as if something terrifying was about to burst out of it. Su Sheng was not in a hurry to take action, curiously watching the coffin that was constantly trembling. This martial soul is quite interesting. It should be similar to summoning otherworldly creatures. Jala, standing on a hovering board in the air, saw that the coffin bearer had begun to take action and exclaimed, "Wow, the coffin bearer has activated his second soul skill first. What kind of creature will emerge from the coffin?" The audience below was intrigued, all widening their eyes in anticipation. Has it come out? The coffin bearer's special ability, summoning otherworldly creatures. It is said that the creatures summoned by this soul skill have flesh and blood, and even if their heads are cut off, they can quickly regenerate. This kid is in trouble. These things can't be killed. With a crack, the entire coffin board exploded, and the coffin lid was blasted into the sky by a tremendous impact. Then, a robust creature, covered in white bones, slowly walked out of the coffin. The strangest thing was that there was a trickle of blood flowing between its various body parts. This skeletal figure fixed its gaze on Su Sheng, continuously revealing a terrifying and eerie smile, while murmuring, "Kill, kill." Su Sheng was surprised that it could actually speak. This martial soul was quite unique. Although he still appeared lazy on the surface, a hint of vigilance rose in his heart. The coffin bearer let out a cold laugh, thinking this kid must be scared stiff. What a good opportunity. Following the command, the skeleton's body suddenly trembled, and it yanked out one of its own ribs, gripping it tightly as it charged towards Su Sheng. The skeleton's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Kill, kill. Upon reaching Su Sheng, it fiercely thrust the rib in its hand. Su Sheng looked calmly at the skeleton that was about to stab him. In the next moment, he nimbly sidestepped its attack, and feeling a bit restless, he swiftly retaliated with a powerful slap. Bang! Su Sheng's immense strength effortlessly sent the skeleton flying, causing its bones to scatter like fragments on the ground, making a clattering sound. The pallbearer exclaimed in shock, "What? It shattered my skeleton with just one slap." This skeleton body was even able to withstand a fierce attack from a strong offensive battle spirit sect. Yet before Su Sheng, it was as fragile as paper. Su Sheng shook his aching arm. After all, he had just struck a hard bone with all his strength. Although he didn't know if the bone had sustained any damage, he was definitely affected by the recoil. Once the numbness faded, Su Sheng mocked, "No way, your bone can't take a hit like that?" The embarrassed gravedigger clenched his fists and retorted, "Kid, don't get cocky. My bone is impossible to kill. As long as he has soul power, any creature I summon is an immortal body." Su Sheng frowned upon hearing this, refocusing his gaze on the shattered skeletal body, puzzled and asking, "Can it be killed?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the bones that Su Sheng had shattered with a single slap begin to automatically reassemble. In just a few seconds, the skeleton stood up again and swiftly drew out its own rib to charge at Su Sheng. Su Sheng's eyes flashed with surprise, secretly wondering if he was playing Gundam. And it even had a reassembly feature. However, the lifeless skeletons would not give him a moment to breathe, as one of them lunged at Su Sheng with a sudden thrust. Su Sheng softly uttered a phrase, "Third soul skill, Blood Tangs of Protection." The third black spirit ring under Su Sheng's feet lit up. Blood Tangs Royal, a very strong single-target defense skill. The shield will not disappear until it is broken. In other words, if this light shield is not shattered all at once, it will persist. In an instant, a layer of extremely dense light shield wrapped around him at a very fast speed, just a few millimeters away from Su Sheng's skin. The rib that the skeleton protruded struck heavily against the light shield, which didn't even show a single crack. Instead, the rib in its hand broke in half like a twig and fell to the ground. A hint of confusion appeared in the dark eye sockets of the bewildered skeleton. It blankly looked at the rib on the ground, then at the light shield surrounding Su Sheng. Thus, a dramatically comedic scene unfolded on the stage, as the unconscious skeleton repeatedly pulled out a rib to stab, break, and then repeat the process. The audience, who had initially been full of confidence in the coffin bearer, began to mock and jeer. Haha, this is hilarious. What the heck is this coffin bearer's soul skill? This skeleton is so dumb. It has been stabbing for so long and still can't break the light shield. The coffin bearer squinted his eyes, his expression serious, as he said, "Damn. Is this the power of a 10,000-year spirit ring?" The skeleton's attacks are simply not enough to leave a mark on the shield. Relying solely on the skeleton, it cannot break that light shield. The coffin bearer took a deep breath. The only option now was to go all out. He shouted, "Third soul skill, Blood Devour. Fourth soul skill, Giant Demon." The third and fourth soul rings, one yellow and one purple, lit up. The coffin lying on the ground directly replicated 3 coffins in a phantom form. The next moment, a familiar cracking sound was heard as 2 coffin boards flew into the air again. Jialu, who had been silent, pretended to be excited and said, "Wow, it seems our coffin bearer is ready to truly reveal his strength. Let's guess what kind of creatures are in the two coffins. Su Sheng looked at the two additional coffins that appeared, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up uselessly. The gap between the Century Soul Ring, the Millennium Soul Ring, and the 10,000-year Soul Ring was immense, and with his Title Douluo level soul power, the difference was irreparable. From the two coffins emerged a giant beast, its size comparable to that of 4 or 5 skeletons combined, roaring with a fierce and grotesque face, its sharp saw-like teeth seemingly carrying endless danger. The other was a tall, pale-skinned, stunning woman, her face adorned with a smile, especially highlighted by her elongated fangs, giving off a vampire-like appearance. The two summoned creatures let out piercing howls and rushed towards the light barrier surrounding Su Sheng, tearing at it. Under the control of the coffin bearer, the three creatures attacked. The skeleton poked with its ribs, the woman in white bit with her fangs, and the giant beast smashed with its strong arms. After a while, the coffin bearer rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring intently at the barrier that showed no signs of dimming. He exclaimed in shock, "This is impossible. Why has it not disappeared after all this time of smashing?" Indeed, the three creatures had been attacking the barrier for dozens of minutes without inflicting a single scratch. What kind of defensive soul skill did this guy possess? Chapter 30. The might of Nine Heart Blood Begonia. Such a monotonous battle had splashed cold water on the originally passionate audience, with some even lying back in their chairs and falling asleep. Douluo frowned slightly, feeling that the situation was not good. If this fight lacked any highlights, he, as the commentator, would also face penalties from the Great Soul Arena. He adjusted his half-moon sunglasses and shouted in an exciting tone. It seems the coffin bearer can't even break the opponent's soul skill shield. Is this the difference between a 10,000-year soul ring and a 1,000-year soul ring? However, how would this genius child defeat the coffin bearer? Let's wait and see. But the audience below was not buying it, feeling that they had paid to watch these three otherworldly creatures battle against the shield. What a joke. As the largest soul arena in Wuhan City, this fight was simply disappointing. A rather handsome man rested his chin in disbelief, saying, "So boring. The coffin bearer can't even break the shield. What's the point of this fight?" The woman he was holding nodded slightly, sighing, "Exactly, and this child, even with 4 terrifying 10,000-year soul rings, is just stupidly staying inside the shield. We demand a refund from the Great Soul Arena. That's right, refund our gold coins. It's a waste of time. I might as well go watch the other first or second soul arenas." Hearing the numerous protests for refunds, Douluo became anxious and softly reassured, "Everyone, please be patient. Please be patient. Often the most exciting duels are fought in the simplest ways. Perhaps something spectacular will unfold soon." Su Sheng looked at the coffin bearer opposite him, who was panting heavily from excessive soul power consumption, and smiled. "It seems the audience can't wait any longer. Why don't you just surrender?" The coffin bearer glanced at the three creatures he had summoned and thought to himself, "I can hold on for another 10 minutes or so. This kid's 10,000-year soul ring must be consuming a huge amount of soul power. If I just persevere, I'll win." With that thought, he couldn't help but smile as he looked back at Su Sheng, convinced that he had seen through him. "Impossible. I see you're using up a large portion of your soul power just to maintain that shield, right? The way you look now is just a facade. Besides, do you really think you have a chance to attack me now? I'm the one in control of the battlefield. How could I possibly give up easily?" Su Sheng shrugged and spoke to the bearer of the coffin in an increasingly cold tone. "So that means there's nothing to discuss? If I make a move, it will be bloody. Since this guy wouldn't admit defeat, he wouldn't hold back anymore." The bearer of the coffin chuckled mockingly. "Kid, do you really think you can defeat me? If you can defeat me, I'll commit suicide on the spot. Bone, bloodthirsty troll, keep attacking." He couldn't believe this kid could still manage something. Just as he was halfway through his words, he looked at Su Sheng in shock as the pitch-black soul ring beneath his feet lit up again. How is this possible? This shield should require continuous soul power injection. How can it attack others while simultaneously protecting itself? Su Sheng was too lazy to waste words with him and coldly said, "First soul skill, Blooming Begonia." The Nine Heart Blood Begonia in his hand instantly split apart, drifting towards the coffin bearer like bright rose petals with thorns. The coffin bearer, standing in place, felt a jolt in his pupils. Deep down, he sensed a strong unease from these petals, even a trembling illusion. If these petals hit his body, he would die. He hurriedly ran towards his three creatures, shouting, "Not good. Get back here." As the petals of the Nine Heart Blood Begonia slowly floated in the wind, every trace they left in the air was stained with a bloody red tail. The three giant creatures, receiving the coffin bearer's command, immediately stopped their attack on Su Sheng and quickly positioned themselves in front of him. looking at the three towering creatures blocking his way. The coffin bearer felt his heart race and angrily said, "Luckily, I made it in time. This kid's soul skill is too strange. But my creatures are immortal." Su Sheng's calm gaze was filled with disdain for the three giant creatures. Could these weaklings really hold him off? If it were other martial souls, they might indeed be stopped, but his martial soul was incredibly bloodthirsty. These creatures should be just enough for a hearty meal, right? A glimmer of red light flickered in Su Sheng's eyes, then hid back within his pupils. The three giant creatures instinctively began to frantically swat at the petals of the Nine-Hearted Blood Begonia that were drifting down. However, wherever the petals touched, they were tightly adhered. Seeing the petals easily blocked, the pallbearer's heart began to swell with pride. How could a few broken petals possibly deal with his powerful creatures? His vigilance gradually relaxed. When Su Sheng saw this scene, he slightly curled his lips and silently uttered a few words. The next moment, his fourth 10,000-year soul ring suddenly lit up. It was his fourth soul skill, Crazy Growth. The fourth soul skill, Blood Tang Flower, can instantly cover the target it touches with its petals and absorb the target's soul power to restore its own soul power. The sharp-eyed coffin bearer noticed the fourth 10,000-year soul ring lighting up beneath Su Sheng's feet, furrowed his brows, and cautiously observed the surroundings. He secretly pondered whether this kid's fourth soul ring had lit up and if he had activated his soul skill. In the air, Jala also noticed the situation and exclaimed, "Hey, that's strange. The fourth soul ring of the Nine Heart Blood Tang clearly lit up, but why hasn't anything happened?" A man questioned, "Could it be that this kid's fourth soul skill is useless?" The young man beside him denied this statement, saying it shouldn't be the case. Even the worst 10-year soul ring has a soul skill. It's impossible for a 10,000-year soul ring to have such a situation. However, the man closest to the observation area seemed to have discovered something. He pointed at the feet of the three giant creatures in shock and said, "Wait, you all look, those three giant creatures are actually starting to grow red things." With this person's reminder, others quickly noticed something was off. "Hey, it really is. Those red petals seem to be the petals of the Nine Heart Blood Tang. I understand now. That soul skill must be something like parasitism." Hearing the voices from outside, the suspicious coffin bearer quickly turned to look at his three giant creatures. Suddenly, the previously inconspicuous Nine Heart Blood Tang petals that were just clinging to the creatures' bodies began to grow wildly, and in just a few seconds, they had completely wrapped around their legs. Before long, the three giant creatures were firmly entangled by the Nine Heart Blood Tang. The restricted three giant creatures began to struggle continuously, but to little effect, as if these Nine Heart Blood Tang were made of steel, and could not be torn apart at all. The coffin bearer, realizing what was happening, was horrified. The little soul power he had started to rapidly drain away. He then glared at Su Sheng with eyes filled with anger. "Damn it, you little brat. What did you do to me? Why is my soul power constantly disappearing?" Chapter 31. Heading to the setting sun forest with a thud, the three creatures that lost their soul power support fell weakly to the ground, exploding into sparkling light dots that vanished. Along with them, the coffin bearer collapsed to the ground, his eyes blankly repeating, "Damn it. What method did you use? I don't accept it. I don't accept it. Why? Why did his soul power disappear out of nowhere? Why did the petals of a Nine Heart Blood Tang touch the creatures I summoned, yet absorb my own soul power?" He absolutely refused to admit defeat. It must be that this guy used despicable means. Su Sheng glanced at him indifferently, then looked towards the air where Jiao was and softly said, "Can we announce the winner now?" Jiao, standing on the hoverboard, was momentarily stunned. Once he regained his wits, he quickly clapped his hands and passionately announced into the microphone, "I now declare that the winner of this match is Haotian Hammer. Let's give a warm round of applause to congratulate this powerful newcomer on winning his first match in the Great Soul Arena." As his words fell, the large screen in the arena instantly displayed the cool and composed Su Sheng, who seemed to become the most eye-catching figure in the Third Soul Arena. With Jiao's encouragement, the entire audience in the Third Soul Arena stood up, clapping loudly. "Wow, I didn't expect this Haotian Hammer to be so strong despite his young age. That's right, next time I'll bet on him. Who knows, I might make a fortune. Ha ha, I hit the jackpot. I bet 500 gold soul coins on Haotian Hammer. With a 10-to-1 payout, I made a whopping 4,500 gold soul coins. I'm rich, I'm rich." Naturally, with some celebrating, others were worried. Those who bet on the Undertaker were in for a huge loss. A man with a dark expression spat, "This Undertaker is really useless. Can't even take down a kid." The woman beside him clenched her fists and pouted. "Humph, I lost 1,000 gold soul coins because of this. I really want to get rid of this useless one. This is it, all my fortune. That's all my fortune. Su Sheng stretched lazily, glanced at Jiala, and said, "Can I step down now?" Jiala in the air quickly nodded. "Of course you can. The Grand Soul Arena welcomes you to come again anytime. This kid is likely to become a hot topic in the Grand Soul Arena after today. There will be opportunities." Su Sheng murmured to himself, turned around, and prepared to leave the stage. However, an ominous voice suddenly rang out behind him. It was the Undertaker, who had just collapsed on the ground. Now he stood up again, brandishing a dagger and stabbing towards Su Sheng's head from behind. Filled with killing intent, he shouted, "Kid, die for me. I cannot lose." Jiala in the air felt a jolt of alarm, noticing the Undertaker's small movement. He quickly shouted into the microphone, "Be careful behind you." Su Sheng, who had his back turned, stopped in his tracks, silently shook his head. Then with a snap of his fingers, he left without looking back. In an instant, countless vines of the Nine Heart Blood vine engulfed the Undertaker, who was just about to pierce Su Sheng's head. When the Nine Heart Blood vine disappeared again, only a shriveled body, drained of blood, remained at the scene. The audience immediately erupted in murmurs. He actually managed to eliminate the Undertaker in an instant. He had been holding back all along. This method of instantly draining someone is terrifying. Thankfully, I'm not his opponent. I can't believe the powerful Undertaker died just like this. I guess that 7-man Undertaker team can be disbanded now. Who would have thought he was always hiding his strength? The Undertaker brought this upon himself. It was still that familiar female server. She handed Su Sheng a card and smiled. "Little brother, this is your 1,000 gold soul coins after your victory." Already stored in the card. She never expected that this handsome little brother could defeat the Undertaker, who often brutalized his opponents and had extensive battle experience. Su Sheng took it and smiled slightly at her, thanking the young lady. That handsome little face, which made one want to sink into it, was almost overwhelming her hormones. She suppressed her surging emotions, secretly telling herself to breathe in and out. Was this what it felt like to have a blocked mindset? Then a look of reluctance appeared on her face. Her complexion flushed as she asked, "Little brother, will you come again in the future?" Su Sheng blinked his eyes and said, "I will come every afternoon during this time. So please help me book a 1v1 soul fight in advance." After receiving Su Sheng's confirmation, the waitress happily made an okay gesture with her fingers, assuring him, "Don't worry, leave it to me. I promise to find you a normal opponent." Thus, Su Sheng successfully took advantage of his striking appearance to bribe the waitress. Stepping out of the Grand Soul Arena, Su Sheng lazily yawned and looked up at the pitch-black sky, sighing, "Is it already evening?" The journey to the Douluo Forest is still quite far. If he went to the Douluo Forest now, he was afraid that just traveling would take him until dawn. With his naturally lazy personality, it was already commendable for him to attend a soul fight at the Grand Soul Arena. How could he possibly spend more time running to the Douluo Forest? Moreover, the butterfly effect was quite mystical. He might run into a Titan giant ape or something similar. The next moment, an idea popped into Su Sheng's mind. Why not go to the Sunset Forest and try his luck? The Sunset Forest was definitely much closer than the Douluo Forest and was also easier to find. After weighing which option was less strenuous, he decided to head straight to the Sunset Forest. At the 7-treasure glazed tile school, in the main hall, a man sat on the main seat, wearing a shimmering crystal crown. His otherworldly and elegant face made people feel a sense of closeness at first sight. He was Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and sitting on either side of him were the Sword Douluo, Chun Xian, and the Bone Douluo, Guro. Both were super Douluos above level 95, the foundation that allowed the 7-treasure glazed tile school to stand strong in the continent. Ning Fengji's gaze was fixed on a little girl in front of him. The girl had a pure appearance and an elegant figure, but she was filled with a strong air of nobility that kept people at a distance. Ning Fengji spoke gently, "Rong Rong, why haven't you absorbed your first spirit ring yet?" Upon hearing that her father wasn't angry, Ning Rong Rong bit her lip and retorted with displeasure, "Dad, the soul beasts that Grandpa Gu and Grandpa Jian helped me hunt were too ugly. I don't want them." Ning Fengji frowned and said lightly, "Rong Rong, you." Chun Xian secretly glanced at Ning Rong Rong, coughed lightly, and said calmly, "Fengji, this is all because old Gu and I didn't consider Rong Rong's feelings. Let's just let it go. Tomorrow I will take Rong Rong to hunt other soul beasts." Gu Rong also stroked his beard and smiled. "Yes, it's just a small matter. As long as our Rong Rong is happy, that's all that matters." Hearing Chun Xian and Gu Rong speak up for her, Ning Rong Rong gained confidence and puffed out her chest. Unafraid of anything, Ning Fengji looked at Chan Xian and Gu Rong, who spoiled his daughter so much, and sighed. Rong Rong apologized to Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu. I won't hold this against you. Ning Rong Rong crossed her arms and said disdainfully, I won't. It's clearly their fault. Hearing this response, Ning Fengji could no longer contain himself and slammed his hand on the table, angrily shouting, Rong Rong, you are too reckless. Chapter 32. Repelling the human-faced demon spider, Ning Rong Rong trembled at her father's roar, tears rolling down her cheeks. Dad has never spoken to me like this before. But it was clearly Grandpa Gu and Grandpa Jian's fault. Why should I apologize? I won't apologize. I can hunt soul beasts by myself. I don't need you to interfere. In a fit of anger, Ning Rong Rong threw her sleeve and stormed off. Gu Rong quickly stood up and called out Rong Rong. However, Ning Fengji held him back, making Ning Rong Rong, already furious, quicken her pace to leave. He reluctantly sat down and sighed, muttering, Hey Fengji, what's the point of this? Meanwhile, the impatient Chen Xian frowned and questioned, Fengji, what are you doing? What is the importance of an apology? As long as Rong Rong is happy, isn't that enough? There's no need for her to be unhappy over such a trivial matter. Hearing Chan Xian's words, Ning Fengji slowly closed his eyes. Wasn't his heart also heavy? Ning Rong Rong was his biological daughter, his treasure, and he had never been able to get angry with her. But this time, he could no longer indulge her. If she continued to develop this way, would she still have friends she could trust in the future? Sitting in the chair, Ning Fengji silently sighed, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, you have spoiled her too much. This is not good for Rong Rong's future. Chen Xian stood up with his arms crossed and turned his head, huffing, I don't care. If Rong Rong gets mad at me this time, I want to let you off. To Chen Xian's little tantrum, Ning Fengji could only respond with an awkward smile. Gu Rong frowned, thinking that Ning Rong Rong might get into trouble on her own. Fengji, is it really okay for Rong Rong to be like this? Shouldn't I go check on her? Unexpectedly, Ning Fengji shook his head, rejecting the suggestion, and said calmly, no need. Let Rong Rong think about it herself. Besides, as long as she stays within the 7-treasure glazed tile school, no one can harm her, right? Chen Xian and Gu Rong exchanged glances and had no choice but to give up. Walking in the sunset forest, Su Sheng looked up at the dark surroundings, all covered by dense locust trees, especially with the occasional cries of soul beasts echoing, which made even him feel somewhat apprehensive. Su Sheng sat down and complained that the sunset forest looked quite frightening at first glance, with its grayish hue. Compared to the Douluo forest, it was much more terrifying. If he had known, he wouldn't have come. He thought that the quality of soul beasts in the sunset forest was lower than that in the Douluo forest. But who knew that the feeling at night was completely different? Suddenly, a hissing sound emerged from the branches behind Su Sheng, revealing a 1.5-meter long mandrake snake, covered in deadly poison. Its cold, piercing eyes were fixed on Su Sheng's neck, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Su Sheng didn't bother to care, leisurely stretching. At that moment, the mandala snake's venomous pupils dilated, gradually taking on a purplish hue, and it lunged forward to bite with lightning speed. Su Sheng rolled her eyes and slapped the mandala snake's jaw that was biting at her, preventing it from advancing further. Then, she effortlessly pulled it down from the branch, grabbing its head and rubbing it against the ground in a chaotic manner. Only the faint whimpering of the mandala snake could be heard, and soon after, its life fluctuations ceased. A yellow soul ring appeared above its corpse. Su Sheng felt embarrassed as he accidentally killed someone and scratched his head, tossing it aside. Shaking his head helplessly, he muttered that he really shouldn't have intervened. Before his words could finish, a woman's piercing scream echoed ahead. Ah, get away from me! Get away from me! Su Sheng, who initially had no intention of getting involved, squinted his eyes upon hearing the woman's voice, feeling as if he had heard it somewhere before. Ning Rong Rong collapsed on the ground, felt as if her legs had lost all strength, her pale face staring at the soul beast in front of her. It was a giant spider with a pattern resembling a human face, and the dozens of small, glimmering eyes beneath its tentacles were fixed on Ning Rong Rong, as if she had become a delicious meal. Completely terrified by the faceless demon spider, Ning Rong Rong trembled and cried out in endless fear, "You ugly monster, get away from me. Go away." Ning Rong Rong was filled with regret, wishing she hadn't been so stubborn as to come to this dangerous place alone. And now she had encountered such an ugly soul beast. The faceless demon spider, which couldn't understand human language, twitched its several long legs and slowly approached Ning Rong Rong, spitting silk from its mouth. Ning Rong Rong curled up, her desperate eyes fixed on the approaching faceless demon spider, feeling powerless to resist, repeatedly pleading in a weak voice, "Help me. Someone, please help me." The faceless demon spider, now less than a meter away from Ning Rongrong, seemed unable to suppress its murderous intent and leapt towards the motionless Ning Rongrong with its massive body. Ning Rongrong hurriedly raised her arms to shield her head, closing her eyes in fear and exclaiming, "Ah!" With a loud bang. The spider's abdomen caved in by several dozen centimeters, and its enormous body was sent flying back over 10 meters, crashing violently into a tree. When it fell to the ground and stood up again, it stared at the still unresponsive Ning Rongrong with an unwilling gaze. Crouching on the ground, Ning Rongrong cautiously stretched out her hands, her fearful eyes scanning her surroundings. Seeing that the faceless demon spider had disappeared from her sight, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, hugging her right hand, which had been cut by sharp stones, and slowly standing up. She looked around the pitch-black area and attempted to call out, "Is it Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Jian?" Receiving no response, the light in Ning Rongrong's face dimmed. If Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Jian had heard her voice, they would have rushed out immediately, but now, they were clearly not here. With only her 10th level soul power and no absorbed soul ring as a support-type soul master, she couldn't escape the dangers of the Sunset Forest. Anxiously, Ning Rongrong began to stomp her feet and think wildly. What should I do? What should I do? If that faceless demon spider comes back, how will I deal with it? Can I escape if I encounter other soul beasts? Standing behind Ning Rongrong, Su Sheng's mouth began to twitch. He had been standing behind her since repelling the faceless demon spider. Who knows? This girl hadn't even noticed him. Su Sheng gently poked Ning Rongrong's exquisite and charming shoulder. The latter felt someone poking her from behind and instinctively frowned, angrily scolding, "Don't bother me." The next second, it seemed she realized something terrifying, and her expression froze again. She tightly covered her chest, her delicate body trembling as she slowly turned around. Chapter 33. Ning Rongrong's shock. When Ning Rongrong saw a figure behind her that was slightly taller than herself, she instinctively took a few steps back. Her feet, unable to react in time, collided with each other, causing her to lean backward. Quick-witted, Su Sheng quickly stepped forward and caught her enviable waist, just as Ning Rongrong was about to fall. Su Sheng's fingertips flowed with a comfortable touch, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Such a slender waist. Could it be that she is also a beauty that could bring disaster to the country? Soon after, he caught a whiff of a fragrant scent. Was that the lingering smell of shampoo? Ning Rongrong, who had buried her head down, only felt her sensitive waist being tightly embraced. Her face instantly flushed, but the night covered her well. After realizing what was happening, she escaped from Su Sheng's warm embrace like a startled rabbit, her hands clasped tightly together, and nervously asked, "Who are you? Did my dad send you to rescue me?" Su Sheng gently shook his head and said, "No, I just happened to be hunting soul beasts in the Sunset Forest." Ning Rongrong showed a hint of disbelief on her face, covering her mouth and laughing softly. "Hunting soul beasts? Looking at you, you're about my age. How could you possibly hunt soul beasts alone in this Sunset Forest? There are plenty of 10,000-year soul beasts here." She didn't believe that someone of the same age could hunt soul beasts relying solely on their own strength. Perhaps even Ning Rongrong herself didn't realize that while talking to Su Sheng, her tone had lost a bit of its arrogance. Su Sheng was about to speak when his spiritual power suddenly sensed that dozens of soul beasts were rapidly approaching. He frowned and warned Ning Rongrong, "You should stand close to me. Besides the face-devouring spider, there are dozens of soul beasts gathering around us. They must be targeting us." Logically speaking, they hadn't done anything to attract the soul beasts, so how could they suddenly be surrounded by so many? Upon hearing Su Sheng's words, Ning Rongrong, who had just eased some of her fear, turned pale again, firmly believing in what he said. She thought about the face-devouring spider. If it weren't for her good luck, she might have already lost her life under its claws. Ning Rongrong hurriedly covered her still bleeding right arm, leaned closer to Su Sheng, and said with deep concern, "Can you handle it?" Su Sheng nodded gravely. Just make sure not to leave my side." Then he saw Ning Rongrong covering her right arm and squinted to see the blood dripping from it. It seemed that these soul beasts were attracted by the scent of blood. As expected, after a while, the hidden soul beasts around them began to surround Su Sheng and the others from all directions. Among these soul beasts, there were even two with a cultivation level of about 30,000 years. Under the immense pressure, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but grip Su Sheng's hand tightly, which barely gave her a sense of security. Standing behind Su Sheng, she felt as if countless pairs of eyes were staring at her, and she didn't dare to breathe. Her delicate body pressed tightly against Su Sheng as she nervously whispered, "Hey, with so many soul beasts, what do you plan to do?" Feeling the warm elasticity against his back, Su Sheng coughed and replied, "We'll just kill them." In his eyes, these soul beasts were nothing more than easy prey. But for the safety of the girl behind him, he had to be more cautious. Su Sheng took a slight step, releasing the 9 Heart Blood Lotus, which gradually opened in a circular shape on the ground, enveloping the feet of the two. In the next moment, 4 pitch-black soul rings suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Behind him, Ning Rongrong quickly covered her mouth, staring in shock at the 4 10,000-year soul rings under Su Sheng's feet. In her heart, she was astonished that he was actually a soul master. Moreover, the first of 4 soul rings were all 10,000-year soul rings. This was simply impossible. Even she, the proud daughter of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, could only bear a century soul ring limit. Who on earth was this person? Su Sheng looked at the eager soul beasts around him and coldly said, "Third soul skill, Blood Tang's protection." Around Su Sheng and Ning Rongrong, strands of 9 heart blood tangs slowly condensed together, forming what appeared to be a fragile light shield. Ow! Poof! Dozens of soul beasts extended their sharp claws and giant teeth, eagerly pouncing from all sides. However, when they collided with the light shield, they were ruthlessly bounced back by the massive recoil. Ning Rongrong, already accustomed to it, pursed her lips and couldn't help but reach out to gently touch the extremely fragile light shield. The shield expanded and contracted outward at her touch, resembling a membrane. She could hardly believe that this shield had managed to block the simultaneous attacks of dozens of soul beasts. Curiosity about Su Sheng's true identity gradually began to grow at her heart. The cunning, face-devouring spider suddenly turned its eyes, directly shooting out a silk net that accurately covered the area where the two were located. The other soul beast that had been bounced away stood up again, noticing the spider web around Su Sheng and Ning Rongrong, but did not pay it any mind. They launched a new round of attacks on the two once more. Ning Rongrong suppressed the feeling of nausea rolling in her stomach, trembling as she pointed at the face-devouring spider in front of her, which was devouring a soul beast that had been firmly stuck in the silk net after exhausting its energy. She did not hide the disgust in her eyes. This face-devouring spider was so cunning, calculating against its own kind. Su Sheng glanced indifferently at the man-faced demon spider, which was ignoring them and continuously devouring other soul beasts. It probably knew it was no match for him, so it was just enjoying the spoils. He then turned his gaze to Ning Rongrong and looked at her blood-stained arm. "Does your arm still hurt?" Ning Rongrong looked down, bit her lip to endure the pain, and shook her head. "It's fine now." Su Sheng found it somewhat amusing. The first soul ring suddenly activated the first soul skill, Blossoming Begonia. Petals of a 9 Hearts Begonia pressed tightly against Ning Rongrong's injured arm, and a tingling sensation gradually emerged. The injured area immediately began to scab over and then slowly fell away. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and after gently rubbing the wound, she realized that the injury had completely healed. Then, Ning Rongrong's gaze was filled with confusion. "Is this a healing soul skill? Aren't you a control-type soul master?" Su Sheng smiled and rubbed her head, affectionately saying, "I'll tell you later. Let's leave here for now to avoid attracting other soul beasts." Ning Rongrong's heart skipped a beat, and she felt an unusual emotion rising from the depths of her heart. Clearly, she hated it when other men touched her. But why? When this man touched her, did she not feel any disgust, and her heart raced so fast? She silently responded with a soft Chapter 34. Add some cumin and a bit of cilantro. Su Sheng and Ning Rongrong sat cross-legged. The former quickly started a bonfire, and the blazing flames gradually surged, casting a warm glow that slowly illuminated Ning Rongrong's cheeks. Su Sheng raised his eyes and fixed his gaze on the slightly delicate and aloof face. His pupils quickly constricted as he immediately recognized that this girl was Ning Rongrong, the daughter of Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Previously, due to the darkness of the night, he hadn't carefully observed her face, and it was only now that he realized it was Ning Rongrong. Su Sheng secretly thought that fate was narrow. He had planned to visit Shrek later and meet the Shrek 7, but unexpectedly he encountered Ning Rongrong today. Su Sheng was sizing up Ning Rongrong, and the latter was also assessing him, especially after catching a clear glimpse of Su Sheng's handsome appearance. Ripples occasionally appeared in Ning Rongrong's eyes. It was the first time she had seen a man who made her eyes light up, particularly with that lazy aura that seemed to linger about him, even more so than her father Ning Fengji, making him seem more approachable. After all, the The saying that good looks can enhance one's favorability is not without merit. Ning Rongrong was the first to extend her fair arm, smiling as she said, "My name is Ning Rongrong. Thank you for saving me this time." Su Sheng was taken aback for a moment, then reached out his hand for a firm handshake. Smiling as he said, "My name is Su Sheng. Meeting such a beautiful girl, I believe any man would want to help, right?" Ning Rongrong's fingers were incredibly tender and smooth, like jade, making it hard to let go. However, he remembered that Ning Rongrong, before entering Shrek Academy, had a very proud and willful temper, even spending a lot of money to have Tang San kill Dai Mubai. But the Ning Rongrong now gave him a different impression, possessing a certain gentleness and intellect. Seeing Su Sheng lost in thought while holding her hand, she awkwardly withdrew her hand slowly. Curiously, she asked, "Su Sheng, can you tell me what type of soul master you are?" She found it puzzling. Su Sheng's martial soul seemed more like that of an auxiliary soul master, yet he could also deal with soul beasts. Su Sheng threw a bundle of wood into the bonfire and nodded, saying, "Of course, I am an auxiliary control dual system soul master." His soul skill can be understood as both control type and auxiliary type. The direction in which a martial soul evolves does not necessarily have to follow fixed thinking. For example, Hulaina's martial soul, the Sky Fox, can also obtain offensive soul rings. Oscar's sausage, if it absorbs a mandala snake soul beast, might even be used as a poison-type soul master. Hearing Su Sheng's response, Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow and asked, "Control auxiliary dual system soul master? I have never heard of such a type of soul master before. If a soul master develops in two directions, they will only be proficient in neither, which will severely impact their future development." Su Sheng scratched the messy hair on his head and explained, "Actually, this is something I came up with myself. To be specific, I should be an auxiliary system soul master." Ning Rongrong, deep in thought, nodded slightly and said with a serious expression, "Then what about your soul power and soul rings?" Su Sheng shrugged and said lightly, "I'm sorry, Rongrong, it's a bit inconvenient to tell you these things, but I think there will be opportunities in the future." The two sat in this silent atmosphere for an unknown amount of time, suddenly broken by a goo-goo sound. Ning Rongrong hurriedly covered her belly, her eyes showing an embarrassed expression as she secretly glanced at Su Sheng, unable to say a word. Su Sheng showed a strange expression and quietly asked Rongrong, "You didn't eat dinner, did you?" With Su Sheng's straightforward concern, Ning Rongrong's cheeks turned completely red, and under the glow of the flames, she silently nodded a few times. When she left the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in anger, she didn't have time to eat at all. It would be strange if her stomach didn't growl. Su Sheng stood up and instructed, "You wait here, I'll go find something to eat. I can't let the precious treasure of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School go hungry, right? If Ning Fengji and that Gu Rong Chunshur find out, they would probably chase me down with all their might." Then she secretly thought, "All right, although together they might not necessarily be able to defeat me." As Su Sheng was about to leave, Ning Rongrong instinctively reached out to grab Su Sheng's wrist and said hesitantly, "Su Sheng, can I go with you?" Seeing the worried expression on her face, Su Sheng suddenly realized she must have been frightened by the previous man-faced demon spider and was afraid that after Su Sheng left, another soul beast would come. Being an auxiliary soul master, she had no self-defense capability at all. Su Sheng released the Nine Heart Blood Begonia, and the third soul ring instantly lit up, directly forming a protective shield around Ning Rongrong. He gently patted the back of Ning Rongrong's hand and reassured her, "Rongrong, just wait for me. As long as it's not a soul beast with more than 30,000 years of cultivation, this shield should be able to withstand it." Ning Rongrong thought for a moment, sat back down, and hesitantly said, "All right, but you should be careful." However, thinking about how dozens of soul beasts had previously failed to break through this shield, she felt much less anxious. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed near the campfire. Ning Rongrong, who had been leaning against a tree and nearly falling asleep, instantly woke up and alertly asked, "Who is it?" The person approaching was Su Sheng, who had just returned from hunting, holding two plump rabbits in his hands. Seeing that Ning Rongrong was awake, Su Sheng slowly sat down beside her, smiled gently, and lifted the two rabbits, saying, "Rongrong, you're awake? Just let me process these two rabbits, and we can eat." Ning Rongrong doubted her ears, thinking, who eats rabbits? So she tried to inquire again, "Process rabbits?" "Su Sheng, you're not planning to eat the rabbits, are you?" Su Sheng looked at her in surprise. "Yeah, rabbit meat is quite delicious." He forgot that Ning Rongrong, being from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, a major sect, probably wouldn't eat rabbit as food. Ning Rongrong had a troubled expression. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Rabbits are so cute. How can we eat them? Su Sheng did not answer, decisively took out a dagger, and directly skinned and bled the 2 rabbits. Then inserted 2 branches. Finally, he took out some oil from the storage-type soul guide given by Bibi Dong, placed it on the campfire, and began to roast it. Before long, the roasted rabbit meat turned a bright red and plump color, which was so appetizing that just looking at it made one's mouth water. Moreover, it continuously emitted a rich, meaty aroma around. Ning Rongrong, who originally despised rabbit meat, swallowed quietly after smelling the aroma and secretly thought how delicious it smelled. Compared to the expensive food from the 7 Treasure glazed tile school, this simple food looked much more appealing. Su Sheng naturally noticed her small actions. So he took down a piece of rabbit meat and handed it to Ning Rongrong, saying, "You must be starving, go ahead and try it." Ning Rongrong gracefully accepted the rabbit meat with both hands, gently sniffing the aroma, then quietly brought it closer to her thin lips. "Wait a minute, Rongrong. Adding some cumin and coriander powder might enhance the flavor." Su Sheng stopped Ning Rongrong's actions, then hurriedly took out 2 boxes of seasoning and sprinkled some on the rabbit meat in Ning Rongrong's hands. Su Sheng was quite satisfied and said it was good, urging her to try it. Ning Rongrong took a bite of the rabbit meat and felt the crispy exterior and tender interior envelop her tongue in delicious flavor, with a slightly spicy taste of cumin adding to her satisfaction. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement, and 3 words floated in her mind: so delicious. Chapter 35. The Arrival of Gu Rong and Chun Xin. Seeking recommendations. Seeking collections. Ning Rongrong's hunger made it impossible for her to maintain the elegance of a young lady from the 7 Treasure glazed tile sect. By the end, she hardly cared about etiquette, taking bite after bite of the rabbit meat, tearing it apart and swallowing it eagerly, revealing a more genuine side of herself by the campfire. Su Sheng handed over a tissue and smiled. "Rongrong, don't rush. Eat slowly." Seeing Ning Rongrong enjoying the food so much, Su Sheng felt a sense of accomplishment. He thought to himself that his cooking skills were indeed top-notch. Although he had crossed over from another world, he had still retained this basic knowledge through muscle memory. Ning Rongrong, who was being stared at by Su Sheng, suddenly blushed. Did Su Sheng see how she was eating clearly just now? She moved her thin lips a few times and said softly, "Thank you, Su Sheng." Su Sheng waved his hand and said not to thank him. He was just worried that the rabbit meat wouldn't suit her taste, but it seemed that his cooking skills were quite good. Ning Rongrong was taken aback when she heard Su Sheng directly mention her identity, and then, with a look of surprise, she said, "Su Sheng, how do you know my identity? I don't remember mentioning it." She certainly didn't recall exposing her identity. Su Sheng asked with a smile in his eyes. Who doesn't know that the little princess of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school is called Ning Rongrong? Ning Rongrong pouted in annoyance. How annoying. "Su Sheng, you've changed. You should eat quickly, and after you're done, we can talk about serious matters." In fact, it wasn't really a big deal. Su Sheng was just very curious as to why the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, who usually cherish Ning Rongrong so much, would allow her to come to the Sunset Forest alone. "Oh, Ning Rongrong replied, somelhat. As she once again looked at the rabbit meat in her hands and began to chew slowly. Su Sheng saw her finish wiping her mouth and curiously asked Rongrong, "Then I'll ask directly, why are you here alone in the Sunset Forest instead of staying at the 7 Treasure glazed tile school? This place is not friendly to support-type soul masters. Not just unfriendly. If there aren't powerful assault-type soul masters to protect the latter, one might lose their life in an instant. As long as a soul beast deems you weaker than it, it basically won't hold back." Ning Rongrong recalled Ning Fengji's furious roar earlier and felt a bit wronged in her heart. "I had a quarrel with my dad and secretly came out alone." Then, Ning Rongrong recounted the entire story. After understanding the situation, Su Sheng pondered and said, "I see, but in this matter, Rongrong, you were indeed wrong. No matter what, you cannot be so unreasonable toward your elders." Upon hearing Su Sheng's words, Ning Rongrong's eyes gradually turned red, and she stared intently at him. "Su Sheng, do you also think I was wrong? Even you believe I was at fault? Could it be that this whole matter is my mistake?" Su Sheng coughed and felt it was time to use his persuasive skills that worked wonders in various realms. In order to avoid provoking Ning Rongrong, he decided to patiently explain from another perspective. "Rongrong, you come from the 7 Treasure glazed tile school, one of the top 3 sects. So your temperament is naturally higher than that of ordinary people. I can understand that. However, you must realize that soul masters need to cooperate with each other. If you lose teammates who can support you because of your stubbornness, it will make things even harder for the already disadvantaged support-type soul masters. The most important point in building friendship among teammates is equality. I believe Uncle Ning thinks the same way, fearing that your little temper might hinder your future. After delivering this philosophical speech, Su Sheng calmed himself down and took a deep breath. But to be honest, he himself didn't fully understand it. Ning Rongrong across from him showed a thoughtful look in her eyes. After a while, it was unclear if she understood, but she smiled lightly at Su Sheng. Thank you, Su Sheng. Perhaps I was indeed wrong. Su Sheng used his soul power to extinguish the campfire. He stood up calmly and said, "This is just my understanding. You don't need to pay too much attention to it. Rongrong, since it's almost dawn, let me accompany you to hunt soul beasts." Ning Rongrong glanced at the sky, which was gradually brightening, and thought to herself, "I've been out for so long. Will Dad be very worried?" Su Sheng looked at her staring blankly at the horizon, waved his hand in front of her eyes, and reminded her, "Rongrong, stop daydreaming. Let's go." She instinctively replied, elegantly lifted the hem of her light blue dress, stood up, and followed Su Sheng. Su Sheng glanced at the stone-armored beast, which had a pleasing appearance and had cultivated for 300 years, and kicked it to Ning Rongrong's side. "Rongrong, go ahead and absorb the soul ring from this soul beast. 300 years of cultivation is very close to the limit that a soul master can bear for their first soul ring. Moreover, if everything goes well, it can grant Ning Rongrong a defensive soul skill for her first soul ring." Ning Rongrong, who had stretched out her jade hand and gripped her dagger tightly, looked down at the stone-armored beast, which was collapsed on the ground with only a breath left. Slowly, she crouched down, tilted her head, and delivered a fatal blow to the beast. A light yellow soul ring floated up from the stone-armored beast. Only then did Ning Rongrong sit cross-legged, glance at Su Sheng, and playfully blinked her eyes, saying, "Su Sheng, then I'll trouble you to protect me." Su Sheng crossed his arms and slowly nodded. Just focus on absorbing the soul ring." Chun Exen, who was gray-haired yet still exuded an aura, frowned and looked at the old bone, Gu Rong, beside him. "Did you feel Rongrong's soul power fluctuations?" Gu Rong shook his head with a grim expression. "There are too many soul beast auras. Perhaps it has masked Rongrong's presence." The two of them had narrowed down the search area to the sunset forest by following Ning Rongrong's soul power fluctuations throughout the night. However, the sunset forest was vast, and finding a person there was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Damn it, if this continues, Rongrong will definitely be in trouble. Chun Xian clenched his fists tightly. Before he could finish speaking, he sniffed and caught a whiff of a mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat. Seeing this, Gu Rong also tried to smell it, and his eyes suddenly widened. This is definitely the smell of roasted meat. Who would dare to light a bonfire in the sunset forest? It could attract the attention of the powerful soul beasts. Those who could do this must have considerable strength. Chun Xian pointed in the direction of the meat aroma and immediately said, "The smell is coming from over there. Let us go take a look." After saying that, the two immediately set off in the indicated direction. When they arrived, they only saw a pile of extinguished bonfire and some leftover food. Gu Rong glanced around, and when he spotted a delicate handkerchief lying on the ground, he rushed over to pick it up. Chun Xian, noticing his unusual behavior, walked over and asked, "Old Bone, what's wrong?" Gu Rong stood up, holding the handkerchief, and with a serious expression, looked at Chun Xian. "There's no mistake. This is the handkerchief I gave Rongrong a while ago. She must be nearby." Chapter 36, Misunderstanding, Seeking Recommendation Votes and Collections. With his eyes closed, Su Sheng suddenly sensed two powerful auras approaching and slowly opened his eyes, coldly saying, There are two powerful beings coming this way. Is it Zhu Huaguan and Gue Mei?" The next moment, he squinted and shook his head. "No, that's not right. These two are even stronger than them, being stronger than Zhu Huaguan and Gue Mei and located in the Heaven Do Empire." Without a doubt, Su Sheng's gaze shifted to Ning Rongrong, who was sweating profusely while absorbing the soul ring. "If that is the case, I should leave first to avoid attracting attention." Su Sheng slowly lowered his head and picked up the dagger. Before he could put it away, he heard a voice. Rongrong's breath had disappeared right here. From behind the trees, two figures rushed out quickly. They stopped, and the two were none other than Chun Xian and Gu Rong, who had just arrived. They began to scan the surroundings and quickly spotted Ning Rongrong, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground absorbing the soul ring. Gu Rong exclaimed with some joy. "It's really Rongrong." The heavy stone that Chun Xian had been holding finally fell, and he sighed in relief, saying, "Thank goodness Rongrong is okay, or I definitely wouldn't let that guy Feng Ji off." They walked over to Ning Rongrong and carefully checked her, worried about finding any signs of injury. Meanwhile, Su Sheng, who was standing nearby, felt his expression gradually stiffening. He glanced at the dagger in his hand that he hadn't put away yet and felt something was about to go wrong. Walking away now seemed likely to attract attention, but staying put would eventually lead to being noticed. Before he could think much further, Gu Rong and Chun Xian's cold gazes shifted to him. Chun Xian's eyes flashed with endless coldness as he angrily questioned the boy in front of him. Who are you? Why are you here? Su Sheng took a step back, showing an awkward yet polite smile, quickly throwing the dagger on the ground and hurriedly explaining, I was just protecting her. Gu Rong stared at the dagger that Su Sheng had dropped, sneering, protecting? Kid, what is that dagger in your hand for? Do you think our 2 seasoned Title Douluos are fools? Who on earth uses a dagger to protect someone? This kid definitely has ill intentions towards our Rong. Chun Xian chuckled to the side, then, so now the entire continent thinks my 7-treasure glazed tile school is easy to bully. Huh? Even an unknown junior wants to lay hands on our Rong, since he harbored murderous intent towards Rong. You shouldn't blame Chun Xian for disregarding face and taking action against the junior. Chun Xian, like an immortal, elegantly waved his sleeve, and a sword exuding endless killing intent gradually solidified in his palm. This sword was his martial soul, the 7 killing sword. Then, slowly, 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black appeared beneath his feet. It was truly the terrifying Title Douluo. Chun Xian slowly raised the sword, its sharp blade pointed directly at Su Sheng's head. Kid, are you ready to die? Seeing Chun Xian like this, it seemed he was about to make a move on him at any moment. And Su Sheng's heart suddenly tensed. Noticing that Chun Xian was eager to swing his sword, Gu Rong quickly reached out to stop him. Casting a cold glance at Su Sheng before saying to Chun Xian, Rong needs peace right now. Take this kid somewhere else to deal with him. So as not to disturb Rong's soul ring absorption, Chun Xian narrowed his eyes, nodded, and then fixed his gaze on Su Sheng, threateningly saying, Kid, are you coming willingly? Or do I have to catch you myself? Su Sheng's face showed a hint of displeasure. These 2 Title Douluos, Qin and Gu Rong, were acting recklessly to the extreme. Even Su Sheng was quite annoyed with them now. However, Su Sheng's gaze darted to Ning Rong. He noticed that she was almost finished absorbing the soul ring, which was the most crucial stage. He silently shook his head and thought to himself, that's enough. Qin looked at the seemingly calm Su Sheng across from him. A hint of surprise flashed through his mind. This kid showed no fear or even shock upon seeing him. A Title Douluo? This kid. Qin thrust the 7 killing sword into the ground and said domineeringly, Kid, do you have any last words? I'll give you 10 seconds. If you wanted to kill Su Sheng, it would be a trivial matter. And granting him 10 seconds for last words was already the last bit of mercy he could show to a junior. Though, it wouldn't stop him from killing him. Su Sheng's eyes also turned cold as he said his final words. I'm not interested in this. Given the situation, he didn't need to explain. Even if he did, it would only be seen as a feeble excuse by Qin. Since a battle was inevitable then, let's give it a try. After awakening his martial soul, he had never fought against a powerful Title Douluo before. Such a battle at the same level might allow him to find an opportunity to break through to level 92 under pressure, although it was very dangerous. After coming to this conclusion, Su Sheng decided not to hide his strength any longer. Slowly, he extended his arm, and in the palm of his hand, the bloody 9 Hearts Blood Lotus quietly bloomed, dyeing the surrounding forest with a chilling red light. Seeing Su Sheng not speaking, but instead releasing his martial soul, Qin raised an eyebrow. Oh, he's even releasing his martial soul, planning to make a final struggle? Watching Qin, a slight smirk appeared on Su Sheng's lips. As the 9 Hearts Blood Lotus was fully released, a series of pitch-black soul rings gradually appeared beneath him. 1 ring, 3 rings, 6 rings, 9 rings. Exactly 9 complete 10,000-year soul rings. Qin could no longer remain composed. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at Su Sheng's soul rings. He exclaimed in disbelief, what? This kid actually has 9 soul rings. A powerful Title Douluo like myself. And all 9 soul rings are 10,000-year soul rings. This terrifying soul ring distribution far surpasses my own. I doubt anyone on the entire continent can achieve this. Qin covered his heavy chest with his hand, feeling a sense of blockage. His calm mindset that had been stable for decades began to waver today. He thought to himself, how is this possible? He is clearly just a child not yet 15 years old, yet he has already reached Title Douluo. Su Sheng looked at Chun Xian, who was lost in thought, knowing that he must have been provoked by him. Just now, this guy's performance made him very unhappy, so he certainly wouldn't let him feel comfortable. Naturally, he had to take this opportunity to strike at Sheng. After all, a person who had practiced for 60 or 70 years to break through to the Title Douluo level was encountering a child who had already reached Title Douluo at just 9 years old. This was no longer something that hard work could change. It was true talent. Thus, Su Sheng took a step forward and coldly said, Junior Su Sheng, Level 91, Title Douluo. Please teach me. Chapter 37. Battle. Chun Xin. Chun Xin gradually calmed down, slowly raising his head. In his eyes, besides the killing intent towards Su Sheng, there were also mixed emotions. He silently drew the 7 killing sword, tightened his grip, and said to himself, Kid, your name is Su Sheng, right? I admit that your talent is the best I have ever seen. At such a young age, you've already reached the level of Title Douluo. If nothing unexpected happens, within 10 years, no one on the entire continent will be your opponent. Su Sheng's mouth twitched. What is this dust heart shouting about? Are we fighting or not? He secretly regarded this guy as a boss for farming monsters and gaining experience. If he doesn't fight, it might take him a few more months to break through to level 92. Dust Heart's words suddenly became more intense, and his eyes suddenly brightened. But, since you want to harm Rong, I will never let you go just because I value your talent. Su Sheng silently focused, secretly thinking to himself, let me see how big the gap is between me and the peak Douluo of level 97, some say level 96. Since he had already spoken, Chun Xin Yi had no intention of holding back. The 4th spirit ring beneath his feet lit up, and he coldly shouted, 4th spirit skill. Killing intent revealed. The 7 killing sword in Chun Xion's hand was filled with a white glow, and the edge of the sword gradually extended to several meters in length, as if the sword energy could tear apart everything. Su Sheng's 1st spirit ring lit up, and the 1st spirit skill activated. Blood Begonia bloom. The petals of a 9 Hearts Blood Begonia gathered together, spinning like a circular roulette, cutting towards Chun Xin. Seeing this, Chun Xin suddenly spat out a word, kill. He then fiercely gripped the 7 killing sword and slashed diagonally towards Su Sheng's position. The several meter-long sword energy collided with the rotating petals of the 9 Hearts Blood Begonia, erupting in an astonishing spark. With a crack, the petals of the 9 Hearts Blood Begonia were instantly sliced in half by the sharp sword energy, shooting straight towards Su Sheng. Su Sheng quickly sidestepped, perfectly avoiding the straight line sword energy coming at him. Su Sheng's breathing gradually became rapid, secretly thinking, as expected of the extremely powerful sword Douluo, easily piercing through the 9 Hearts Blood Lotus. This attack absolutely cannot hit me. If I get hit, I might lose my ability to move directly. At that time, I would become a lamb to be slaughtered. But Chun Xin clearly did not want to give him a chance to catch his breath. The 5th soul ring lit up again. 5th soul skill, awe-inspiring. Chun Xin controlled the sword to be thrown, using the 7 killing sword as the prototype. And then sharp illusions of the 7 killing sword appeared around him, one after another. The overwhelming 7 killing swords directly hovered in the air, surrounding Su Sheng completely. Su Sheng narrowed his eyes, a range attack. His 4th soul skill, Blood Tang's Imperial Voice, activated as his 4th soul ring lit up. Since it was a ranged attack, the single target damage would definitely not be as strong as the previous sword chi. He wasn't very sure if he could withstand the overwhelming onslaught of the 7 killing swords. In the next moment, layers of shields infused with 9 Heart Blood Tang enveloped Su Sheng. Chun Xin watched this scene and said lightly, my attacks are not so easy to block. With a wave of his arm, countless 7 killing swords that had been charged and ready to go surged towards Su Sheng with fierce killing intent. One sword after another struck the shield, only slightly dimming it. However, it wasn't just one 7 killing sword. There were nearly hundreds of them, under the bombardment of countless 7 killing swords. The shield continuously emitted a sound like metal colliding. Seeing the shield dimmed to the point of losing its luster, Su Sheng frowned and looked towards Chun Xin ahead, realizing he could barely hold on and had to stop her. When Su Sheng's 5th soul ring lit up, a faint tearing sensation immediately coursed through his body. He pressed his thin lips together and extended his palm towards Chun Xion's figure, activating his 5th soul skill, Blood Poison Tang. Chun Xion suddenly felt a sense of unease as he noticed Su Sheng's palm pointed at him and his 5th soul ring glowing. His expression gradually became serious as he quickly moved his body. He thought to himself that as long as he moved fast enough, this kid wouldn't be able to capture his position. However, Su Sheng, who had already seen through this tactic, subtly raised the corner of his mouth. Relying on quick movement to make oneself undetectable was indeed a good strategy. But unfortunately, Su Sheng's fifth soul skill was a locking skill. Blood Poison Tang, a locking skill. It could make the blood tang flower grow from another person's blood, containing deadly poison. With a soft sound, a stream of pale green, 9 Heart Blood Tang slowly emerged from Chun Xian's arm. As he was moving, Chun Xian suddenly felt a wave of dizziness hit his brain, his face turning grim as he realized, not good. This kid's fifth soul skill can actually parasitize out of nowhere. Moreover, in addition to being able to lock on, it also contained terrifying poison. With his level 91 soul power, it was able to poison him in an instant. This showed just how sophisticated this soul skill was. Chun Xian's right arm was already swelling, and enduring the painful sensation of his meridians being burned, he quickly summoned the body of the 7 killing sword, which shot back into his hand with a whoosh. Of course, the countless phantoms of the 7 killing swords in the air shattered like glass and disappeared. The shield around Su Sheng reached its limit and exploded into a flurry of shimmering particles. After obtaining the 7 kill sword, Chun Xian immediately channeled a massive amount of soul power to dissolve the toxicity, but instead, it caused the poison to spread even faster. Realizing that he couldn't dispel the toxin in a short time, Chun Xian's face looked extremely grim, and he could only temporarily seal it. Sixth soul skill, Sealing Absolute. The 7 kill sword erupted with a holy light, and Chun Xian gripped it tightly, gently cutting through his already blackened right arm. The holy light flowed from the torn wound into his right arm, sealing all the spreading poison within. Initially, he thought dealing with a newly promoted Title Douluo would be easy, but now it seemed he had underestimated him. If this continued, even he could very well fall to this bizarre martial soul. After resolving the poison in his arm, Chun Xian turned his gaze back to Su Sheng. This time, his eyes held more seriousness and less disdain. He acknowledged Su Sheng's strength, and thus, he naturally had to show his true power in response. Chun Xian silently recited in his heart the 7th soul skill, 7 kill, true body. The 7th black soul ring slowly lit up. Suddenly, the aura emanating from the 7 kill sword in his hand underwent a dramatic transformation. Su Sheng looked ahead at Chun Xian, who had unleashed his martial soul's true form. Feeling an unprecedented tension in his heart, he murmured, "Is Chun Xian planning to use his full power?" Chapter 38. Let's take them to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School first, seeking recommendations, seeking collections. A light yellow soul ring gradually merged into Ning Rongrong's body, and her closed eyes slowly opened. She immediately lowered her head, stretched out her palm, and released her martial soul, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda was layered, shimmering with colorful light, and this exquisite space had 7 layers, each adding a unique aura belonging to the continent's #1 support type, martial soul. In the next moment, a faint yellow soul ring appeared beneath her feet. Ning Rongrong turned her head back with a joyful expression and said to Su Sheng, "I did it." But when her gaze landed on Guiyong, her expression suddenly turned cold. Guiyong looked a bit awkward. He realized Ning Rongrong was still upset. He rolled his eyes and kindly praised, as expected of our Rongrong. "You managed to obtain a soul ring all by yourself in the Sunset Forest. Much better than Feng Ji." Ning Rongrong huffed, pouted, and muttered, "I don't want to talk to you. It's all Grandpa Gu and Grandpa Jian's fault that I got scolded by Dad." Guiyong's eyes were filled with affection as he repeatedly said, "Yes, yes, yes, Rongrong, this time it's all my and your Grandpa Jian's fault. Since you've absorbed the soul ring, let's hurry back to the sect. It's not safe out here." "Back to the sect? Wait, Grandpa Gu, did you see Su Sheng when you came here?" Guiyong frowned, confused. "Su Sheng? I've never heard that name before. The only person I saw here was that kid who had ill intentions towards Rongrong. But he should have been dealt with by Chun Xian by now, right? I just wonder if he's getting old. Even dealing with a kid takes so long." Ning Rongrong felt a wave of ominous premonition rise in her heart when she heard this. She looked at Guiyong with concern and said, "Oh no, Grandpa Gu. Su Sheng is the boy who was protecting me." Guiyong's eyes flashed with thought, and suddenly, he seemed to recall a previous scene. The boy who had ill intentions towards Rongrong had said he was protecting her. Could it be? His expression became complex, and he blurted out, "Could it be that kid is Su Sheng, and he was just protecting Rongrong with that dagger?" This sentence suddenly rang in Ning Rongrong's ears. She anxiously grabbed Guiyong's sleeve. "Grandpa Gu, you mean that boy? You guys didn't do anything to him, did you?" Guyong's face turned ugly as he felt guilty and said, Rong, this might be bad. Your grandpa Jian probably is already. Killing a kid is nothing. But I'm afraid this will worsen their relationship with Rong, and that's what worries me the most. Ning Rong felt as if she had been struck by a heavy blow, and her figure wavered. Su Sheng was killed by Grandpa Jian. Ning Rong's gaze went blank as she uttered those words, her eyes already turning red. How could this happen? He only wanted to protect me, but I ended up getting him killed. And the one who killed him was my own Grandpa Jian. Guyong walked over, intending to comfort her in a low voice. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The forest ahead erupted with a deafening explosion. Ning Rong and Guyong instinctively looked over. Guyong's eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of hope as he looked at Ning Rong urgently. Rong, don't cry yet. That Su Sheng might be okay. The explosion came from the direction where Chun Xian's soul power fluctuation stopped. That kid might not be dead. A hint of joy gradually appeared on Ning Rong's blank face. Then let's hurry over. With that, she turned and jogged toward the direction of the explosion. Hey, Rong, wait for me. It's dangerous ahead. Guyong called out, seeing that Ning Rong ignored him. He sighed helplessly and hurried to catch up. Su Sheng, who was supporting himself on one knee, suddenly felt a churn in his stomach and spat out a mouthful of blood. After using his 7th soul skill, Blood Tang True Body, he felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. Even so, Su Sheng's icy pupils remained fixed on Chun Xian, who was floating in the air, stepping on the 7 killing sword. Chun Xian, standing on the 7 killing sword, cast a cold glance at Su Sheng and said, Kid, being able to fight me to this extent is already enough to be proud, but this is where it ends. However, his story should also end here. The Title Douluo was on a completely different level, and the gap in soul power between the two was a full 6 levels. There was still an insurmountable, huge gap. As soon as he finished speaking, the 8th soul ring beneath Chun Xian's feet suddenly lit up, and his 8th soul skill, 12 Stream Slash, was unleashed. Countless copies of himself suddenly appeared around him, very similar to a previous soul skill, but now, each clone around him possessed nearly 80% of the main body's attack power. Chun Xian silently closed his eyes and murmured, Goodbye, kid. With a thought, dozens of clones charged toward Su Sheng with terrifying power capable of tearing the heavens and earth apart. The tearing pain made Su Sheng squint his left eye, his eyeballs filled with blood vessels. He bit his thin lips tightly. Without using the Ice Rose sword, with the defense of the 9 Heart Blood Tang, he knew he could not withstand this attack. Just relying on his own 9th level soul power from the 9 Heart Blood Tang, he would probably be instantly obliterated by Chun Xian's attack. Just as Su Sheng was about to summon his 2nd martial soul, a figure rushed out from behind him at an incredible speed, revealing the 8th soul ring beneath his feet. This person was none other than the quickly arriving Guyong. He knew how terrifying his old friend's attack power was, so he had to use all his strength to block it. Su Sheng, who was already barely holding on, felt all the pain fade away. His eyelids felt extremely heavy as he squinted. Ning Rong, who arrived just in time, saw Su Sheng's painful appearance and hurriedly squatted down to hug him tightly, shaking his body and urgently asking, Su Sheng, are you okay? However, in Su Sheng's vision, the last thing he saw was Ning Rong's cheek. Recognizing her, he faintly smiled, and his entire body slumped down, losing consciousness. Ning Rong, who was holding Su Sheng and unaware of the situation, instinctively thought Su Sheng was dead and cried out, Su Sheng, don't scare me. Su Sheng, Guyong, who had blocked the attack, walked over alongside Chun Xian. Seeing that there was still a fluctuation of soul power on Su Sheng, Guyong coughed and interrupted, Rong, this kid isn't dead yet. He's just fainted. Ning Rong was momentarily stunned. Huh? Chun Xian leaned closer to Guyong and whispered, Old Bone, why are you saving this kid? I don't understand why you would come out to cause trouble when I was just about to kill him. Guyong merely gave him an ambiguous glance. When Chun Xian looked again with a puzzled heart, he suddenly understood everything. Ning Rong glared fiercely at Chun Xian and then became worried again. Grandpa Gu, what should we do now? Su Sheng seems to be seriously injured. It's impossible to just leave the injured Su Sheng alone in this sunset forest, right? Gu Rong looked at the unconscious Su Sheng, shrugged helplessly, and suggested that they could only temporarily take this kid back to the sect. Chapter 39 Ning Fengji, seeking collections, seeking recommendations. Su Sheng, lying on the bed, took a deep breath and slowly woke up. Waking up to such a painful sensation wasn't very pleasant. After slowly getting up from the bed, he covered his chest, which was wrapped in white cloth, with curiosity in his eyes as he surveyed the surroundings. The place he was in was an elegantly designed room, filled with green potted plants, but the space inside was excessively large. Su Sheng reached out to touch these wooden utensils, and at a glance, they were clearly not made of ordinary wood. She sighed, thinking that such a large room must cost quite a bit of gold soul coins just to purchase. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound coming from outside the door. Su Sheng turned around, his vigilant gaze instantly focused. He still didn't know where this place was and had to be cautious. A female voice came from outside the door. Su Sheng, I'm coming in. Then Ning Rongrong pushed the door open and walked in. Upon seeing Su Sheng, who was staring at her intently, her face suddenly flushed a bit. She walked over cheerfully, her eyes revealing a hint of worry. Su Sheng, is your body all right? She was very afraid that Qinshin had caused Su Sheng some irreversible harm. Don't worry, Rongrong. I'm fine. My body isn't that fragile, Su Sheng said. However, before he could finish, an extreme pain made him involuntarily gasp. But thinking that since Ning Rongrong was here, this place was most likely the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong looked at Su Sheng, a wave of bitterness rising in her heart. She slowly lowered her head and weakly said, Su Sheng, this time it's my fault. I'll let Grandpa Gu and Grandpa Jian misunderstand you and almost. If it weren't for her, Su Sheng wouldn't have been so severely injured. Su Sheng saw her self-reproachful expression and gently reached out to tousle her hair, softly saying, It's not your fault. And look at me now. I'm perfectly fine, right? Don't overthink it. Ning Rongrong's ability to apologize to him meant that his earlier words had made an impact. Otherwise, with her original personality, she would never have personally bowed her head to apologize. Feeling the warmth above her head, Ning Rongrong finally lifted her head again. After a moment, the bashful Ning Rongrong said apologetically, Su Sheng, since you're okay now, can you come with me? Dad said if you wake up, I should take you to see him. She couldn't quite understand what her father wanted, as he could have directly used the Seven Treasure glazed tile to restore Su Sheng before this. With Ning Fengji's abilities, restoring Su Sheng's injuries would be an easy task. Su Sheng did not refuse and smiled as she agreed. All right, then I'll trouble you, Rongrong, to lead the way. I actually want to meet your father as well. Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect, appeared gentle and magnanimous to everyone. But Su Sheng did not see it that way. He always viewed interests as a means to maximize benefits. Of course, one could also say that he had a far-sighted judgment of people. Otherwise, why did he save Tang San when he was ambushed in the original work? The reason was based on 2 points. First, because Tang San's father, Tang Hao, was the youngest Title Douluo on the continent. If he could win over Tang San, it meant that the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect would have a connection with Tang Hao. Given the friendship between Tang San and Ning Rongrong, when the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect faced a crisis, Tang Hao, as the father of the former, would definitely not stand by and do nothing. Second, it was Tang San's terrifying potential and their somewhat distant relationship. What did Su Sheng mean by this? Did she think that I, Ning Rongrong, had misunderstood? Her flushed cheeks seemed to recall something exciting. Thus, she naturally linked her arm with Su Sheng's, her face showing a very satisfied smile, and in a gentle tone. She softly said, Su Sheng, then let's go. Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu are also there. Su Sheng lowered his head to look at Ning Rongrong, who was holding his arm, and said softly, Rongrong, won't Sor Doa and Bon Doa be angry and take action because of this? The treasure I have pampered in my heart has only been a few days before getting close to someone else. I'm afraid Chun Xian's expression will be as bad as it can get. However, it feels good in my heart. Ning Rongrong consciously loosened her hold on Su Sheng's arm, pointed to the grand hall ahead, and whispered to Su Sheng, It's right here, let's go in. Su Sheng nodded, and the two walked straight into the main hall. As Su Sheng just stepped into the great hall, he noticed the intense gazes of Gu Rong and Chun Xian fixed on him from the back, while Ning Fengji, sitting between them, unexpectedly smiled calmly at him. There was also a chair placed directly in front of them, and it was obvious that it was prepared for Su Sheng. However, Su Sheng's gaze first swept over Gu Rong and Chun Xian. Were they trying to intimidate him? With his current soul power, he couldn't compete with the Nine Heart Blood Tang, but the other martial soul was another matter. After all, he had tried switching to the Ice Rose Sword before. The feeling it gave him was only one, overwhelmingly powerful, especially with 8 10,000-year spirit rings and 1 million-year spirit ring. It provided him with as many as 20 soul skills. However, with his current body, if he forced its use, he feared that after defeating the enemy, His own body would also not withstand the sword's power and would explode into pieces. Ning Rongrong elegantly walked to Ning Fengji's side, pouting as she said, "Daddy, I brought Su Sheng here. If you have something to say, hurry up." Ning Fengji gracefully sipped his tea, winked at Ning Rongrong, and affectionately asked Rongrong, "Could you go play outside for a while? Daddy and Grandpa Jian have some matters to discuss with Su Sheng." Ning Rongrong glanced at the calm Su Sheng, then clenched her little fist and raised it towards Gu Rong and Chun Xin, saying, "Then you guys are not planning to attack Su Sheng again, right?" At this moment, Gu Rong felt quite uncomfortable and replied, "Don't worry, Rong, we want to attack him." As for Chun Xin, it goes without saying, he appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was nearly furious. He muttered under his breath, "If I had known, I would have killed Su Sheng earlier." Of course, that was just his anger talking. Later, Chun Xin realized that it was precisely because of Su Sheng's intervention that Ning Rongrong was able to return safely to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. So he held no animosity towards him. After receiving their assurances, Ning Rongrong lifted her chin proudly, leaving in a very cheerful mood. She wondered what Su Sheng would discuss with her father. It couldn't be. After Ning Rongrong left, Ning Fengji's gentle, scrutinizing gaze turned to Su Sheng, and he slightly extended his hand, inviting, "Young friend Su Sheng, you are the benefactor who saved Rongrong. There is no need to be so restrained. Please have a seat." Since Ning Fengji had said so, it would be a breach of etiquette for Su Sheng not to sit. "Then I shall respectfully accept your invitation." Su Sheng replied and slowly sat down on the chair, waiting for Ning Fengji to continue. He believed that Ning Fengji wouldn't call him over for no reason. There's definitely something significant about it. Chapter 40. Is Ning Rongrong betrothed to me? Please collect and recommend. Ning Fengji's handsome face was fixed on Su Sheng for a long while, before a slight smile finally appeared on his lips. "Su Sheng, may I call you that?" Su Sheng furrowed her brows slightly and said, "Master Ning, you're joking." "Of course you can." Ning Fengji nodded slightly and said, "Then I'll just call you Su Sheng. Thank you for rescuing my daughter Rongrong when she encountered danger in the Sunset Forest. I'm very grateful." Su Sheng said, "Master Ning, you don't need to be so polite. Rongrong is such a good girl. I would never let her perish." What is Ning Fengji testing me for? He has a feeling that the answer will be revealed soon. Ning Fengji's tone gradually became more serious, exuding a convincing aura from within. "Of course, if you encounter any difficulties afterward, as long as it's within our capability, our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will never refuse." Su Sheng's inner displeasure increased a few notches. She really didn't want to have this ambiguous conversation any longer. She spoke directly, "Master Ning, I appreciate your kindness, but I believe you should also understand that my intention in saving Rongrong was not what you think." Ning Fengji stood up, then slowly bowed his body and said, "I naturally understand, but Su Sheng, this time Uncle Jian accidentally injured you. Today, I am here to apologize on his behalf." Su Sheng secretly thought that Ning Fengji, a true gentleman, was able to bend and stretch, which was why the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School could develop to the status of the top 3 sections. The dignified master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School personally bowed and apologized to him. This also indicated his ambition. Seeing the scene, Chun Xin, who was sitting behind Ning Fengji, frowned and couldn't help but scold, "Fengji, what are you doing? Do I still need you to apologize for me?" However, he was stopped by Ning Fengji, who stood up again and smiled at Chun Xin. "Surely, we can't let Uncle Jian apologize personally, right?" Beside him, Gu Rong patted his shoulder and said calmly, "Fengji must have his own thoughts. Don't be so pretentious." Chun Xin shot a cold glance at him and replied irritably, "Humph. Of course not. It's not for you. There's no need to be pretentious." If Gu Rong were to experience his own situation, he would probably be even angrier than himself. Su Sheng is not prepared to make Chun Xin uncomfortable, but it is still necessary to make him feel uneasy. After being so harsh on himself before, if he can't even bear this little discomfort now, what does that count for? Su Sheng's expression was difficult, wondering what Master Ning was doing. "If it weren't for the sword-fighting Douluo's intervention, I might not have been able to visit your sect." Chun Xin wanted to stand up and retort, "Kid, you're..." But before he could finish a sentence, he was firmly pressed down by Gu Rong's hand on his shoulder. He covered his forehead with his other hand, feeling that sitting with Chun Xin today was really embarrassing. Both were Title Douluo level experts who had experienced countless life and death challenges, yet they were easily provoked. They were even quarreling with a junior over such trivial matters. Moreover, this incident was indeed their fault. What was a bit of sarcasm to ease the relationship with Rongrong? Ning Fengji looked at Su Sheng's blatant sarcasm his mouth twitching a few times before quickly regaining composure and calmly sitting back down. He kindly inquired again, Su Sheng, according to Uncle Jian, your soul power has reached level 91 now? Su Sheng smiled slyly and said, well, I suppose I have a bit of talent. It seems that my innate soul power was at level 90 when I awakened. Ning Fengji's fingers tightened slightly, suppressing the discomfort in his heart. No, no. He is Rong Rong's savior. He can't turn against him. He can't turn against him. Due to the limitations of the Seven Treasures glazed tile pagoda, he would never be able to reach level 80 soul Douluo and could only remain stuck at level 79. Su Sheng's words ruthlessly shattered the confidence that belonged to the leader of the Qibao glazed sect within him. Ning Fengji thought, this kid speaks with sharp words. I can no longer take it personally. Even Ning Fengji almost couldn't hold back from turning hostile, let alone Chen Xian and Gu Rong behind him. Upon hearing this, they only heard a sound of poochie, as if their hearts had been stabbed and left full of holes. After exchanging glances, Gu Rong and Chen Xian silently nodded. This guy could say such things while remaining unflustered, claiming to have a bit of talent. Doesn't that mean they're both useless? They couldn't stay any longer, fearing they might be unable to restrain themselves and kill this kid on the spot. The two stood up in tacit agreement, and Chen Xian coughed and said that Fengji, I'll leave this to you for now. My old bones are feeling restless, so I'll go take care of this guy. Gu Rong raised an eyebrow and said, who has feeling restless? Do you want to fight? Chen Xian got angry and sneered. Fight if you want. Who's afraid of you? Don't forget, I always have one more move than you. You're talking nonsense. Clearly, I always have the upper hand. The two pretended to argue while quickly walking towards the hall's exit. Just like that, they left. Thus, the entire hall was left with only Su Sheng and Ning Fengji. After Gu Rong and Chen Xian left, Su Sheng's previous cunning demeanor faded, and he smiled lightly, saying, I apologize, Sect Master Ning. The younger generation was just a bit upset after being heavily injured by the sword Douluo and wanted to vent a little. I meant no offense to you. This short sentence significantly improved Ning Fengji's impression of Su Sheng. He had thought that Su Sheng's earlier demeanor was his true nature, but it turned out he just wanted to vent towards Sword Uncle and Bone Uncle. Moreover, the intensity of his venting was quite appropriate, without any extreme verbal conflicts. Secretly evaluating Su Sheng, Ning Fengji thought, not bad. This clever disposition, combined with such terrifying talent, will likely lead to him becoming a powerful figure in the future. Looking at Rong Rong's attitude towards Su Sheng earlier, if Rong Rong could, Ning Fengji squinted slightly. Su Sheng noticed that Ning Fengji across from him had fallen into deep thought for some unknown reason, presumably contemplating something important. So he refrained from interrupting his train of thought. When Ning Fengji came back to his senses, a glimmer appeared in his eyes as he looked at Su Sheng and asked with a half-smile, what do you think of Rong Rong? Rong Rong? She is quite clever and understanding. What does the sect master mean by this question? Su Sheng replied with a look of surprise, countering seriously. Could it be that Ning Fengji intends to betroth Ning Rong Rong to me? Don't joke around. I'm still young. Ning Fengji's lips curled up slightly as he softly remarked, Su Sheng, Rong Rong has never been this close to anyone during her years at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and she does have a bit of a willful temper. Ning Fengji earnestly stared into Su Sheng's eyes and proposed, however, since she met you and returned, everything has started to improve, so, if I were to betroth Rong Rong to you, would you be willing? As his daughter, Ning Rong Rong also inherited his martial soul, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. In the future, she would need a powerful soul master to protect her, and Su Sheng is undoubtedly a great choice. Chapter 41. Returns. Su Sheng's expression darkened. As expected, Ning Fengji had said so much just for this moment. However, he couldn't easily agree. Ning Fengji was a shrewd and calculating person, and marrying Ning Rong Rong to him was merely a way to draw him in. Overall, the future of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was still the priority. Su Sheng doesn't reject Ning Rong Rong deep down, and even has a good impression of her, but she is not a bargaining chip for Ning Fengji. Su Sheng politely declined Ning Fengji's suggestion. Master Ning, you think too much. Although I have feelings for Rong Rong, it's not to the extent of discussing marriage. Ning Fengji did not show any unexpected expression upon receiving Su Sheng's reply. If Su Sheng had really agreed so readily, he would still have doubts about Su Sheng as a person. After all, was he truly just a lecher? It seems that Su Sheng has formed a general impression in Ning Fengji's mind. Ning Fengji smiled elegantly and said in a neutral tone, you are right. That was indeed an imprudent consideration on my part. However, if possible, I hope we could become family. Su Sheng slowly stood up and smiled, saying, I appreciate the thought of Master Ning, But whether I can be with Rongrong still depends on fate. After all, nothing is impossible. Ning Fengji nodded slightly, but before that, let me treat you first. After he stood up, he planted his staff in the middle, and then a 7-treasure glazed tile tower, even more filled with celestial aura than Ning Rongrong's, slowly appeared in his palm. The ethereal energy flickered on the 7-treasure glazed tile tower, continuously surging and occasionally reflecting dazzling silver light. Subsequently, 7 colorful soul rings slowly rose from beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 which is also the best soul ring configuration. However, the most remarkable thing was that Ning Fengji's 7th soul ring was entirely different from the other 2 10,000-year soul rings. It was as deep as ink and clearly possessed a level close to at least 100,000 years. It was almost identical to Su Shang's 9th soul ring of the 9 Heart Blood Lotus. He emotionlessly uttered 7 words. 7-treasure glazed tile, 6th increase. As soon as the words fell, his 6th soul ring suddenly brightened, and the 7-treasure glazed tile emitted a more overwhelming and dazzling white light than before, enveloping Su Sheng in a warm glow that surged like a spring from above. Su Sheng stared at his injured skin, and under the warm glow, he saw the broken flesh beginning to sprout new tissue. In just a few seconds, all the wounds on his body had healed on their own. Is this the terrifying recovery ability of the 7-treasure glazed tile used by Ning Fengji? Truly deserving of being the #1 support type martial soul in the continent. Even if Ning Fengji may never break through to Soul Douluo in his lifetime, there is no doubt that no one underestimates him. Su Sheng glanced at Ning Fengji and politely said, "Thank you, Sect Master Ning. The auxiliary ability of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda is indeed well-deserved." If Ning Fengji could reach the rank of Title Douluo, how terrifying would that be? Ning Fengji nodded slightly and humorously joked, "Go on. Rongrong should still be waiting for you outside. If you take any longer, she might think I've done something to you." "Sect Master Ning, then I will take my leave," Su Sheng said, casually gesturing to Ning Fengji before turning to walk out of the hall. Watching Su Sheng's departing figure, Ning Fengji rested his chin on his hand and silently thought, "Su Sheng, I wonder what changes you will bring to this continent. It's really something to look forward to." When Ning Rongrong saw Su Sheng come out, she hurried over and carefully examined him from head to toe. After confirming he was fine, she let out a sigh of relief. After all, she was still a bit afraid that Gu Rong and Chen Xian were deliberately targeting Su Sheng. She blinked her sparkling eyes and asked, "Su Sheng, did my dad and the others do anything to you?" "Rongrong, how should I answer that question? We just talked about some trivial matters," Su Sheng replied with a twitch of his mouth, affectionately. "Do I really look that easy to bully?" Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face showed a hint of disappointment as she muttered softly, "Trivial matters? So that means Su Sheng didn't get my dad involved. It seems I was overthinking it before." Su Sheng naturally noticed the disappointment on Ning Rongrong's face. He affectionately ruffled her hair again, leaned closer, and whispered softly, "Rongrong, it's a great gain to come to the 7-treasure glazed tile school this time, but I need to leave quickly." The sensitive Ning Rongrong suddenly broke free. Her scorching cheeks seemed to express her feelings just now. Ning Rongrong's eyes dimmed, and she lowered her head in disappointment, biting her thin lips, staring intently at Su Sheng, wanting him to give her an answer. "Su Sheng, will we have a chance to meet again?" She was very afraid that after Su Sheng left the 7-treasure glazed tile school today, they would never meet again. "Of course we will, but you have to believe in the wonderful thing called fate," Su Sheng said, turning away and waving his hand casually. However, after turning around, he felt a bit regretful. He stiffly turned back, and under Ning Rongrong's confused gaze, he awkwardly touched his nose and said, "Rongrong, how can I leave the 7-treasure glazed tile school from here? I seem to be lost." This was the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and he had never been here before, relying on himself alone. He was afraid that even if he wandered around the 7-treasure glazed tile school for a day, he wouldn't find the right way out. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong covered her mouth and laughed. Her previous disappointment swept away. Playfully, she said, "Su Sheng, I didn't expect you to have such a humorous side. Come on, I'll take you out." Su Sheng seemed to have to solve the problem of getting lost in the future otherwise. Returning to the Wuhuan Hall Academy, Su Sheng pushed open the door and walked into the classroom. He casually glanced at Chi Ruo, who was riding with her back to him, and said, "Tutor Chi Ruo." Su Sheng's voice broke the tranquility of the classroom, and the gazes of Xie Yu and the others turned towards him. Yin couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Su Sheng actually arrived several hours late. He must be afraid of getting scolded by teacher Chi Ruo." Xie raised an eyebrow and mercilessly commented, "Don't think too much of it. Su Sheng is different from you and me." Meanwhile, Hulaina's beautiful eyes were merely curiously fixed on Su Sheng. Upon hearing the voice, Qi Ruo silently stopped his actions and turned to look at Su Sheng at the door. He was habitually ready to lose his temper, but halfway through his words, he swallowed them back down. The other three could be reprimanded sternly, but Su Sheng, this unique existence, was different. We can't afford to provoke him. After all, he is a genuine Title Douluo. Crushing a mere soul sage like me would be a piece of cake for him. So, feigning calmness, he coughed lightly and said, "It's Su Sheng. Go ahead and take a seat." Once Su Sheng sat down, Qi Ruo continued the previous topic, loudly stating, "Just now, we were discussing martial soul fusion techniques." Chapter 42. 3 years later, inside the spirit hall, in the room of the Holy Sun, on a soft and gentle cotton bed, a man lay quietly. Not long after, his pair of cold eyes, like an ancient spring, slightly trembled and then slowly opened. His gaze shifted to the window, and with a voice filled with a magnetic tone, he said faintly, "Is it dawn already?" Then, filled with a cold aura, he lazily stretched and slowly got up from the bed. This person was Su Sheng, who had already spent 3 years in the spirit hall. By now, he had shed his youthful aura and had truly reached the prime of his life. Su Sheng's gaze slightly focused as he looked at himself in the mirror ahead, gently pursing his lips and murmuring, "In these 3 years, has the Nine Hearts bloodthirsty tang truly influenced me?" In the mirror, Su Sheng stood about 1.7 meters tall, dressed in a white robe with loose cuffs at his wrists, simple yet aesthetically pleasing. His slightly cascading long hair flowed down his back like a waterfall, exuding an even greater chill that seemed capable of freezing everything around him. If someone were to meet Su Sheng's gaze, they would see deep black pupils resembling amber, devoid of any emotion, appearing even colder, constantly flickering with a cold light. His high nose and exquisite lip shape all radiated a unique charm. With just a glance and a smile, he could pull a woman into a deep abyss of intoxication. He was indeed like a jade among common people, a peerless gentleman. Suddenly, a woman's voice that stirred emotions broke the tranquility from outside the door. "Su Sheng, I'm coming in." As the words fell, a slender woman with golden hair walked in, exuding an alluring presence. Her thin lips curled into a smile that could ignite passion in any man, undeniably adding an air of hazy charm. It was none other than Hulaina. However, due to her martial soul, the celestial fox, her original innocence had long since vanished. Hulaina smiled charmingly at Su Sheng, affectionately linking her arm with his. "Su Sheng, are you ready? It seems we are leaving the academy today to receive our teacher's guidance." Let's go," Su Sheng replied, his amber-like eyes slightly narrowing as he released the arm that Hulaina had linked. "Su Sheng, you've changed so much over these years," Hulaina said with an exasperated roll of her eyes. Su Sheng was somewhat speechless and coldly said, "Aren't you the same?" This statement from Hulaina was also a reflection of herself, wasn't it? Not only he and Hulaina, but also the other members of the Golden Generation, like Xie, had changed completely compared to 3 years ago. There was no way for him to remain the same. Over the past 3 years, the amount of blood needed by the Nine Hearts Blood Lotus had increased day by day, to the point where it began to affect his state of mind. He could imagine that previously, if he had killed someone, he would have felt a twinge of regret, but now, he felt nothing, as if he were crushing an ant. Su Sheng shook his head to dismiss these thoughts and walked out indifferently. "Let's go. Don't keep the teacher waiting." Hulaina, who had been neglected on the side, pouted her thin lips, and a glimmer of ambiguous light flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Wasn't it me who came to call you? Seriously." She then sighed and caught up with Su Sheng's pace. Inside the Pope's hall, sitting on the Pope's chair and holding the purple gold scepter, Bibi Dong still exuded a compelling aura of authority that demanded submission, with Jude Douluo and Ghost Douluo standing beside her. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes shifted between Xie and Yan. After a while, she spoke lightly, "Xie, where's Su Sheng and Hulaina?" Xieyu's enchanting eyes froze, and he felt cold sweat rolling down his back. No matter how many times he had met Bibi Dong, her powerful and terrifying presence never diminished. He respectfully replied, "Your Holiness, if nothing unexpected happens, Su Sheng probably overslept and may have forgotten today's arrangements. As for my sister, she should have gone to call Su Sheng, and she might arrive soon." Yin, who was next to Xie, cautiously glanced at Bibi Dong, then lowered his head, tried to avoid speaking as much as possible. Sometimes, being mute was much better. However, The more one wanted to avoid something, the more likely it was to happen. Bibi Dong's gaze turned to Yin. Her thin lips slightly parted. Yin, your martial soul, the Flame Lord, has great potential. If properly cultivated, becoming a Title Douluo is not impossible for you. Yin, trembling with fear, stammered, "Thank you, Your Holiness, for your guidance. I will definitely practice diligently." The pressure from the Pope was terrifying. It was something ordinary people could not bear. He couldn't understand how Hulaina and Su Sheng remained composed under such immense pressure. On Bibi Dong's left, Ju Douluo secretly complained, "This kid, Su Sheng, really isn't afraid of death. He actually dares to keep the Pope waiting." This was already the nth time he had seen it. Ever since Su Sheng and Bibi Dong became familiar with each other, Su Sheng's attitude towards her seemed overly relaxed. He didn't dare to ask, though. On the other side, Ghost Douluo was thinking about something else. About a year ago, he had sparred with Su Sheng, and it ended in a draw. Now, Su Sheng's strength was likely far beyond Ju Douluo and himself. Just then, a cold voice came from outside the hall. "Teacher, we are here." Su Sheng, with a frosty expression, and Hulaina, exuding a charming aura, walked in side by side. Their arrival instantly attracted everyone's attention, especially Bibi Dong. She was already used to Su Sheng's cold demeanor, knowing it was not his true nature. Bibi Dong slammed the purple-gold scepter on the ground, her tone becoming serious. "Now that everyone is here, I will discuss your cultivation plan moving forward. From today on, the four of you need to collaborate daily to hunt soul beasts with a cultivation of at least 10,000 years in the Stardow Forest." Bibi Dong's words left no room for doubt, since she had decided to cultivate them as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. The training content had to exceed all limits. Yin couldn't help but exclaim, "What? 10,000-year soul beasts? Just the four of us?" He was unsure of Su Sheng's soul power level, but he, Hulaina, and Xiaoyu were all around levels 34 to 35. With such strength, hunting a 10,000-year soul beast would likely result in their immediate demise. Xiaoyu's mouth twitched slightly as he glanced at Hulaina, who showed no signs of dissent, and he reluctantly replied, "Yes, Your Holiness." Seeing the skepticism on Xiaoyu and Yan's faces, Bibi Dong's eyes turned cold. "This task may be impossible for others, but you represent the dignity of the Spirit Hall as the golden generation. If you can't even accomplish this little difficulty, do you still deserve this title?" Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin immediately responded, "Yes, Your Holiness, teacher." This was a direct order from the Pope. They had to succeed, even if it seemed impossible. "Teacher, I have something I want to discuss with you." Su Sheng's cold voice unexpectedly interrupted. Bibi Dong frowned, looking at Su Sheng. "Su Sheng, do you have a question?" Yin instinctively thought Su Sheng was dissatisfied with the task of hunting the 10,000-year soul beast. He was anxious inside, thinking, why is Su Sheng confronting the Pope? Isn't it just a 10,000-year soul beast? The four of them shouldn't be afraid to take it down. Besides, don't they have Xiaoyu and Laina's martial soul fusion technique? Xiaoyu and Hulaina were also staring at Su Sheng, waiting for him to continue. They knew that with Su Sheng's Title Douluo strength, even as a support type, it would be easy to deal with a 10,000-year soul beast. Moreover, from what she had learned from her teacher, the reason Su Sheng hadn't been practicing with them during the noon and afternoon sessions was actually to participate in soul battles and hunt 10,000-year soul beasts. In Hulaina's view, Su Sheng must have something important to say, which was why he interrupted Bibi Dong at such an inopportune moment. Su Sheng's gaze met Bibi Dong's pupils as he softly said, "Teacher, I want to leave the Spirit Hall for a while, perhaps for a year, perhaps for several years." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire papal hall fell into an unusual silence. In the next moment, Xiaoyu and Hulaina exchanged surprised glances, with the former confusedly asking, "Su Sheng, what are you doing?" "If it's because of the task related to the 10,000-year soul beast, the four of us can definitely hunt it." Hulaina fixed her eyes on Su Sheng, then lightly pursed her lips and murmured. Su Sheng Yin, on the other hand, secretly glanced at Bibi Dong's increasingly gloomy expression, realizing that Su Sheng's words were surely angering Her Holiness. He hurriedly walked over and placed a hand on Su Sheng's shoulder, reminding him, "Su Sheng, don't say foolish things. Leaving for a year or many years." Su Sheng just glanced at Yin expressionlessly without saying a word. The reasons for his temporary departure were actually many. He wanted to see the monster-collecting Shrek Academy and also take a stroll around the bloody city of slaughter. "Your Holiness, please calm down." Su Sheng is probably just confused for a moment. "That's right, Su Sheng. Hurry up and explain the Chrysanthemum Pass and the ghostly charm to Your Holiness." After explaining a few things to Su Sheng, he kept winking at the latter. Sitting in the Pope's chair, Bibi Dong had a very complicated mood, looking at Su Sheng with a somewhat bewildered expression. Su Sheng spoke in a calm tone. Teacher, when you accepted me as your disciple, I mentioned that if one day I needed to leave temporarily, you wouldn't stop me. He believed that, given Bibi Dong's character, she would not go back on her word, and he merely needed to return to the Spirit Hall before the Soul Master Elite competition. After hearing Su Sheng's words, Bibi Dong fell into silence for a while, then let out a slight sigh of helplessness, her gaze fixated on his cheek, as if trying to discern something. Su Sheng, can you tell me why you want to leave? If my disciple is leaving to enhance his soul power, that is obviously impossible. Su Sheng's soul power level has reached a terrifying level of 93, which is an extraordinarily fast pace. This is why Bibi Dong is so curious about what Su Sheng actually intends to do. Su Sheng's eyes flashed with contemplation as he replied to his teacher. I am leaving this time to seek the opportunity to suppress my martial soul, the side effects of the Nine Heart Begonia. In fact, he had little interest in staying in the Spirit Hall. Even if he were to be a slacker, he wanted to be the saltiest one. After listening to Su Sheng's answer, Bibi Dong pondered for a moment and agreed. I see. Since that's the case, Su Sheng, I allow you to leave the Spirit Hall. But you must return before the elite competition in a few years. Su Sheng is a trump card that can overturn the continent for the Spirit Hall. It is extremely important. Upon seeing Bibi Dong agree to Su Sheng's absurd request, Zhu Huaguan and Gue Mei exchanged glances, and only one sentence echoed in their hearts. My lord, the times have changed. Su Sheng's lips curled into a faint smile as he respectfully said, Thank you, teacher. After leaving the Pope's hall, Su Sheng was surrounded by Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yen. Yen, with a hint of disbelief, asked Su Sheng, You're not really planning to leave for years, are you? He seriously suspected that this guy was taking advantage of his good looks to go find other beautiful girls on his own. Su Sheng, who had a poker face, forced a smile and replied, Well, in the coming years, the prestige of the Spirit Hall will rely on you all. Xiaoyu frowned in displeasure and said, We are a team. What does it mean for one person to leave for years? The four of them had finally developed a team synergy. Yet before they even encountered a worthy opponent, one was about to leave. Just thinking about it made them all feel very uncomfortable. Su Sheng's lips twitched slightly, and she silently rolled her eyes in her heart, thinking that she didn't want to hurt their self-esteem. Hulaina's eyes dimmed significantly, and she looked at Su Sheng with some disappointment, saying, Su Sheng, are you really going to leave? Su Sheng gently reached out to touch her cheek and said as gently as possible, I'm not coming back, so don't show such a disappointed expression. Hulaina's eyes turned red, and just the thought of being separated from Su Sheng for several years brought a few traces of bitterness to her heart. Su Sheng glanced at the three of them, Xiaoyu, Lai Na, and that someone. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Yen firmly retorted, Hey, Su Sheng. Who are you calling that someone? My name is Yen. Su Sheng really was something. Even before leaving, he had to annoy himself a bit. How foolish to feel a bit sad just now. Thinking about it this way, all those feelings were in vain. Just as Su Sheng was about to turn around, Hulaina wiped her eyes and called out to Su Sheng, Su Sheng, wait for me a moment, I'll go get something. After saying that, Hulaina jogged off. Su Sheng and the others were completely confused. After a few minutes, Hulaina finally ran over, out of breath, holding a pitch-black veil and a cloak in her hands. She walked up to Su Sheng, her face flushed, and handed him the two items, saying, Su Sheng, this is for you. Without something to cover up, it's easy to attract others. Hulaina was actually going to say attract the opposite sex, but she changed the wording, probably because of Xiaoyu and Yen being present. Yen saw the two items and burst into laughter, exclaiming, this is too funny. Laina, this gift really suits Su Sheng's temperament. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, trying to suppress his laughter, turned his head away, pretending to be indifferent. Su Sheng looked at the items that Hulaina handed over, trembling as she took them. If these two items were normal, it would be fine, but clearly, they were an old hat with frayed threads and a tattered cloak with a grotesque design. Was she trying to make her a beggar? Despite the turmoil in her heart, Su Sheng had a feigned gratitude on her face and said, Thank you, Laina. I really like these. With her eyes reddened, Hulaina said nothing more and suddenly hugged Su Sheng tightly, starting to cry softly. Su Sheng was taken aback by her wild actions. When he wanted to speak, he closed his mouth instead, silently extending a hand to gently pat Hulaina's back. Chapter 44, Flanders' Little Shop in Soto City. Hulaina wiped her tears, slowly releasing her tight embrace of Su Sheng, and forced a smile, saying, Su Sheng, no matter how far you go, We are always the golden generation of the spirit hall. Su Sheng's eyes showed a hint of affection as he gently tousled her hair. When I come back, I hope that in a few years, your soul power can advance further. Although it didn't show on his face. He had also had a fulfilling 3 years in the spirit hall. Su Sheng is very clear about Hulaina's feelings for him. But his own feelings for Hulaina have not reached that level yet. Right now, it's more like they're close teammates. Yin stood with her hands on her hips and said sourly, "Hey, Su Sheng, in these 3 years of practicing together, we don't even know what level your soul power is. We're about to leave, and you're not planning to hide it, are you?" 3 years ago, he regarded Su Sheng as a rival. But since realizing that Hulaina didn't have those feelings for him, he gradually let go of that sentiment. On the side, Xiaoyu, who was watching coldly, noticed Hulaina's attitude towards Su Sheng, which she had never shown even to her own brother. With a silent sigh, Su Sheng unconsciously took away his sister. He really didn't know whether to be happy that his sister found someone she truly liked or to be sad that his sister, who had been with him for so many years, was just taken away. Yin, if you want to know my soul power level, then you should work hard to improve. Right now, you're not worthy, Su Sheng said lightly. Yin immediately turned hostile and disdainfully retorted, "Whatever, if you don't want to tell me, then don't. I don't care. Even if Su Sheng's soul power is higher than the 3 of them, how high can it really be? Does he really think of himself as a powerful being at the level of a Title Douluo with that arrogant tone?" After Su Sheng left the Spirit City, he quickly headed north and spent almost a whole day before arriving at the Ballot Kingdom. Su Sheng stopped in the street, wearing a black cloak gifted by Hulaina, with a hat on his head that completely covered his cheeks. Su Sheng slowly raised his hand to adjust his hat, his cold gaze sweeping over the somewhat prosperous street. He spoke in a tone, "Is this Soto City? It looks quite nice." In truth, he felt a bit grateful to Hulaina at this moment. Thankfully, she had given him these 2 items. Although they were a bit shabby, they indeed helped him avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. This was because, during the long journey to the Ballot Kingdom, Su Sheng's unmasked appearance, combined with his ethereal aura, made him quite conspicuous among the crowd. As a result, many married women and beauties approached him to chat. Learning from his experience, he had put on the 2 treasures given by Hulaina and successfully arrived here. But the next moment, as Su Sheng scanned his surroundings, his gaze gradually fixed on a shop that resembled an antique collection store. He squinted slightly. This shop. He then lowered his hat, walked up to the shop, looked up at the elegantly written characters, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. Once inside, Su Sheng didn't even have the chance to observe his surroundings before he felt an ancient and elegant atmosphere enveloping the entire shop. His gaze slightly shifted forward, where he saw a wooden rocking chair with a middle-aged man, full of beard and wearing silver-rimmed glasses, leisurely staring at a magazine in his hands. Since Su Sheng entered the shop, the man hadn't even cast a glance at him. He secretly thought, "Sure enough, no wonder this shop is so similar to my memories." The owner of this shop was none other than Flender, the dean of Shrek Academy. Flender's glasses suddenly reflected a burst of white light. And then he said in a tone, "If you want something, look for it yourself. If not, just leave. Just don't disturb me." Su Sheng pressed his lips together, not saying a word, and began to carefully observe the items placed in the room. He reached out to touch a bronze-colored artifact squatting on the floor, and the cool feel made him reluctant to part with it. Then he moved straight ahead, and when he reached a shelf, his curious gaze landed on a simple ring placed on it. Su Sheng silently took it in hand and played with it, examining it closely. The exterior was silver, shimmering with a faint sheen, and at the center of the ring was a faceted blood-red gemstone, looking extremely magnificent. However, perhaps due to dust, it appeared rather unremarkable. Su Sheng shook his head, his interest waning significantly. The ring didn't seem special. It might only look better after being cleaned. Just as Su Sheng turned around to look at other small items, a sudden intense buzzing filled his mind. It felt as if something was urgently calling out to him. Su Sheng coldly scanned the surroundings and found nothing unusual. When he took another step forward, the intense trembling sound echoed in his mind again. And this time it was much more intense than before. He curiously looked at Flander, who was sitting in the rocking chair, and who knew? Lying in the rocking chair with his legs crossed, Flander pushed up his glasses with his middle finger, glanced at Su Sheng impatiently, and said displeasedly, "It's very quiet here. There's no sound." After saying that, he turned his attention back to the magazine in his hands. It seemed that despite being so close, he had completely failed to hear the trembling sound Su Sheng mentioned. Su Sheng silently shook his head, secretly wondering if he had misheard. But that strong tremor just now. Wait. Su Sheng took a step back, returning to his previous position, and fixed his gaze on the ring inlaid with a diamond-shaped blood-red gemstone. The trembling sound just now was triggered by touching this ring. Could it be? To verify his suspicion, Su Sheng took a deep breath, focused his eyes on the ring, and then took a step forward. Before he had fully landed, the ring in Su Sheng's eyes began to shake wildly, and a buzzing sound started to echo in his mind. Su Sheng picked up the ring and looked at the plain-looking item, murmuring, "Is this the ring? It doesn't seem simple." He thought to buy it and keep it for now. However, he recalled that in the original story, Tang San took a large yellow crystal from Flender's shop, which he seemed to have used to make some hidden weapon called the Dragon Whisker Needle. Its penetrating power was so strong that it could seemingly pierce through Zhao Wuji's defenses. After a few minutes of searching, a very valuable-looking yellow crystal was displayed in front of Su Sheng. Su Sheng patted the unusually hard crystal, feeling quite surprised internally and wondering if this was it. Then he picked up the blood-red ring and placed them on the counter designated for display. Su Sheng looked at Flander with eyes devoid of any emotion and said, "Boss, how much are these in total? I want them all." Flander just gave Su Sheng a surprised glance, and when he saw his strange outfit, he realized that even his face was not visible. After buying 2 items that he thought were worthless, Flander's eyes gradually narrowed. He couldn't help but ponder Su Sheng's identity. The crystal was priced at 500 gold soul coins, and the ring at 300 gold soul coins. Since that was the case, he decided to see whether this guy really needed these items. The prices of the 2 items that Flander casually mentioned were raised 5 times compared to the original work. Chapter 45. No need to panic. It's just a small scene, steady as a rock. Seeking recommendations and collections, Su Sheng's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment, and his mouth twitched. This crystal actually costs 500 gold soul coins? What a joke. This Flander is simply a profiteer, asking for an outrageous price. In the original story, Tang San bought it for 100, but how did it skyrocket to 5 times that here? No matter how wealthy he is, he can't be that big of a fool. With his eyes hidden under a hat turning cold, Su Sheng asked the boss with a calm face, "Can it be a little cheaper?" Flander, sitting in a rocking chair, stretched out his legs and lay back, rolling his eyes without hesitation, and retorted mercilessly, "If you want to buy it, you can or not. Anyway, this is the price, no negotiation. If you want to buy something from Flander, you better be prepared to pay more." Moreover, it just so happens that he can see if this guy really needs these 2 items, so he can figure out a thing or two. Su Sheng gritted his teeth, then suppressed his displeasure and took out 2 bags of gold soul coins from the soul guide device, coldly tossing them onto the table. "All right, I bought it. This is 800 gold soul coins." Su Sheng picked up the ring and was about to store the crystal in the soul guide when Flander glanced at him and spoke again. "Wait, that crystal and the ring together are worth 1,000 gold soul coins. You don't have enough money. Are you deliberately provoking me?" Su Sheng's already cold face suddenly darkened, and as he spoke, a terrifying chill enveloped him. He had endured the mention of 500 gold soul coins. After all, he wasn't someone who would be bothered by that amount. But now, with the sudden increase in price again, it was clearly challenging his bottom line. Sensing Su Sheng's terrifying aura, Flander put down the magazine in his hand, adjusted his glasses again, slowly stood up, and said, "I say it's worth 800. Then it's worth 800. Su Sheng's cold gaze hidden under the hat seemed to want to pierce through Flandra. A few seconds later, he turned around expressionlessly, preparing to leave. Flandra raised an eyebrow, and after observing Su Sheng's actions, he knew that he clearly intended not to buy. However, his goal had been achieved, as it seemed he was also unaware of these 2 items, perhaps only placing value on them by chance. "These 2 trinkets can be sold to you for 500 gold soul coins, but the premise is that you take off the hat and cloak." Su Sheng turned around again, slowly taking off his hat, revealing an extremely cold and handsome face. He coldly said, "Get lost. It was just 2 items. He didn't want them anyway." After seeing Su Sheng's face, Flander was momentarily stunned, secretly lamenting how young he looked. He seemed to be about the same age as Mu Bai. But what was up with that terrifying and steadily increasing soul power fluctuation? Thus, he propped up his chin and began to ponder. How about testing this kid a bit? If his talent is good, he could be recruited into Shrek Academy a day early. After coming to this conclusion, Flander's gaze fixed on Su Sheng, and in an extremely displeased tone, he slowly said, "Kid, you can choose not to sell anything, but if you dare to speak disrespectfully, then don't blame me for teaching you a lesson." Angry, Su Sheng's cold pupils emitted a hint of red light as he sneered. "Teach me a lesson? Interesting, Flander, you're really overestimating yourself." Flander was taken aback. He actually knew his name, but so what? He still didn't believe that a mere teenager in his teens could defeat a dignified rank 78 soul sage. That would be an insult to his personality. Flanders' disdainful gaze swept over Su Sheng, and he elegantly extended a hand toward him, saying arrogantly, "Kid, since I'm older than you, why don't you go ahead and make the first move? Just remember to go easy on me later. If I accidentally turn this kid into a cripple, that would be a sin." Su Sheng did not speak and slowly took a step forward. Seeing Su Sheng recklessly step out, Flander frowned. What is wrong with this kid? He hasn't even summoned his martial soul. Is he planning to provoke me? Flander? TSK. There's no one in this world who can trick Flander. Bang! Su Sheng buried his head and took another step toward Flander. As a pitch-black 10,000-year spirit ring slowly rose from beneath his feet. When the latter saw that deep black spirit ring, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The first spirit ring is actually 10,000 years. This child's talent is terrifying. He must be recruited into my Shrek Academy. Although his spirit power is a bit low, he is still a true monster. This kid is simply a monster among monsters. Compared to this child, Mu Bai and the others can only be considered rookies. Xiao Gang, it seems your top 10 core competencies are not accurate. Today, a kid has shattered your authority in the field of spirit masters. Su Sheng let out a cold laugh and stepped forward again, causing two pitch-black soul rings to rise from beneath his feet. Flinder's face was filled with immense excitement, and he was inwardly thrilled, secretly thinking that he was actually looking at a soul master with 3 10,000-year soul rings. Truly a genius among geniuses. I, Flinder, swear that I will do everything possible to recruit him into Shrek Academy. If this kid joins Shrek, I, Flinder, will have no worries about excellent talent sources. And the future of Shrek will be incredibly bright. A soul master at level 30 is enough to crush all contemporaries on the continent. As he was lost in thought, Su Sheng stepped forward once more, and 3 more terrifying 10,000-year soul rings floated up from beneath his feet. Flinder couldn't help but take a step back, staring in disbelief at the 6 soul rings under Su Sheng's feet. 6 10,000-year soul rings of Soul Emperor? He, Flinder, was only a soul sage at level 76. Could this guy be serious? But he comforted himself, thinking it was fine. I am a soul sage. His talent might be terrifying, but he is just a soul emperor, and there is still a 10-level gap between us. It's not a big deal, a minor scene. I, Flinder, can handle it. Su Sheng slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with killing intent locking onto Flander. Coldly, he said, "Flander, are you ready?" A confused Flander was taken aback by the question and asked in bewilderment, "What do you mean by that?" But in the next moment, he realized what Su Sheng meant. 3 10,000-year soul rings reappeared beneath Su Sheng's feet, and the last 2 were so profound they were almost close to 100,000 years. A Title Douluo is playing with me? That lord? Can you let me explain? It wasn't intentional. Flander hurriedly waved his hands to explain. At this moment, he had no thoughts of letting Su Sheng enter Shrek. He would be grateful if Su Sheng didn't annihilate him. This was a Title Douluo, a damn soul emperor. They weren't even on the same level. Heavens, are you planning to kill me, Flander? Su Sheng glanced at him with and did not stop her slow pace. Flander, weren't you just very arrogant? Are you scared? As Su Sheng approached, a wave of fear spread in Flander's heart, especially under the pressure of being a Title Douluo. He was forced to release his martial spirit, the 4-eyed cat eagle. A large eagle with 4 eyes emerged behind him, looking down at Su Sheng with a piercing gaze that fixed on his every move. 7 soul rings appeared beneath him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 a standard configuration. Seeing that Su Sheng still did not intend to stop, Flander took a step back, pointed at Su Sheng, and trembled as he said, "Your Highness, if you come any closer, I will have to take action." Chapter 46, Rose Hotel. 7th soul skill, true body of the cat eagle. Flander uttered. His 7th soul ring suddenly lit up and, in an instant, the cat eagle behind him began to merge into his body. Dense feathers slowly grew on his arms and back, and a strange light yellow eye ornament appeared on his eyes, with 2 small holes in the middle. Under the true body of the cat eagle, Flander was filled with confidence, though not in terms of combat. He thought to himself, I definitely can't match him in strength, but can I still escape? Back in the day, I avoided countless disasters with this unique flying martial spirit. Flander smiled at Su Sheng, and his wings slowly flapped as he flew into the air. Your Highness, this time it's my fault. Take those 2 things if you want them. I will excuse myself for now. He then flew towards a window. Su Sheng, standing in place, slightly pursed his lips and said lightly, Want to leave? Is it that easy? Just a soul sage relying on a flying martial spirit to escape from a Title Douluo like me? How could that be possible? But Flander in midair did not think so. Looking at the window within reach, he smugly thought, what if he is a Title Douluo? He can only watch me leave. Just as he was about to rush out of the window, Sheng coldly shouted, come back, with a wave of his hand. Countless vines of the Nine Heart Blood Begonia quickly wrapped around Flander's legs. Then, with a strong pull, he yanked Flander, who was about to rush out, back forcefully. Flander stabilized himself in midair, looking at the vines that had tightly gripped his legs, and angrily yelled, damn it. Soon after, a wave of numbness filled his legs. Flander was shocked. What? These vines actually have toxicity. I'm done for. If I don't escape now, I really won't be able to. Flander's second soul ring lit up, and he coldly shouted, second soul skill, rending claw. Flander's beastly legs slowly gathered a layer of light blue blade aura. He then swung towards the roots of the Nine Heart Blood Begonia vines. Sheng, who had seen through this little trick, would not let him succeed easily. He said lightly, third soul skill, Blood Begonia's protection. His third soul ring lit up, and a protective shield appeared at the roots of the vines, firmly enclosing them. As Flander's second soul skill struck, the sharp blade aura was instantly obliterated upon contact with the protective shield. What? This membrane-like shield has such strong defensive power? Flander spoke while cold sweat dripped down his back. Sheng extended his palm towards Flander and coldly said, fifth soul skill, blood poison of the Nine Hearts. He didn't want to play cat and mouse with this guy anymore. He just wanted to give him a good beating. As the words fell, the fifth soul ring lit up, and several green glowing Nine Hearts blood peonies suddenly emerged from Flander's neck while he was flying in the air. A severe burning and dizzying sensation spread within Flander's body, and his face instantly turned extremely pale. The frequency of his wing flapping suddenly dropped significantly. Sheng's fourth soul ring lit up again, activating his fourth soul skill. Crazy growth. Several Nine Heart blood cacti on Flander's body instantly grew wildly, covering him completely. In the next moment, the Nine Heart blood cacti suddenly glowed, devouring Flander's soul power in an instant, forcing him to revert from his true form and helplessly fall to the ground. With a loud bang, the entire room erupted with a massive crashing sound, like thunder. Flander, who fell to the ground, rubbed his dizzy head, curling up in a ball, looking fearfully at the approaching Sheng. Your Majesty, I really didn't mean to offend you. Please don't take action. Let's talk this over. Sheng just let out a cold laugh and explained, walking out of Flander's small shop. Sheng glanced at the unconscious Flander in the room. He put his hat back on, but his right hand's index finger now had a ring glowing with a red light. Although Sheng's expression remained cold, there was a hint of comfort in it. He gazed at the vast, still clear sky. After beating up Flanders, he indeed felt much better, without relying on soul rings. Simply using physical strength to hit someone was the best way for Sheng to vent, a method he learned from Tang Hao. After wandering around for a while, Sheng stopped in front of a hotel. He slowly raised his eyes to look at the luxurious hotel before him, clearly seeing the four glowing characters, Rose Hotel. Sheng pondered for a few seconds before stepping into the Rose Hotel. Upon entering, he was greeted by the fragrant scent of roses, which seemed to lift one's spirits. He glanced around and then approached the front desk. The woman who was calculating at the counter slowly came back to her senses upon seeing a customer. But when she looked up and saw Sheng's peculiar outfit, she was genuinely startled. She suppressed the disdain rising in her heart and politely asked, Sir, are you looking to check in? The Rose Hotel was a popular place for couples due to its elegant and romantic layout. But Sheng's attire seemed to lower the hotel's standards significantly. It could even adversely affect the next batch of guests. Sheng, covering his face, nodded silently and handed over a black card. Yes, please prepare a room for me. The female attendant didn't think much of it first, but upon seeing the card, she gasped in shock, her eyes wide. This is the exclusive card of the Pope of the Spirit Hall? Before Sheng could respond, the woman realized her own breach of decorum and awkwardly chuckled. Sir, may I ask your identity? This is the exclusive card of His Highness the Pope of the Spirit Hall. We must confirm the identity of the user. If it is misused, the user will face pursuit from the Spirit Hall. Sheng merely cast a cold glance at her, and the latter immediately fell silent, lowering her head to begin processing Sheng's housing procedures. Your card, the female attendant said, and after finishing the process, was about to hand the key to Sheng when suddenly a graceful figure rushed to the counter, breathlessly asking, Excuse me, Are there any rooms available? The two turned to look, and they saw a woman in a light blue long dress that outlined her full figure. Her slender waist evoked a flurry of thoughts, especially her unique air of nobility, which made it clear at a glance that her background was definitely not simple. After seeing the woman clearly, Su Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly. He secretly thought, what a coincidence. He hadn't expected to run into Ning Rongrong at this Rose Hotel. Ning Rongrong had grown up beautifully, her figure now well-proportioned, and her casual speech was filled with elegance and calmness, with hardly a hint of willfulness. The female attendant smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, miss, but the last couple's room we have available has already been booked by this gentleman. Ning Rongrong glanced at Su Sheng, whose face was obscured, and a hint of helplessness appeared on her cheeks as she sighed softly. But all the surrounding hotels are fully booked. Chapter 47. How about sharing a room? The female attendant showed a bit of hesitation. The couple's room had already been the last one available. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she glanced at Su Sheng, then turned to Ning Rongrong and said gently, how about this, miss? You could discuss sharing a room with this gentleman. Each would pay half of the room fee. Ning Rongrong, her hands tightly clasped, felt her cheeks flush slightly at the suggestion, speaking in a soft, hesitant tone. Huh? She had never shared a room with another man in her life, and most importantly, this Rose Hotel was known for being a couple's hotel. Sharing a room with this man would imply that she. Thinking of this, Ning Rongrong timidly sized up Su Sheng beside her, especially noting his extremely shabby appearance, which looked like that of a beggar, causing a wave of inner rejection to rise within her. Despite this, Ning Rongrong politely shook her head and then blinked rapidly at the female attendant, signaling, I think it's better to forget it. I'm not very comfortable sharing a room with someone else. The observant female attendant understood Ning Rongrong's subtle gestures immediately. It wasn't that this lady disliked sharing a room. She clearly found the disheveled man unappealing. Since that was the case, there was nothing more she could do. The woman handed the key back to Su Sheng, smiling as she said, Since this miss is unwilling, sir, here is your room key. I wish you a pleasant stay. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong let out a breath of relief, although she had tried her best to suppress her disdain for others. Just thinking about having to share a room with someone so shabby made her skin crawl. Meanwhile, Su Sheng, whose expression was hidden under his hat, twitched the corners of his mouth, secretly thinking, I can't believe Ning Rongrong finds me disgusting. Just how shabby did Hu Lai Na make this outfit? He shrugged off his cloak, silently took the key, then raised his gaze, giving Ning Rongrong a meaningful look before slowly leaving. The woman's gaze returned to the still-standing Ning Rongrong, kindly asking, Miss, what will you do now? There were no more rooms available, and most couples would not check out until the evening, so she might have to leave. Ning Rongrong snapped out of her daze, biting her lip in thought. She had already looked at several nearby hotels, and her legs were worn out. If she went searching again, she feared she might lose her mind. The woman pointed to a bench nearby. Say, miss, if you don't mind, you can sit there and think it over. However, our hotel closes at 11 at night. This sudden statement made Ning Rongrong's eyes light up. Close? Where do these attendants sleep? She could temporarily rent a room to rest. No one would say it was impossible to stay in the staff's quarters. Ning Rongrong excitedly asked, Sister, do you have rooms for the staff to sleep in at night? The woman paused for a moment, then revealed a hint of confusion. Yes, we have designated rest areas. Why do you ask? Shouldn't she be more concerned about where she would rest? Why was she asking about their accommodations? Ning Rongrong's eyes filled with hopeful anticipation as she focused on the woman. Could I stay in your staff's rest area for one night? I can pay you privately the same rate as the hotel room. The woman's eyes widened in surprise as she whispered, Privately? You mean? This was the first time she had encountered a guest wanting to rent a staff room. Seeing that the woman did not immediately refuse, Ning Rongrong's heart leaped with joy. It seemed like this was a possibility. It was just a sleeping room. How easy could it be? After all, for her, Ning Rongrong, anything that could be solved with money was not an issue. The wealthy Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was never short on money. She playfully placed a finger to her lips and quietly pushed a bag of gold soul coins forward, saying with a twinkle in her eyes, Shoo, sister, if you can help me out, doubling the price isn't out of the question. The woman looked at the heavy bag of gold soul coins in front of her, her gaze gradually heating up. This amount of money could cover nearly half a year's salary for her. It would be impossible not to be tempted. Internally, she justified to herself that the boss hadn't said it was prohibited to privately rent to guests, right? No. Well, then it must be implied consent. She discreetly tucked the bag of gold soul coins away. then coughed a few times to ease the awkwardness and subtly slid the key to her exclusive staff room over to Ning Rongrong, explaining, "Miss, while my rest area has all the basic facilities, it is a bit small. Naturally, the staff quarters weren't luxurious, but they were adequately equipped." Ning Rongrong eagerly took the key, smiling, "That's fine. I'm just staying for one night." "Thank you." With that, she hummed a little tune, happily walking toward her exclusive rest area. After Ning Rongrong left, the woman's gaze lingered on the enticing bag of gold soul coins, murmuring, "It seems like I could do this in the future." Just like that, she had made a windfall. If she could do it again, she wouldn't need to work for a year. Great, she had successfully acquired a new trick. Who knows, she might even recruit a few others to do the same. Su Sheng stopped, looked at the room number, 32. Seeing that it matched the number on the key, she inserted the key and turned it. After hearing a click, Su Sheng slowly walked in. Then, her gaze casually swept around the room. It was a curved-shaped room, with the floor scattered with fragrant fresh rose petals, and countless decorative items adding a touch of desire to the guest's hormones. In the center, on the large bed, in addition to the roses, there were several romantic heart-shaped balloons, further enhancing the sensual atmosphere. On the left side, there was a steaming hot tub, large enough to accommodate 2 people. Su Sheng slowly removed his hat and cloak, revealing a cold face that could make anyone's heart flutter at just a glance. He silently lamented that it was indeed a room worth 188 gold soul coins per night, but unfortunately, he had no girlfriend. Su Sheng walked to the edge of the pool, slowly took off his clothes, and gently swam into it. Only when the warm and slightly hot water wrapped around his body below the neck did he quietly close his eyes, enjoying the comfort of the water opening his pores. On the other side, Ning Rongrong faced a completely different scene. She inserted the key and pushed open the door to room 30X, entering with high hopes. However, when she saw the scene inside, her expression immediately darkened. Could this room be called well-equipped? Chapter 48. I'm not interested in you, Ning Rongrong sighed helplessly. Although the room was narrow, there was nothing she could do since she had already spoken. The various facilities were far inferior to those of the 7 Treasure glazed tile school, even to the extreme. Even the lighting was very dim, seemingly about to go out any second. However, when her gaze swept over to a very narrow, steaming pool nearby, her mood softened a bit. She patted her chest, comforting herself that at least there was a pool. Otherwise, she really wouldn't be able to stay in such a room. She then quietly closed the door and cautiously walked to the bedside, taking her time to remove each piece of clothing and folding them neatly before gracefully stepping into the shimmering pool with her bare, smooth body. Every inch of her delicate skin that touched the water was frozen and shivering from the extreme cold. The steam she had just seen was not from hot water, but from icy water that emitted mist. Ning Rongrong suddenly felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, her limbs instinctively curling up from the cold. Unable to hold back her anger, she cursed, "How can the bathing water even be slightly cold? What kind of terrible place is this lounge?" Ning Rongrong instinctively wanted to get out of the pool, but when her gaze fell on the dark gray bed and pillows, she could almost sense the foul smell of the bedding without even lying down. The thought that had just surfaced in her mind was suppressed. At least, the pool looked clean and had no strange odors compared to that bed. Not long after, Su Sheng, who was lying on the rose, petal-covered couple's bed and sleeping soundly, was suddenly awakened by a hurried knocking at the door. A bit dazed, he rubbed his eyes and then slowly stood up. The moment he stood up, his gaze first fell on himself in the mirror, and he saw that his long hair was incredibly messy after just waking up. He silently walked to the mirror and began to fix his hair. Bang, bang, bang. Just a few seconds after he had tidied up, there was another urgent knocking at the door. Su Sheng immediately narrowed his eyes. At such a late hour, who could be knocking on his door? Could it be that someone was tracking him? His gaze instantly turned cold and sharp, with several tendrils of Nine Heart Blood Begonia hidden in his palm. If the visitor had ill intentions, then he would kill. Outside the door, Ning Rongrong was simply wrapped in a piece of white cloth that barely covered her enviable figure, her arms cradling her soaked clothes. This reduced her noble aura and added a touch of charm, unknowingly exuding a unique, exotic flair. Ning Rongrong then shook her damp hair and curiously looked at the door, pouting and whispering, "Is there no one here? Why did the female attendant not allow me to check in? If there was no one, what should she do in such an unusual situation?" The only clothes she could wear were soaked in the leaking room next door. Otherwise, as the young lady of the 7 Treasure glazed tile school, how could she be so unreserved as to cover herself with just a piece of white cloth? Just as she was pondering, the door slowly opened. Su Sheng, with a cold expression on his face, stepped out from within. We saw that the visitor was Ning Rongrong. The Nine Heart Blood Begonia in his hand retreated back into his body. When Ning Rongrong saw him, with long hair cascading over his shoulders and an exceptionally handsome face radiating a cold aura, her eyes gradually showed a hint of surprise. Could it be that all the men staying at a couple's hotel were handsome? She randomly knocked on the door next door and encountered such a strikingly beautiful man. However, judging by his expression, he didn't seem like an easy person to get along with. But then, thinking about her own situation, Ning Rongrong steeled herself and said apologetically, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. I'm a tenant living next door. Su Sheng instinctively opened his mouth to call out her name, but seeing her stiff demeanor, he silently swallowed it back. However, Su Sheng didn't blame her. After all, they had only known each other for a day. No, it should be said, only one night. Therefore, in the long span of 3 years, it wouldn't be impossible for her to forget someone unimportant like him. Su Sheng suppressed the emotions in his heart and spoke in a somewhat indifferent tone. Is there something going on? Since Ning Rongrong no longer recognized him, it was better to let it go and not bring it up again. Ning Rongrong trembled again and said, the room next door has a leak, and all my clothes got wet, so I wanted to ask if I could stay with you for one night. As she spoke, her face turned crimson, and she almost buried her head completely. She even felt that her situation sounded too kitsch. After all, this hotel was considered a 5-star hotel in Soto City, and it was unlikely for any leak to occur. Moreover, asking to stay in someone else's room for a night was something that anyone would mind, including herself. Su Sheng's gaze swept over her trembling legs. Then he turned around and walked into the room. Ning Rongrong felt a pang of disappointment at Su Sheng's action, secretly thinking that perhaps her request was indeed a bit excessive. But the next moment, a cold voice came from inside the room. Come in. Ning Rongrong, who had expected to be rejected, felt a flash of joy upon hearing the voice. She gratefully uttered 2 words, thank you. Then, clutching her clothes, she walked in and slammed the door shut. Once inside, Ning Rongrong felt that the entire room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, especially with the fragrant rose petals, which made her blood as a woman surge with excitement. She slightly raised her gaze, and upon seeing Su Sheng sitting silently on the bed covered in rose petals, faintly sensed that his gaze was fixed on her. The white cloth wrapped around her body tightened involuntarily. Just the thought of being alone with a man in the room made her feel extremely nervous, as if a heavy stone had been lifted in her heart. Moreover, it seemed that if this seemingly cautious man wanted to do something to her, as a support-type soul master, she would have no power to resist at all. After placing her clothes on a nearby chair, she forced a smile and said to Su Sheng that. Su Sheng cast a cold glance at her cheek, then silently closed his eyes and said with a hint of coldness, you don't need to worry, I'm not interested in you. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong felt a bit offended. She lowered her head to assess her figure, gritted her teeth, and thought angrily, what kind of man speaks like that? What do you mean you're not interested in me? I'm not lacking in development, okay? Everything that should be prominent is prominent, and everything that should be perky is perky. Where's the lack of interest? Chapter 49. Turning off the lights to sleep after hanging up her clothes, Ning Rongrong slowly sat down in a chair, her expression revealing a hint of gratitude as she said, thank you this time. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do. After saying this, Ning Rongrong felt displeased and thought, wait a minute, why should I be grateful to him? Just because he's a bit handsome? He just said he wasn't interested in me. Does that mean I'm interested in his ice-cold face? Besides, in the 7-treasure glazed tile school, there's so many people pursuing me, they could line up from the hall to outside. Su Sheng glanced at her, and, no need, he naturally saw the little expression on her face, and inwardly found it somewhat amusing, thinking that she hadn't completely changed after all. There was still a hint of pride within her. Seeing Su Sheng's indifferent attitude towards her words, Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth in anger and said viciously, how annoying. Speaking so coldly, how am I supposed to continue the conversation? She had been thinking about taking a hot bath, but unexpectedly, this guy ended the conversation directly. Thus, Ning Rongrong sat there in silence, but her gaze occasionally wandered to the side, where petals were scattered, appearing incredibly romantic under the shimmering water. Su Sheng's cold eyes followed her gaze, finally resting on the steaming pool of water. Even if the room had a leak, didn't the next room have a pool? Ning Rongrong looked as if she hadn't bathed in a long time. That pitiful expression almost made him want to comfort her. However, thinking of certain things, he decided against it. Thus, with a blank expression, Su Sheng slowly uttered, the water in that pool is still hot. If you want to soak, go ahead. But the prerequisite is that you don't mind that I've soaked in it. A young lady like Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School should have some degree of cleanliness. But whether she was willing or not was up to her. There was nothing more he could do. Ning Rongrong's thoughts were pierced through, and her blushing cheeks looked as tempting as red apples. She softly said, "Thank you." It seemed this man wasn't so annoying after all. He was indeed a man with a cold exterior but a gentle heart. Speaking of men, Ning Rongrong suddenly recalled a figure from 3 years ago. The man who stood firmly in front of her, even when facing dozens of soul beasts. The man who, seeing her starve, personally roasted delicious rabbit meat for her to eat. As she thought about it, Ning Rongrong's eyes became slightly red and swollen, evoking a sense of pity. Coming back to her senses, she shook her head, letting the tears at the corners of her eyes fade away, and bitterly smiled to herself. It's been 3 years. He must have forgotten me by now. Su Sheng frowned when he saw her like this. What's wrong? Don't you want to? If that's the case, then forget it. Just a moment ago, she seemed so happy, and after a moment of distraction, she turned into this. Could it be that she thought of some unpleasant memories in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Ning Rongrong smiled sincerely. It's not like that. You've misunderstood. I was just recalling some beautiful memories, but it's very likely that I won't be able to experience them again in my lifetime. Wrapped in white cloth, Ning Rongrong stood up, revealing her graceful figure, and playfully winked at Su Sheng. Well, I'm going to take a bath now. You mustn't peek. Su Sheng casually responded, his gaze fixated on her as she walked towards the pool. However, in the next moment, his pupils trembled as he suddenly thought of something exciting and reached out to call Ning Rongrong back. But it was too late. Ning Rongrong had already reached the side of the pool. She first scanned the surroundings and, seeing the curtains blocking the view, slowly pulled them open. Then she glanced back, noticing that Su Sheng's mind was completely elsewhere, and silently breathed a sigh of relief. She gently pulled the cloth that covered her body aside, revealing her exquisite form once again. Su Sheng then looked towards the edge of the pool. Even with his cold demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a surge of the most primitive human desire at the sight before him. Ning Rongrong thought the curtain could block the view, but in reality, it was completely transparent from the outside, allowing a clear view of everything inside. He now understood why this Rose Hotel was a couple's hotel. With that in mind, Su Sheng's gaze slightly lowered to the countless rose petals scattered around him. He quietly thought that if they had tampered with the curtains, then these rose petals were likely. He gently picked up a rose petal and brought it close to his nose, taking a soft sniff. A wave of heat surged to his head, and Su Sheng glanced again at the enchanting figure by the pool. In the next moment, that fiery sensation intensified, as if fueled by something. Su Sheng hurriedly put down the rose petals near his nose, the corner of his mouth curling coldly. Sure enough, these rose petals actually have an aphrodisiac effect. With his eyes closed, Su Sheng forced himself not to look at the person in the pool. After enduring for about half an hour, Ning Rongrong, who had wrapped herself back in a bathrobe, emerged from behind the curtain, her delicate figure even more radiant than before, like a blooming lotus. Seeing Su Sheng still with his eyes closed and head turned away, Ning Rongrong gently sat down beside him. For some reason, there was a feeling deep in her heart that made her want to tease Su Sheng. Ning Rongrong covered her mouth and smiled, gently poking Su Sheng's shoulder. Have you been like this the whole time? Su Sheng's cold pupils gradually opened. He coldly glanced at Ning Rongrong beside him and said, Are you done? Then get ready to turn off the lights and sleep. Ning Rongrong's delicate body trembled slightly, and she stammered, Sleep? Then I'll just sleep on the sofa beside. When Su Sheng finished that sentence, she still thought that Su Sheng was calling her to sleep with him. Su Sheng glanced at the sofa and then lay down on the bed, shifting to the left. His expression remained unchanged as he lay on the bed. It was big enough for one person on each side, as long as she remembered to pay me for the room. However, thinking about the situation of a man and a woman alone together, he added, but Ning Rongrong frowned at his words, hesitating as she said, Isn't this a bit inappropriate? We don't even know each other's names, and now we're supposed to sleep in the same bed. Yet, ever since she entered this man's room, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity from his every word and action. It was a strange feeling, as if they had known each other for a long time, but upon reflection, she had no memories of him at all. She glanced at the narrow sofa and then looked down at the soft big bed. After a sigh, she ultimately succumbed to the comfort of the big bed. Ning Rongrong climbed lightly to the right side of the bed and said softly, All right, then I'll sleep on the right side. I'll pay you later. After saying this, Su Sheng reached out to turn off the switch, and the bright light suddenly went out, plunging the room into darkness. Not long after, Ning Rongrong, lying in bed with her heart racing, felt an immense sense of security upon hearing the man's even breathing beside her. She turned her head and looked deeply at the sleeping Su Sheng, saying, "Thank you," before gradually closing her eyes. Chapter 50. A night without emotion in the early morning. Ning Rongrong woke up, rubbed her eyes, and carefully got up, noticing that the man beside her was still asleep. A mischievous smile appeared on her lips as her curious gaze unabashedly examined Su Sheng's handsome face by the bed. Playfully, she touched her own alluring red lips with her index finger, smiling as she said, "Although you seem a bit cold, I didn't expect you to be quite cute when you're asleep. Should I quietly see how it feels?" After all, this man had previously said he wasn't interested in her. Ning Rongrong extended her fair hand, as delicate as jade, and cautiously touched Su Sheng's cheek. The comfortable sensation made her reluctant to withdraw her hand, pouting in mock anger. "You're clearly a man, yet your skin is softer than mine." She then shrugged helplessly, her shoulders wrapped in a bathrobe, which made one's imagination run wild. "Well, since you helped me out a lot, I'll forgive you." Ning Rongrong quickly walked to the sink, removed her bathrobe, and changed into the already dried clothes. Then, she took out a bag of golden soul coins from her storage soul guide and wrote a note using some paper currency from the room. After gently placing both items by the window, she slowly pushed open the door, turned back to give Su Sheng a knowing smile, and walked straight out. A ray of sunlight poured into the bed filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, causing Su Sheng to slightly awaken, feeling the glare. Su Sheng gradually became aware, and his gaze instinctively turned to the side, only to find that there was no one there. The empty room contained only him. When he looked more closely, he saw that although there was no sign of Ning Rongrong by the bed, a heavy bag of gold soul coins lay peacefully there. Not only that, but there was also a note left behind. Su Sheng slowly opened it when he took it over, and his expression darkened sharply upon seeing the contents inside. His hand tightly clenched the note. The words that escaped his lips grew increasingly cold. "Ning Rongrong." The content of the note. "Thanks for yesterday. I slept very comfortably on this bed. These gold soul coins are given to you according to the agreement from last night. If there's a next time, we may meet again. Also, my name is Ning Rongrong." If she had simply left the gold soul coins, Su Sheng wouldn't have thought much of it. But what kind of wolfish words are in her letter? She slept very comfortably, according to the agreement from last night, leaving behind a bag of gold soul coins. Isn't this just blatantly treating herself as a... Su Sheng took a deep breath to calm his turbulent heart. As expected of the little witch of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, how could he have the confidence that she would become elegant and wise just from hearing him speak? Throwing these thoughts aside, a glimmer of contemplation flashed in his eyes. However, Shrek Academy should be starting enrollment soon. According to his observations yesterday, within the entire Soto City, there was only one place as miserable as Shrek Academy, which bordered other villages. After saying this, Su Sheng quickly got up and put on the 2 treasures sent by Hulaina. Then, standing in front of the mirror, he looked at his extremely poor image and silently vowed, "I, Su Sheng, swear that after finding Shrek, I will definitely scatter these 2 items' ashes." In a very narrow corner filled with pastoral charm, there was a ramshackle thatched cottage inside which an old man with disheveled hair and a free-spirited aura was staying. The old man casually picked up a fan while lying in a chair and lightly said to the tall figure in white standing beside him, "Daimu Bai, how many students do you think we can successfully enroll this year?" Indeed, the man in white standing next to the old man was none other than Daimu Bai, the captain of the Shrek's 7 monsters from the original work, the evil White Tiger. Daimu Bai was quite sturdy in build, and his white suit added a touch of neatness to him. His handsome face was full of righteousness, but the pair of pale, purple eyes filled with evil made him seem somewhat contradictory. Daimu Bai shook his head with a bitter smile. "I think it will be difficult to enroll even one this year. After all, our academy's environment is too poor, and just this point will discourage many people. Not to mention the admission standards set by Dean Flender. Those who meet them are all top-notch monsters." The old man sighed silently. Yes, Dean Flender has always been unwilling to lower the standards. He insists on quality over quantity. If this continues, this might be the last batch of Shrek students. Daimu Bai's expression turned serious. "I'll talk to the dean again in a few days. As long as he accepts my sponsorship, Shrek Academy can still continue to develop." Although he had left the Star Luo Empire, his vast wealth was enough to make people envious. The old man smiled wryly. "Let's see. You know Flender's temper. He won't accept sponsorship. Although he is a bit greedy, he is also a man of great integrity." Daimu Bai nodded silently. It seems that Shrek Academy really won't go far. Not long after, shadows of people began to appear in front of the thatched cottage. coming in one after another. They looked around at the environment and immediately thought they had taken a wrong turn. How could a prestigious academy be built in such a remote and backward place? It wasn't until they saw the words Shrek Academy Enrollment Office posted on the cottage that they realized. This is Shrek Academy? You're joking, right? This looks like a wild chicken school. It's so dilapidated. Let's go, son. We're not studying at this academy. The registration fee is actually 5 gold soul coins. Are you robbing us? A boy of about 14 exclaimed with a flushed face to the woman beside him. The woman beside him comforted, "Child, we've come this far. Let's take a look first. This might just be the academy's test. If it really doesn't work out, we can leave immediately." After hesitating several times, the boy finally compromised. All right. At this moment, the old man in the cottage coldly glanced at the incoming people, stood up, and said indifferently, "Those who want to enroll, please line up. In a moment, pay 5 gold soul coins, and I will test whether you are qualified to join." As soon as he finished speaking, the people lined up in a long queue. The old man scanned the boy at the front and said coldly, "You come first. Pay 5 gold soul coins. Then extend your arm in front of me." The boy was taken aback, hurriedly paid the 5 gold soul coins into a black box, then walked to the old man's side and extended his arm. The old man closed his eyes and gently placed 2 fingers on the boy's arm. After a while, he opened his eyes with a face full of disdain. Bone age exceeds the enrollment standard, and soul power is also below standard. Next, how could a waste with soul power of just over 10 levels at 14 years old want to enroll? Shrek recruits monsters, not trash. The boy's father, seeing this scene, shouted angrily, "My son is an excellent soul master at the Junior Soul Master Academy. How could he not meet the standards? Refund, refund." The old man's eyes turned cold. "It seems you all came to enroll without understanding the situation, which is just a waste of gold soul coins. If you want a refund, fine. Mubai." Suddenly, Dai Mubai, who had been lying on a tree, jumped down handsomely, brushed off his sleeves, and beckoned to all the applicants, "If you want a refund, come at me." He suddenly stepped forward, and 3 brilliant soul rings rose up from his feet, with a standard soul ring configuration: yellow, yellow, purple. In the next moment, it immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Soul respect? How is this possible? How old is he? How could he be a soul respect? Let's go. I don't want to study at this lousy academy. A girl with braided hair and an icy demeanor patted the boy beside her, who was wearing a blue tight-fitting outfit and looked somewhat ordinary. "Third brother, are we really not mistaken? This academy looks so broken." The boy slowly nodded, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. It shouldn't be wrong. This Shrek Academy is indeed the academy that only recruits monsters, as the teacher said. The two were Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had just graduated from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. However, unbeknownst to them, behind them stood a man wearing a veil that covered his cheeks, dressed in a cloak, listening to all their words. Su Shang's concealed lips curled slightly, and his cold gaze slowly moved down, fixating on Tang San's 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Just as a side-face, Xiao Wu witnessed this scene. She leaned closer to Tang San and whispered, "Sensenge, don't you feel something eerie behind us? That strange guy was just staring at your storage device. He doesn't look like a good person. Should we catch him and teach him a lesson?" After hearing this, Tang San's eyes, which were turned away from Su Shang, narrowed slightly. He gently squeezed Xiao Wu's hand, subtly shaking his head to signal her not to act rashly. Without knowing the man's intentions, they shouldn't alarm the snake. If Xiao Wu got hurt because of this, it would be serious. As the elder in front, who was judging their bone structure, shook his head and said, "Next." The entire long line moved forward. Seeing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu also walked ahead. Suddenly, Su Shang made his move behind them, effortlessly snatching 24 bridges on a moonlit night, while Tang San and Xiao Wu were caught off guard. Tang San felt something taken from his waist and looked grimly at the fleeing Su Shang. What, he's so fast? The speed of this man's movements even surpassed that of his purple extreme demon eyes. Xiao Wu, seeing Su Shang almost vanishing from sight, anxiously said, "Sange, what should we do?" Tang San smiled reassuringly, patted her shoulder, and replied, "Xiao Wu, wait here for me. I'll get the item back." He then quickly turned, his eyes glowing with a faint purple light as he locked on Su Shang's figure and coldly declared, "Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps." His entire being transformed into a phantom, rapidly chasing after the direction Su Shang had left. Su Shang turned around and saw Tang San approaching him with a ghostly speed. Although he had slowed down most of his pace, he still felt somewhat surprised. After all, if Tang San had truly left at the speed of Title Douluo, he wouldn't have even been able to see his back. Behind him, Tang San, who was closely pursuing, shouted, "Blue silvergrass." In front of Su Sheng, dozens of deep purple blue silvergrasses suddenly wove together to form a dense net. Su Sheng looked at the large net rising in front of him and commented lightly, "Not bad." Of course, with the current blue silvergrass, Su Sheng could easily tear it apart with just a wave of his hand. However, thinking that if he ran any further, he would be a bit far from the Shrek registration office, Su Sheng suddenly stopped while running. Tang San saw the figure in front of him come to a halt and also stopped his steps. He coldly stared at Su Sheng's back and said, "Return the soul guiding device to me, or else. That was given to me by the master and absolutely cannot be taken by anyone else." Su Sheng slowly turned around and, "If you want it, come and take it yourself." Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes narrowed, and his entire body suddenly surged forward, charging towards Su Sheng in an instant. He shouted in his heart, "Xian Yu hand." Suddenly, the skin below Tang San's arms crystallized into cold, jade-like blocks. Su Sheng calmly watched Tang San's incoming attack, murmuring, "Is that the Xian Yu hand?" After saying that, he also extended a hand to strike back. On the other side, seeing the black-clothed man attempting to clash palms with him, Tang San gradually revealed a hint of confidence at the corner of his mouth, thinking, "I've won. My Tang sect secret technique, Xian Yu hand, is invincible and impervious to water and fire. If we collide head-on, his palm will at least be fractured." With a bang, the two palms collided, erupting in a strong flash of fire. In the next second, Tang San's previously confident expression suddenly changed, and he was sent flying backward. Lying on the ground, Tang San clutched his chest, blood seeping from his mouth, looking at the slowly approaching Su Sheng with a gaze of disbelief. How is this possible? Su Sheng stepped closer to Tang San, an intense pressure radiating from his body, his tone filled with endless killing intent as he said, "Kid, do you have any abilities left? If not, then prepare for death." Tang San, already injured, was struck once again by the pressure and coughed up blood with a poof. He looked at Su Sheng with a hint of fear in his eyes. This thick killing intent. How many people has this guy killed to condense such terrifying killing intent? Tang San gritted his teeth and shouted in his heart, "No, I can't die yet. I haven't fulfilled Master S' wish. Xiao Wu is still waiting for me." In his left hand, a small hammer gradually grew larger. With a whoosh, a gust of wind swept through the forest, and Su Sheng silently withdrew his pressure. Looking down at Tang San from a high position, Su Sheng did not make a move and said coldly, "Xiao San, you have indeed improved a lot over the years." The Haotian Hammer in Tang San's hand suddenly fell, and he stared blankly at Su Sheng, astonished as he stammered, You are?" Su Sheng threw the 24 bridges on a moonlit night over to Tang San, extending his hand gently and saying, It's me." Holding the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, Tang San looked at Su Sheng's hand suspended in the air, grabbed it with his right hand, and stood up. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and looked at Su Sheng with hopeful eyes. "Brother Sheng, is it really you?" Since leaving Holy Soul Village, he had not seen Su Sheng again. Silently, Su Sheng slowly extended his hand, and countless petals of the Nine Heart Blood Lotus emerged from the ground, wrapping around Tang San's entire body and piercing into his skin. Tang San was startled, but when he felt the injuries within his body beginning to heal, he exclaimed in astonishment, "The severe injuries are actually starting to recover terrifyingly." Before long, Tang San's injuries were healed, and a few Nine Heart Blood Lotuses shattered into sparkling particles. After recovering, Tang San was about to speak, "Brother Shengyu." At this moment, countless questions filled Tang San's heart, and he wanted to ask Su Sheng in detail where he had been and what he had done over the past 3 years. Of course, there was also the question of why Su Sheng could withstand the Xian Yu hand with just his physical body without even releasing his martial soul. Su Sheng didn't give Tang San a chance to ask and silently turned away, saying, "Let's go back to the Shrek registration point first. It would be bad if we missed the registration." Tang San replied with an quickly secured his 24 bridges bright moonlight, and followed Su Sheng. Chapter 52. Being low-key is also a difficulty due to the previous situation. At least half of the people had left, so it was soon little Wu's turn. However, her worried gaze kept looking back. She anxiously thought, why hasn't San come back yet? Could something have happened? 10 minutes had already passed, and Tang San still hadn't returned. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became, feeling somewhat at a loss. The old man in the thatched cottage gently coughed, and upon seeing it was a girl, his tone softened a bit as he reminded her, "It's your turn. After paying the fee, extend your hand so I can see." Little Wu bit her thin lip, feeling a bit troubled. and forced a smile as she said, can I wait a bit? My brother, Sen, hasn't come back yet. As soon as she said this, the people in line behind her immediately showed fierce expressions and scolded. Little girl, if you're not registering, just hurry and leave. Don't delay us all. Exactly. Do you know how long we've been waiting? Just because of you, we're all stuck here for so long. Why should we? Quickly move aside. Move aside. Little Wu knew she wasn't in the right on this matter, and silently stepped aside, casting a pleading glance at Dai Mubai, whom she should have despised. Dai Mubai, who had been watching little Wu's actions closely, propped his chin in thought. Is she asking me for help? Since the guy named Tang San seems likely to join, helping him out wouldn't hurt. Thus, Dai Mubai leaned close to the old man's ear and murmured a few words. The latter showed a hint of surprise on his face, and then smiled kindly at little Wu, saying, It's okay. You can step aside for now. When your brother San comes, I'll give you another chance. To be able to make Mubai speak for that kid named Tang San, his talent must be considerable. Ning Rongrong stepped forward, tossed 5 gold soul coins into the black box, and extended her arm with a smile, saying, My name is Ning Rongrong. My martial soul is the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. The old man suddenly coughed loudly, his eyes widening as he asked again, Ahem, you said your martial soul is the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. So you're the daughter of the 7-treasure glazed tile sex leader? He inquired again. Did your father know you came out without permission? After all, she was the daughter of the 7-treasure glazed tile sex leader. If she joined Shrek Academy, what would her father think? However, thinking about the fact that someone known as the #1 auxiliary martial soul in the continent was willing to join Shrek Academy, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Ning Rongrong silently extended her arm and playfully responded. It seems no one has stipulated that people from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect can't join Shrek Academy, right? The old man was taken aback and then pondered. That does make sense. Shrek only welcomes monsters. As for what martial soul or sect, it doesn't matter. After saying this, he slowly placed his finger on Ning Rongrong's delicate wrist. After a moment, he joyfully said, both the bone structure and soul power are suitable. Ning Rongrong Blaishuli Blinket. And I can enter Shrek, right? The old man laughed heartily. Of course you can. Shrek warmly welcomes you little monsters to join. Suddenly, little Wu, who was standing nearby, pointed towards the direction behind the long queue and exclaimed, Brother San is here. But why is that person also here? With little Wu's shout, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Dai Mubai all looked back. They saw a scruffy man walking alongside Tang San. Little Wu rushed over immediately, angrily pointing at Su Sheng, and said to Tang San, San, how come you? Su Sheng's icy gaze swept over Xiao Wu. With his status as a Title Douluo, Xiao Wu appeared to him as nothing more than a big pink rabbit. Tang San quickly grabbed Xiao Wu's finger, bitterly explaining, Xiao Wu, you misunderstood. His name is Su Sheng. I used to call him Sheng. We haven't seen each other for 3 years, and today we just happened to run into each other. Hearing this, Xiao Wu, who had just been very angry, suddenly blushed. It turned out she was the only one who hadn't understood the situation and had made a fool of herself. She shot an extremely resentful glance at Su Sheng. It was all his fault. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found herself in such an embarrassing situation. Dai Mubai, standing behind them, was staring seriously at the disheveled Su Sheng. His martial soul, the evil-eye white tiger, had just emitted a faint growl, seemingly warning him not to provoke this guy named Su Sheng. So he quickly retreated beside Zhu Zhuqing and tightly grasped her hand. Zhu Zhuqing first frowned and instinctively tried to break free, but Dai Mubai's grip was like steel. No matter how much she struggled, he showed no signs of letting go. Sensing something was off, Zhu Zhuqing looked at Dai Mubai, and when she saw his extremely grim and serious expression, she realized that something was wrong. So she stopped trying to break free. Among everyone, only Ning Rongrong's red eyes were fixed on Su Sheng, with tears at the corners of her eyes blurring her vision. Ning Rongrong walked up to Su Sheng and, with a voice choked with sobs, questioned him. Did you just say your name is Su Sheng? Why didn't you tell me when we met before? She could not have heard wrong. This name had been on her mind for 3 years. After saying this, she ran into Su Sheng's chest. Su Sheng didn't know what to say, reaching out to ruffle her slightly light brown, soft hair. I thought you had forgotten me. The two had spent a close night together in a room yesterday, but he hadn't really observed Ning Rongrong closely. Of course, that didn't include when Ning Rongrong was in the pool. Ning Rongrong clenched her small fist and tapped Su Sheng's solid chest, then buried her head and choked out. How could I possibly forget you? It's you who hasn't come to find me since you left. I thought you. Su Sheng's mouth twitched. Why did Ning Rongrong's words sound increasingly off? They had only spent one night together, or rather, it should be the second night. Why did it feel like she was talking about a scumbag who had abandoned her for decades? Tang San sighed from aside, commenting that as expected of Sheng. It seemed he had quite a few romantic debts over the years. Xiao Wu suddenly pinched Tang San's arm, saying, "Little San, you better not learn from this guy named Su Sheng, or I'll ignore you." Tang San gasped in surprise and quickly replied, "Let go, Xiao Wu. Even if I wanted to, I don't have Sheng Ji's extraordinary looks." However, he found it strange. Why didn't Su Sheng take off his hat and cloak when he saw him? Why insist on looking so disheveled? Could there be some unknown secret? Seeing the surrounding members of the Shrek's 7 monsters staring at him, even though Su Sheng had covered his face, he still felt a bit embarrassed. He gently patted Ning Rongrong, who was buried against his chest, and said in a calm tone, all right, so many people are watching." Ning Rongrong, coming to her senses, felt her face heat up and coyly stepped back, quietly reminding Su Sheng, "You should hurry and take off your hat and cloak. You look like a beggar like this." However, this statement instantly sparked intense curiosity in the other 4. This man was covering himself so thoroughly. Could it be that Su Sheng looked extremely unpresentable? Su Sheng couldn't help but sigh, secretly thinking that sometimes wanting to keep a low profile is also a kind of difficulty. So, he extended his right hand, slowly took off his hat. Chapter 53, Title Demon Tang. The hat slowly fell to the ground. The noisy sounds around suddenly fell silent. After a while, there were continuous sounds of people gasping in surprise. Those who thought Su Sheng was covering himself up because he was too ugly felt as if they had been slapped hard on the face, feeling immense pain. If someone with such a monstrous appearance was considered ugly, then what did that make them? A moving pile of dung? In front of him, Dai Mubai and the others, except for Ning Rongrong, were all dumbfounded, staring at Su Sheng, while the others in line even forgot their purpose of signing up. In front of them, Su Sheng's smooth and fair face, with distinct and sharp features, resembled a meticulously carved work of art. A pair of cold and chilly eyes seemed to lower the temperature around them, and an indescribable unique aura effortlessly enveloped the entire scene. Dai Mubai, who was stunned, swallowed hard. Was this guy even human? Dai Mubai, who always thought he was handsome, now felt completely crushed by Su Sheng. Others were not only better looking than him, but also stronger. Zhu Yuqing's sexy figure moved slightly as she glanced at Su Sheng, then looked at Dai Mubai beside her. Dai Mubai, seeing Zhu Yuqing's questioning gaze, hurriedly explained, "Yuqing, he just looks a bit handsome and is a bit stronger. It's nothing special." Zhu Yuqing pursed her lips, then released Dai Mubai's hand and quietly moved aside. Her eyes dimmed a bit. If only Dai Mubai had the courage and strength of Su Sheng back then. Xiao Wu's slightly astonished gaze shifted from Su Sheng to Tang San, curiously asking, "Little San, your brother Sheng looks so good. Why do you?" Tang San and Su Sheng were from the same village, so why was there such a big difference in looks? Hearing Xiao Wu praise Su Sheng while belittling himself, Tang San's face twitched. Could his looks compare to brother Sheng? That was innate. Should he blame himself for not looking ideal? He shot a resentful glance at Su Sheng, gritting his teeth. "Damn, brother Sheng, I can't believe I still thought about you these past few years. If I had known Su Sheng's looks were this outrageous, I would have never let him take off his hat just now." Dai Mubai suddenly coughed and interrupted everyone's thoughts. "All right, let's talk about these things later. That Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Su Sheng, you guys come over here for the teacher's qualification test first." He couldn't let Su Sheng steal all the spotlight, otherwise. How would he maintain some authority as the leader of the Shrek Academy students? Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances and then walked towards the elder together. The elder looked at Tang San with a scrutinizing gaze and asked lightly, "You are Tang San, right?" This child seemed very calm, but also quite ordinary at a glance. There was nothing particularly remarkable about him. "Yes, my name is Tang San, and my martial soul is Blue Silvergrass, a level 29 control system soul master." Tang San threw 10 gold soul coins into the black box, then released his Blue Silver Grass martial soul in the palm of his hand, with 2 yellow soul rings. The elder was surprised to think someone could cultivate Blue Silver Grass to such a level. He must be the first on the continent. How strange, he thought. He originally thought that a child from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School with a soul power of level 26 was already impressive, but unexpectedly, someone had cultivated Blue Silvergrass to level 29. Tang San smiled faintly, saying, "I guess I can be considered a monster too, right?" The elder placed his finger on Tang San's wrist and exclaimed, "Only 12 years old. Good bone structure. You meet the admission requirements." Then he turned his gaze to Xiao Wu, kindly asking, "And you, little girl?" Xiao Wu's 2 furry ears twitched as she smiled. My name is Xiao Wu, and my martial soul is Softbone Rabbit, a level 29 assault system battle soul master with 2 yellow soul rings. Hearing this, the elder again placed his finger on Xiao Wu's wrist. Then he exclaimed in surprise, "Good bone structure. You meet the admission qualifications. It seems this year we have 4 more little monsters. This surpasses the number of previous years." The elder looked at Dai Mubai and said cheerfully, "Mubai, it seems at this time, Director Flander will probably wake up smiling from his dreams. We have 3 more little monsters." Dai Mubai also nodded in joy. "With 4 new members, Director Flander should be able to accept my sponsorship now." At this moment, Tang San suddenly looked at Su Sheng and asked suspiciously, "Brother Sheng, are you also here to sign up for Shrek?" Su Sheng denied it, but before he could finish speaking, Dai Mubai leaned over, put his arm around Su Sheng's shoulders, and forced a smile, saying, "Su Sheng, right? No need to be modest. I know your soul power must be higher than everyone else present." Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Su Sheng, quickly show everyone your soul power." 3 years ago, Su Sheng's soul power level had already reached level 40, and all of his spirit rings were 10,000-year ones. Now he was likely at the level of a soul king. Su Sheng looked at Dai Mubai with a speechless expression. Does he even know the latter? It was a bit annoying for Su Sheng that someone he didn't even recognize was so familiar with him. "Sheng Ge, come test with his teacher." Just now, Dai Mubai said that Sheng Ji's soul power level was higher than everyone present. Could it be that Dai Mubai's 37th level of soul power was not as good as Sheng Ji's? Thinking about it this way, if Sheng Ji's martial soul had no flaws, how terrifying would his talent actually be? Su Sheng looked at the other Shrek members, who seemed to want to see through him. He continuously emanated an extremely terrifying icy aura and slowly walked to the front of the old man. The old man, looking at Su Sheng who had approached, felt a chill run through his body and couldn't help but shiver. How could this child's aura be so terrifying? Even he felt like a tiny ant in front of him. The old man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Child, extend your arm. I will test your foundation." Su Sheng slowly extended his arm, allowing the former to place his fingers on his wrist. After a while, the old man exclaimed in astonishment, "The bone structure is suitable." Hearing the old man's response, Tang San and Ning Rongrong beside him secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The old man then squinted his eyes tightly and asked carefully, "What is your name, and what are your martial soul and soul power?" However, after he asked this question, a very ominous premonition surged in his heart. The other members of Shrek also fixed their gaze on this scene, afraid of missing something. Su Sheng coldly said, "Su Sheng, level 93 auxiliary control dual system Title Douluo, martial soul, 9 Hearts Blood Peach, title, Demon Peach." After speaking, he stepped forward and beneath his feet, 9 profound 10,000-year soul rings emerged, causing a shiver. Once the soul rings appeared, the clear sky instantly became overcast, and a fierce wind began to howl madly. A powerful aura that filled everyone present with despair spread out. At this moment, Su Sheng was like a deity descending from the heavens, sweeping over everyone present. The weak Shrek Academy was not worthy of him joining now, because with just himself, he dared to claim he could take on all the mentors of Shrek Academy alone. Chapter 54. Does your face still hurt? The old man rubbed his eyes, hurriedly stood up, and looked at Su Sheng in shock. Title Douluo? This child, how terrifying is his talent? To be a Title Douluo at just over 10 years old. There are hardly any on the entire continent. It's not like they're cabbages. Tang San's pupils constricted sharply as he stared at the 9 pitch-black soul rings beneath Su Sheng's feet, his fists clenched. Brother Sheng, he's actually a Title Douluo. He had once asked the master what would happen if someone awakened their soul power far beyond their innate full soul power. At that time, the master had answered him with one sentence. That person might not live more than 5 years. And now he dared to conclude that Su Sheng's soul power might have already reached Title Douluo upon awakening. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone to normally cultivate to the Title Douluo level in just 3 years after awakening their martial soul. Beside him, Xiao Wu tightened her grip on his hand, her face gradually paling, looking at Tang San with a pleading gaze. "Brother San, why don't we leave here?" If it were before, she would have been unrestrained, but now, with a Title Douluo present, her identity would be exposed in an instant. Her true form was a 100,000-year soul beast, and the temptation for a strong Title Douluo was immense. Moreover, her mother had been brutally killed for this reason. Coming back to her senses, Tang San looked at Xiao Wu's pale face and hurriedly hugged her, asking anxiously, "Xiao Wu, what's wrong?" Xiao Wu, unable to voice her concerns, didn't know how to respond to Tang San. If she revealed her identity, she feared that even Tang San, who was closest to her, would despise her. Xiao Wu remained silent, burying her head in Tang San's chest. Forget it. If Su Sheng really wanted to make a move, she would never resist and disappoint Xiao San. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flickered with understanding, and she finally realized why Dai Mubai had acted strangely earlier, desperately gripping her hand. Her impression of Dai Mubai gradually improved. Dai Mubai, unaware of these subtle details, twitched his lips as he looked at Su Sheng. He knew Su Sheng was stronger than him, but damn, who knew he was a Title Douluo? He was not just a bit stronger than him. That was a powerful individual in the Star Luo Empire, one that could hardly be counted on one hand. For a moment, his previously deflated mindset recovered. He didn't need to compare himself with a non-human being. Yes, that's right. Ning Rongrong's eyes were incredibly red, secretly delighted. A Title Douluo. That means Su Sheng has far exceeded the requirements of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As the next sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, her partner must possess the strength to protect her. Otherwise, no matter how sincere the love, it would be in vain. But evidently, Su Sheng had achieved this. The old man bowed slightly, gently placing his hand on his chest, and respectfully said, "Your Highness Su Sheng, I apologize for my rudeness earlier. May I ask what brings you here?" Su Sheng retracted the 9 Heart Blood Lotus and the soul ring beneath his feet, and everything around returned to its original state. He then cast a cold glance at the old man, who felt as if he had entered an ice cellar, trembling all over, unable to even muster the courage to meet Su Sheng's gaze. Su Sheng then said lightly, "I'm just here to see how this academy that only absorbs monsters is." The old man's lips twitched slightly, thinking to himself, "Just looking? If that's the case, there's no need to be so high-profile. Not to mention a Title Douluo. If this gets out, other academies might think that Shrek Academy has a Title Douluo stationed here." The old man stole a glance at Su Sheng and suddenly felt that this seemed not impossible. He thought to himself that he needed to quickly inform the dean. If he was late, Shrek might lose the opportunity to have a solid Title Douluo. Just as he was about to invite Su Sheng into Shrek, a sudden cry of an eagle echoed in the sky, followed by a large figure with light blue feathers diving down like a ghost, spreading its wings. Upon closer inspection, it was a somewhat robust cat eagle, unmistakably the true form of Flender. After landing, his sharp claws left deep marks on the ground. The next moment, he hurriedly retracted his cat eagle form and walked towards the Shrek Academy teacher. The few people from Shrek looked at Flender, who had arrived quickly, with immense confusion. In their minds, they all had one question: who is this bruised and battered man? Dai Mubai smiled and explained to them, "That is our dean from Shrek Academy, Flender, a 76th level battle spirit saint, with the martial spirit of a 4-eyed cat eagle. I didn't expect him to come personally. He must have sensed the intense fluctuations of soul power here." Xiao Wu pointed at Flender's bruised face and laughed loudly. "Why does Dean Flender look so battered? He couldn't have been beaten up, could he?" Tang San also noticed this scene and said suspiciously, "It really looks like it. Did Dean Flender just go to a duel?" Ning Rongrong shook her head and expressed her opinion. "I feel like he must have been beaten up by someone." Hearing their words, Dai Mubai's lips twitched a few times, and he reluctantly explained, "Maybe the dean accidentally fell out of bed." "Dean, oh Dean, I've done my best to salvage your image, but you look like this now," completely turning yourself into a punchline for the new students. Flender walked over, rubbed his eyes, and asked the bewildered teacher, "What just happened? How could there be such a powerful fluctuation of soul power? It was just a matter of recruiting students, yet it caused such a big commotion. That's why he rushed over." The disheveled-haired teacher pointed at Su Sheng beside him and quietly reminded, "Dean Flender, this is His Excellency, Su Sheng." Flender frowned, and only then did he notice that there was a figure standing next to him. Upon seeing Su Sheng's appearance, Flender's expression immediately became extremely awkward. "Why is it this great deity again? Previously in my shop, it was this guy who beat me to a pulp. But having been beaten, he had to hold it in. After all, this was a Title Douluo, and he didn't have the guts to reason with him." Flender extended his hand to his chest and had to respectfully say, "Your Excellency, Su Sheng." Su Sheng's eyes flashed with surprise. He had thought that Flender would be speaking in riddles. Unexpectedly, this guy actually had some brains and kept his composure. So, he coldly scrutinized the swollen areas on Flander's face, thinking, "You scheming merchant, I didn't expect it to be you. Does your face still hurt?" Upon hearing Su Sheng bring up this embarrassing matter, Flander gritted his teeth and replied with a forced smile, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. My face is almost healed." Su Sheng crossed his arms and let out a cold laugh. Are you feeling better now? How about a few more hits? Upon hearing this, Flander took a few steps back, his face pale as he clasped his fists, and said, Your Excellency, please don't joke with me. This guy is a devil. He could easily knock me out with one blow. Yet he deliberately gave up his soul power and slapped my face with his bare hands. Experiencing this feeling once in a lifetime is enough. I don't want to die young. Chapter 55. The Moment of Peak Power on the Side. Dai Mubai saw Flander bowing and scraping in front of Su Sheng and covered his forehead, speechless. Is this still the Flander I know? What on earth did Su Sheng do to him to make him so afraid? Fortunately, he didn't provoke Su Sheng earlier. Otherwise, Flander would have been a perfect example to follow. Flander lifted his head and forced a smile, saying, Your Excellency Su Sheng, I offended you this morning. I hope you can forgive me. Seeing that he had regressed so much, Su Sheng couldn't be bothered to pursue Flander anymore. After all, that morning's Tang family's disfigurement punch had probably left him traumatized, and even now, his face was covered in bruises. He glanced at Flander indifferently and said, I'm not interested in you. I'm just here to take a look at this Shrek Academy that only attracts monsters. He believed Flander should understand his meaning, right? However, to his disappointment, Flander silently stepped back and respectfully extended his hand, saying, In that case, Your Highness, please take care. This remark made Su Sheng's brows furrow in disbelief. He shouldn't have let this guy go just now. If he couldn't even understand a simple sentence, he deserved to be beaten. As the saying goes, the one involved is confused while the bystander sees clearly. The old man beside them saw Flander's reaction, coughed lightly, and frantically gestured at Flander. Anxiously, he thought, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and invite him into Shrek. Flander, who was usually the most emotionally intelligent, was now more anxious than the former dean. Hearing the old man's reminder, Flander turned his head and met the old man's gaze, suddenly realizing what he needed to do. He knocked on his own head and then awkwardly walked in front of Su Sheng. Your Highness Su Sheng, I was just joking. The journey is long, and it's getting late. Why don't you rest at Shrek Academy for the night? Su Sheng's state of mind finally calmed down. He slowly turned around to glance at Tang San and coldly said, Since that's the case, I will take my leave. The old man smiled and said to Flander, Dean, You can accompany His Highness inside. I will bring the little monster to complete the assessment process later. Flander shot a furious glare at the old man, secretly cursing. Damn it, does he not know how terrifying this guy can be when he fights? He still wants to go in with him alone. However, he had to force a smile and say, Your Highness Su Sheng, please follow me. Although our Shrek Academy doesn't have much to offer, we aren't so poor that we don't have a place to rest. That damn guy. So what if he's a Title Douluo? Hurry up, rest, and get lost. Su Sheng did not answer. His cold gaze deeply swept over Xiao Wu, who was standing beside Tang San. Xiao Wu's eyes happened to meet Su Sheng's gaze, and she couldn't help but tremble and subtly shrink behind Tang San. She secretly thought to herself that Su Sheng had indeed seen through her true identity. Su Sheng silently withdrew his cold gaze and slowly nodded. Then Su Sheng and Flander left the Shrek enrollment office and walked towards the real academy. Tang San finally embraced Xiao Wu in his arms and comforted her. Xiao Wu, were you just afraid of Sheng? He had observed Xiao Wu's every move, but due to Su Sheng's question, he hadn't asked her directly. After feeling Tang San's warm embrace, Xiao Wu felt that all her previous fear had dissipated, and she replied yes. Seeing that this was indeed the case, Tang San gently said, You don't have to be afraid. Sheng is actually a very nice person. It's probably just the influence of his seemingly evil martial soul. Upon witnessing such a sweet scene, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Dai Mubai around them couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Unable to bear the dog food any longer, Dai Mubai reminded them, Tang San, Xiao Wu, how long are you going to keep hugging? We have to proceed to the next assessment soon. Upon hearing this, the tightly embraced Xiao Wu and Tang San realized there were others around and quickly let go of each other. The remaining Shrek mentors stroked their beards and sighed. What a lively bunch of little monsters. Come on, I'll take you to the 4th checkpoint for the assessment. It's unlikely we'll receive any other students now. Lucci Bean, a level 66 control system Soul Emperor, Martial Soul, Star Chess. Zhao Xian, a level 71 food system Soul Sage, Martial Soul, Jelly Bean. Along with the 2 outside being assessed, Li Yusong, a strong attack system Soul Emperor, Martial Soul, Dragon Pattern Staff, and Zhao Wujia, a level 75 strong attack system Soul Sage, Martial Soul, Mighty Golden Bear. Flander patiently introduced the teachers of Shrek Academy to Su Sheng one by one. Lucci Bean curiously asked, Flander, who is this? Could he be a new student at Shrek Academy? The other teachers also thought it should be this way. After all, Su Sheng was so young and didn't he seem to be a formidable character, but he did look quite exceptional. Flanders' expression changed, and he hurriedly explained, "Everyone, this next to me is His Excellency Su Sheng, a level 93 dual system Title Douluo, specializing in support and control, martial soul, 9 Heart Blood Lotus, title, Demon Lotus." He didn't want his academy's teachers to anger Su Sheng and end up getting beaten like himself. Upon hearing Flanders' words, the other teachers were all in disbelief. Did Flander just say that this young man is already a Title Douluo and a dual system support and control at that? Flander must be joking, right? There is no such thing as a dual system support and control. They had never seen such a thing in their lives. Zhao Xian frowned and said, "Director Flander, you're not joking, are you? A Title Douluo is quite a boast." Lu Qibin nodded in agreement. "This must be a cold joke you made because we were bored these past few days. How could such a young kid possibly cultivate the Title Douluo?" Upon hearing their words, Flander knew they were definitely finished. He quietly stepped back a bit, thinking, "It's not my business anymore. I already gave them a warning. You too can experience that feeling for yourselves." Su Sheng's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Still wet behind the ears, his palm tightened slightly, and countless vines of the 9 Heart Blooding Vine surged up from the ground, directly engulfing Lu Qibin and Zhao Xian. A few seconds later, the 9 Heart Blooding Vine suddenly dispersed, revealing the two collapsed on the ground, looking at Su Sheng in disbelief. The soul power within them had been completely drained in the blink of an eye by that strange plant. Is this the power of a Title Douluo? Even if there were hundreds or thousands of them, under such terrifying strength, they would turn into a pile of bones in no time. The two, their legs numb and weak, supported each other to stand up, respectfully saying to Su Sheng, "Your Excellency, we were rude and presumptuous in judging you." Flanders shrugged, helplessly nearby, muttering to himself that he had told them so, but they had to go through this before they were happy. If he hadn't experienced a beating himself, how could he willingly be a sycophant? Ugh, this isn't sycophancy. I, Flander, am a man of dignity. Chapter 56, A Private Talk Afterward. The other Shrek members also successfully passed Zhao Wujia's assessment. Of course, due to Su Sheng, a Title Douluo, the assessment ended early, and Zhao Wujia was not ambushed by Tang San's hidden weapons. Thus, under the leadership of Zhao Wujia and Li Yusong, Tang San and the others followed them to where Su Sheng was. Seeing Zhao Wujia and the others arrive, Flander walked over and gently patted his shoulder, pointing to Su Sheng and explaining, "Wujia, this is His Excellency Su Sheng." Zhao Wujia nodded, then turned his scrutinizing gaze towards Su Sheng. Upon realizing that even without using his martial soul, Su Sheng was continuously emanating a terrifying chill, he secretly thought that this must be the young man Li Yusong mentioned who had already reached the level of Title Douluo at such a young age. This aura was indeed not to be underestimated. Moreover, it seemed that Flanders' bruised and swollen face was due to this Su Sheng's doing. Thus, he bent slightly and cupped his fist respectfully, saying, "I am Zhao Wujia, Vice President of Shrek Academy, a rank 75 Assault System Battle Soul Master. My martial soul is the Great Strength Diamond Bear." Su Sheng's calm eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. This boldness truly lives up to the title of the Unmoved King. Zhao Wujia was still the only one among the Shrek mentors who remained composed upon meeting him. Indeed, there's a difference between those who have experienced various attempts on their lives and ordinary people. At least their state of mind is not easily disturbed. Only then did Zhao Wujia slowly rise, maintaining his composure as he said, "You're too humble. That little title is nothing in front of you. For someone who can beat up even Flanders, it's not impossible to take me down." At this moment, Li Yusong, who was standing beside Zhao Wujia, recalled that he hadn't introduced himself yet and was about to speak. However, he was interrupted by Flanders, who smiled and said, "Yusong, I've already introduced you." Hearing this, Li Yusong merely nodded in acknowledgement towards Su Sheng. Flanders then turned to Dai Mubai, who could be considered an elder in Shrek Academy, and urged, "Mubai, go call Oscar and Ma Hongjun over." "Yes, Dean." Dai Mubai nodded, glanced at Zhu Zhuqing with a gentle smile, and then turned to gather the other two members of Shrek. Tang San and the others, who were standing behind Zhao Wujia, walked over. Upon seeing the Shrek kids, Zhao Wujia's heart skipped a beat, and he exclaimed, "Kid, you guys, that is a Title Douluo? If we're not careful, the whole Shrek could be finished." However, he could only say that he was overthinking. Before he could finish his words, Flanders suddenly covered his mouth, turned him around, and whispered, "Wujia, that Tang San calls Su Sheng brother. and the girl from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School seems to have a close relationship with him. What are you, an outsider, doing here to stir up trouble? Zhao Wujie frowned and pondered. Hiss, doesn't that mean Tang San and Ning Rongrong are like bringing funds into the group? How are we supposed to train them later? If Su Sheng, this great Buddha, is here, then they can't be too strict in training the little monsters of Shrek. Flanders smirked and said, don't worry. Su Sheng is only resting at Shrek Academy for one night. We will train him as planned. After hearing this, Zhao Wujie seemed to understand, so that is how it is. I thought Su Sheng would stay at Shrek all the time. Flanders found it somewhat amusing and replied, Wujie, how could that be? A dignified Title Douluo possibly stay in our small academy, right? Zhao Wujie, not wanting to think further about the matter, also agreed. Tang San gave Su Sheng a thumbs up, saying, Brother Sheng, you really are something. You came here and immediately gave the Dean of Shrek Academy a show of strength. Although it was praise, there was no joy on his face. Seeing Tang San's implication, Su Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly and straightforwardly said, Little San, just say what you want to say. He had known Tang San for so many years that he could easily see through his little thoughts. Tang San bit his lip and asked seriously, Brother Sheng, when you awakened, your soul power was already at level 90, right? Su Sheng did not deny it. A hint of surprise flashed in her cold pupils. That's right, mistress. How did you know? I happened to see the immense light that burst forth when you awakened that day, so I made some connections and guessed. Su Sheng raised an eyebrow and asked in confusion, What do you mean, Xiao San? Tang San's expression showed signs of struggle as he replied, Shangge, your soul power level far exceeds the innate full soul power. I once asked my teacher a similar question, and the result was that you might not live for more than a few years. He was also hesitating about whether he should tell Su Sheng, fearing it might trigger a reaction from him. Su Sheng stiffly smiled at him and said, Thank you, Xiao San, but you don't need to worry about me. I've already resolved this matter. Unexpectedly, during the 3 years apart, Tang San still remembered to reflect on his own issues. After hearing Su Sheng's response, Tang San awkwardly touched his nose and said, Oh really? Then congratulations, Shengge. He had thought Su Sheng would be disheartened upon hearing it. But who would have guessed that the latter had already solved it perfectly? Although he didn't know what method Su Sheng used, he believed Su Sheng wouldn't lie to him. Su Sheng's gaze turned to the small house hiding behind, and he asked Tang San, By the way, San, can I say a few words to your Xiao Wu? Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu, feeling somewhat troubled. He recalled Xiao Wu's fearful expression just now and wasn't quite sure whether he should allow it. Just as he was lost in thought, a delicate hand patted his shoulder. Sangu, it's okay. Tang San looked back at Xiao Wu, seeing her determined expression as if she had made up her mind. He sighed and said, Xiao Wu, I understand, she replied, her fearless gaze fixed on Su Sheng, completely changing from her previous demeanor. Then, Shengge, you can talk to Xiao Wu. I'll head over there first. Tang San said with a gesture before turning to walk towards Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu took a deep breath, staring unflinchingly at Su Sheng, waiting for him to continue. Su Sheng's lips curled slightly, her face showing no expression, and she said in a leisurely tone, Should I call you the 100,000-year soul beast, or the human form Xiao Wu? Her eyes narrowed as she directly reprimanded. I am both Xiao Wu and a 100,000-year soul beast. If you intend to make a move, I will not resist, but I hope you won't tell Xiao San. Compared to being hunted down by Su Sheng, Xiao Wu could not bear the disappointment and coldness from her closest friend, Xiao San. Su Sheng was somewhat bewildered by this series of words and exclaimed, Oh, it seems you have made up your mind to face death? He clearly hadn't said anything yet, but this little Wu had already assumed she knew what he wanted to do. She even had the resolve to face death. If it were before he became a Title Douluo, he might have considered it. But now that his soul rings were already full, there was no need to kill her. As for the soul bones, he already had 3 on him, so he didn't lack the one that would drop from killing her. Chapter 57. Find your Tawa. Little Wu said nothing, her eyes reddening slightly. Then she slowly closed her eyes, showing no desire to resist. In her heart, she murmured, Tang San, if I die, you must live well. She knew that in her human form, she had no chance of surviving in front of a Title Douluo. Her only wish in her heart was that after she died, Su Sheng would not tell Tang San the truth. Su Sheng's gaze was fixed on Xiao Wu's cheek as he coldly said, Your soul bone and soul ring have no appeal to me. Since you've decided to stay by Tang San's side, you need to be mindful of your true self. If the Title Douluo who came here today was not me, then I'm afraid Tang San and Xiao Wu would have turned into a tragedy. Although he didn't believe in the bond between humans and soul beasts, he didn't oppose it either. Upon hearing Su Sheng's words, Xiao Wu clearly felt his concern for her. Thus, she opened her eyes in surprise, thinking that Su Sheng would make a move in the next second, but unexpectedly. The look in Su Sheng's eyes was filled with confusion. But since she could continue to stay by Xiao San's side, she already felt immensely satisfied. Xiao Wu pursed her thin lips and replied, I will. Dean, I brought Oscar and the others. Behind Dai Mubai, two extremely lazy figures appeared. One looked somewhat weathered, with a stubbly beard on his cheeks. If he weren't someone familiar, one might just call him Uncle. It was none other than Oscar, the sausage uncle from the Shrek's 7 Monsters. The other figure looked quite plump and walked in a rather comical manner. But his martial soul was also a top-tier beast martial soul, the evil fire chicken. Oscar rubbed his dark circles and asked Flander, Dean, why'd you call us so early? Ma Hongjun angrily retorted, Yeah, teacher, I was just getting into the groove, and now you suddenly call us? Isn't this just tormenting us disciples? He then cast a resentful glance at Dai Mubai, angrily saying, And you, Dai, can you knock next time? That kick almost scared me to death. Dai Mubai scratched his golden hair and awkwardly laughed. Unexpected. I just saw that your fire was a bit heavy, so I was physically cooling it down. In his heart, he secretly thought that this kid's evil fire was quite serious. If he didn't do this, he was afraid tomorrow would be too late. Flanders stroked his beard and smiled. Oscar, Hongjun, the reason I called you here today is to tell you that our Shrek Academy has added 4 new members. The other 4 mentors behind Flander also nodded in agreement. Oscar showed a shocked expression, exclaiming, What? There are actually more people joining our Shrek Academy? Flanders' face darkened as he directly gave Oscar a knock on the head, saying, What are you talking about, you little brat? Oscar rubbed his sore head. I was just so happy. After casually brushing it off, he began to scan the surroundings with keen interest. When Oscar's gaze fell on Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, his eyes immediately brightened, and he hugged Ma Hongjun. Pointing in Ning Rongrong's direction with a sly smile, Hongjun, look over there. The new beautiful junior sister joining us this time is so gorgeous. Ma Hongjun also cast his gaze over, and upon seeing the graceful figures and charming faces of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, the evil fire that had just been suppressed flared up again. He instantly felt that his girlfriend, Suehua, was simply unworthy compared to these 2 beauties. If he could have a good night's sleep, his evil fire might calm down for a few days. Dai Mubai, who was eavesdropping behind them, grabbed their heads with both hands and said ominously, What are you 2 thinking? That one is mine. Seeing Dai Mubai's gaze fixated on Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar deliberately elongated his voice. Oh, don't worry, Dai. That one is yours. We definitely won't have our eyes on her. Then, he looked at Ning Rongrong and chuckled. Then my target is that one. Don't look at him now with his stubbly beard. If he cleaned up a bit, he would definitely be a handsome guy. With a talented man and a beautiful woman, he wouldn't fail. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's lips curled slightly, daring to choose Ning Rongrong. You little brat are looking for death. The one she likes is Su Sheng, a Title Douluo level powerhouse. If the latter finds out, just thinking about Oscar's pitiful state is amusing. He feigned support and said, It seems like little AO, your taste is quite good. Go for it. Your Dai is here to support you. Oscar smugly raised his eyebrows. Boss, your taste is also not bad. We'll each take one. Ma Hongjun, feeling ignored as the 2 talked, angrily shouted, Hey, Dai and Oscar, you're both bullying me too much, right? You've both chosen. What about me? Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously glared at him. Go find your Tsuehua. Zhao Wujia watched these lively disciples and chuckled. With the addition of fresh blood, the future of these little monsters is quite interesting. But I hope they can still laugh this happily during training. Flander shot him an annoyed glance. Come on. Who doesn't know you're the one who can't hold back? Zhao Wujia angrily retorted. Flander, don't break the morale of the team. What's wrong? Do you want to fight? Just come, but with your bruised face, shouldn't I go easy on you? Nonsense. Beating 3 of you is no problem. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing covered their mouths and giggled at the playful atmosphere. The other 3 Shrek mentors exchanged helpless glances, all smiling wryly. This Dean and Vice Dean are much more lively than these little monsters. Tang San slowly walked up to Xiao Wu and Su Sheng, smiling gently as he asked the latter, Brother Sheng, have you and Xiao Wu finished your chat? Su Sheng glanced at him coldly and said lightly, Why are you in such a hurry? Your brother Sheng won't snatch your little Wu. Tang San frowned and explained seriously, Brother Sheng, you might misunderstand. Little Wu is my sister. Little Wu tugged at his sleeve. Xiao San, don't say any more. However, Brother Sheng, he felt that if he didn't clarify this misunderstanding, it would only grow larger. Little Wu directly stepped on Tang San's foot. Xiao San, Tang San winced in pain, but still spoke in a doting tone. All right. Little Wu, you say whatever you want. Seeing the young couple in front of him getting cozy, Su Sheng turned his head and walked toward the group gathered around Flinder and the others. Flinder and Zhao Wujia stopped their previous antics immediately upon seeing Su Sheng approach. Flinder smiled brightly and said, Your Excellency, Su Sheng, have you finished your discussion? Chapter 58. The people I want to kill, you can't stop. Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking collections. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were taken aback by Flinder's respectful demeanor, thinking they must be seeing things. How did the proud Flinder turn into this? Moreover, it was with a man who looked about their age. Oscar quietly asked Dai Mubai beside him, Your Excellency? Boss Dai, who is this guy? How can you make the dean call him Your Excellency? Dai Mubai shrugged, meaningfully stating this guy? You're really not afraid of being overheard. The dean called you both here, and aside from the new members, it's all because of him. Oscar leaned closer behind Dai Mubai, gently pinching his shoulder, flattering him, Boss Dai. Just tell me without beating around the bush. Dai Mubai had a satisfied expression. Being served felt wonderful, and if it were Zhu Zhuqing, it would be even better. However, that was just a thought. Zhu Zhuqing hadn't given him a good face yet, so thinking about it was just dreaming. Seeing Oscar so eager, Dai Mubai slowly explained. His name is Su Sheng. Seeing the two whispering, Ma Hongjun looked disdainfully at Su Sheng in front of him and said irritably, Humph. I really don't understand what the dean is doing. Isn't he just a good-looking guy? His spirit power probably isn't even higher than mine. However, he didn't seem to lower his voice deliberately, attracting the attention of the surrounding Shrek teachers and others. Ning Rongrong and Tang San's eyes flickered with displeasure. Although this person might be their teammate in the future, insulting Su Sheng to his face was like slapping their own faces. Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned colder. She deeply detested such underhanded people. Dai Mubai quickly pulled Oscar aside, giving Ma Hongjun a look, using lip reading to remind him. Hongjun quickly apologized to him. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. However, Ma Hongjun seemingly didn't notice Dai Mubai's small gesture. Seeing everyone looking at him, he felt a bit guilty but still mustered his courage to say, What's wrong? Teachers, I didn't say anything wrong, right? I really don't understand why you all treat this guy with such respect. Flinder turned around and shouted angrily, Hongjun, don't be reckless. Quickly apologize to Your Excellency, Su Sheng. This guy's temper was as volatile as Lu Erlong from their Golden Iron Triangle. He had just calmed Su Sheng's anger, and now this good disciple was looking for trouble again. Even from a distance, Su Sheng heard everything clearly, his cold pupils staring at Ma Hongjun. Are you looking for death? Are all of Shrek's people this arrogant? He had planned to avoid conflict today, but there were always some fools seeking death. He didn't mind getting a bit of blood on his hands. Hearing Su Sheng insult him like that, Ma Hongjun shouted angrily, Go to hell. I'm the evil fire phoenix. After saying that, Ma Hongjun roared, and his yellow spirit ring appeared beneath his feet. Flinder coldly stopped him. Hongjun, stop. Ma Hongjun was his direct disciple. If he offended Su Sheng and something happened, it would be disastrous. In that instant, the teachers of Shrek Academy realized the situation was escalating. Even if Ma Hongjun wanted to curse, he should have waited until Su Sheng left. Insulting a Title Douluo to his face was just foolish. Zhao Wujia and the other Shrek Academy teachers hurriedly stood up, with the former scolding Ma Hongjun, Stop. Ma Hongjun wiped his nose, coldly snorted, and shouted First Soul Skill. Phoenix Fire. Just as he uttered the words, a shadow that appeared ghostly appeared in front of him. The man suddenly stretched out one hand, effortlessly grasping his neck and lifting him up. Ma Hongjun stared wide-eyed at the terrifying figure that appeared, feeling his throat being tightly locked, and a suffocating sensation began to spread. His face turned pale. Suspended in midair, Ma Hongjun struggled in pain, his hands tightening around Su Sheng's hand, trying to pry it open. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch. Seeing his beloved disciple in pain, Flinder anxiously called out, Hongjun, Your Excellency Su Sheng, please let him go. Zhao Wujia stepped forward. Your Excellency Su Sheng, his personality is a bit reckless. Please spare him this time. Once Zhao Wujia finished speaking, all the Shrek teachers, including Flinder and Zhao Wujia, quickly released their martial souls, colorful spirit rings rising beneath their feet. All their eyes were fixed on Su Sheng's hand gripping Ma Hongjun. If Su Sheng really intended to harm their Shrek Academy disciple, they would not let it slide. Even if he was a Title Douluo, they could still exchange a few blows. Su Sheng let out a cold laugh, his blood-colored gaze sending shivers down their spines. He slowly spat out words filled with coldness. Are you teaching me how to do things? The person I want to kill, you can't stop. As his words fell, 9 terrifying 10,000-year soul rings slowly rose beneath Su Sheng's feet. Immediately, he tightened his grip on Ma Hongjuan's hand, as if he could crush his bones along with his neck at any moment. Ma Hongjuan let out a painful scream. Ah! Flinder glanced at the many teachers, a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Everyone, let us go together. Even a Title Douluo wouldn't dare to say they can definitely win against us. 7th Soul Skill. Cat Eagle True Body. 7th Soul Skill. Martial Soul True Body. Great Strength Diamond Bear. 7th Soul Skill. Jelly Bean True Body. 6th Soul Skill. In an instant, all the Soul Saints at level 70 on the scene unleashed their martial soul true bodies. Behind Zhao Wuji and the others, enormous creatures that matched the names of their martial souls appeared, not for any other reason, but their soul power was nearly 20 levels lower than Su Sheng. Only by unleashing their martial soul true bodies could they have a chance to defeat a Title Douluo. Oscar pinched his own cheek, terrified it's over. It seems the teachers are serious. Dai Mubai gasped, the attacks from several soul saints and soul emperors. I'm afraid even a Title Douluo wouldn't be able to withstand them. The other new members of Shrek Academy, including Ning Rongrong, also looked serious as they stared ahead, offended. With Flinder's words as he flew into the air, all the teachers of Shrek Academy unleashed their most terrifying soul skills, combining their power to blast towards Su Sheng. In an instant, the ground beneath their feet erupted with the sound of mountains collapsing and the earth shattering, and the astonishing energy that erupted seemed capable of obliterating the entire surrounding area. Su Sheng looked at Flinder and the others, who were using their martial souls in their true forms to attack with full force, his cold gaze showing no signs of fluctuation. 9th Soul Skill, Blood Tang in Domain. The 9th soul ring under his feet, close to 100,000 years deep, suddenly lit up. Chapter 59. Instant Kill. A faint red ripple suddenly erupted around Su Sheng, spreading wildly in all directions. Flinder, who was rushing towards Su Sheng in the air after releasing his martial soul true form, was touched by this rapidly expanding ripple and was instantly frozen in midair, unable to move. The Shrek teachers also found themselves affected by this ripple afterward. In just an instant, all of their martial soul true forms exploded, turning into blue soul power that scattered everywhere. As for their physical bodies, they were completely frozen in place, unable to feel any of their limbs, with only their eyes and mouths able to move. Flinder struggled to turn his neck to look at his legs, only to see that he could actually float in mid-air without any support. His face turned pale as he gritted his teeth, wondering just how terrifying that ripple was. Even he, a soul saint at level 78, had no ability to resist. Zhao Wujia and the others below cursed, saying it was infuriating. They couldn't move at all. Li Yusong looked at Su Sheng with wary eyes and said this guy's soul skill can actually make space stagnate. Zhao Xin watched Su Sheng holding Ma Hongjun in his hand like a chick, his eyes turning red with anger, cursing. If it continues like this, Ma Hongjun is afraid. Dai Mubai took a few steps back, his face pale as he said, "The Dean, they're all controlled by Su Sheng with just one soul skill?" Oscar's face tightened as he murmured, "This Su Sheng, even without releasing his martial soul true form, has already reached such a terrifying level of strength. He can instantly control Flinder and many soul saints, including Zhao Wujia." Tang San's gaze was firmly fixed on Su Sheng, who was single-handedly controlling Flinder and the others. Deeply shocked in his heart, he clenched his fists and then gradually relaxed, with a bitter smile on his face, saying, "Brother Sheng, is this your true strength? It seems that catching up to you is still quite impossible. Su Sheng is already a Title Douluo, and it's almost impossible to catch up with him. Moreover, Tang San doesn't even know how high his martial soul, blue silvergrass, can be cultivated, let alone the daunting Title Douluo." Although Xiao Wu was shocked by Su Sheng's strength, she soon came back to her senses. Seeing the expression on Tang San's face, she knew he was deeply affected. So she placed her hand on his shoulder and comforted him. "Xiao San, don't give up. You won't lose to him." Tang San was slightly taken aback. Su Sheng's cold gaze swept over them. Is this the level of the teachers from Shrek Academy? Too weak. And he clenched his palm, and the still Flander and the others felt their pupils tremble. In the next moment, they felt the world spinning before their eyes. The glaring white light made them involuntarily close their eyes. When they opened them again, the scene from a second ago had long since disappeared. Now, around them was an extreme heat that made their skin feel hot, and a hellish scene with blood-like light that seemed devoid of sun and moon. Before them was a boiling river filled with the smell of blood, and within it, countless 9 heart blood lotus were dazzlingly blooming. The nutrients from these 9 heart blood lotus were precisely the life force of Flander and the others, who were now completely bound by the roots of the 9 heart blood lotus. Strands of translucent red particles were continuously extracted from Flander and the others' bodies, and in the next moment, they were devoured by the roots. With every bit of life force lost, they suffered greater pain from their souls. At first, the pain was merely like a mosquito bite. Flander and the others thought it was an illusion-type soul skill that wouldn't cause real harm. However, as time passed in this place, they realized something was wrong. This was indeed an illusion, but it would completely reflect the pain they suffered back to their souls. Flander suppressed the despair in his heart, his face filled with fear as he said, "This bizarre blood lotus is absorbing our life force, and every bit of life force lost would inflict even stronger pain on our souls." Zhao Wujia, who did not believe in evil, gritted his teeth and kept trying to mobilize his soul power. The support-type soul master beside him, Zhaoxin, sighed, "Wujia, don't waste your effort. This soul skill is likely forcefully pulling our souls here. Unless your soul power level is far higher than that, guys." Thud. Thud. Flander and the others in reality began to turn pale, then one by one fell to the ground. Although only a few seconds passed in the real world, in Su Shang's illusion, Flander and the others were tortured for several months, especially with the increasing strength of the soul attacks over time. If Su Sheng hadn't retracted the soul skill in the end, it's likely that none of the people lying on the ground would be normal. Su Sheng coldly looked at the people lying on the ground, then glanced at the unconscious Ma Hongjun in his hands. In the next moment, he threw Ma Hongjun away like trash. Ma Hongjun's plump body hit the ground heavily, making a cracking sound. Oscar and Dai Mubai both exclaimed, "Dean, fatty." The two hurried over to check on Flander and the others, and upon seeing that they were still alive, they breathed a sigh of relief. Then they walked over to Ma Hongjun's side and said, "Phew, luckily, just a fracture." Tang Sin noticed that Flander and the others showed no physical injuries, but their pale pupils seemed to bear great pain. Could it be a manifestation of a thought in their hearts? He secretly thought of the purple extreme magic eyes. Tang San's eyes glimmered with a deep purple light, and he looked at Flander and the others on the ground. The next moment, Tang San confirmed, "Sure enough, it's a mental attack." If he wasn't mistaken, Su Sheng had just used his 9th soul skill, and if that soul skill was fully unleashed, Flander and the others definitely couldn't have come out unscathed. "Brother Sheng, you didn't kill them. If nothing unexpected happened, the reason he spared their lives was for himself and the others." Tang San's gaze shifted to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong beside him, and his eyes gradually narrowed. After dealing with these, Su Sheng walked towards Tang San and the others. Su Sheng expressionlessly patted Tang San's shoulder. "Little San, I'm going to leave soon. I've erased these guys' memories, but I'll leave Rongrong in your care. His next target is the City of Slaughter, but that place has Tang Chun at level 99. The chances of winning are probably about 50-50. Tang San was taken aback for a moment and firmly said, "Don't worry, Brother Sheng. Brother Sheng's soul skill can actually erase other people's memories." Chapter 60, Equal in Strength. Ning Rongrong's eyes narrowed, and she walked over angrily. "Su Sheng, aren't you staying here? Or do you really dislike me that much?" Su Sheng wanted to explain, but he found that after being influenced by Jiu Xine Haidang, he completely didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, with an expression as calm as a deep well, he said, "No, I have other things to attend to. I have erased their memories, and you are very safe here. Moreover, outside of Shrek, besides the sword law of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, there's also a more terrifying figure, Tang San's father, Tang Hao. Everything that just happened couldn't have gone unnoticed by them." Seeing that Su Sheng didn't even want to explain, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt self-deprecating, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. But her gaze was determined as she said, "Su Sheng, do you really not have any feelings for me?" Beside them, Tang San raised an eyebrow, thinking, "This is bad. Brother Sheng is going to crash." But what kind of relationship are they really in? Although it seemed that Brother Sheng cared a lot for Ning Rongrong, it didn't look like a couple at all. It was more like his relationship with Xiao Wu. But in comparison, he was much closer to Xiao Wu. He then looked at Xiao Wu, who was leaning on his arm with a doting gaze. "Rongrong, I do have some feelings for you deep down," Su Sheng said, looking at Ning Rongrong's heart-wrenching appearance, unable to bear hurting her. At this moment, Ning Rongrong, with a hint of a crying tone, said, "Then can't you give me a clear answer? I've been waiting for 3 years. but that doesn't mean I want to wait another moment. Su Sheng, did you ever like me? Su Sheng pressed his thin lips together, unsure of what to do, and quietly reached out to gently rub Ning Rongrong's head. However, he truly had no romantic feelings for her. In contrast, upon seeing Su Sheng's familiar gesture, Ning Rongrong's tear-filled eyes sparkled with hope. Yet, Su Sheng slowly withdrew his hand, coldly turning his back. I'm sorry, Rongrong, I've always regarded you as a sister. Receiving such a cold response from Su Sheng, Ning Rongrong's expression froze in an instant, and the next moment, she silently lowered her head. With his back to her, Su Sheng looked up at the trees ahead and said lightly, I'm leaving. Rongrong, take care of yourself. After saying that, he left without looking back. The next moment, Ning Rongrong, who had been trying to hide her vulnerable heart from Su Sheng, could no longer hold back and bent down, covering her face as she began to sob. Tang San, watching the pain Ning Rongrong, felt a pang in his heart even though it had nothing to do with him. He sighed silently. Brother Sheng is really too heartless, but wasn't he always so friendly before? What made him turn into this? The quiet Xiao Wu, leaning on his arm, slowly said, It's his martial soul. Tang San suddenly realized, Xiao Wu, are you saying that Brother Sheng's martial soul has affected him? Xiao Wu responded with a simple shrinking back without saying another word. In the small forest, Su Douluo Qinshin angrily cursed. Damn it, this kid actually dared to reject my Rongrong to my face. If it weren't for the sect master's order not to act against you, I would have killed you today. A very faint voice replied, Indeed. Qinshin's eyes narrowed suddenly, and he stepped back 2 paces, looking warily at the man in a tattered cloak, exuding an aura of a king. Who is this man? How could he approach me silently? And I didn't even feel his presence. Qinshin stretched out his hand, and the sharp 7-killing sword appeared in his grasp. His gaze icy as he asked, Who are you? 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, floated up from beneath his feet. The cloaked man was none other than Tang San's father, Haotian Hammer, Tang Hao. Tang Hao glanced at the wary Qinshin with indifferent eyes. Me? Just a passerby. Qinshin's eyes narrowed, tightening his grip on the 7-killing sword. He coldly snapped, A passerby? You can approach me silently? I didn't know passersby had such strength. This seemingly ordinary man suddenly exuded an almost imperceptible pressure. This person is definitely not simple. Tang Hao's gaze turned a few degrees colder. Oh? You want to make a move? After saying that, 9 soul rings gradually appeared beneath his feet, especially the last one, which emitted a pressure that made those around him change color. Qinshin looked at the scarlet soul ring that gave him an ominous feeling and exclaimed, 100,000 years soul ring. The next second, a name suddenly popped into his head, one who wielded the Haotian Hammer and severely injured the Pope. The youngest Title Douluo on the continent. Tang Hao. You are Haotian Douluo Tang Hao. If it were him, then having 100,000 year soul ring would be nothing extraordinary. Qinshin's trembling emotions gradually calmed down. I didn't expect someone would still recognize me. Tang Hao. Tang Hao said this without the slightest hint of surprise on his face. Su Douluo's eyes widened suddenly. Wait, could it be that Tang San? After responding with a final word, Tang Hao's figure before Qinshin vanished in the blink of an eye. Qinshin's eyes flickered a few times, secretly thinking, Tang Hao's return to the world. Is he preparing to come back for revenge? It seems the Spirit Hall is in trouble this time. Su Sheng, who had been walking slowly, suddenly stopped and said in a cold tone, Uncle Hao, since you are here, then come out. Behind Su Sheng, Tang Hao's figure slowly emerged. Kid, your talent is really astonishing. It has even far surpassed Xiao San. Upon hearing this, Su Sheng slowly turned around, and finally, his eyes filled with coldness. Faced Tang Hao's eyes, but neither of them spoke further. The next moment, a strong and terrifying killing intent erupted from Tang Hao. So much so that this killing aura had solidified into a substance, causing the surrounding space to tremble. This is the domain of the god of slaughter. A terrifying domain that can only be obtained by personally slaughtering countless powerful beings in the city of slaughter. This terrifying killing intent rushed towards Su Sheng. In an instant, a killing aura that was no weaker than the god of slaughter's domain erupted from Su Sheng, effortlessly devouring the incoming killing intent. The domains formed by the 2 terrifying killing auras began to continuously erode each other. For a moment, the gap between both sides had surprisingly leveled off. After a while, Tang Hao looked at Su Sheng, who easily resisted his god of slaughter domain, and said calmly, Kid, it seems that in these years, the beings you have slaughtered are already close to my level. Uncle Hao, you yist. Su Sheng's words still carried no trace of emotion. Chapter 61, Old Illness. Kid, You've joined the spirit hall, right? Tang Hao said, and an uncontrollable rage burst forth from his eyes. Su Sheng coldly replied. He knew about the grudge between Tang Hao and the spirit hall, but so what? Just a single sentence? Would that make him leave the spirit hall? Kid, I warn you. The spirit hall? I and Xiao San have an irreconcilable hatred. If you withdraw from the spirit hall on your own, I can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unmerciful. As Tang Hao spoke these words, he truly began to harbor murderous intent towards Su Sheng. He would never forget what the spirit hall had done. They had cruelly caused a Yin's death. Yin, who was Tang San's mother, that terrifying 10,000-year soul ring. It was Yin who exchanged her last breath for it. If he could bring Yin back to life, he would even be willing to give up everything he had. After staring at Tang Hao for over 10 seconds, Su Sheng replied with a face full of coldness. What if I don't? Tang Hao wanted revenge against the spirit hall, and he had his own plans. And he too had his own thoughts. He would not change due to anyone's instigation. In Tang Hao's hand appeared a massive Haotian Hammer, about 2 meters long, glowing with a blood-red light. 9 terrifying soul rings continuously flickered beneath his feet. Kid, do you know what you're saying? If you insist on this, are you prepared for the consciousness of death? The howling wind rustled, causing Tang Hao's cloak to flutter incessantly. There was a sense of calm before the storm. Su Sheng's expression turned cold, knowing that the battle today was likely unavoidable. With a shift in his mind, he saw the surroundings rapidly growing, and in an instant, countless dense and terrifying 9-hearted sea pearls suddenly appeared. Under Su Sheng's feet, 9 pitch-black eternal soul rings appeared. Tang Hao's cold eyes brightened. Since it was like this. In the next moment, Tang Hao, gripping the Haotian Hammer tightly, instantly appeared in front of Su Sheng. Su Sheng's 3rd soul ring lit up, and a thin layer of shield materialized around him. Tang Hao looked at this shield, snorted coldly, and directly swung the Haotian Hammer down with a mighty blow. Bang! Faced with a soul sage, the Soul Emperor's steel-like shield shattered like paper under Tang Hao's attack, showing no resistance whatsoever. Su Sheng, who had long anticipated this, remained unafraid and said, as expected, "It is indeed the Haotian Hammer, the #1 weapon spirit attack in the continent." As Tang Hao stepped towards Su Sheng, swinging the Haotian Hammer, his tone carried intense anger. Kid, this is the last chance I will give you. In the next strike, he would not hold back at all, even if it meant killing Su Sheng. Su Sheng did not answer him, taking a step back as the 6th soul ring beneath his feet lit up. The 6th soul skill, Blood Illusion, forces those who see the Blood Begonia flower to temporarily fall into an illusion. Before Su Sheng, a massive phantom of 9 Heart Blood Begonia bud gradually appeared, and then the tightly closed petals began to slowly bloom. Caught off guard, Tang Hao suddenly saw a flash of white light in his eyes. In that brief second, Su Sheng's 5th soul ring lit up again, Blood Poison Begonia. On Tang Hao's arm, which was trapped in the illusion, several green 9 Heart Blood Begonias emerged from his skin. The touched skin gradually became black and swollen, starting to spread wildly. However, the pain caused by the Blood Poison Begonia instantly brought Tang Hao, who was trapped in the illusion, back to his senses. His cold gaze merely swept over his right arm, the rapidly spreading black toxin, without a hint of panic. Su Sheng squinted his eyes, wondering if that little bit of poison could really flow rapidly within Tang Hao's body. The 4th soul ring beneath his feet suddenly brightened. It was growing frantically. The green blood vines on Tang Hao's arms began to grow wildly. In an instant, their numbers were enough to completely cover Tang Hao. Tang Hao's gaze slightly focused, and his whole body suddenly trembled, an overwhelming killing intent leaking out from within, instilling despair. The green blood vines, blown by this killing intent, seemed unable to withstand the power and quickly withered one after another. In just a few seconds, the numerous green blood vines growing on Tang Hao had all withered and fallen to the ground. Meanwhile, the poison that had been injected into his body by the green blood vines began to drip out from his wounds. Tang Hao, relying on his terrifying physical qualities, forced Su Sheng's 5th soul ability, Blood Poison Vines, out of his body. Tang Hao's unchanged cold gaze turned to Su Sheng, asking, "Is this your strength?" If his strength is only at this level, then today he would undoubtedly die at his hands. Su Sheng's lips curled slightly. "Uncle Hao, your old injury should still not have healed, right?" After Tang Hao was hit by his own soul skill, it seemed that he wasn't severely injured, but the old wounds in his body must have been triggered. Such old injuries, lingering in the body for over a decade, are not something that can be easily suppressed. At this moment, There was finally a hint of surprise in Tang Hao's tone. Oh, you actually know? The fact that he had an old ailment in his body was something even the third party had never mentioned. This kid, could it be that the current pope, Qian Xuanji's woman, Bibi Dong, said something? Uncle, how does it need to guess? A single body facing 3 Title Douluo naturally cannot be unscathed. You know quite a lot, kid, cough cough. Tang Hao's cold words had only just started when his chest began to convulse, and blood, tinged with a metallic taste, flowed from the corner of his mouth. The pain from the tearing in his body continued to transmit from his limbs, even with his strong physique. He couldn't help but bite his dry lips tightly due to the pain. Uncle Hao, do you still want to make a move now? Su Sheng coldly stared at Tang Hao, his eyes showing no pity. He would not attack Tang Hao, who was suffering from a relapse of his old ailment. Tang Hao's bloodshot pupils slightly lifted as he sneered. Kid, I think I understand your weight in the spirit hall now. This time I'll let you go. But next time, cough cough. He had intended to kill Su Sheng, even at the cost of suffering the backlash of his old ailment. But who knew that Su Sheng's attack triggered it prematurely? In his current state, Tang Hao's true combat power couldn't even exceed 60%. Realizing this, Tang Hao's chest heaved again, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Su Sheng, who was watching coldly, slowly turned around and began to walk away, his figure growing more distant. If Uncle Hao, you could do it. After Su Sheng left, Tang Hao, affected by his old ailment, was forced to squat down, the Haotian Hammer in his hand disappearing. He pressed his hand tightly against his aching chest. Now he might only be able to fight Tang Hao to a standstill. But next time they meet, relying solely on Tang Hao, there would be no chance at all. Chapter 62. The Heartbeat from 3 years ago. In the Tiando Empire, within a room on a snowy night, Shui slowly stood up from the throne, straightening his chest as he looked at Ning Fengji, who walked in alongside Douluo. After his gaze fell upon them, he spoke in a gentle tone. I didn't know that Sect Master Ning had arrived. Forgive my neglect. Ning Fengji was not only the master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, but also Shui Ye's son, the teacher of Shui Qinghe. Therefore, Shui showed more respect towards Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji smiled gracefully and replied, well, it seems that Ning has come uninvited. He nodded slightly to Douluo, who then turned and walked out. Sect Master Ning, please take a seat, Shui invited, then slowly sat back on the throne. After Ning Fengji placed his staff properly, he politely sat down on the chair in front of him. I wonder what brings Sect Master Ning here this time. Every time Ning Fengji came, he would send a message in advance, but this time it seemed different. It was clear that something extremely important was at hand. Ning Fengti noted, his expression gradually becoming serious. Your Majesty Shui, you indeed have keen insight. I have come this time with important matters to discuss with you. Seeing Ning Fengji, who usually remained unruffled by anything, looking so serious, Shui's attitude also turned solemn. I see. So Sect Master Ning has already anticipated this situation? Shui sighed silently, a hint of worry in his voice. Ning Fengji seemed to feel that the atmosphere was too heavy and smiled again, saying softly, indeed. But it's just a conjecture. Your Majesty Shui, you need not take it too seriously. Sect Master Ning is too modest. Shui shook his head. Ning Fengji could reach this level of understanding, indicating he had already gathered enough evidence. It was just that perhaps the timing had not yet arrived. Ning Fengji changed the subject, somewhat puzzled. Your Majesty Shui, may I ask where Qinghe is now? Shui replied. I have already sent someone to call for Qinghe. He should be here shortly. Ning Fengji pursed his thin lips. Is that so? Just as his words fell, a clear male voice echoed from outside the room. Father, I'm here. Hearing this, Shui replied calmly. Qinghe, come in. The door opened, and a calm-looking man walked in. He was Shui's eldest son, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Shui Qinghe. Dressed in a golden palace robe, the robe was seamless and seemed to be woven from golden threads, without excessive decorative patterns. The classical and elegant golden collar protected his long, snow-white neck, and his long golden hair fell casually behind him, not meticulously styled, exuding a naturally aloof aura. His golden eyes were calm as flowing water, evoking a charm that made others want to approach him. Ning Fengji, seeing his satisfactory disciple, couldn't help but smile. Qinghe, long time no see. Shui Qinghe turned his gaze, and upon seeing Ning Fengji, a hint of surprise flashed in his otherwise expressionless eyes. Teacher, only then did Shui point to the adjacent position. Qinghe, come sit down. Shui Qinghe nodded and quietly sat in the middle position. Father. Afterward, it was unclear how long the three conversed. Ning Fengji silently tightened his grip on the staff, slowly standing up, a relaxed expression appearing on his face. Since that's the case, I shall take my leave first. Shui Yi, who had been deep in thought, came to his senses. I cannot see you off. The information Ning Fengji conveyed today was quite substantial, and he needed time to sort it out. Otherwise, it might lead to a disaster. Then, teacher, I will see you off. Shueqing also stood up and said to Ning Fengji, nodding to Emperor Shui Yi. Ning Fengji smiled and replied, that's good. It's been a long time since I had a chat with you, Qinghe. I feel like I'm a neglectful teacher. Shueqing quickly explained, teacher, you speak too humbly. Regardless, you're always my most respected teacher. Outside the palace, 2 extremely rare palanquins were placed, surrounded by hundreds of soldiers for protection. The leading soldier opened the curtain of the palanquin respectfully. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Sect Master Ning, please. Shueqing and Ning Fengji nodded, elegantly entering the palanquin. Then, another soldier turned to the solitary Bon Duo, Sir Gu Rong, please. Gu Rong merely responded with a faint HM, then entered the palanquin, closing his eyes to begin meditating. On the other side, Ning Fengji smiled and said to Shueqing, it's been a while since we last met. From your insights just now, it seems you are about to surpass me. Shueqing also rarely smiled. I am still far from surpassing you, teacher. Ning Fengji said earnestly, there is no need to underestimate yourself. At least, to my knowledge, no one has reached your level yet. Suddenly, Shueqing, who had just been smiling, felt a jolt throughout his body, sensing that his 6-winged angel martial soul was undergoing a transformation. His expression gradually turned grim as he silently thought, what is happening? This familiar feeling. Could it be the same as what happened 3 years ago? 3 years ago, he was also sitting in a palanquin, experiencing a situation almost identical to this moment. The only difference was that the resonance of the 6-winged angel martial soul within him was now even stronger. Ning Fengji, who was beside him, noticed that something was off with Shueqing and gently reached out to shake the latter's shoulder. Qinghe, what's wrong? As soon as he touched him, Ning Fengji squinted his eyes. He felt something was amiss. Qinghe was clearly a man, so why did his body feel so weak? Could it be that Shueqing's body had always had issues? No, he needed to find a time to thoroughly examine Qinghe's body. Shueqing forced a smile and said, teacher, it's nothing, just that I feel a familiar aura affecting me. He then closed his eyes and quickly sensed the direction of the aura that resonated with his martial soul. This aura was coming from the south. 3 years ago, he hadn't thought of this, but this time he had to find out what was influencing him. Shueqing then lifted the curtain and called out to the soldiers outside. Wait, quickly head south. If you encounter any suspicious individuals, stop them immediately. The soldiers outside, upon receiving the order, shouted in unison, yes. After doing all this, Shueqing looked apologetically at Ning Fengji and said, teacher, you might have to return a bit later. Ning Fengji shook his head and replied calmly, it's no problem. Just consider a walk. His disciple's behavior had been too unusual. It seemed there was something he didn't know. In the south, Ning Fengji's eyes gradually narrowed. Chapter 63, Blocked. Outside the gate of Tiando City, a man with an extremely cold expression suddenly stopped in his tracks. The man was Su Sheng, who had hurried over. He raised his eyes slightly, looking at the familiar bustling street ahead, murmuring, I didn't expect that after walking for half a day, I would still return to Tiando City. He originally planned to go to Shrek Academy and then head straight to the City of Slaughter. However, the reality was quite unfortunate. There were no direct routes to the City of Slaughter, and there were large canyons on either side. Therefore, the only way for Su Sheng to reach the City of Slaughter was to pass through Tiando City and then change direction. As he slowly walked into Tiando City, Su Sheng couldn't help but frown. Martial soul resonance? Just as he was puzzled, he heard the heavy, deep sound of synchronized footsteps coming from straight ahead. Bang, bang, bang. When a well-equipped army of nearly 100 soldiers approached Su Sheng to about 50 meters away, he finally saw what they looked like. Hundreds of soldiers surrounded 2 exquisite palanquins, and it was easy to guess that the people inside these palanquins must have extremely noble identities. Su Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he silently thought, it's better to leave for now. He didn't want to attract more trouble. Thus, he quickly turned around and headed in another direction. The soldier leading the march in front of the palanquin, under his rusty armor, kept his eyes fixed on Su Sheng, who was trying to leave. He shouted, quick, stop that person. He must have something to do with it. When he first saw the man, it was clear he intended to walk toward the palanquin. However, upon encountering them, he swiftly turned to leave, definitely suspicious. Coupled with the prince's earlier orders, he decisively made his judgment. If he was wrong, he would only face some scolding, but if he caught someone with issues, he would earn great merit. He shouted loudly to his soldiers, yes. After his words fell, nearly 50 soldiers rushed out, jogging to surround Su Sheng. When Su Sheng noticed something was off and looked around again, these soldiers had already completely surrounded him. His cold gaze fell upon them, and he coldly uttered a single word. He didn't want to cause trouble, yet foolish people always sought him out. A terrifying killing intent erupted from him, intense to the extreme. The soldiers, targeted by this overwhelming killing intent, felt their legs begin to tremble, as if they were being gazed upon by an ancient beast from the abyss. Thud! Moments later, some soldiers couldn't control themselves and began to kneel one after another. Before long, they had all knelt down in a perfect circle. At this moment, the passers-by nearby stopped, each one looking on in astonishment. Who is this guy? He can make the prince's subordinates kneel. Not only kneeling, but they even formed a circle. This person must have a more terrifying identity. A woman pointed at Su Sheng, slowly saying, Hey, look at that man, he's so handsome, but just looking at him makes me feel inexplicably cold. Another woman's face turned red. Really? This handsome guy has such charm and a noble identity. If only I could be with him. The man next to them couldn't stand it anymore and coldly retorted, Stop dreaming. Does he even look at you? Xue Qinghe sensed the commotion outside and lifted the curtain to ask, What's happening out there? Ning Fengji also looked over with curiosity. The leading soldier cupped his fists and respectfully explained, reporting to His Highness the Prince and Sect Master Ning. We have found a suspicious person ahead. Oh, have you managed to stop him? Xue Qinghe's calm eyes flickered with shock, secretly thinking, Could it be that this person is the mastermind behind the resonance of my martial soul? The soldier glanced ahead and quickly returned to his senses, nervously saying, But this guy seems a bit off. Your Highness, Sect Master Ning, you should see for yourselves. Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe exchanged glances, then slowly stepped down from the palanquin. Meanwhile, Gu Rong, who was in another palanquin, sensed the intense killing intent erupting ahead and had already exited his meditation. In the next moment, his figure vanished like a ghost. The reporting soldier lifted the curtain and hurriedly said, Gu Douluo? Hey, however, he found the inside empty. Be careful, the person ahead is not simple. Gu Rong, who had appeared beside Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe, crossed his arms and reminded them with a serious expression. This intense, killing intent even surpassed his own. However, his primary task was to protect Ning Fengji, so he couldn't leave to investigate the situation. Seeing that even Uncle Gu noticed something was off, Ning Fengji's lips curled slightly. He then looked at Xue Qinghe and said, Qinghe, let's go take a look. He also wanted to know who could make his usually unflappable disciple so concerned. Xue Qinghe respectfully responded, Yes, master. Finally going to meet that person? But what was this intense and eager aura suddenly emanating from his martial soul? Bold thief, do not be arrogant. Just wait until the adults arrive. You won't be able to escape. This guy is so terrifying. I feel my limbs trembling. Su Sheng looked at the people kneeling on the ground with indifference and coldly asked, Why are you stopping me? One of the terrified soldiers replied, It was ordered by His Highness the Crown Prince. If we encounter any suspicious individuals, we must stop them immediately. Su Sheng's eyes narrowed. The Crown Prince? Xue Qinghe? That's right. It's Crown Prince Xue Qinghe. In his memory, the only name associated with the Crown Prince is Xue Qinghe. Moreover, he was impersonated by Qian Rinxue using a head spirit bone. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji, who walked alongside Gu Rong and Xue Qinghe, felt that the figure ahead seemed somewhat familiar. However, it was completely different from his impression. Ning Fengji frowned and looked at Gu Rong, asking, Uncle Gu, do you recognize him? Gu Rong also turned his gaze towards Su Sheng, squinting his eyes. Indeed, he looked very familiar, but it was impossible to tell who he was for the time being. The current Su Sheng was entirely different from who he was 3 years ago, not only in appearance, but also in the cold aura he exuded. It was likely that no one would connect him with his former self from 3 years ago. Teacher, do you know this man? Xue Qinghe, who had been listening to their conversation, asked in surprise. Such a powerful aura, and being so close to this person made his six-winged angel martial soul even more excited. Ning Fengji shook his head with a bitter smile, saying he just felt like he had seen him somewhere before. The handsome Xue Qinghe couldn't help but press his thin lips together. Is that so? Gu Rong's body began to manifest countless bones, and 9 soul rings suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Fengji, I'll go test him and we'll find out. After saying that, he charged towards Su Sheng. Chapter 64. Can you use it? A figure quickly landed in front of Su Sheng it was Gu Rong, standing on 9 soul rings, staring intently at Su Sheng. Su Sheng shifted his gaze away from the soldier and coldly said, Gu Rong? Upon hearing his name, called by the cold and somewhat enchanting man in front of him, Gu Rong squinted his eyes and replied, Oh, kid, you actually know my name? The soldier who had fallen to the ground, seeing Gu Rong arrive, joyfully got up and exclaimed, Lord Douluo is here. Everyone retreat. Subsequently, the soldiers who had surrounded Su Sheng hurriedly picked up their dropped weapons and ran towards the back. The onlookers, upon seeing the terrifying 9 soul rings beneath Gu Rong's feet, gasped, What? This lord is actually a terrifying powerhouse at the Title Douluo level. That young man is afraid he can't escape death. Lord Douluo seems to be the protective elder of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. With a terrifying cultivation of level 95, and the title of number 1 defense is not just for show. They never expected to witness a powerhouse at the Title Douluo level up close. It was worth it for a lifetime. However, thinking of the unpredictable temperament of Title Douluo powerhouses, they all retreated dozens of meters, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. An attack of this magnitude would be beyond their ability to withstand, even if they had dozens of lives. Since you are here, the Ning sect master must be here as well, right? Su Sheng's gaze swept over to Ning Fengji, who was holding a scepter and surrounded by countless soldiers for protection. However, when he noticed that there was a very handsome man next to Ning Fengji, he secretly thought, is that Xue Qinghe, disguised as Qianren Xue? On the other side, Gu Rong's expression turned cold upon hearing Su Sheng's words. Since this guy knows about Fengji, could it be that his intention is to assassinate the leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile school? In that case, he wouldn't hold back. In the next moment, he moved swiftly and charged towards Su Sheng, throwing a punch at his head. Su Sheng dodged the incoming punch with a speed that was not inferior to that of Gu Rong, quickly tilting his head to avoid the blow. Then, taking a step back, he said in a calm tone, Oh? You're not using your soul skills? Gu Rong, not using his soul skills, must think he can handle me with just his physical strength? He took a deep breath, staring intently at Su Sheng, surprised in his heart that this kid could actually dodge my attack with his reflexes. Dealing with you, a junior, doesn't even require the use of soul skills. After a cold shout, Gu Rong charged at Su Sheng once again. Su Sheng curled his lips, clenched his palm, and countless vines of the 9 Heart Blood Lotus instantly sprang up from the ground, binding the unsuspecting Gu Rong in an instant. He wasn't that patient. Since Gu Rong talked so confidently, he couldn't let him down, could he? Moreover, the last debt hadn't been settled, so this time could be considered interest. In midair, with his left hand and right leg bound, Gu Rong quickly concentrated his soul power in his right hand and threw a punch at the blood-red vines of the 9 Heart Blood Lotus. However, after his attack struck the 9 Heart Blood Lotus, it only caused a few cracks between the vines, showing no signs of breaking. Gu Rong silently furrowed his brows and struck a few more times, still failing to shatter it. Damn, what kind of martial soul is this? It can actually withstand my attacks. Although he was primarily a defensive Title Douluo, his attack power was also considerable among Title Douluos, yet not just anyone could resist it. Gu Rong's gaze turned to Su Sheng, and suddenly his words halted. What did he see? 9 black soul rings unexpectedly appeared beneath this man's feet. Gu Rong's heart trembled. Astonished, what? This kid is actually a Title Douluo, and with 9 10,000-year soul rings. Could it be that he is the one from back then? His gaze shifted back to the plant that bound him, seeing the 9 Heart Blood Lotus, which was entirely crimson and extremely resilient. So that's it. This is the 9 Heart Blood Lotus martial soul that Chun Xin told him about. No wonder it could withstand his attacks. It turns out this kid is Su Sheng, who was with Ning Rongrong back in the Sunset Forest. Realizing this, he quickly reached out his hand to explain to Su Sheng that he had misunderstood. However, Su Sheng's expression turned cold, directly controlling the 9 Heart Blood Lotus to toss Gu Rong into the air. Gu Rong, who was thrown into the air, widened his eyes in shock and cursed, Damn it, kid, you are. With a cold expression, Su Sheng activated his first soul ring, using his first soul skill, Blood Lotus Bloom. Countless petals of a 9 Heart Blood Lotus blossomed from Su Sheng's palm, and these petals surged towards the airborne Gu Rong with sharp attacks. Countless petals of the 9 Heart Blood Lotus slashed wildly at Gu Rong's body, constantly emitting crackling sounds. Bound in midair, Gu Rong felt a slight cutting sensation on his skin and was quite surprised. It's just petals. How can they so easily cut into my skin? Although Su Sheng's first soul skill seems useless, its greatest feature is its ability to break defenses. The constantly torn ancient banyan let out a sigh, feeling helpless. Forget it. Let's just consider this as a way to vent after feeling guilty last time. Thinking that these attacks wouldn't hurt him at all, he didn't pay any attention. Seeing the unresisting ancient banyan, Su Sheng knew that this guy must be underestimating him. He coldly said, "Foolish. Your defense can withstand attacks, but can it withstand poison?" During the last battle with Chen Xian, if it weren't for the latter's sealing-type soul skill, even if he lost, Chen Xian would surely have died from the poison. Then, Su Sheng's fifth spirit skill lit up again, blood poison thorn. In the air, Gurong, unable to act, felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding rise from the depths of his heart after being locked onto by Su Sheng's fifth spirit skill. Especially as he saw Su Sheng's palm aimed at him, Gurong couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He shook his head, alerting himself that something was wrong. This guy's attack. Something's not right. Puff, puff, a series of green Nine Hearts blood thorn plants began to sprout from his limbs. Seeing the plants emerging from his limbs, Gurong was somewhat confused. However, the next moment, a violent sense of dizziness quickly hit his head. Oh no, this is a poison spirit skill. This move, I can't resist it with just my body anymore. Seventh spirit skill, bone dragon form. Gurong shouted in anger, and his seventh spirit ring shone brightly beneath him. His body manifested countless bone-like structures and began to gather power and expand. Even the incredibly resilient vines of the Nine Hearts blood thorn began to show signs of decay. Anticipating Gurong's next move, Su Sheng's sixth spirit ring lit up again. Bloodlight Dream Mirror. Can you withstand it? In front of Su Sheng, a massive illusion of Nine Hearts blood thorn flower buds appeared again. These buds suddenly twisting and blooming. A strong, scarlet light directly shone into Gurong's pupils. His eyes gradually turned white, and the seventh spirit skill, Bone Dragon Form, was instantly interrupted, forcing his body to return to its normal size. Gurong's body instinctively wanted to move, but he found it impossible. After such a long time, his limbs had been deeply paralyzed by the toxins of the Nine Hearts bloodthorn, and he was also affected by the sixth spirit skill. Not to mention moving, he could hardly even think. Ninth spirit skill, Bloodthorn Indomain. Su Sheng's cold face showed no signs of mercy as the deep ninth spirit ring beneath him suddenly lit up. A voice that evoked a sense of familiarity suddenly rang out. "Su Sheng, please spare Bone Uncle. He means no harm to you. He just wanted to test your strength." The speaker was naturally Ning Fengji, who had rushed over with Shui Qinghe, urgently trying to intervene. Without using his martial soul's true form, Gurong, although unaware of Su Sheng's ninth spirit skill, knew it was not something he could easily resist. Therefore, he did not dare to take the risk. If they lost the Title Douluo level powerhouse from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, it would destabilize the entire school. Beside Ning Fengji, Shui Qinghe's eyes flashed with brilliance. This guy, who is the same age as me, has actually reached Title Douluo, and that bloody Nine Hearts bloodthorn. Is it the reason for resonating with my martial soul? Moreover, under the complacency of the Bone Douluo, he was able to perfectly control him and prepare for a kill in an instant. Su Sheng turned around, her cold gaze sweeping over Ning Fengji, and the ninth soul ring beneath her feet gradually dimmed. With a wave of her hand, the vines of the Nine Hearts blood vine retracted. The ancient banyan tree, which was paralyzed in midair, lost its support and fell straight to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lord Bone Douluo was actually defeated. What kind of strength does this young man possess? The onlookers nearby were left in shock. That Bone Douluo was a level 90 super Douluo, not someone as weak as they were. He was a powerful figure with considerable authority across the continent. Today, he was actually being toyed with in midair by a young man under 20. Oh my god, Mom, what did I just see? A peer of mine nearly killed the veteran powerhouse of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Bone Douluo. Let's hurry and leave, or there might be an even bigger fight soon. Ning Fengji's expression was serious as he instructed Shui Qinghe. "Qinghe, tell the soldiers to clean up the scene, and this matter absolutely must not be leaked." If the terrifying genius Su Sheng were to reach the ears of the Pope of the Spear Hall, he would certainly not miss the opportunity to recruit him. Moreover, if Su Sheng were to refuse to join them, his future would likely be bleak. Of course, he also has his own selfish motives. Although according to Qinshin, Su Sheng does not have romantic feelings for Rongrong. If he could bind the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with Su Sheng, then his future achievements could elevate the former to a new level, making it possible to become the #1 among the top 3 sects. After hearing Ning Fengji's words, Shui Qinghe replied, "Yes, teacher." Then his eyes turned cold as he calmly ordered the soldiers behind him, "Everyone, clear the scene and issue a gag order." if anyone leaks today's events. All the soldiers who received the order began to disperse the civilians in Heaven Do City, centering around Su Sheng and the others. The onlookers quickly left the area, or they would be killed without mercy. Everyone present was to keep this matter to themselves, and anyone who leaked information would be treated as a criminal. Get out of here! What are you still looking at? Soon, under the intimidation and dispersal by the soldiers, all the civilians anxiously left the scene. Teacher, we have driven everyone away, Sheng has said, his gaze turning towards the collapsed Gu Rong. He secretly thought that the Douluo was likely affected by both poison and paralysis. Ning Fengji nodded and stood up again. Sorry for the trouble. Qinghe. He had roughly assessed Gu Rong's injuries, which were not substantial, but the excessive paralysis toxin left him too weak to move. Ning Fengji then extended his hand, and his martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, slowly materialized in his palm, radiating a colorful halo. 7 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 appeared beneath his feet. 7-treasure glazed tile, 6-fold enhancement. A gentle light emitted from the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda enveloped Gu Rong. Soon, Gu Rong's consciousness gradually awakened, and the toxins in his limbs began to recede. After a while, Gu Rong, nearly healed, slowly stood up and looked at the cold-faced Su Sheng beside him, feeling a slight fear in his heart. Gu Rong recalled the scene that had just occurred, and his heart was pounding. He secretly thought that if it weren't for Fengji's intervention, he might have been taken away by that kid. This time, it was indeed his underestimation, but the horror of Su Sheng's soul skills exceeded his expectations. Ning Fengji kindly inquired, Uncle Gu, are you okay? He internally smiled bitterly. This time, Uncle Gu had indeed encountered a setback at the hands of the younger generation. He wondered how Uncle Jian would react if he found out. It would surely lead to another wave of merciless mockery. Gu Rong shook his head and looked sincerely at Su Sheng. I'm fine. It's just that the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead. Su Sheng, this time, Gu Rong, lost this competition. Upon hearing this, Su Sheng cast a cold, indifferent glance at him, but did not respond. Seeing that Su Sheng was ignoring him, Gu Rong awkwardly coughed. Ning Fengji glanced at Qinghe and introduced, by the way, Su Sheng, let me introduce you. This is His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire. Qinghe, he is also my disciple. Su Sheng's gaze assessed Qinghe, who stood before him in royal robes, displaying a demeanor of elegance and approachability, subtly exuding a poise reminiscent of a serene wind. In contrast, the latter was also carefully scrutinizing Su Sheng. Su Sheng took a deep breath silently, her expression calm as she said, Su Sheng, I've met His Highness the Crown Prince. Qinghe looked completely devoid of feminine traits. Even his Adam's apple and overall physique were no different from a normal man, undoubtedly due to the power of that soul bone. It's no wonder that Qianren could replace Qinghe and live peacefully in the Tiando Empire's royal family for several years. This level of composure is truly admirable. The corners of Qinghe's mouth slightly curled up as he extended his hand in a friendly manner and said, There's no need for that, Su Sheng. Just call me Qinghe. Su Sheng furrowed her brows, but still reached out to lightly shake hands. In the brief touch, the delicate and smooth feeling from Qianren's palm made Su Sheng's heart ripple slightly. It was only because Qianren's skull concealed her appearance. But if one truly touched her, there was actually no change in substance. Chapter 66. The invitation from Qinghe, requesting recommendation votes. Requesting. Feeling Su Sheng's hand tighten around hers, Qinghe was momentarily stunned and instinctively withdrew her hand. Just now, she could clearly sense that Su Sheng's grip had tightened slightly. To avoid revealing her identity through these small details, she had to retract her hand. She knew herself that the skull only changed the exterior. The difference between a woman and a man could easily be distinguished through subtle skin contact. This man named Su Sheng must have sensed something. Su Sheng also realized her loss of composure, but her gaze did not leave Qinghe's face. Ning Fengji, seeing the amusing little interaction between the two, didn't think much of it and smiled casually. Ahem, Su Sheng, isn't it a bit rude to stare at Qinghe like that? Su Sheng pressed her thin lips together and cast a deep glance at Qinghe before slowly looking away. Sorry, Prince Qinghe, it was my rudeness. Yet there was no hint of apology in his indifferent words. Qinghe feigned calmness and smiled lightly. It's nothing to worry about. This genuine nature is quite rare. May I have the honor of knowing your title and soul power level? Su Sheng's mouth curled into a charming smile. If it's His Highness Sheng, then of course it's fine. I am a level 93 auxiliary control, dual system, Title Douluo, title, Demon Tang. Sheng raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. An auxiliary control, dual system soul master? That's truly impressive. Ning Fengji watched the two of them getting along well and lightly patted Sheng's shoulder, softly advising, Qinghe, seeing how well you two are chatting, could you please show Su Sheng around Heavendo City? Uncle Gu and I have matters to attend to and need to leave. Letting these two talented individuals, who were of similar age but far surpassed their peers in intelligence, converse alone might lead to some incredible discoveries. Sheng's hand behind his back tightened slightly. The possibility of exposing herself while alone with Su Sheng was quite high, just from Su Sheng's earlier demeanor. It was clear he had already discovered something, but for some reason, he hadn't spoken up. Sheng bit her thin lip, forcing a smile as she said, Teacher, I understand. Ning Fengji nodded, then turned his gaze to Su Sheng, waving his hand in a friendly manner. Su Sheng, Uncle Gu and I will take our leave now. If you have any questions or need anything, you can communicate with Qinghe. After exchanging glances with Gu Rong, Ning Fengji turned to leave. Sheng slightly bowed, respectfully saying, Teacher, take care. Zhongzhu Ning, take care. Su Sheng replied coldly and indifferently, watching the two leave with a cold gaze. Did he think he was very familiar with Ning Fengji? Why did it feel like Ning Fengji's attitude towards him was a bit too enthusiastic? If he had a slightly good relationship with Ning Rongrong, it shouldn't be enough to warrant such treatment from Ning Fengji. Or could it be that even I am part of Ning Fengji's calculations? After Ning Fengji left, a deep light flickered in Sheng's eyes as she looked at Su Sheng and said in a rather neutral tone, Then I'll take the liberty of calling you Su Sheng. May I ask if there's anywhere you would like to go in Heavendo City? Given that Su Sheng might have discovered her identity, Sheng's tone had lost some of its warmth. Su Sheng stared directly at Sheng without avoidance and slowly said, This is my first time in Tiando City, and I don't have any particular places I want to visit. I wonder if His Highness could recommend a few? Is this your first time in Tiando City? I'm afraid it may not be so. Sheng thought unhappily upon hearing this response. This person might have already visited Tiando City 3 years ago, right when he experienced the resonance of his martial soul. The most important thing now is whether he has also encountered this situation like I did, or if my martial soul is experiencing this issue unilaterally. Whichever it is, it doesn't seem to bode well. Sheng decisively invited, since you don't have any particular places in mind, Su Sheng, if you don't mind, come with me into the palace. I think it might be quieter there. If he really discovers my identity, my current strength is far from enough to silence him. My soul power is only over level 40 now, and the gap between us is unimaginable, so necessary discussions cannot be avoided. Su Sheng narrowed her eyes, trying to see through Sheng's intentions, but the latter's flawless face showed no signs of weakness. Very well, Your Highness, she thought. Instead of avoiding her, he invited her to the palace. Could it be that he wanted to take the opportunity to deal with her? No, that shouldn't be possible. There definitely weren't any Title Douluo powerhouses around Qianren now, and relying solely on her and her cannon fodder like soldiers would surely lead to defeat. Was he planning to confront her directly? Interesting. Afterwards, Su Sheng and Qinghe quickly returned to the palace in 2 separate palanquins. Under Sheng's guidance, Su Sheng followed him to his room. Su Sheng looked around. She noticed that Sheng's room was very spacious, yet it didn't feel desolate. Every item was placed extremely neatly, as if one could perceive the owner's personality through the room. Seeing this, Qinghe slowly walked to sit opposite Su Sheng and said softly, Su Sheng, please take a seat. Su Sheng was not being pretentious and simply sat down. Qinghe carefully took out a cup, pouring tea with an elegant yet measured posture, making it a visually pleasing scene akin to a feast. After pouring the tea, a wisp of mist-like steam wafted from the cup. He slowly handed the teacup to Su Sheng and brewed a cup for himself. He gently held the cup, covered his mouth with his sleeve, and took a sip. Su Sheng, this is tea I brew myself. Give it a try and see how it tastes. Su Sheng revealed a calm smile. Since it was tea personally brewed by His Highness the Crown Prince, there probably weren't many fortunate enough to have tasted it. So, I might as well comply. He gently picked up the teacup and silently took a sip. The bitterness intertwined with a sweet flavor lingered around his taste buds, providing a sense of satisfaction. Su Sheng put down his teacup and praised with a calm expression. As expected of His Highness the Crown Prince, this tea is excellent. He didn't understand tea, but he had tasted quite a lot in the past. Just this kind of tea that could satisfy one's taste buds was already a top quality one. The praised Qinghe humbly responded, You're too kind. May I ask what brings you to Tiando City? It seems you are not a person of the Tiando Empire. Su Sheng quickly thought it over in her heart and blurted out that the prince was indeed exceptionally clever. I am not from the Tiando Empire. My purpose in coming to Tiando City is simply to pass through here. Since Qianren Xue did not mention the issues of martial souls or identity, then I won't rush either. She believed that it wouldn't be long before the former would inevitably raise these two questions first. Martial soul, identity. Each of these was a hidden danger that was hard to speak of for her. Chapter 67. May I move? Seeking recommendations. Seeking collections. Xue Qinghe elegantly lifted his smooth chin, appearing thoughtful as he said, I see. However, Su Sheng, based on my previous observations, your martial soul should belong to the extremely evil category, and such martial souls should have a greater impact on oneself as the soul power level increases, right? Evil martial souls should theoretically be hunted down by all soul masters on the continent. After all, not only is the method of usage unacceptable to all soul masters, but also no matter how steadfast an evil soul master's initial mentality might be, they will gradually be assimilated by their martial soul. This is the real reason why evil soul masters are pursued. However, although the martial soul of the man before her made her feel an infinite evil, it was completely different from the other evil soul masters she had encountered previously. His evil was very pure, devoid of any desire. Upon hearing Xue Qinghe's inquiry, Su Sheng's dark pupils brightened slightly as she began to subtly probe. How cautious indeed. Su Sheng picked up the teacup again and took a slight sip. His expression calm as he said, Your Highness, the Crown Prince, you must know that my soul power level has reached level 90. It would be impossible to say that it hasn't had any impact. He didn't want to know the significance of Xue Qinghe's inquiry, but it was fine to tell her. After all, his teacher, Bibi Dong, was the same as the Qianren Xue pretending to be Xue Qinghe in front of him. They should be on the same side. Moreover, the relationship between him and Tang Hao had become extremely poor, and as long as he didn't withdraw from the spirit hall, it would be basically impossible to ease the situation. Therefore, there was no need to lose a potential future ally. Although Qianren Xue couldn't help him right now, he felt that her martial soul would play a significant role in his future. Xue Qinghe put on a curious expression and chuckled. Oh? Then I wonder if you could talk about what changes have occurred. Su Sheng? He needed to quickly guide the conversation in that direction. His true purpose was to achieve resonance with the martial souls. Su Sheng's eyes turned cold, and a massive killing intent surged from within, causing Xue Qinghe's room to shake violently. In the next moment, this killing intent directly struck the former. Xue Qinghe's pupils froze, and he felt as if he had left the imperial palace, pulled into the grievances of countless souls by this materialized killing intent. He stood atop a high platform, surrounded by a blood-red mass of grotesque creatures crawling toward him, reeking of blood. Among them were the deceased soul masters and the slaughtered soul beasts, their immense resentment staining the space crimson. For a moment, even someone as calm as he was felt his heart uncontrollably tremble. In this atmosphere of mingled resentment and killing intent, he felt an endless suffocation. Xue Qinghe's gaze slightly lowered, and he saw beneath his feet a mountain made of countless mangled flesh, piled high with corpses. The only thought that arose in his mind was, how many lives had this Su Sheng slaughtered? Seeing Xue Qinghe in front of him, dazed and devoid of color, Su Sheng frowned and suddenly shouted, Prince Qinghe, if he didn't wake him soon, he feared that Qianren Xue would lose himself in this overwhelming resentment. Buzz! Su Sheng's exclamation instantly jolted Xue Qinghe awake from his stupor, and at that moment his back was clearly drenched in cold sweat. Under Su Sheng's cold face, the corners of his mouth slightly curled. Now, does His Royal Highness understand? In truth, he had not slaughtered so many beings. Most of it was for the needs of the Nine Heart Blood Begonia, absorbing blood and souls, which allowed him to cultivate an extreme killing intent that could rival Tang Hao. Xue Qinghe, with a pale face, slowly covered his chest, then forced himself to endure the discomfort in his heart and managed a grim smile. I understand now. I didn't expect you to bear such terrifying resentment all along. Su Sheng took a sip of tea and said lightly, Your Highness Xue Qinghe, you don't have to pretend in front of me. Xue Qinghe's pupils constricted, and he calmly replied, Su Sheng, what do you mean? I've never pretended. Indeed, this guy had already noticed his own unease. He had never been this tense, and was ready to unleash his martial soul, even though he knew his chances of success were less than 0. Su Sheng saw him pretending to be calm, but in reality, he was already flustered deep down. She smiled slightly and said, "Oh, then, Your Highness Sheng, can you tell me why your fingers are so slender and smooth, completely unlike a man's hands?" Sheng clenched his hands tightly and began to think about how to respond. After a moment, he chuckled and said, "My fingers are slender? Su Sheng, you might be overthinking it. I grew up in the palace, and my constitution has always been much weaker than that of an ordinary man." Then he changed his tone, adding a hint of coldness. "Moreover, to guess based on the slenderness of fingers is rather absurd, don't you think?" Su Sheng slowly stood up and walked towards the door, coldly saying, "Your Highness Sheng truly deserves to be the disciple of Master Ning. Since that's the case, may I ask if we could step aside for a moment?" At this moment, Qian Rinxue did not deny it. It didn't matter, anyway, as he had plenty of evidence to force her into a dead end. Thinking about it, psychologically breaking down someone as composed and calm as Qian Rinxue was quite enticing. Sheng furrowed his brows. Step aside? What on earth does this guy intend to do? He, who was usually able to see through others' thoughts, felt that his mind was unable to keep up at this moment. Su Sheng's actions were completely unpredictable, making it impossible to anticipate his next move. However, given the current situation, he slowly stood up and walked towards Su Sheng. When Su Sheng, with his back turned, saw Sheng approaching step by step, he remained still. In contrast, Sheng slightly lowered his head, feeling an immense weight on his mind. What exactly did he want to do? Was he going to move? Was he preparing to take him somewhere else? Just as Sheng cautiously stopped behind Su Sheng, he noticed the man in front of him remained silent. He opened his mouth to ask Su Sheng something, but before he could finish, Su Sheng quickly turned around and effortlessly pushed the taken by surprise Sheng into the corner of the wall by the door, then forcefully placed his sturdy hands against the wall beside Sheng's head. Su Sheng stared into the pair of pure and tranquil eyes of the person in front of her, a cold smile spreading across her lips. Faced with Su Sheng, who was so close, Sheng instinctively stepped back, only to suddenly realize that her back was against the cold wall, and she was completely trapped. Sheng's mind went blank for a moment as she took in a handsome man right in front of her, her cheeks unexpectedly flushed with a hint of red. The rapid beating of her heart filled her with a strong sense of shame. Although she had lived many years as Sheng, she was still a genuine woman. Breathless, Sheng felt the heat rising in her cheeks and weakly asked Su Sheng, "What are you doing?" Chapter 68, Soul Bone Failure. Su Sheng's face slowly leaned closer to Sheng, just a millimeter apart, and he could already clearly hear the sound of her heart beating wildly. Su Sheng bit her lip, staring at the deep ambiguity in Sheng's eyes. "What did I want to do? Your Highness Sheng, you can't really not know anything, right?" Watching the warm breath escaping from Su Sheng as she spoke in front of him, the calm expression on Sheng's face had long disappeared, replaced by a look of panic. Su Sheng's fiery gaze made her lower her head involuntarily, and she scolded in an angry tone, "Su Sheng, isn't this a bit too much? We're both men." Her hands, placed beside her legs, tightened into fists, even leaving faint marks of pinching on her palms. "Damn it, being so close, I can't think at all in front of Su Sheng. And what am I really doing? Why, after pretending to be a man for so long, do I have such strong emotional reactions to this man?" Su Sheng's eyes sparkled with a hint of brilliance as he slowly reached out his finger to lift Sheng's delicate chin, casually saying, "Oh, is it a man?" Sheng's face, forced to have its chin lifted, felt as hot as a frying pan, especially as he vaguely sensed his soul power becoming disordered. From Su Sheng's perspective, a faint purple light appeared on Sheng's forehead, then suddenly dimmed. In the next moment, without the influence of the soul bone's ability, the image that Sheng had created for himself using the soul bone instantly collapsed. His light golden hair, striking and captivating, flowed down like a golden waterfall from his head, soft and alluring, filled with a high cold charm that made one willing to be enchanted. Dressed in a light yellow women's robe, it perfectly outlined her enviable figure. At first glance, Qian Rinxue's pair of clear and bright brown eyes resembled exquisite works of art, while her fair and flawless cheeks showed a faint blush, and her thin lips were as delicate as roses, ready to drip. However, she was unaware that her soul bone had already become ineffective due to the fluctuations of her inner emotions. Su Sheng's eyes flashed with a hint of amazement. Qian Rinxue's stunning beauty at this moment completely drew people in. He suddenly coughed a few times, and the words he had just been preparing got stuck because of Qian Rinxue's perfect looks. Su Sheng's awkward action instantly brought Qian Rinxue, who was just captivated, back to her senses. She blinked her brown eyes, and the faint shyness on her face immediately disappeared, her expression turning cold again. Trapped in a corner, Qian Ruxue cast a cold glance at Su Sheng and said slowly, "Su Sheng, that's enough. If you're joking, please let me out first." Su Sheng slowly released his hand and stepped back a few paces. He knew that continuing to provoke Qian Ruxue was futile, but fortunately, he had already achieved his goal. Qian Ruxue's soul bone had failed. Qian Ruxue silently walked out from the corner of the door. When she slowly sat down and her gaze fell upon the mirror directly in front of her, where she saw a reflection of someone she felt was somewhat unfamiliar, she realized that she had completely exposed herself. Qian Ruxue's eyes reassessed Su Sheng, and she pondered to herself that this man acted that way to provoke her emotional change. To her soul bone? How could he know so much about her soul bone? Besides her grandfather Title Douluo and that woman, no one else knew. Su Sheng's lips curled up as he sat down opposite Qian Ruxue and casually said, "Your Highness Sheng, don't you want to explain something?" Qian Ruxue shot him a glance. "What do you want me to explain? Or rather, if I explained, would you believe me?" Her gaze then sharpened. "But who exactly are you? How do you know the method to my head soul bone?" Since it had already been exposed, there was no point in covering it up. Now, she had to figure out who this guy really was. Looking at Qian Ruxue's vigilant expression, Su Sheng calmly said, "There's no need to worry. I'm not your enemy. On the contrary, we are the same kind of people." Qian Ruxue's face darkened significantly, despite Su Sheng saying so much. He still hadn't revealed any useful information about himself. Damn, this guy was truly irritating. Su Sheng picked up the slightly cool cup of tea at a leisurely pace and said, "It's fine to tell you, I am your mother, a disciple of Bibi Dong from 3 years ago. That's why I know your name, your soul bone, and even your martial soul." Originally, with the memories from before his crossing, he only knew that Qian Ruxue's martial soul was the six-winged angel and that she was disguised as Shui Qinghe. Beyond that, he was completely unaware. However, fortunately, before leaving, Bibi Dong did not conceal anything from him and revealed all the information about Qian Ruxue. It's likely she guessed that his martial soul might come into contact with Qian Ruxue. Qian Ruxue suddenly realized, her tone icy as she said, "So that woman, huh? That makes sense." She didn't expect that she would even reveal her own information to this man, which only indicated that the latter's role within the spirit hall was very important. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, trying to calm the anger in her heart caused by that woman. "So what exactly is your martial soul?" 3 years ago and today, it has caused a strong resonance with my martial soul. This was the last question in Qian Ruxue's heart. Su Sheng silently shook his head. "I'm not sure about this. Perhaps we can only find a reason by releasing our martial souls." He truly did not understand what this martial soul resonance was about. If he did, he probably would have sought out Qian Ruxue 3 years ago. Opposite him, Qian Ruxue glanced around and then narrowed her eyes. She took out a round soul guide from her storage soul guide. This was something Tian Douluo specifically instructed her to bring when she left the spirit hall. Qian Ruxue pressed the small triangle on the round soul guide with her slender fingers and explained to Su Sheng, "If it's just about releasing martial souls, then this shielding soul guide will do." She was eager to understand the situation, even if it might expose her identity. The round soul guide began to emit visible ripples, instantly shielding all the soul power in the surrounding area. Seeing this, Su Sheng felt a bit surprised and thought to himself, "A shielding-type soul guide? Qian Ruxue carries this thing with her? Is it to shield soul power fluctuations during cultivation?" After all, in this era, soul guides have not yet developed to the point of widespread use. Only the Pope of the Spirit Hall and the Title Douluo at the peak of the continent can possess them. "Su Sheng, now you and I will release our martial souls together. Please." Qian Ruxue stood up from her chair, her words carrying a faint plea. Chapter 69. Hearts Connected. Su Sheng raised his eyebrows and said seriously, "Are you sure you want to release it here?" Qian Ruxue's martial soul, the six-winged angel, he remembered was a very large martial soul. This small room would probably be instantly blown apart if it were used. Moreover, if his martial soul and hers caused any huge reaction, it would be difficult for her to conceal her identity. Qian Ruxue nodded firmly, then bit her thin lips and said, "Yes. Right here. Su Sheng, your soul power is too strong. Please suppress it a bit." Su Sheng stood up and agreed to her request. He was also a bit interested in the soul resonance between the two. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to let Qian Ruxue come to the palace. Su Sheng coldly shouted, "Nine Hearts Blood Lotus." The blood-colored glow of the Nine Hearts Blood Lotus emerged from his palm, and a bloody scent spread out. Beneath his feet, 9 terrifying black soul rings appeared. On the opposite side, Qian Rinxue felt cold sweat break out on her forehead. Although she had seen Su Sheng's terrifying soul ring configuration before, facing it so closely now still made her feel an immense pressure surging towards her. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and, bracing against the violent pressure, her mind moved and she called out, "Six-winged angel." As the words fell, a brilliant golden pure light erupted from Qian Rinxue's entire body, as if she could purify all worldly evils like a deity. For soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, and purple, emerged from beneath her feet. Meanwhile, the pressure emanating from Su Sheng, a Title Douluo, was quietly alleviated by Qian Rinxue's six-winged angel martial soul. Soon after, a statue even more magnificent than her own body gradually appeared behind her. The statue was clad in fiery armor, with feather-like patterns spreading across every part of the armor, and the six white wings behind it had completely transformed into brilliant and transparent gold. Golden ripples continuously spread from the statue's body. The massive sword in its hand gradually transformed into the golden angel sword. Su Sheng looked at Qian Rinxue's seemingly terrifying martial soul and murmured to the angel statue, "Is this the six-winged angel martial soul? It can actually dissolve the pressure emitted by my Nine Heart Blood Begonia with pure light. If they were of the same level, it would only mean that Qian Rinxue's martial soul is not much different from mine. However, I am currently a 90th level Title Douluo, while Qian Rinxue is close to a 50th level soul power. This indicates that Qian Rinxue's six-winged angel martial soul is even at a higher level than my first martial soul." The Nine Heart Blood Begonia. Qian Rinxue's pupils shimmered with a golden light as she raised her head to stare at Su Sheng. She felt her six-winged angel martial soul behind her trembling, as if it was urging her to let Su Sheng's martial soul approach her. Her expressionless eyes showed no emotion as she coldly said to Su Sheng, "Bring your martial soul closer." Su Sheng frowned slightly. This tone was indeed quite unpleasant. However, he also knew that it was the influence of the six-winged angel soul that made her temporarily calm about everything. Su Sheng silently sighed and slowly approached Qian Rinxue, trying to suppress the restlessness of his martial soul as much as possible. When he got closer to Qian Rinxue, who was radiating a holy light, the already uncontrollable Jiuxin Shuetang and the six-winged angel began to merge their auras. Jiuxin Shuetang started to grow wildly around them, reaching the same height as the six-winged angel, and then wrapped around the six-winged angel with a scorching temperature. At that moment, the auras of both Jiuxin Shuetang and the six-winged angel disappeared, and the only indication that their merging had not stopped was that the vines of the former continuously supplied crimson liquid to the six-winged angel inside. Beneath Qian Rinxue's extremely beautiful face, there was a chilling air. She frowned and asked Su Sheng in a questioning tone, "Su Sheng, why has the transformation stopped?" She had actually realized that the reason for the resonance between the two martial souls was likely due to the possibility of unleashing a martial soul fusion technique. Su Sheng looked at the six-winged angel wrapped by the Nine Hearts blood cloud behind Qian Rinxue, narrowing his eyes. It shouldn't be like this. They have already merged their desires into one. So how could nothing happen? Wait, imagine the scene where Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing use their martial soul fusion skill. Besides the merging of their martial souls, it seems their bodies also made contact. Su Sheng thought of this and probably already knew the key to the problem. He directed his gaze towards Qian Rinxue, who was staring intently at him, and said, "Our current situation has confirmed that we can use the martial soul fusion skill, but we are missing the most crucial step." Su Sheng felt that he had said enough for now, and Qian Rinxue would definitely be able to figure out what the problem was. Otherwise, asking him to initiate contact with Qian Rinxue would feel like he was taking advantage of her. Sure enough, a contemplative expression flickered in Qian Rinxue's eyes, hinting at a crucial step. Could it be physical contact? At this thought, Qian Rinxue's gaze towards Su Sheng also showed a slight change. In other words, it meant having contact with her man. However, she had never had any intimate contact with a man in all these years. Now, suddenly having to be close to one, there was still a barrier in her heart that was hard to cross. Su Sheng looked at Qian Rinxue with amber-like eyes and said, "Now you should understand, right? If our bodies do not make contact, we cannot completely merge our two martial souls and use the martial soul fusion technique." Qian Rinxue's emotions fluctuated, secretly cursing, "Damn it. We were so close to success. Why are we blocked here?" But if she didn't do this, she wouldn't be able to truly understand what changes her martial soul would undergo with this man. These questions were like an alluring vortex that made her unable to give up. Qian Rinxue lowered her head in silence for a while before slowly saying, "So we just need to touch with our palms? All right, if it's just a touch on the palms, which are less sensitive, then I should be able to overcome it." After all, she didn't actually dislike Su Sheng deep down. On the contrary, due to the martial soul, she had quite a good impression of him. Seeing that Qian Rinxue had made up her mind, Su Sheng slowly extended his long hand. Then he revealed a slightly stiff smile. "Let's give it a try." Qian Rinxue then raised her gaze to the hand suspended in midair and silently closed her eyes, extending her own hand as well. Qian Rinxue's delicate fingers intertwined with Su Sheng's fingers, tightly gripping each other. In the next moment, their spiritual powers quickly merged into one through the contact of their bodies. In this wonderful process, they could feel each other's emotions and heartbeats. Qian Rinxue felt as if she was bathed in intense sunlight, warm all over. The corners of her mouth unconsciously curved up, murmuring, "Is this the martial soul fusion technique? It feels so warm." Chapter 70, Martial Soul Fusion, Fallen Angel. Moreover, it seems that touching this man isn't so unpleasant after all. On the other side, Su Sheng felt almost the same, and at that moment, he found that the emotions influenced by the Nine Hearts Blood-Red Lotus had temporarily eased. The six-winged angel and the Nine Hearts Blood-Red Lotus behind Qian Rinxue and Su Sheng began to merge again, their auras leaking out once more. During the subsequent merging process, the auras of the two martial souls gradually blended together, making it impossible to distinguish the unique auras of the two martial souls. Just when Qian Rinxue and Su Sheng were waiting with a sense of anticipation for the martial soul fusion to complete, the six-winged angel and the Nine Hearts Blood-Red Lotus stopped merging again. They remained in a state of half-fusion, but the final step could not be taken. The warmth that Su Sheng and Qian Rinxue felt gradually faded away. At this moment, with their eyes tightly closed, they both realized something was wrong. Qian Rinxue opened her brown eyes, which had dimmed in brightness, and looked back at the six-winged angel, enveloped by the Nine Heart Blood Lotus, which appeared dark and obscure. Her expression turned a few shades worse as she murmured to herself, What's going on? Can't we completely merge like this?" They had already completed the basic steps for the martial soul fusion technique, but they still hadn't succeeded. Could it be that their martial souls actually couldn't merge, and the extreme evil and extreme righteousness had led to a misjudgment? At this moment, Qian Rinxue forced a smile, her eyes beginning to lose some hope. Perhaps her and Su Sheng's initial thoughts were wrong. How could martial souls of righteousness and evil possibly overcome such extreme contradictions to use the martial soul fusion technique? Thinking this way, they were too naive. Meanwhile, when Su Sheng opened his eyes, his expression showed little change. He had mostly guessed the reason for their failure and was certain that the two of them could absolutely use the martial soul fusion technique. Otherwise, the fusion would have failed from the very beginning, rather than resulting in a state of partial fusion like this. Qiu Ruxue, who was sitting next to Su Sheng, said lightly, "Why are you so disappointed? I'm sure we can use the martial soul fusion technique." Originally, Qiu Ruxue's eyes were dim, but upon hearing Su Sheng's words, they regained their previous brightness. "Is what you said true?" However, after speaking, her gaze glanced at their interrupted martial souls behind them. She really wanted to believe Su Sheng's words, but this martial soul brought her back to reality. Su Sheng raised her eyebrows slightly and coldly said, "It depends on whether you want them to merge or not. It might cost you a small price." Qian Rinxue's eyes narrowed, and she quickly began to think. If their martial soul fusion technique required a price to be successful, then, as the other party in the martial soul fusion, Su Sheng would also have to pay the same price. She decisively asked Su Sheng, "A price?" Then, as the other half of the martial soul fusion, "Want to you face this situation?" Su Sheng pointed at himself in surprise, not knowing how to respond. This cost could be seen as a burden or a benefit for Su Sheng, so he didn't really mind it. Su Sheng pressed his thin lips together and patiently explained, "What about you? This cost is negligible for me, but it's different for you. You decide." Beside him, Qian Ruxue's beautiful eyes showed even more curiosity. What exactly would this cost be? Lifespan? Or perhaps something related to her spiritual power or martial soul? These were things she couldn't glean from Su Sheng's words. Qian Ruxue nodded in agreement with Su Sheng's suggestion, her eyes revealing nothing but seriousness. "As long as we can perform the martial soul fusion, I am willing to pay the price. The most severe cost of martial soul fusion techniques in history has only been a bit of lifespan. Losing a little is no problem." Su Sheng moved a few steps to the side, his expression calm as he said, "If you are willing, then come to the position closest to me." Qian Rinchue's cautious instincts seemed to remind her that something was off, but somehow, a sense of familiarity rose in her heart. Why did this sentence sound so familiar? She scrutinized Su Sheng with a doubtful gaze, suspecting that he might have already grasped everything and was just leading her into a trap step by step. Yet she had no way to resist and could only follow his intentions. Su Sheng watched Qian Rinchue, who was deep in thought, and did not rush her. She slowly asked, "How is it? Have you thought it through?" Qian Rinchue bit her thin lips and did not answer Su Sheng. Instead, she moved to the position closest to Su Sheng, their bodies seeming to want to stick together. She felt a bit embarrassed by her actions at the moment, and a faint blush appeared on her face. Su Sheng saw her coming over and seriously reminded her again that she should be mentally prepared, as there would be no chance to back out once it started. He didn't want to be scolded by Qian Rinchue after the martial soul fusion. What responded to him was Qian Rinchue's firm words, "No need to say more. I've already made up my mind." The next moment, Su Sheng wrapped his arms around Qian Rinchue's delicate body and held her tightly in his embrace. Then, in her confusion, he directly leaned down and kissed her. Qian Rinchue, realizing what was happening, widened her eyes and wanted to voice her objection to Su Sheng's actions, but sadly found that her thin lips had already been sealed by Su Sheng's. Unable to escape, Qian Rinchue could only kiss Su Sheng reluctantly. As they kissed, Su Sheng gazed closely at the envious face before him and secretly thought that this time he had really gone too far. However, what he didn't expect was that the previously passive Qian Rinchue began to take the initiative. This time, it was Su Sheng who was left dumbfounded. Moreover, he saw a hint of revenge in Qian Rinchue's eyes. While they were kissing, the 9 Heart Blood Lotus behind them had begun to fully merge with the 6-winged angel, and the angel's sword in its hand was gradually stained a crimson red, exuding a chilling aura. Not only that, the 6 wings of the 6-winged angel also started to turn deep black, and the holy light released by the entire statue had been tainted with a heart-pounding blood-red glow. As a terrifying killing intent gradually spread, suddenly, the 6-winged angel, like a statue, had its eyes emit a red light. It moved and instantly raised the angel's sword, which was covered in endless crimson aura. The sharp blade easily pierced through the ceiling of the room. The angel's sword was held aloft by the 6-winged angel, continuously accumulating strands of crimson particles. In just a few seconds, a massive and suffocating, terrifying sword chi swirled around its tip, condensing to a length 3 times that of the 6-winged angel. This sword, emanating a destructive aura, seemed capable of tearing apart heaven and earth. It was their true martial soul fusion skill. Fallen Angel. Chapter 71. The Ice Rose Sword emerges. The intense and terrifying soul power fluctuations cause cracks to appear on the shielding soul guide, as if it would collapse at any moment. Su Sheng, who was passionately kissing Qian Rinchue, felt his pupils tighten. This was bad. If the soul guide shattered, the waves generated by their martial soul fusion skill would be enough to alert everyone in the surrounding royal family. Su Sheng wanted to speak, but Qian Rinchue's soft and sweet lips launched an intense attack that left him unable to say a word. Qian. These words seemed to further provoke Qian Rinchue's desires, as she directly abandoned all restraint, wrapping her arms tightly around Su Sheng's neck and kissing him fiercely. She even forgot that they were currently performing a spirit fusion technique. The spirit fusion technique behind them, Fallen Angel, was visibly becoming uncontrollable, raising the blackened angel sword and slowly bringing it down. The entire sky began to tremble, and a fierce wind suddenly arose. Su Sheng, who was being kissed tightly, felt his eyes sharpen. He slowly extended his left hand, gradually forming a light blue halo above it. Soon a cold ice sword, like one used by a deity, coalesced in his hand, continuously releasing an extreme chill that effortlessly formed blue ice rose petals around him. 9 soul rings, imbued with immense pressure, rose beneath his feet. Red, 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 gold. The 9 dark soul rings of 9 Heart Blood Begonia suddenly shrank inward, wrapped within the 8 red and 1 gold soul rings. Using his second martial soul, Su Sheng unleashed a terrifying pressure that directly caused the shielding-type soul guidance device to explode. And that ice sword was his second martial soul, Ice Rose Sword. Su Sheng coldly shouted, 9th soul skill, attack transfer. The 9th golden million-year soul ring beneath his feet lit up. After speaking, Su Sheng plunged the Ice Rose Sword, glowing with brilliance in his left hand, into the ground. However, behind them, the six-winged black-feathered angel would not stop. Its eyes filled with endless killing intent as it raised the angel's sword, which came crashing down. The terrifying sword energy easily tore through the air, a massive blood-red light descending towards destruction. But this blood-red sword energy, capable of tearing everything apart, was suddenly blocked midway by an invisible spatial force. Subsequently, this spatial force gradually devoured the scarlet sword energy, causing it to disappear. The source of all this was Su Sheng's second martial soul, the Ice Rose Sword, one of the soul skills from the Million-Year Soul Ring. Spatial transfer, capable of absolutely negating any level of attack and transferring it to another place for release. The eyes of the fallen angel that had unleashed this attack returned to normal. Its body gradually dissipated. At that moment, Su Sheng hurriedly retracted the Ice Rose Sword into his body, and the 8 red and 1 gold soul rings beneath his feet dimmed. He silently thought to himself, I finally managed to block it. The soul fusion technique that the two had just used, if his judgment was correct, had barely reached an ordinary strike of a level 2 deity. Just imagine, if both he and Qian Renxue were to attain the position of deity, wouldn't their soul fusion technique be able to unleash an attack surpassing that of a god king? Qian Renxue, who already felt satisfied, quickly released her grip on Su Sheng's neck and stumbled back a step or two. Her flushed cheeks seemed to be shy about her previous actions, and she still found it hard to believe that she had taken the initiative to kiss Su Sheng. I actually took the initiative to kiss this man. Su Sheng couldn't help but chuckle as he pressed his thin lips together, faintly sensing the lingering fragrance of Qian Renxue's soft, jade-like body on him. He couldn't help but stare at Qian Renxue and teased, I didn't expect your previous appearance was all an act. He thought he was bold enough, but to his surprise, Qian Renxue was even bolder during the process, directly wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him. However, the feeling was quite nice. You're the one pretending. It's just that you were too lazy to pay attention to me before. Qian Renxue retorted somewhat unwillingly, but when she thought of the later words, she abruptly stopped. However, her resentful gaze was fixed on Su Sheng, as if the latter had done something unforgivable to her. Clearly, it was this guy who initiated the kiss. And now he was even teasing her back. How shameless. She took a deep breath to quickly calm herself down. Once her emotions returned to normal, she activated her skull's ability, her forehead glowing with a faint purple light, and her entire form shifted from Qian Renxue back to Xue Qinghe. Outside, the soldiers knocked on the door and cautiously asked, Your Highness Xue Qinghe, may I ask what happened? Do we need to come in? Already in a bad mood. Xue Qinghe coldly replied, No need. Then we shall take our leave. After sitting back down, Qian Renxue shot Su Sheng a glare and coldly said, Did our martial soul fusion skill succeed? At that moment, her mind had been blank, only focused on getting back at Su Sheng, completely unaware that they were in the middle of a martial soul fusion. When she finally came to her senses, she realized that all her soul power had been completely drained. Su Sheng's lips slightly curled up as it has been successful. If it weren't for your soul power level being too low, I might not have been able to withstand it. Qian Renxue propped her chin up and pondered carefully. Withstand? Does that mean the reason there wasn't any commotion from the attack just now was that you blocked the attack from the martial soul fusion technique? Qian Renxue's gaze immediately filled with skepticism. Then, during the martial soul fusion, both your martial soul and mine should be unusable. How did you manage to block it? Su Sheng was taken aback, realizing that he was digging a hole for himself. With Qian Renxue's intelligence, it wouldn't be easy to fool her, and he really couldn't just explain casually. Helpless, Su Sheng could only choose the straightforward answer of a typical man. You guess, he blurted out. Qian Renxue ignored Su Sheng's words, still looking at him with suspicion. You don't have a twin martial soul, do you? After all, in her impression, that woman also had a twin martial soul, and as her disciple, Su Sheng really could be a twin martial soul. Su Sheng felt a bit guilty and rolled her eyes in a feigned annoyance. You're thinking too much. If only I had a twin martial soul. Qian Renxue narrowed her eyes. Is that so? Su Sheng immediately stood up, coughed lightly, and said, It's about time for me to continue my journey. Thank you, Your Highness Qinghe, for your hospitality. The taste was quite good. After speaking, before Su Qinghe could respond, his figure vanished like a ghost. Gone? Su Qinghe blinked again, only to find the room empty, a strong sense of loss rising in her heart. However, as she carefully pondered over Su Sheng's words before leaving, her expression darkened suddenly, and she clenched her delicate hands. Quite good. Chapter 72. Bloody Mary in a hurry to leave the Tiando royal family. Su Sheng still felt a bit tense from being exposed, His expression grew serious as he nearly got discovered. However, his secret of having a twin martial soul shouldn't be hidden for long. If Qian Rinxue revealed the information about his second martial soul to Bibi Dong or Title Douluo, his position would become quite awkward. If he were to trust the Spirit Hall, he hadn't even informed his teacher Bibi Dong about his second martial soul. He feared that this might alter her trust in him after all these years. Although, he indeed didn't care much about the issue of position. Putting that aside, the first priority was to head to the city of slaughter. There, he could consolidate his domain of slaughter, and perhaps it would even allow his first martial soul, the Nine Heart Blood Lotus, to gain an upgrade. In the following days, Su Sheng continued his journey northward, crossing rivers and traversing desolate deserts, finally arriving at a place with a hint of human presence. Wearing special eye accessories, Su Sheng, who was already filled with a sharp killing intent, unconsciously concealed his aura. Su Sheng frowned and slowly stepped into this place. Her cold gaze surveyed the surroundings, and she saw that the entire area was shrouded in dark outlines. Ahead, it resembled a village, and only upon entering could one discover that there were shops of various sizes, each exuding a faint scent of blood. It seemed that many people who had come here had been ruthlessly slaughtered within these shops. Bloody Mary, give me Bloody Mary. By the countless withered trees, numerous men, hanging from the branches like dried bones, were screaming in agony. When these skeletal men cast their desire-filled gazes upon the standing Su Sheng, they immediately went into a frenzy. Bloody Mary, if I kill you, I can trade for Bloody Mary. Kill you, kill him, kill him. As these skeletal men swayed and fell from the trees, their tattered bodies surged toward Su Sheng like zombies. If an ordinary person witnessed this scene, they would surely doubt whether they had entered hell. Of course, among them were some men who were so desperate that they directly turned to bite the nearest person. They clawed at each other, seemingly indifferent to their own wounds, sucking each other's blood. Countless crimson liquids appeared terrifying under the moonlight. Meanwhile, others straightened their hands and took steps toward Su Sheng, seemingly intending to devour her. Su Sheng's eyes turned cold. The situation in the city of slaughter was worse than he had imagined. However, he quite liked this unrestrained place. He quickly released his martial soul, then waved his hand towards the oncoming hordes of zombies. Countless vines of the nine-heart sea pearl rushed forward like a massive thicket of thorns, entangling these mindless killers in an instant, starting to absorb their souls and blood. In a moment, the dense crowd erupted with desperate wails. Yet, even knowing they were about to die, these people still mumbled incoherent words. Bloody Mary. Kill him, kill him. Su Sheng glanced back and continued walking forward, his palm lightly clenched. The dense crowd that had been strangled by the Nine Heart Blood Begonia instantly turned into lifeless skeletons, collapsing to the ground, devoid of vitality. Their remaining blood and souls became nourishment for the Nine Heart Blood Begonia. Su Sheng stopped in front of a creepy shop and glanced at the sign above, which was covered in blood-red lettering. From the outside, one could vaguely see countless muscular men inside, intoxicated as they drank from their cups, which emitted a strange red glow, filled with a boiling liquid. A bare-chested man shouted boldly, "Drink, drink," and then down the boiling crimson liquid in one gulp. But in the next moment, a weapon pierced through his chest, wielded by another large man beside him who was dressed similarly. The latter's greedy gaze fixed on him. "Do you even deserve to drink this?" The man who was pierced widened his eyes and pointed at him, but before he could finish speaking, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The other patrons at nearby tables were unfazed by the scene, continuing to enjoy their drinks. A waitress approached, coldly glancing at the corpse on the floor, and said to him indifferently, "Would you like to switch to a Bloody Mary?" The man who had killed the muscular man nodded and licked his dry lips. When Su Sheng saw this place that made him feel somewhat yearnful, it was as if a certain shackle in his heart had been opened. Is this really the true entrance to the city of slaughter? How interesting. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up as he slowly walked into the shop. The people at the other tables around him were eyeing Su Sheng with ill intentions. But the next moment they all withdrew their gazes. Su Sheng cast a cold glance at them and quietly found an empty spot to sit down. Soon, the previous server quickly approached Su Sheng, looking rather disdainful, and asked what she would like to order. Su Sheng's eyes turned cold, and a killing intent that felt almost tangible surged towards the service staff. The latter's expression changed drastically in an instant, and he flattered, "May I ask what you would like to order?" The burly men at other tables, upon sensing the terrifying killing intent released by Su Sheng, all felt their pupils constrict and began to silently size him up. "Su Sheng, Give me a Bloody Mary. In this city of slaughter, tasting a Bloody Mary is essential. He was also very curious about what the taste of the Bloody Mary would be like. The server dared not refuse, and with a forced smile said, "One Bloody Mary coming right up. Please wait a moment." After he left, he quickly returned with a glass filled with steaming crimson liquid, carefully handing it to Su Sheng. The server smiled and said, "Enjoy." Before turning to leave, Su Sheng looked at the cup on the table, filled with a boiling crimson liquid. He slowly grasped it in his hand, and as he brought it closer, he caught a whiff of an extremely enticing bloody scent. With a cold expression, he brought it to his lips and took a sip. In the next moment, his face changed dramatically. He abruptly set the cup down and began to cough violently. This Bloody Mary was not just about the taste. It was as if the scalding liquid could pull you into an endless abyss of the dead. Even though he was somewhat prepared for it, he was still startled by this strange sensation. However, from a moment, Su Sheng placed the Bloody Mary back on the table. The gaze of the burly men at the other tables who had previously been wary of him changed drastically, each of their pupils reflecting an unmistakable murderous intent. Chapter 73. Entering the City of Slaughter. Su Sheng slowly pressed his thin lips together. In these few seconds, his taste buds had already adapted to the craving flavor. Drinking this Bloody Mary felt as easy as drinking plain water. Just as he was about to pick up the Bloody Mary, the burly men who had been observing him couldn't hold back any longer. They had initially thought Su Sheng was a formidable character, but now it seemed he was just trash who couldn't even handle a Bloody Mary. Surely, his soul power must be pathetically low as well. One of the burly men whistled and sneered, "Kid, you still look like a rookie. Hurry up and get lost." Another man with messy hair licked the crimson liquid from the corner of his lips and disdainfully said, "You can't even drink a Bloody Mary, and you think you have the right to be here?" Meanwhile, another burly man had already picked up his big knife and ominously said, "Why let him go? Isn't it better to kill him and turn him into a Bloody Mary?" This remark immediately caused the other guests at the tables to exchange glances, subtly drawing their weapons. The previously hidden waiter, watching from the shadows, maliciously thought, "What a fool. I was scared by him just now, but who would have thought he can't even handle a Bloody Mary? He doesn't deserve to be here." Su Sheng's cold face showed no emotion as he turned and glanced at all of them faintly, then silently put down the Bloody Mary in his hand. "Oh, are you talking to me?" The words came out of his mouth like still water. As soon as he said this, the muscular men holding weapons burst into laughter. Could this person be a fool? It seems he has never seen the malice of human nature, but today he will. "Kid, take care of yourself in your next life. Don't be a fool. Whether he is really a fool or not, just kill him and it will be over." All the muscular men gripping their weapons stood up, and 3 to 4 soul rings slowly appeared beneath their feet. Most were the white, yellow type. Not even a 1,000-year soul ring could be seen. They stepped closer to Su Sheng, seemingly wanting to see despair, anger, and other expressions that would bring them immense pleasure on his face. "Kid, haven't you seen our terrifying soul power level? Look at him. He probably won't even know how he died. Stop talking nonsense. Let us kill him together. We, a dozen soul masters with 3 rings, can easily kill a little brat." A muscular man was the first to raise his large blade, stepping to within a meter of Su Sheng, directly lifting the blade to aim at the latter's neck. After uttering the cruel words, he brought the blade down. But the next moment, numerous 9 heart blood lotus vines bound his entire body, stopping his arm, holding the blade in midair. The muscular man frowned at the bizarre red vines and looked at Su Sheng right in front of him, straining to use the large blade to chop off Su Sheng's head. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lower it by a millimeter. Only then did he realize something was wrong, exclaiming, "What the hell is this?" Su Sheng did not answer him, but silently picked up the Bloody Mary. Seeing Su Sheng humiliate him like this, the muscular man's first soul ring suddenly lit up with anger. But before he could make any move, his whole body was instantly drained of life, leaving only the empty large blade falling to the ground with a crisp sound. The withered muscular man collapsed on the ground, his eyes filled with confusion before he died. Clearly, he didn't understand how he had died. This bizarre ability made the others carefully step back a few paces, cautiously staring at Su Sheng, who had done nothing. In their eyes, just as Su Sheng picked up the tea, that muscular man had collapsed and turned into a dried corpse. The fear of the unknown slowly surged in their hearts. They were indeed people who licked blood on the edge of a knife, but they couldn't withstand someone who could take lives so easily. A scar-faced man exclaimed in shock. What ability did this guy just use?" Another more lecherous man shouted in shock. "Evil martial soul master. This guy's martial soul is evil. Otherwise, he couldn't have drained a person dry in an instant. The man standing next to the lecherous one glanced at him. A bunch of useless fools. Scared by this kid's little trick. Don't be cowards, yes, just bluffing. That guy was arrogant. Let's go together. This guy will definitely. Before he could finish, a cold light flashed. The expression on the man's face froze, and his head fell in angle, clearly visible as his body sprayed forth like a fountain after losing its head. Another head dropped to the ground, and only then did they realize Su Sheng's terror. Everyone's mind was filled with two words: run fast. If this guy catches us, we will definitely die. They decisively threw away their weapons and turned around, running desperately toward the back. When they were just a few steps away from escaping the shop, their hearts were filled with a sense of luck. Su Sheng gently blew on the steaming Bloody Mary in her hand and elegantly took a sip in silence. At the same time, those who were about to flee the shop, only a step away, fell one after another as their blood was drained. Each person's expression was filled with disbelief. They were so close to surviving. Why did this happen? After Su Sheng finished her drink, she slowly stood up and cast a cold glance at the mountain of corpses piled outside the shop. The staff member who had been observing from the shadows approached Su Sheng with a face full of fear. Not daring to breathe, he cautiously looked at her cheek. Su Sheng put down the glass containing the Bloody Mary and slowly asked the waiter, "Where's the entrance to the city of slaughter?" Hearing Su Sheng speak, the waiter hurriedly replied, "It's big." Su Sheng said again, "There's no need." As the words fell, there was a thud, and the waiter beside Su Sheng slowly collapsed. Su Sheng followed the guidance of his mental power to the bar counter of the shop, glancing at the two shivering waiters hiding in the corner. Ignoring the two, he struck the bar with his palm, shattering it and the floor into pieces. Immediately, a huge hole appeared in the ground, and a chilling, bone-piercing wind blew up from the opening. Su Sheng, indeed, this is the true entrance to the city of slaughter. After saying this, he jumped directly into the opening, and his body began to fall rapidly. Seeing Su Sheng leave, the two waiters hiding at the bar corner secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we didn't get involved, otherwise. Little did they know at that moment, countless bloodthirsty Nine Heart Blood Begonias were already surrounding them from behind. Chapter 74. Is this enough proof? After falling several meters, Su Sheng landed on the ground. He found himself enveloped in almost endless darkness. However, with his mental power, Su Sheng was able to see everything clearly. The path he was on was a straight, solitary road, with only this one entrance. Cold winds continuously swept through both sides of the road, adding an air of mystery. Su Sheng continued to walk forward with a calm expression. After a while, a hoarse and shadowy voice suddenly rang out. "Welcome to the city of slaughter, a place filled with blood and violence. In the future, you will get everything you desire here, but the price for it will be your life." Su Sheng paused silently upon hearing the voice, gazing faintly at the still dark and long road ahead. Interesting, this city of slaughter really piqued his interest. Upon arriving here, Su Sheng felt that the city of slaughter was a place built specifically for him, and his desire for killing within him grew increasingly inflated. The Nine-Heart Blood Lotus within him also seemed to sense the deliciousness of blood, trembling with excitement. After speaking, Su Sheng continued to walk straight-faced, then turned a corner and walked several hundred steps. Finally, a few rays of light appeared on the dark, hollow road ahead. Su Sheng quickened his pace as he walked out of the passage. Under the bright light, he saw hundreds of knights in black armor, their helmets perfectly concealing their faces. Riding on horseback, red glows emanated from their helmets, and they gripped their massive blades, which were several feet long, seemingly sizing up the newly arrived Su Sheng, ready to crush him into dust at any moment. Su Sheng did not speak, his cold gaze fixed on the Black Knight at the forefront. This Black Knight bore a square insignia on his helmet that the other Black Knights did not have. Clearly, he was the leader of this troop. After a moment, the Black Knight leader elegantly swung his large blade, causing it to gleam coldly, and then spoke in a chilling voice to pass through the city of slaughter. "You must first defeat me." Normally, anyone entering the city of slaughter would need to defeat one of his subordinate Black Knights first. However, today he sensed an extreme aura of danger from Su Sheng, which is why he decided to take the field himself. If he could not defeat him, Su Sheng would not only be unable to enter the city of slaughter, but he would also lose his life here. Su Sheng said, "I have no interest in defeating you." Before Su Sheng could finish, the knight leader disdainfully replied, "You don't even have the courage to fight. You are not worthy of entering the city of slaughter." Su Sheng continued to speak, "But I want to kill you even more." As the words fell, A tangible killing intent erupted from him, enveloping the Black Knights. The horses of the Black Knights sensed this pressure and began to panic, shaking and neighing in fear of Su Sheng. The horses became increasingly frantic, throwing off all the Black Knights sitting on them and fleeing in groups towards the rear. The knight leader looked at the chaotic ranks behind him, astonished. What was happening? This person could actually render their horses, which they had trained for years, completely powerless just by his imposing presence. These horses were not ordinary. They were undead horses that had consumed much blood and had their life force drained for training. In front of him, they were utterly defenseless. This man was definitely much stronger than anyone he had encountered over the years. He was on a completely different level. He could not allow him to act so arrogantly any longer. With a cold snort, he urged his horse forward, gripping his sword tightly as he charged at Su Sheng. Su Sheng summoned the 9 Hearts Blood Lotus, but there were no soul skills or soul rings appearing beneath his feet. Su Sheng pondered secretly whether even the 9 Heart Blood Lotus would still be restricted. The knight leader, riding his horse, felt that Su Sheng completely ignored him and angrily shouted, "Dare to ignore me?" Seeking death, he swung his sharp blade directly towards Su Sheng's neck. Seeing that Su Sheng did not move, the knight leader sneered inwardly, thinking that he was indeed a reckless youth. He couldn't even react, so he would die. The large blade emitted a tearing sound as it sliced through the air. However, Su Sheng, standing before the knight leader, suddenly vanished into thin air. What? Where? The knight leader was taken aback and hurriedly scanned his surroundings for Su Sheng's trace. Behind the knight leader, a cold voice suddenly echoed, "Are you looking for me?" The alert knight leader, hearing the voice from behind, swiftly turned his blade and chopped in that direction. After a few seconds of silence, a delightful sound of flesh being sliced rang out, and the knight leader, mounted on his horse, widened his eyes, frozen like his steed. Then, the knight leader and his horse exploded apart, falling to the ground like rotten meat in 2 bloody halves. Su Sheng, gripping the ice rose sword, glanced at the aftermath before turning his gaze towards the other panicked Black Knights. He was quite surprised that the killing intent he felt was denser than that of ordinary people. Now, Su Sheng had completely regarded these Black Knights as prey, as nutrients for the 9 Heart Blood Lotus. What followed was an overwhelming massacre, with headless knights falling to the ground in an orderly fashion. In just a few minutes, the hundreds of Black Knights who had once appeared majestic, riding their fierce horses, lay entirely on the ground, staining the earth crimson. As the saying goes, a family should be neat and tidy. How could Su Sheng let any of them escape? Retrieving the ice rose sword, Su Sheng looked back and saw that below was a beautiful city filled with the stench of blood. In the next moment, he realized another issue. Furrowing his brows, it seemed that entering the city of slaughter required some form of proof. Otherwise, no one would guide him. Su Sheng remembered that it seemed to be a skull, with a number on it. Unable to recall, Su Sheng's gaze sparkled when he saw the heads of those Black Knights. This thing should be useful, right? The castle gate, standing in the darkness, was getting closer, where 2 rows of black-armored warriors were stationed. Su Sheng walked over slowly, holding in his hand the decapitated head of one of the Black Knights, still dripping with blood. As he approached, before Su Sheng could say anything, a stunning woman in black walked up and smiled, saying, "Welcome to the city of slaughter." She then kindly added, "Please show your identification and number." Su Sheng said coldly, "I have no proof, but is this enough?" After speaking, he revealed the head of the Black Knight he was holding in his hand. The woman in black took a step or 2 back upon seeing the knight's head she was holding. She exclaimed in astonishment, "This is the head of a Black Knight. You actually managed to kill him by yourself." Su Sheng still coldly inquired, "Is this thing enough to prove it? If this isn't enough, then if it were me, it should be sufficient, right?" Chapter 75. Entering the inner city of slaughter, the black-clad woman showed a troubled expression. Usually, only those who defeat a Black Knight can obtain the skull as proof and a number. This man was the first in the history of the city of slaughter to directly kill a Black Knight and use the latter's head as proof. Due to the lack of clear regulations, after hesitating for a long time, the black-clad woman exchanged a few words with the 2 rows of black-armored warriors beside her, and then turned her gaze back to Su Sheng. With a hint of apology on her face, she said, "That's enough. Please follow me." This man's strength was proven by the skull of the Black Knight, so he was qualified to enter the city of slaughter. Su Sheng nodded, then followed the woman into the city gate while holding the head of the Black Knight. During the entrance, neither the woman in front of Su Sheng nor the head he was holding was stopped by any of the black-armored warriors. The woman in black led the way while explaining, "I am your guide. You can ask me any questions you may have. Within 12 hours, I will answer all your inquiries. After that, this place will be where you live. Su Sheng said, "Are there any rules or restrictions in the city of slaughter?" The woman in black smiled and patiently explained, "The rule of the city of slaughter is that there are no rules. You could do anything here. Even if a Title Douluo comes to this place, they will become weaker because they cannot use their soul skills, so you can rest assured." Su Sheng's mouth curled in disdain. Is it really impossible to use soul skills in the city of slaughter? This smile flashed away, and Su Sheng asked again what the soul power level of the king of slaughter was. The woman in black furrowed her brows at this question and replied, "I can't answer that. The king of slaughter is a ruler that almost transcends everything. The king of slaughter has never revealed his true power or soul power level. So I cannot respond to your question. How can I leave here?" Su Sheng continued to ask. His inquiry was not truly aimed at leaving, as he felt no aversion to the city of slaughter at all. The woman in black showed a hint of surprise on her face. "The only way to leave here is to participate in the Hell Slaughter competition and become the champion. Only then can you obtain the qualification to venture out of hell. If you succeed in doing so, you can leave the city of slaughter, and such strong individuals will be bestowed with the title of God of Slaughter." Although she was obliged to answer Su Sheng, she did not believe he could become the champion of the Hell Slaughter competition. In the entire history of the city of slaughter, only 8 gods of slaughter had ever appeared. Su Sheng raised her eyebrows slightly and said coldly, "I understand. Now, please take me to the hell killing field." This time, the expression on the black-clad woman's face was one of shock. "Are you sure? Less than 1 in 10 who enter the hell killing field come out alive. It's also the place where the population of the city of slaughter decreases the fastest. Does this person really want to die so badly? This is not like outside. It's a place where soul skills cannot be used." Su Sheng felt the killing intent spreading around him as he saw the woman in black hesitating. A hint of crimson appeared in his eyes again. "Stop wasting time. Take me there." The woman in black's eyes sparkled for a moment. Then she pressed her thin lips together and walked toward another place. "Please follow me this way. The hell killing competition is over here." Her steps were steady, always keeping a half-step distance around Su Sheng. Su Sheng's crimson gaze quietly observed the scene ahead. After they continued walking, an endless stream of laughter and cold chuckles echoed from the front. "Another kid has come. I fear there will be a few more Bloody Marys on the table." Looking at this appearance and physique, he probably came here to seek death. Su Sheng turned to the direction of the voice and saw a row of men squatting there, as thin as withered bones. If it weren't for the skin covering them, one would hardly think they were human. The ice rose sword in his hand suddenly solidified, pointing its blade at those skeletal men. However, it was gently grasped by the wrist by the woman in black, who shook her head, indicating that this was the outer city, where killing was not allowed. Only when they entered the inner city of the city of slaughter would they truly be in a place without rules. The row of squatting skeletal men burst into laughter. Mocking, "Look at you wanting to kill in the outer city? You're clearly a clueless newcomer. Well, you won't survive once you go in anyway. Just wait, and you'll know the horrors of entering." The woman in black shot a cold glance at the skeletal men. Only then did they notice the woman in black. Upon seeing her clearly, their pupils constricted as if frightened, and they hurriedly left. The two of them walked for a full half an hour before arriving at a black city wall in front of the city of slaughter. Behind this wall was the so-called inner city of the city of slaughter, where the strong enjoyed true freedom. The city gate in the middle was completely open, with not a single black-armored warrior or black knight stationed. It seemed that those managing the city of slaughter were incredibly confident about the inner city. Noticing Su Sheng's confusion, the woman in black explained, "The inner city of the city of slaughter does not require any guards. As long as you have the courage, anyone can enter freely at any time. Also, once we enter the inner city, please do not stray more than 5 meters away from me. I cannot guarantee your safety. The inner city is not like the outer city. You might even encounter attacks while resting, eating, or sleeping. Not to mention someone like Su Sheng, who knows nothing, would likely meet a grim fate in an instant." "Su Sheng, protecting my safety? With your strength, how can you protect me?" This woman is nothing more than a manager type, tasked with duties granted by the king of slaughter. I believe that if the king of slaughter were gone, women like her, fragile like glass, wouldn't survive long. The reason is simple. Those who can't stand them don't need to kill. They can live in these places instead. The woman in black detected the disdain in Su Sheng's tone, her brow furrowing as she arrogantly replied, as the messenger of the king of slaughter, "No one dares to infringe upon his authority." Su Sheng just sneered coldly and continued walking. "I don't need your protection." This sentence instantly ignited endless anger in the heart of the woman in black. She had just reminded this guy to be a little more careful. Unexpectedly, he was so oblivious to common courtesy. Well then, after entering the inner city without my protection, your life and death will depend on fate. Su Sheng glanced at her and, too lazy to wait, walked alone into the inner city gate. The woman in black darkened her expression and hurried to catch up with Su Sheng's pace, secretly cursing, "Damn it. If it weren't for the King of Slaughter's rule that newcomers must have a 24-hour protection period, and if it wasn't provided, it would be their negligence." She wouldn't care about this arrogant man. Chapter 76. Where the wind and snow pass, all is dust upon entering the inner city of the City of Slaughter. The atmosphere around was completely different from that of the outer city. Just by sensing with his mental power, Su Sheng knew that at least dozens of people were eyeing him with murderous intent. Moreover, they showed no hesitation in their gazes, each fondling their weapons that reeked of blood. In fact, everyone was silently waiting for an opportunity. It seemed that as long as Su Sheng approached them or inadvertently revealed any weakness, they would immediately strike. A vast mix of despair and screams echoed throughout the inner city, seemingly the norm here. Right before Su Sheng's eyes, a burly man was pulling the hair of a voluptuous woman, completely indifferent to the surrounding gazes, indulging in his lust and engaging in indescribable acts. Here, there were no rules. Being killed upon entering was also permitted. In fact, there had been cases where newcomers, after the 24-hour protection period, had only been out of the woman in black sight for a few seconds before turning into corpses. This was enough to show the cruelty of the people here. Soon, more and more gazes gathered on the newcomer Su Sheng, a gaze that regarded him as prey. Su Sheng's eyes narrowed, and his expression gradually turned cold as he slowly came to a stop. The woman in black following him noticed Su Sheng had halted and thought to herself, why isn't he moving? Is he scared? She had initially believed this man was powerful, but it seemed that he couldn't handle it after just getting halfway. She had overestimated him. So, she spoke indifferently. If you want to regret it, it's still not too late. Up ahead is a hellish slaughter ground, and the people there are even more terrifying than here. Su Sheng's eyes were devoid of any emotion, and he disdainfully said, "Regret? Just based on these trash that can be easily slaughtered with bare hands?" Su Sheng's Nine Heart Blood Begonia martial soul still needed more blood and souls, and this narrow place had no rules to restrict it. Wasn't it a great breeding ground? Moreover, he had recently felt that his Nine Heart Blood Begonia had absorbed a large amount of blood and souls, vaguely showing signs of evolution. The woman in black could no longer suppress her emotions upon hearing this. She bent her slender waist and covered her mouth, laughing out loud. "Man, are you joking? There are so many people here. Each one has gone through hellish slaughter matches." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Sheng had already condensed the ice rose sword in his hand. The ice blue sword tip, with a floating chill of roses, seemed to be praying for everyone present. The woman in black, who thought Su Sheng was joking, stopped smiling upon seeing his action, and her expression gradually filled with shock. She said in disbelief, "You can't be really planning to kill your way through, right?" However, no one answered her. Only a slender and graceful figure continuously swung the ice rose sword, approaching forward like a god of death. Every swing harvested a living life. Those who got close to Su Sheng were all screaming and howling in despair. Under the terrifying slashes of the ice rose sword, they turned into lifeless corpses without any power to resist, which Su Sheng quietly devoured with the Nine Heart Blood Begonia. The extreme coldness made the entire passage covered in layers of light frost. In this dark place, wisps of pale snow continuously floated down from the air, landing on Su Sheng's long hair, adding a touch of cold severity. Of course, this did not hinder his desire for slaughter. The black-clad woman, standing dumbfounded in the back, was completely stunned, unable to make a sound. Only when she looked at the bloody corpses on the ground did she realize that she was not dreaming. This man really intended to slaughter everyone on this road. Moreover, he indeed had this terrifying ability. These survivors from the hellish slaughter matches turned into cold corpses under Su Sheng's hands within 5 seconds. She pondered secretly that perhaps this person could become the new god of death, greatly increasing her chances of escaping the hellish slaughter arena. After an unknown amount of time, Su Sheng finally retracted the ice rose sword into his body. Behind him, in the place where the wind and snow fluttered, lay lifeless corpses. Su Sheng had long lost track of how much time had passed and how many people he had killed. The only thing he held onto was the mechanical swing of the ice rose sword in his hand, taking the lives of everyone. Su Sheng's cold pupils looked at the woman in black behind him, and he calmly said, take me to the Hell Slaughterhouse." He initially thought that the end of this path would lead to the Hell Slaughterhouse, but that was not the case. This passage was merely an inconspicuous road leading to the vast inner city. The true appearance of the inner city was even approaching the kind of astonishingly large city like Soto City. The woman in black's words had begun to stutter, as the pressure from Sheng was too immense. This handsome man before her had expressionlessly slaughtered hundreds of people. Just as he said, the people here were nothing more than fodder for him to kill at will. The woman in black hurriedly nodded. Yes, the Hell Slaughterhouse is right there. She pointed to a large, black, round building that was very close by. Even here, one could faintly hear the various noisy sounds coming from within. Sheng's cold eyes flashed with surprise at how close they were. In fact, it wasn't that they were close, but rather that the hellish killing ground was so vast that it made everything seem near to that place. Soon, the two arrived outside the hellish killing ground, and only then could they see its true shape, which was an irregular cone. The base had the largest area, narrowing as it went up. Sheng's expression was extremely cold. What are the rules here? The woman in black patiently explained that the rules of the hell killing field are very simple. After entering, you need to register with your own identity card. However, since you don't have an identity card, you need me to accompany you. After that, it's just a matter of waiting for the match to begin. During the waiting period, no one is allowed to make a move. Each group entering the killing field consists of 10 people, and only one person can survive and come out. Sheng frowned. Only 9 can be killed at a time? How long will it take for me to become the champion? He didn't intend to spend a lot of time in the city of slaughter. If it could end quickly, he naturally didn't want to drag it out. The woman in black pondered for a moment, calculating the possibilities in her mind. If it takes a long time, it might be a year. But if there are more matches, he might be able to become the champion in 2 or 3 months. Chapter 77. The Thoughts of the Woman in Black. Sheng frowned. Half a year, or even a year, was completely a waste of his time. It seemed he needed to come up with a way to increase the number of people killed in one go. The two slowly walked into the hellish killing arena, where they were met with a simple, circular center. That was the place for slaughter, and the surrounding stands rose layer by layer, resembling the structure of an ordinary large soul fighting arena. Sheng looked at the woman in black beside her and said, "Could you please help me register?" The woman's expression showed a hint of apology as she replied, "I'm sorry, but to participate in the hell killing arena, you must first contribute a Bloody Mary. Otherwise, you cannot register." When she had slaughtered those people earlier, she felt somewhat annoyed with herself for not collecting some in advance. Even for herself, the opportunity to obtain a Bloody Mary was very rare. It could be said that each Bloody Mary was extremely precious, yet in use, it was incredibly cheap. Sheng smiled coldly. "I remember you said before that one cannot act during the waiting period, which means that after the competition ends, one can act, right?" The woman in black was taken aback for a moment and instinctively replied, "Yes, if someone dies after the competition ends, then no one will pursue it." "Very good." Sheng's lips silently curled up. "Bloody Mary, as long as the people from the city of slaughter are not completely dead, there will be as many as needed." For example, Sheng's gaze was fixed on the only muscular man who had survived in the center of the slaughter arena. Then, he slowly walked out of the slaughter arena, holding a wolf-tooth club in his left hand and a Bloody Mary in his right. It seemed he was also extremely wary of those who wanted to take advantage of him right after he finished fighting in the slaughter arena to reap the benefits. After Sheng locked her cold gaze on him, she slowly walked towards him. The burly man looked up, and when he saw Sheng approaching, he tightened his grip on the wolf-toothed club in his right hand. If Sheng made a move against him, he would retaliate without hesitation. Sheng stopped 1 meter away from him, cold words spilling from his lips. "Leave your Bloody Mary and get lost." There was no hint of seeing the strong man as a person in his words. The strong man stared at Sheng, who emanated a chilling aura, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. What was wrong with this kid? He somehow made me break into a cold sweat, and my heart felt like it was racing. However, he couldn't afford to lose momentum, so he gritted his teeth, raised his mace, aimed it at Sheng, and shouted, "Kid, are you looking for death?" Yet his gaze slightly shifted back and happened to catch sight of the woman in black behind Sheng. This woman only appeared when newcomers were present, which meant that the person in front of him was likely just a rookie. He secretly scoffed, "So it's just a newbie. Although I can't strike first, this kid's provocative words won't be protected." Sheng's eyes showed no emotional fluctuations, seemingly unwilling to engage. The burly man sneered, "Kid, you just entered the hellish killing field, right? Let me." Suddenly, Su Sheng's figure vanished like a ghost and reappeared in front of the burly man without any flashy techniques. The latter looked at the approaching Su Sheng, his pupils suddenly constricting. Just as he was about to swing his wolf fawn club, he felt a tearing pain in his chest, and in an instant, everything went black as he lost consciousness and collapsed. Su Sheng quickly caught the falling Bloody Mary with his left hand, and with a slight squeeze of his right hand, something pulsating in his palm suddenly exploded. Scarlet liquid splattered across the ground, creating several layers of red stains. Without even glancing at the fallen strong man on the ground, he handed the Bloody Mary to the woman in black. He shook his hand to get rid of the dripping blood and asked, "Now, can you sign me up?" The woman in black's face inexplicably flushed red, and she hurriedly took the Bloody Mary to sign him up. After handing the Bloody Mary to the registrar, she lowered her head, feeling pleased that although this man was terrifying, he was so domineering. Having stayed in the city of slaughter for so long, her mindset had long since become indifferent. Yet today, she encountered a man who made her heart race like never before. Whether it was strength or appearance, he was top-notch. However, the registrar in front of her looked extremely displeased and pushed the Bloody Mary back, saying, "Sir, signing up requires proof and a number. What you're doing now is putting me in a difficult position. If you sign up, won't you be the one to suffer?" That is a rule laid down by the king of slaughter himself. Anyone who violates it might just become a new Bloody Mary. In the hell slaughter arena, no one had ever signed up without a number. That would be against the rules. Seeing her fantasy interrupted by this person, the woman in black's eyes turned cold, and she commanded, "No more nonsense. I will personally report this to the king of slaughter. You just need to comply." The registrar hesitated for a long time before pleading, "Then please, sir, make sure to report truthfully." The woman in black nodded and urged, "Yes, hurry and sign up." The more ruthless the opponent, the better. She needed to see for herself if Su Sheng's strength could meet her expectations. After recording some information, the registrar asked, "Yes, sir. What is this registrant's nickname?" Registrants were named by number, and since Su Sheng did not have a number, he needed a nickname. The woman in black thought for a moment and said, "Let's call him Cold Sword." The sword in his hand, which stirred with rose ripples, should be his martial soul, so it was simpler to just call him Cold Sword. The registrar's mouth twitched a few times before nodding. "Cold Sword? All right, registration is complete." He has matched against some very ruthless opponents, and the match is in the next round. He couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for Su Sheng. He was under protection, yet this guy was facing such blatant targeting. It was likely that the rookie would meet a gruesome end in the arena. The woman in black casually acknowledged this and walked towards Su Sheng. Su Sheng glanced at her and asked, "Are you done?" The woman in black nodded and reminded her, "Since you didn't get a number before, we gave you the nickname Cold Sword. I hope you don't mind." Su Sheng simply replied casually, appearing to be somewhat special. While others were identified by numerical codes, she still had a name. It's hard not to attract the attention of the King of Slaughter with such a unique gesture, right? The woman in black pressed her thin lips together and added, "Moreover, the opponents I've chosen for you are all people who have survived many rounds in the hell-killing arena. Each one should not be underestimated." Su Sheng stared at her, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. It seemed that her words carried a deeper meaning. Chapter 78. Now, let's make up for it properly. The woman in black attempted to ask, "Can you tell me your name?" As soon as she spoke, she felt a chill sweep across her back, causing her body to shiver involuntarily. Su Sheng's cold gaze examined the cheek she was hiding, and his eyes flickered with a hint of brilliance. Although he didn't understand this woman's thoughts about him, perhaps he could make use of her. He said casually, "Su Sheng." Upon hearing her name, the woman in black tried to make her smile a bit softer. "Su Sheng? That's a lovely name. Can I call you that from now on?" Su Sheng let out a cold laugh and retorted, "Are you so sure I can survive? In the city of slaughter, no one is clean, including those women who seem soft on the outside, but might already be plotting against you deep down." The woman in black was momentarily taken aback by Su Sheng's ruthless words. After a while, she regained her composure and slowly said, "Su Sheng, I believe in your strength. They're just a piece of cake for you." Su Sheng glanced at her again before turning his gaze to the center of the slaughter arena. Before long, a loud voice echoed throughout the hellish slaughter ground, announcing that the next hellish slaughter was about to begin. Contestants numbered 3074 and 2035, Han Jian, quickly entered the slaughter arena. The spectators in the stands, people from the inner city of the city of slaughter, became excited, waving their hands and shouting, "3074, kill them, kill them. 2043, crush their heads with your hammer. 2960, sever their heads." "What is that, Han Jian?" Is he also a slayer? Why doesn't he have a number? A man with a grim expression squinted his eyes, puzzled. Another woman quietly licked her seductive lips, delighting in the fact that this was the first time someone was referred to by a nickname instead of a number. Could it be that this guy was so powerful that a number couldn't capture him? Who cares about Han Jian? Just kill them. In the eyes of everyone howling here, there was nothing but desire and bloodlust, completely immersed in the thrill of slaughter. These people had become fallen, viewing murder or watching others kill as everything. Having abandoned all emotions, Su Sheng extended his palm, and the sword of ice rose appeared in his hand, emanating a chilling aura as he walked down. The other 9 participants in the hell-killing field had already arrived below, and their eyes filled with vigilance upon seeing Su Sheng, the last to arrive. Among the 9, 8 were muscular men, while the other was a woman who looked fearful, especially with traces of tears in the corners of her eyes. When she saw Su Sheng, a hint of malice flashed at her gaze. Su Sheng slowly stopped, inserting the ice rose sword into the ground, creating a chilling domain around him. The male voice reappeared, announcing that the hell-killing game was about to begin. Use your weapons and take their lives without restraint. In an instant, the 8 muscular men, except for Su Sheng, all turned their murderous gazes towards the terrified woman. Seeing that they intended to eliminate her first, she quickly looked at Su Sheng and ran over. As a woman, she knew she couldn't survive on her own. Standing in front of Su Sheng, she panically said, "Handsome guy, save me. They want to kill me. If you save me, this body of mine will be yours. You can vent your desires at will." After speaking, the woman pretended to be shy and pulled apart her sheer garment, revealing her delicate skin and hinting at her alluring figure. It must be said that the woman's looks and figure were indeed extremely seductive, making her a rare beauty even in the outside world. The 8 men in front of them all sneered. "Woman, are you out of your mind? Ha ha ha, little beauty. Let's kill him first, then enjoy torturing you slowly. Look at your smooth little hands. I really want to take a bite. Ha ha ha." Of course, despite the apparent unity of the 8 men now, their bloody fangs would only be unleashed after eliminating the weakest. Noticing that Su Sheng had been silent for a long time, the woman's expression began to genuinely panic, anxiously thinking, why isn't this person reacting? Could he be too scared to speak? She couldn't believe that there was still a man uninterested in her beautiful body, which was precisely her capital and means of survival in the city of slaughter. Su Sheng glanced at her delicate body and slowly asked, "What you just said is true." Seeing Su Sheng's scrutinizing gaze, the woman knew she had succeeded. Sure enough, men are creatures who think with their lower bodies. Therefore, her expression became even more pitiable as she replied, "It's true. As long as you can help me survive, I'm willing to offer you my body and my life." Su Sheng coldly replied with a good, then pulled the ice rose sword from the ground. A terrifying killing intent surged toward the other 8 strong men. In the next moment, Su Sheng charged out with the sword, beheading one before they had a chance to react. Seeing Su Sheng's terrifying strength, the others gripped their weapons tightly and rushed at him. "Quick, let's kill him together. We have to kill him. Otherwise, we won't survive." They swung their weapons in all directions towards Su Sheng. However, little did they know, under Su Sheng's powerful mental strength, their speed was as slow as a tortoise. Su Sheng held the ice rose sword with one hand, horizontally blocking an attack, and then effortlessly repelled it several dozen steps back. The killing intent around Su Sheng grew more intense as he said lightly, "Is this all you can do? Then you have no value of existence." After that, it was nothing short of a brutal massacre. Countless severed limbs flew wildly, and hot crimson liquid flowed everywhere. The seemingly weak woman behind him was utterly stunned, staring blankly at the terrifying man in front of her, who resembled a god of death. After Su Sheng dispatched the person in front of him with a single stroke, he slowly turned around, his cold gaze fixed on the woman. She quickly snapped out of her daze and hurriedly approached Su Sheng, her face teary and pitiful, evoking sympathy. She wiped her tears and looked at Su Sheng with gratitude. Then, with a flushed face, she said, "Thank you for saving me. From now on, my body and soul will belong to you, even if you want." This man is truly terrifying. He must first be made to put down his sword, and then strike with a lethal blow. Su Sheng's lips subtly curled up as he quietly lowered the ice rose sword. He was completely dumbfounded, internally yelling, "What? Is this man crazy? He actually plans to do it here." There are at least thousands of people watching from the stands. Chapter 79. The summons of the King of Slaughter. Feeling the woman's delicate body trembling, Su Sheng suddenly stopped his actions, frowned in displeasure, and said, You don't want to? He wanted to see how long this woman could keep up the act. He was afraid that even a woman wouldn't be able to bear it, right? Seeing Su Sheng stop, the woman breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. No matter how promiscuous she was, she couldn't possibly do it in front of such a large crowd. The woman tightened her grip on Su Sheng's hands, then leaned closer to him, whispering softly in his ear, "Well, there are too many people here. Let's go outside and talk." After saying that, she lightly kissed Su Sheng's cheek like a dragonfly, touching the water. Su Sheng felt a cool and soft sensation on his cheek, causing his eyes to chill slightly. In the next moment, he could feel the spot on his cheek where the woman had just kissed him beginning to numb. He secretly thought, poison? This woman even applied it to her lips. Seeing Su Sheng's pupils constrict, the woman knew her poison was taking effect. She no longer concealed herself, a limitless cold smile appearing on her face as she gently reached out to stroke Su Sheng's icy face, softly saying, "Don't move. This poison can kill a soul emperor. If you move, it will accelerate your blood flow and you'll die faster." Deep down, she thought, such a handsome and powerful young man. It's really hard to bear killing him. It would be great if he could be trained as a male pet. Su Sheng's expression was calm as he said, "I didn't expect you to put poison on your lips as well." Poison? What a joke. If such a small thing could kill a Title Douluo, wouldn't that be ridiculous? The woman leaned in again, silently kissed Su Sheng's cheek, then took out a sharp dagger from her pants, tossing it playfully with a smile. "All right, handsome. Say your last words quickly. I've reached my limit, and I really want to slice your face bit by bit." If it weren't for the fear of the poison wearing off, she would have loved to cut Su Sheng's facial skin piece by piece. That sensation would probably leave her with endless aftertastes. Su Sheng moved his body slightly, his expression calm as he said, "Your poison is quite impressive. It made my cheeks numb for a bit." This scene immediately shocked the woman, causing her to stumble back a few steps, incredulously shouting, "What? Why? Why are you still able to move?" In her heart, she was anxious, wondering, could it be that I used too little poison? Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Su Sheng condensed the ice rose sword in his hand and said coldly, "Didn't you just say it yourself? It works against soul emperors." She repeated in a daze, "What? Could your soul power level already be above soul emperor? That's impossible. You're still so young." Then, as if realizing her predicament, she turned a pleading gaze towards Su Sheng. Her delicate body trembled as she spoke with utter fear, "Please, spare me." "Wait, didn't you want my body? I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Even right now." With that, she frantically removed the gauzy robe that had been covering her flawless figure. The breathtaking beauty of her entire body was laid bare for all in the stands to see. At this moment, she had completely abandoned any concern for dignity. Survival was all that mattered. After doing this, she forced a smile and said to Su Sheng, "You're a man. You must want this, right? As long as you spare me, we can experience bliss together right now." Su Sheng, hello. The woman's face suddenly brightened, but the next moment, her pupils contracted sharply. The sound of a sword being drawn echoed. The light in the woman's eyes quickly dimmed as she was pierced through the heart by the ice rose sword, collapsing into a pool of blood with a face full of despair. "People like you should wait for the next life," Su Sheng said as he turned his back and left the center of the hellish slaughter arena with the ice rose sword in hand, looking carefree. An excited voice rang out. "The winner of this hellish slaughter competition is Han Jian." Hearing this voice, the spectators in the stands exclaimed, "What? That man, just now, is Han Jian? No wonder he didn't have a number. He managed to kill 9 opponents single-handedly. Truly terrifying. With such strength, he must find it easy to compete for the championship, right? Very well, Han Jian, I want your head." On Su Sheng's way out, no one dared to attack him. It seemed they were wary of Su Sheng's terrifying strength. "Su Sheng, congratulations on winning the first match of the hellish slaughter competition." A woman in black who saw Su Sheng approach smiled and congratulated him. She indeed did not misjudge. Su Sheng's abilities even had the potential to compete for the championship of the hellish slaughter competition. The others who were specifically selected for their middle-ranking positions could not even last a few minutes under Su Sheng's hands when they joined forces. This strength made her more determined in her choice. Su Sheng glanced indifferently at the woman in black and said, "Aren't you leaving? You should know that I no longer need you." Hearing these words, the woman in black furrowed her brows and began to contemplate. With a calm expression, she replied, "Su Sheng, your situation is quite special. If I don't personally verify it, you won't be able to participate in the hell-killing competition. So I might be following you for a while." Although she didn't know why, this man's goal was the hell-killing competition, and he couldn't sign up without her. Su Sheng was too lazy to expose her naive thoughts, and coldly said, "If that's the case, please go and sign me up for the next event." He still had some matters to attend to that required this woman, so temporarily letting her stay with him was more beneficial than harmful. The woman in black looked worried and asked, "Aren't you going to take a break?" Of course, she wasn't concerned about Su Sheng. She was worried that if he died, her own goals would be unattainable. She might have to stay in this hellish place for the rest of her life. Su Sheng's words began to show some impatience, as he coldly said, "It was unnecessary." Seeing that Su Sheng was unwilling, the woman in black had no choice but to give up. She turned around to register Su Sheng for the Hell Killing Tournament. In the following 3 days, Su Sheng participated in the Hell Killing Arena without interruption, and his fame had already spread throughout the inner city of the killing capital. He participated in 54 matches and won all 54. His ranking in the Hell Killing Tournament had also reached second place, just a few matches away from the first. As Su Sheng walked out of the Hell Killing Arena, he immediately noticed the woman in black beside him with an awkward expression. Su Sheng wiped the blood stained on her cheek and said, "Sally, what happened?" In these few days, Su Sheng only knew that her name was Sally. Sally hesitated and said, "Su Sheng, your ranking has advanced too quickly in these 3 days, which has attracted the attention of the King of Slaughter. So, I was asked to guide you." Su Sheng's eyes turned cold as he secretly thought, "The King of Slaughter? This speed is faster than expected." He initially thought it would be delayed for a while longer. It seems the King of Slaughter couldn't wait any longer. Chapter 80, The Wrath of the Ice Rose. Su Sheng took a deep breath. The King of Slaughter, Tang Chun, was a level 99 limit Douluo. There was a full 6-level gap between his soul power level and Su Sheng's, and the difference between each level of Title Douluo was immense. Thus, just thinking about facing such a terrifying figure made even Su Sheng feel a bit nervous. Although he wielded the Ice Rose sword and possessed the terrifying soul rings of 8 red and 1 gold, could he really win? After slowly shaking his head, Su Sheng looked at the silent Sally beside him and asked if they should go now. Sally, with a grim expression, nodded. Yes. She was unsure why the King of Slaughter had specifically summoned Su Sheng, as this had never happened before. Every appearance of the King of Slaughter was tied to someone achieving 100 victories in the Hell Slaughter match. He would personally open the path to hell for them, and as long as they passed through, they could leave the city of slaughter. And it was said that they would also gain the recognition of the god of slaughter after leaving. Now, suddenly summoning Su Sheng specifically, it was likely that the situation was not so simple. Su Sheng calmly sheathed the Ice Rose sword and said coldly, "Then let's go. Take me to meet this King of Slaughter." Seeing Su Sheng's determination, Sally hurriedly reminded him, "Su Sheng, if you speak with the King of Slaughter alone, you must be very careful at that time." It said his emotions are often unpredictable. Su Sheng's cold eyes reflected the concern on her face. She understood and said, "Let's go." Sally bit her thin lips, sighed, and led the way for Su Sheng. After sending Su Sheng to the 3rd level of the Hell Killing Arena, Sally knew she could not follow her up, because above the 4th level, there were many black-armored warriors guarding, even more than all the black-armored warriors in other parts of the Killing City combined. This is also why the King of Killing is at the very top of the Hell Killing Arena, symbolizing that he is the king of the Killing City. It also allows him to observe the battle situations of everyone inside the Hell Killing Arena. Sally lowered her head apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, Su Sheng. With my status, I can only come this far. You will have to go up alone from here." Su Sheng glanced at her and replied with an then continued to walk towards the higher floors without changing his expression. After Su Sheng left, Sally looked at his back, a hint of sorrow in the corners of her eyes. She murmured, "Su Sheng, you must come back alive, otherwise." He was her last lifeline to escape the city of slaughter. If he were to die, she would truly never be able to leave the city of slaughter. As Su Sheng stepped into the 4th layer, he felt a chilling aura emanating from ahead. After walking a few more steps, he suddenly came face to face with a squad of black-armored warriors wielding sharp, long spears. One of the black-armored warriors was the first to notice Su Sheng approaching, raising his spear and coldly shouting, "Stop! Who are you? You cannot trespass here." Su Sheng's calm gaze swept over the few of them, and he didn't expect that on just the 4th level, there were 3 Soul Kings and 1 Soul Emperor stationed there. Su Sheng replied coldly, "Han Jian." The other black-armored warriors reacted as well, angrily shouting, "What Han Jian? Hurry and leave. This is not a place for you. If you don't leave now, there's no mercy in killing." The last black-armored warrior showed a look of contemplation in his eyes. "Wait a minute. Han Jian? Is this the guy who participated in the Hell Killing competition and won all 54 matches, ranking 2nd? Su Sheng's cold pupils glinted with a strong killing intent. "It was the King of Slaughter who sent me here. Do you also want to stop me? As soon as Su Sheng finished speaking, he was met with a unanimous denial from the 4 black-armored warriors. Impossible. The King of Slaughter has never summoned anyone specifically. Cold Sword. Even if you're the second place in the Hell Slaughter competition, please leave quickly, or don't blame us for being merciless. What exactly is your purpose in coming here? Seeing this, Su Sheng narrowed his eyes. He originally thought that by saying this, the black-armored warriors would automatically retreat, but it seemed that wasn't the case. If what Sali said about the King of Slaughter summoning him was true, then what was the intention behind it? What are you still standing there for? Are you really going to intrude here? Han Jian, considering your 54 victories weren't easy, retreat at once. The surrounding black-armored warriors, seeing that Su Sheng remained still, all raised their long spears and shields, aiming directly at Su Sheng. Su Sheng's expression slightly changed, as if he sensed something. Then, a chilling long sword slowly appeared in his hand, and a subtle smile curved on his lips as he fixed his gaze on the black-armored warriors. Perhaps. I roughly understand his thoughts now. The 4 black-armored warriors, seeing that Su Sheng had already drawn his sword, immediately tightened their grips on their long spears and charged forward. Beneath Su Sheng's feet, 8 scarlet 10,000-year spirit rings and 1 golden million-year spirit ring suddenly appeared. At this moment, it felt as if the entire space was trembling because of Su Sheng. He raised his sword and calmly said, "First soul skill, Ice Rose's Fury." The first 100,000-year soul ring under Su Sheng's feet lit up. Around him, clusters of cold ice roses blossomed brilliantly, and the ground within a 10-meter radius was instantly frozen into thick permafrost. The black-armored warriors immediately stopped their movements, staring in shock at the 9 soul rings beneath Su Sheng's feet that filled them with despair. One of them took a few steps back, bewildered. What? Why can he use soul skills? Another one, his face filled with despair, exclaimed, "This guy is actually a Title Douluo, and he has 800,000-year soul rings. How is this possible? Run, run." The black-armored knight at the back suddenly noticed 5 soul rings appearing beneath his feet and exclaimed in astonishment, "It seems we can also use soul skills." The black-armored warrior at the front gritted his teeth and said, "In that case, let's fight him." 5th soul skill. Thus, everyone unleashed their strongest soul skills and charged towards Su Sheng. Su Sheng cast a cold glance at the 4 black-armored warriors using soul techniques, then directly ignored them and slowly walked towards the passage leading to the upper levels. The black-armored warriors were secretly pleased, thinking it was a good opportunity. Even if you're a Title Douluo, you should not disregard us like this. Before they could enjoy their moment of joy, within 10 meters of Su Sheng, the legs of these 4 men began to freeze, quickly spreading to other parts of their bodies. In less than 3 seconds, 4 ice sculptures, like works of art, appeared, and the expressions of fear and despair on the faces of the black-armored warriors, combined with the ice roses clinging to them, created a striking artistic effect. These 4 black-armored warriors would never know what had truly happened to them before they died. Su Sheng smirked slightly and calmly walked toward the passage leading to the higher levels. Chapter 81. Breaking through level 94. Subsequently, Su Sheng relied solely on the first soul skill of the Ice Rose Sword's first 100,000-year soul ring to directly ascend to the highest level of the Hell-killing fields. During this time, all the black-armored warriors he encountered turned into ice sculptures without any defense. Among the black-armored warriors, there were not a few who were soul-level powerhouses. Holding the Ice Rose Sword in his right hand, Su Sheng stepped over the ice sculptures formed from the corpses of 2 Soul Douluo. He raised his gaze slightly, looking at the passage ahead, where the smell of blood and killing intent had thickened to the point of being able to engulf a person. Su Sheng's cold eyes showed no ripple of emotion as he calmly walked in. The killing intent and the smell of blood that should have been despairing instead excited him. Continuing along the pitch-black path, he finally caught sight of a few bright rays of dawn. In front of Su Sheng was an open-air balcony, surrounded by seemingly normal objects. One could easily see the movements of the hellish killing ground below through the window. However, what made Su Sheng most wary was the elderly figure in front of him, who had his back turned, holding a Bloody Mary with a hand that resembled a withered bone, savoring it by himself. It was none other than the king of the entire city of Slaughter, Tang Chun. He was also Tang Hao's grandfather and Tang San's great-grandfather, a monstrous powerhouse who had lived for nearly 2 centuries. After Su Sheng stared for a few seconds, Tang Chun slowly placed the wine glass in his hand down and spoke leisurely. "Welcome to the city of Slaughter." Su Sheng raised her eyebrows slightly. "Oh, is it a bit too late to say that now?" Tang Chun chuckled recklessly and then turned around, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Su Sheng. His face, so withered that it was hard to make out his features, seemed to foreshadow that his life was about to run out. Tang Chun pointed with a bony finger to the seat across from him and said ominously, "You are quite interesting. Take a seat." Su Sheng also did not ask much, sitting across from Tang Chun with a face full of indifference. The latter picked up the Bloody Mary again, gently shook it a couple of times, and in a hoarse voice asked, "Kid, your cultivation should have reached the level of Title Douluo. Can you tell me why you came to my city of slaughter?" Facing Tang Chun's question, Su Sheng sitting opposite couldn't help but ponder. The current Tang Chun seemed quite rational. At least, he was not disconnected from the word human. He was nothing like the original character who was blinded by the desire brought on by killing intent and Bloody Mary. Su Sheng Gonli Zipli, for the domain of the god of killing. Tang Chun laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke, not bothering to hide his laughter. "Ha ha, the domain of the god of killing. Does that kind of thing still work for you?" As he spoke the latter half of his sentence, his tone gradually turned cold. Su Sheng glanced at him and calmly said, "As the king of slaughter, whether you believe it or not, this is my answer." Tang Chun, whose pupils glowed with a blood-red light, suddenly slammed the table, and the terrifying physical strength caused the table to explode into a pile of dust. 2 glasses filled with Bloody Mary fell to the ground, and the crimson liquid began to flow in strands. Tang Chun coldly shouted, "Are you so sure that I won't make a move against you?" A terrifying pressure of level 99 erupted from him, directly crashing onto Su Sheng across the table. Su Sheng, who was hit by this pressure, suddenly turned grim. Despite the attribute boost from the 9 terrifying spirit rings of his second martial soul, he still found it somewhat difficult to face this pressure. Seeing that Su Sheng hadn't been crushed into pieces, Tang Chun was quite surprised and said, "Oh, kid, you actually didn't get crushed by my pressure." Tang Chun had already revealed his killing intent, and he originally intended to crush Su Sheng with this pressure. But who would have thought that the latter managed to withstand it? It should be noted that even a super Douluo would struggle against this pressure and be crushed in a few seconds, highlighting the significant gap between a level 99 limit Douluo and those below it. In contrast to Tang Chun, Su Sheng on the opposite side completely shifted his focus away from him. Instead of being crushed, this pressure completely broke through Su Sheng's level 93 bottleneck, allowing him to reach level 94, just 1 level away, and his soul power level would reach Super Douluo. At this moment, although the pressure from Tang Chun was still heavy, it no longer felt as terrifying as before. If he could cultivate under this pressure, his cultivation speed might be 3 to 5 times faster than usual. Seeing that Su Sheng's soul power fluctuations had risen to a new level, Tang Chun couldn't help but exclaim, "Good kid, this pressure of mine was meant to kill you, yet you dare to use it to break through." He gradually developed a strong interest in Su Sheng. How did this kid withstand my pressure? How did he achieve Title Douluo at such a young age? He feels very much like I did back in the day, fearless. This series of questions made him temporarily suppress the thought of killing Su Sheng. After all, very few people could pique his interest like this. Su Sheng then reopened his eyes, his gaze unwavering as he stared at Tang Chun. He coldly said, "Aren't you going to kill me?" He had clearly sensed that Tang Chun intended to kill him before, but now he hadn't made a move, which left him somewhat puzzled. Tang Chun's blood-red gaze shifted away from Su Sheng as he said lightly, "You, kid, have a mysterious aura about you that's quite interesting. I won't kill you for now, but I can't let you leave this city of slaughter either." He decided to wait until Su Sheng no longer piqued his interest before killing him. Su Sheng's pupils constricted as he looked at Tang Chun with a cold gaze filled with endless killing intent. "What do you mean by that? Are you going to keep me as a pet?" Tang Chun's words were clearly a naked attempt to keep him around until he revealed the secrets that made him interesting. "And then kill him." Tang Chun non-committally replied, "What's wrong, kid? Shouldn't you be grateful to live a few more days?" Su Sheng's hand appeared with the ice rose sword, and he sneered, "Are you so sure I won't pose a threat to you? Even if he is a level 99 ultimate Douluo, I still have ways to kill him." Tang Chun, sitting on the sofa, glanced at the long sword in Su Sheng's hand that was radiating coldness, but found that he couldn't move. Slightly surprised, he said, "The offensive power emitted by this sword is actually stronger than the Haotian Hammer. I'm afraid it has already reached the level of a divine weapon." Su Sheng let out a cold snort, and beneath his feet slowly appeared 8 scarlet soul rings and 1 golden soul ring. Upon seeing this scene, Tang Chun could no longer sit still. He suddenly stood up, staring intently at the 9 soul rings floating under Su Sheng's feet. Shocked, he exclaimed, "What is this? 800,000-year soul rings and 1 million-year soul ring. Kid, these 9 soul rings of yours, could they be divine soul rings? The ratio of your soul rings is simply not something that could be normally obtained. The only explanation is that they are divine soul rings. Chapter 82. Reaching a deal, Su Sheng raised the ice rose sword and pointed it at Tang Chun, coldly saying, "So what if it is? So what if it isn't?" The 9 terrifying soul rings beneath his feet were attached when he awakened his martial soul. Generally speaking, normal divine bestowed soul rings require one to first obtain a divine abode, and since he hadn't, they should be considered pseudo-divine bestowed soul rings. The crimson in Tang Chen's eyes faded slightly, turning into seemingly murky eyes. He thought to himself, since this kid has obtained a divine bestowed soul ring, it means that someone in the divine realm is already paying attention to him. This kid might not be so easy to kill after all. Moreover, with this kid's strength, fighting him might only accelerate his own impending death. He was well aware that his body was gradually being permeated by the killing intent and the toxins contained in the Bloody Mary. The reason he continued to drink Bloody Mary was that, in addition to its strong addictive nature, it could temporarily suppress his murderous desires. Otherwise, with his terrifying strength as a limit de law, if he left the city of slaughter, there would likely be few people outside who could stop him. Su Sheng did not answer and coldly said that the first soul skill, the ice rose sword in his hand, emitted a sky blue light. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Tang Chen's words, who looked very kindly and said, "Kid, I'm already this old, so I won't fight with you." Upon hearing this, Su Sheng frowned, stopped using his soul skills, and thought, what on earth is Tang Chen doing? He was previously the king of slaughter, ruling over the city of slaughter and ready to kill at any moment. Now, he suddenly seems like a kind old man. It's really hard to understand. Su Sheng stared at Tang Chen's kind face and questioned, "What exactly do you want to do?" Tang Chen's murky eyes, seeing the confusion on Su Sheng's face, smiled and said, "Don't worry. After drinking the Bloody Mary, I won't be controlled by the desire to kill for a while." Su Sheng asked bluntly, "In that case, can I leave through the Hell Road?" Tang Chen appeared extremely unstable. Right now, he seemed amiable, but if he were to be controlled by the desire for slaughter again. Tang Chen laughed a couple of times, looking a bit less like a killer and more cheerful. "Of course you can. However, after just now, when you were under my pressure, you should have felt the speed of your soul power's enhancement, right?" He believed Su Sheng would not give up this opportunity to cultivate under his pressure. Su Sheng's soul power could break through to Super Douluo in just a few months, or even sooner. This was largely thanks to the amplification provided by Su Sheng's second martial soul. If it were someone else, they would probably be crushed into meat paste in an instant, let alone cultivating. Su Sheng pondered for a moment, looking at Tang Chen, trying to discern something from his face. "Are you saying that you will help me cultivate?" Could Tang Chen really be so kind as to help him? Even so, if he couldn't control the clarity right as he was about to break through, the benefits he mentioned were indeed tempting, but the risks were equally significant. Tang Chen slowly nodded, then stroked his dark beard and said, "That's right, but I also have conditions. If you can heal even a layer of my body that has been corroded by toxins, I will grant you an additional fortune." His latter statement was merely to allow Su Sheng to cultivate with peace of mind. After careful consideration, Su Sheng took a deep breath and chose to agree to Tang Chen's request. "All right, I agree to your terms. And I can also tell you that I can treat the toxins accumulated in your body." The terrifying toxins accumulated in Tang Chen's body were indeed beyond the capability of others to resolve. However, it was not beyond his abilities. The Nine Hearts Blood Lotus not only possessed restorative powers, but was also completely immune to toxins. If he absorbed Tang Chen's toxins, it would surely accelerate the evolution of the Nine Hearts Blood Lotus. It was precisely because of so many considerations that Su Sheng dared to take such a significant risk to agree. Upon hearing Su Sheng's words, Tang Chen merely smiled faintly, not taking it seriously at all. The toxins in his body had been beyond the reach of countless top healing soul masters, let alone a strong attack-type soul master. Meanwhile, Sally, who was anxiously waiting on the first level of the hell-killing field, was filled with worry. Why hasn't Su Sheng returned? Could it be that he was killed by the King of Slaughter? For hours had passed since Su Sheng entered, and she feared he was in a life-or-death situation. As this thought crossed her mind, she felt the possibility was quite high. She bit her thin lips and murmured, "No, I have to go take a look." After saying that, Sally directly walked to the third level, her gaze fixed on the cold passage ahead, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Thus, Sally steeled herself for the possibility of being blocked by the black-armored warriors inside and bravely walked into the passage. After exiting the long, dark passage, Sally covered her mouth in disbelief. Before her, all the black-armored warriors had turned into vivid ice sculptures, and the roses on the ice sculptures confirmed for Sally that this was indeed Su Sheng's masterpiece. While she was still in shock, a figure quietly stood behind her. It was Su Sheng, who had just come down from the highest level of the hell killing field. Seeing the figure in front of him staring blankly at the scene, he coldly asked, "Sally, what are you doing here?" Startled, Sally instinctively took a few steps back upon hearing the man's voice, then slowly turned around. Surprised, she pointed at Su Sheng and stammered, "Su Sheng, you're not dead? I thought you were killed by the King of Slaughter." Su Sheng glanced at her coldly and finished her sentence. "Killed by the King of Slaughter?" Sally remained silent and slowly nodded. Su Sheng turned away and said, "Let's go. We should head down first. It's likely that new black-armored warriors will arrive to take over soon. The King of Slaughter attacking me? Don't be ridiculous." At the top level of the hell-killing field, after a long conversation with the rational Tang Chun, it had completely shattered his worldview. His impression of Tang Chun had completely changed. In simple terms, he truly lived up to being Tang Hao's grandfather, sharing the same pursuit in finding a partner. Sally nodded and followed Su Sheng's pace. Them. After returning to the first level, Sally curiously asked Su Sheng, "Did you kill those black-armored warriors? Didn't the King of Slaughter blame you?" According to her thoughts, Su Sheng killing the black-armored warriors on his own would provoke the King of Slaughter's wrath. However, that was not the case. Su Sheng not only survived unscathed, but it seemed that the King of Slaughter had no intention of pursuing the matter. Su Sheng shot her a cold glance and asked, "What are you asking these for? Did this woman really think that after staying by her side for 3 or 4 days, she should trust her? That would be too naive. As long as Su Sheng wanted, she could erase her without any guilt at any time. This is the reality of the City of Slaughter." Chapter 83. The Road to Hell. Sally, wanted to speak up, but held back, then silently lowered my head. Indeed, Su Sheng and she had only known each other for a few days, which was far from reaching a level of deep trust. Su Sheng glanced at her indifferently, knowing that the Hell Road was about to open. This was something he had specifically asked Tang Chun to activate for him. Obtaining a domain of the god of killing was better than having nothing at all. The opening of the Hell Road required the blood of countless fallen beings as a sacrifice, meaning that when the Hell Road opened, all the fallen in the City of Slaughter would be killed by Tang Chun in a unique manner to be offered as sacrifices. Although it meant killing so many people, Su Sheng felt no inner turmoil. After all, no one who came to the City of Slaughter was without blood on their hands. Sally was somewhat astonished and asked, "The Hell Road? Su Sheng, are you saying you want to challenge the Hell Road?" She remembered that opening the Hell Road required winning 100 matches in the Hell Slaughter competition to qualify. Could it be that this was the reason the King of Slaughter summoned Su Sheng? Su Sheng merely replied with indifferent HM. Sally bit her thin lips, saying this would surely put Su Sheng in a difficult position, but this was the last chance. Looking into Su Sheng's eyes filled with endless hope, she struggled to say each word. "Su Sheng, could you, considering the days I've worked for you these past 3 or 4 days, take me away from the City of Slaughter?" Su Sheng smiled slightly and casually replied, "The premise is that you can survive afterwards." Tears welled up in the corners of Sally's eyes as she choked back her emotions and gratefully said, "Thank you. Thank you. If I can get out, I, Sally, am willing to serve you for a lifetime, as long as it meant leaving the City of Slaughter, a place that was always filled with fear and anxiety." She was willing to give up freedom or love. However, what did Su Sheng mean by survive? Unable to comprehend, Sally chose to bury this question deep in her heart. Su Sheng crossed his arms and closed his eyes in silence. Soon after, at the center of the hellish battlefield, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed from all directions. "First, congratulations to the young cold sword. You have passed my test. You are now allowed to step forward, and I will personally open the gateway to hell for you." As the words fell, a blood-red figure leaped down from the highest point, revealing the King of Slaughter, Tang Chun. Wrapped in a dark cloak, his crimson eyes swept around before he suddenly clenched his hands, causing several participants in the hellish battle to explode into blood mist under his pressure. This horrifying scene instantly made the fallen spectators in the stands recognize that this was indeed the king of their City of Slaughter. As if they didn't see him mercilessly killing the participants, they began to scream recklessly, "King of Slaughter! King of Slaughter! King of Slaughter!" The continuous shouts showed no signs of stopping. Su Sheng glanced at the delighted Sally beside him, then calmly walked toward the center of the hellish battlefield. When he entered the central area, right in front of Tang Chun, the shouts erupted again. "Cold sword! Cold sword! Open the path to hell! Open the path to hell!" King of Slaughter, King of Slaughter. Now, I, the King of Slaughter, will grant you the title of God of Slaughter. I will open the path to hell for you, cheer my people. After Tang Chen's blood-red eyes glanced at Su Sheng once more, he slowly addressed the crowd around him. His words seemed to possess an irresistible charm, inspiring boundless worship from all the fallen in the hellish battlefield. King of Slaughter, King of Slaughter, Cold Sword, King of Slaughter, King of Slaughter. Su Sheng nodded slightly at Tang Chen, signaling him to begin. Tang Chen's blood-red eyes narrowed slightly. Then he opened his skeletal arms, and an overwhelming aura of terrifying slaughter erupted instantly, with the cloak behind him rustling in the fierce wind. In the next moment, a dense red mist violently released from behind his cloak, rapidly spreading throughout the entire hellish slaughter arena. It was a red mist, a terrifying chill that made one tremble. All the fallen were enveloped by this red mist, their gazes suddenly igniting with a bloodier glow than ever, filled with the scent of blood and slaughter. In the next second, they began to madly tear at their own skin with their hands, and some even started to bite their own body parts. In an instant, the entire hellish slaughter arena turned into a true purgatory, with life after life collapsing. Su Sheng's calm gaze turned to the outermost Sally, who had crimson eyes that seemed to have lost all sense, relentlessly pounding against the wall beside her. Su Sheng pressed her dry lips together and lightly waved in the direction of Sally. The vines of the Nine Heart blood tang broke through the ground and wrapped around Sally's body, and then the sharp petals pierced her skin, plunging her into a numbness devoid of sensation. In that moment, the blood color in Sally's eyes gradually faded. She looked at Su Sheng in the center of the slaughter field with a hopeful gaze. Weak, her delicate lips moved slightly as if trying to say something. Su Sheng, who was watching Sally's movement from afar, clearly understood the two words she was trying to convey: save me. However, in response, Su Sheng only looked at her with cold eyes and made no move. After staring for a while, Sally's hope gradually dimmed as she saw the emotionless pupils in Su Sheng's eyes. In turn, feeling helpless, she fixed her gaze on Su Sheng again, her thin lips moving with difficulty once more. That was, I hate you. After doing all this, Sally, whose skin was already oozing blood, froze for a moment, then helplessly collapsed into the pool of blood. At the moment Sally fell, Su Sheng felt a hint of guilt for some reason. Taking a deep breath, he said indifferently, I'm sorry, at least it spared you from pain. Su Sheng knew very well what it meant for Sally to enter the city of slaughter. It was precisely because he understood this that he chose to remain indifferent. After the endless screams, there were no living fallen beings left in the hellish slaughter arena, only scattered entrails and severed limbs. The crimson liquid on the stands flowed like a stream towards the center of the slaughter arena. It was visible to the naked eye that this blood flowed into a peculiar blood-accumulating groove along a regular path. Chapter 84. Serpent skin movement. Suddenly, the groove, having absorbed enough blood, burst into light, and the bird-like marks engraved on it became vivid, as if it possessed a spirit. Its eyes locked onto Su Sheng, and in the next moment, it unleashed a massive burst of psychic energy that enveloped Su Sheng completely, shattering his own psychic energy in an instant. Su Sheng's perception of the surroundings began to become extremely blurred, to the point where he couldn't hear any sounds. Suddenly, it seemed he remembered something and exclaimed, Wait, I remember that in the original work, it was not a bird at all, but a bat. As he grasped all of this, both his body and spiritual power were completely enveloped and isolated from the outside world. Gradually waking up, Su Sheng quickly got up and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself standing on a circular platform, the very place where Hu Laina and Tang San had been devoured before. Affected by the environment, his blood-red eyes slightly narrowed, and he thought to himself, is this the Hell Road? The powerful suppressive force has forcibly suppressed my martial soul. At the moment he got up, he had prepared to release his martial soul, which could resonate with him, but it was forcibly suppressed by a force even more terrifying than Tang Chen's. Moreover, it was just the martial soul. Su Sheng could still easily pass through with his physical body, but his spiritual power had been completely sealed. The scenery beyond 5 meters was all a sea of red light, and his current situation was not looking very good. Su Sheng looked down from the edge of the round platform, only to see a large pool of blood. He murmured to himself, is this the blood of everyone who died in the city of slaughter? It seems to be all preserved here. He then turned around and walked to the narrow path connecting to the platform, taking a deep breath to relax his emotions. He fixed his gaze on the darkness at the end of the path. If he fell from here, even with his Title Douluo physical body, He would likely be devoured by the lurking beasts and strange creatures below. He had to be extremely cautious. After coming to this realization, Su Sheng took the lead by stepping forward with his left leg, followed by his right leg. Once he stood firmly, he began to move forward slowly and rhythmically, feeling his way down the path. Suddenly, a strange hissing sound broke the silence, causing Su Sheng to retract his step cautiously and turn a look in the direction of the sound. Finally, after several scans, he spotted a terrifying spider with 8 legs hiding in a dark corner of the rocky cave above him. Its red eyes were fixed intently on Su Sheng, who stood motionless on the path, seemingly waiting for the right moment to strike. Su Sheng couldn't help but frown, his expression darkening. This city of slaughter actually had soul beasts? And if nothing unexpected happened, this spider's cultivation should have already reached 1,000 years. Normally, if Su Sheng encountered it, annihilating it would be a matter of an instant, but now he was on the hell road. He couldn't use his martial soul skills. His movement was also restricted. While Su Sheng was deep in thought, the 1,000-year spider could no longer hold back. It took a step forward with its 8 legs and suddenly spat out a massive web. It completely treated Su Sheng as a live target. Unable to move, Su Sheng could only passively extend his hands, and the incoming web directly wrapped around him entirely. Su Sheng pretended to struggle after being entangled in the web. At the same time, he thought to himself that the spider's intelligence was not high, so he should be able to instantly kill it when it got close. Even if he couldn't use his martial soul, the power amplified by the soul ring was enough to deal with this 1,000-year-old spider. The 1,000-year-old spider, seeing Su Sheng trapped in the web and constantly struggling, eagerly moved its sharp jaws a few times, but did not choose to approach immediately. Instead, it stayed there, using its 8 legs to cling to the stone wall, continuously observing the struggling Su Sheng with its blood-red eyes. After a while, without any reaction, Su Sheng slowly turned his head to look, seeing that the spider was completely standing there like a puppet, showing no intention of coming over. Su Sheng's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. Not falling for it. Since this 1,000-year spider isn't being fooled, then he has no need to continue pretending. He forcefully broke free from the web that was wrapping around him, stood up, and coldly stared at the spider, waiting to see who couldn't hold out. This web is merely something that can hinder his speed. What's the harm in moving a bit slower? Su Sheng took a deep glance at the Millennium Spider, the corners of his mouth curling upward as he continued to move forward steadily along the path. The spider in the upper corner, seeing Su Sheng start to walk, had its blood-red eyes grow even colder and more cunning. It began to slowly crawl along the wall in front of it. With a sudden poof, the Millennium Spider quickly spat out a web toward the walking Su Sheng. The web, flying through the air, was about to hit its target when Su Sheng, noticing it, slightly curled his lips upward. He suddenly stepped back a bit, leaning his body back for a distance, perfectly dodging the web's capture. If Su Sheng were still in his original world, he would definitely say 2 words upon seeing such a move. Snake-like sidestep. The spider in the upper corner, seeing its web miss, showed a look of confusion in its blood-red eyes. Su Sheng immediately ignored the 1,000-year-old spider and continued walking. Deep down, he thought that if the spider could predict his movements, it would be a lot more troublesome. Thus, while dodging the webs, Su Sheng walked along the small path and had barely covered half the distance. He could just about see the end of the other half of the path. The spider in the upper corner seemed to realize that the webs were ineffective against Su Sheng and began to quickly move its 8 legs towards him at high speed. Su Sheng looked at the spider in front of him, which seemed unable to contain its murderous intent as it approached without slowing down. Coldly, he said, "Have you finally lost your patience? But that's fine. As long as I deal with this spider, my speed will be greatly enhanced." The 1,000-year spider crawled along the wall until it was just 2 meters away from Su Sheng, gnawing at the corner of its mouth repeatedly. In the next moment, taking advantage of Su Sheng's distraction, the enormous 1,000-year spider, which was about 1 meter in size, lunged directly at him. Su Sheng, who was already prepared, quickly took a step back and then extended his arm directly at the spider that had lunged at his previous position, delivering an elbow strike to its back. The spider, which had endured Su Sheng's powerful blow at the Title Douluo level, had all 8 legs instantly shattered under the terrifying force, and 6 eyes burst out of their sockets. Subsequently, its entire body was left with only a bare trunk, grotesquely plummeting toward the blood pool below. With a splash, it fell into the blood pool, creating a whirlpool that sent blood splashing up to Tuzhong high. Chapter 85. Dark Golden Three-Headed Bat King after dealing with the 1,000-year spider. Su Sheng took nearly half an hour to reach the end of the small path. However, when his gaze hardened by the red glow, clearly saw the scene in front of him. He couldn't help but gasp. He had not escaped. He had directly arrived at the enemy's den. Before Su Sheng was a cave suspended in the air, within which were at least thousands of densely packed blood-red small bats huddled together. However, seeing that they had not yet been awakened by his presence, Su Sheng quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He stepped out softly, trying to minimize the sound. Suddenly, a creature spiraling in the air emitted an aggressive ultrasonic wave towards Su Sheng's position. With a bang, the attack wave struck the cave, causing faint cracks to spread across the ground. But it was these cracks that startled all the blood-red small bats resting inside the cave. A dark mass of bats flapped their wings, directly covering almost half the sky. Hovering in front of these small bats was the king among them, the dark golden, three-headed bat king. Its terrifying body was nothing like a bat. It was at least hundreds of times larger than other bats, and its massive size even made Su Sheng doubt whether this cave could accommodate it. Moreover, this bat possessed 3 heads, each with dark golden light glimmering from the corners of its eyes, and its wingspan exceeded 10 meters. According to the soul power fluctuations emanating from it, it was at least a 100,000-year soul beast. Su Yuntang's pupils constricted a few times as he looked at the thousands of bats in the sky, astonished. With so many bats, it was impossible for him, who had no martial soul, to kill them all with bare hands. Not to mention the bat sensitivity far exceeded that of other creatures. Moreover, although he was a powerful Title Douluo, the attack of the dark gold, 3-headed bat was ultrasonic. It could completely bypass the physical body and directly attack his mental strength. Feeling a bit anxious in his heart, he silently pressed his thin lips together, not knowing what to do in the face of so many bats. He definitely couldn't rely on bare hands. He could only borrow external force, and the right external force would be a soul-guiding device. With this thought, Su Yuntang's eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of brilliance. Although this hell road suppressed his martial soul, it did not restrict the use of storage soul-guiding devices. After saying this, he quickly opened his storage soul-guiding device and immediately took out a triangular box-like object. At the same time, thousands of small bats, including the dark gold, 3-headed bat king, had already confirmed Su Yuntang's location through sound waves. With a sudden roar from the former, countless blood-red small bats opened their mouths, revealing elongated fangs, and surged towards Su Yuntang like they crave blood. In a moment of urgency, Su Yuntang quickly activated the triangular box in his hand, and a thin blue shield enveloped his entire body. The countless blood-red bats that collided with the light shield were all bounced away. At this moment, Su Sheng continued to check his storage soul guide. However, Su Sheng's storage soul guide had basically nothing useful, but he did manage to find something that could barely be used. That was the crystal, which, when shattered, turned into needle-like shards. Hence, it was also called the Dragon Whisker Needle. Its attack power could even break through Zhao Wuji's defense, so it could easily penetrate the defense of the dark gold bat, 3-headed king. Su Sheng quickly took out the crystal he had purchased for Flender's shop, and at the same time, his gaze happened to fall on the ring that was constantly vibrating inside the storage soul guide. Su Sheng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Since he bought this ring, aside from noticing that it emitted a buzzing sound, he hadn't received any seemingly useful information. Shaking his head when he casually grabbed the ring, he could vaguely sense that the connection with his first martial soul, the Nine Heart Blood Lotus, had actually strengthened a bit. Su Sheng thought he was hallucinating. After calming down and sensing again, he found that his connection with the Nine Heart Blood Lotus had indeed strengthened. Considering a possible reason, he immediately put on the red ring and tried to summon the Nine Heart Blood Lotus. In the next second, a scarlet light erupted from the palm of Su Sheng's right hand, revealing the Nine Heart Blood Lotus. Looking at the martial soul in his hand, Su Sheng's eyes narrowed. This ring could actually break some of the restrictions this place had on him. Unfortunately, although he had summoned the martial soul, he still couldn't use soul skills. Just as Su Sheng was briefly lost in thought, the triangular soul guide's light shield was already covered in cracks and would soon collapse. Coming back to his senses, Su Sheng focused on the crystal in his left hand and decisively punched it. Bang! The crystal instantly exploded, scattering around and turning into countless strands of golden material, which then gradually sharpened into needle-like shapes in the air. With a wave of Su Sheng's hand, the vines of a Nine Heart Begonia quickly wrapped around all the crystal shards and then delivered them to his hand. The triangular soul guide could no longer hold up and shattered into sparkling particles that dispersed. The blood-red bats that shattered the soul guide then turned their gaze back to Su Sheng, surging in large numbers once again. Su Sheng silently thought that if his memory served him right, the weakness of these blood-colored bats should be soul skills related to domains. However, at this moment, he couldn't even display his soul rings, let alone use any domain-related soul skills. Nevertheless, he might be able to try manifesting his killing intent. Thousands of blood-colored bats had reached Su Sheng's front, just a step away from pouncing on him. A massive, almost tangible terrifying killing intent began to spread outwards from Su Sheng. Once these blood-colored bats entered the range of the killing intent, it was as if they had encountered something horrifying, and they decisively abandoned Su Sheng, screeching and fleeing away from him. These blood-colored bats directly bypassed the dark gold three-headed bat king, who began to roar, seemingly commanding them to continue attacking Su Sheng. However, it had little effect, as these blood-colored bats completely ignored the latter's orders and fled desperately, as if under the effect of fear. Seeing the blood-colored bats leave one after another, the dark gold three-headed bat king let out a few furious roars, its pale golden eyes filled with endless killing intent fixated on Su Sheng. Without those small bats causing trouble, Su Sheng's situation finally became much easier. His gaze, filled with coldness, slightly rose to assess the gigantic creature flying in the air, and he coldly shouted, "Now there's only you left, the 100,000-year dark gold three-headed bat king. As long as I can bind this dark gold three-headed bat king, or use the paralysis effect of the Nine Heart Blood Vine to reduce its agility, killing it will just be a matter of time." Chapter 86. Domain of the God of Killing the Dark Gold Three-Headed Bat King let out a howl first, directly unleashing a piercing ultrasonic wave aimed at Su Sheng. The strength of the ultrasonic wave was so intense that it even produced a sound of breaking through the air. Under Su Sheng's control, a row of thick Nine Heart Blood Vines appeared in front of him, forming an arc that perfectly blocked the incoming ultrasonic wave. Su Sheng's eyes narrowed as she directly injected her soul power into the dragon whisker needle in her hand. Taking advantage of the Nine Heart Blood Begonia blocking the dark gold three-headed bat king's line of sight, she forcefully threw it out. The dragon whisker needle, infused with soul power, emitted a faint glow and shot towards the bat king at an incredible speed. The latter sensed the incoming object through sound waves and retreated with its massive body, but due to the needle's speed, it still pierced into its wing. In the next moment, the needle-like dragon whisker needle melted like maltose and directly entered the body of the dark gold three-headed bat king's wing. The sudden intense pain caused the bat king in the air to sway, and the frequency of its wing flapping slowed down slightly. However, the pain also made its eyes turn even redder as it spread its wings and swooped down towards Su Sheng above the cave. Its massive body seemed to envelop the entire cave. Su Sheng forced himself to calm down, looking at the descending bat king in the sky, and secretly thought it was a good opportunity. In the next moment, he clenched his palm, and countless vines of the Nine Heart Blood Vine shot out from all directions, forming a net-like soul-binding technique. The already diving dark golden three-headed bat king had no chance to evade, just as it was about to crash down. It was instantly entangled by the Nine Heart Blood Vine around its limbs, binding it tightly and rendering it immobile. The bat king, now bound, began to struggle by shaking left and right, but being entangled by so many Nine Heart Blood Vines, the weak yet abundant paralyzing toxin hidden within the petals mercilessly entered its body. This forcibly weakened its limbs, preventing it from quickly escaping the bindings. Su Sheng stared at the three heads of the dark golden three-headed bat king, knowing that it had regenerative abilities and that he must first deal with those three heads. In an instant, three cold glimmers appeared in Su Sheng's hands. Three dragon whisker needles pierced toward the bat king's heads with precision, unable to evade. The bat king had its three heads easily pierced by the needles, which then merged into its skull. After receiving a heavy blow to its head, the bat king let out a painful howl and lost its sanity, recklessly charging around. Even the vines of the Nine Heart Blood Vine began to rot one by one under the violent impact. Furthermore, the tremendous shockwave caused the cave where Su Sheng stood to tremble violently, showing signs of collapse from the beginning. Sensing something was wrong, Su Sheng quickly launched an attack at the stone above him, causing the vines of the Nine Heart Blood Vine to break through and intertwine together, briefly forming a nest-like structure. At the last moment before the cave collapsed, Su Sheng narrowly jumped onto this nest made by the Nine Heart Blood Vine. The intense feeling of escape made his heart race, and his breathing quickened. After taking a deep breath to calm down, Su Sheng's gaze fixed on the cave as it, along with the dark golden three-headed bat, fell into the blood pool below. Within a few seconds, a scarlet 10,000-year soul ring gradually surfaced in the blood pool. unmistakably produced by the deceased, dark golden, three-headed Bat King. He touched the ring he was wearing with his index finger, marveling that it was indeed worth the purchase. Having saved his life, now able to use the Nine Heart Blood Vine, it meant he could at least temporarily stop worrying about falling into the blood pool below, ensuring his safety. After resting in the Nine Heart Blood Vine's nest for a few minutes, Su Sheng looked around again. With the cave of the dark golden, three-headed Bat King no longer present, he had to rely on himself to find an exit in this hellish path. If he wasn't mistaken, besides the 10,000-year dark golden, three-headed Bat King, there was another formidable soul beast in this hellish road. Su Sheng slowly got up, estimated the distance to several other positions, and then focused his mind. He continuously released the vines of the Nine Heart Blood Lotus, which grew from the surrounding stone walls, and intertwined in front of his legs to form a path about 1 meter wide. With the toughness of the Nine Heart Blood Lotus, enhanced by 9 10,000-year soul rings, it could easily bear the weight of 10 or even 100 Su Shengs. Then, Su Sheng deftly walked along this path, constantly observing his surroundings. As he walked further, the temperature ahead became increasingly scorching, and before he could react, he was already drenched in sweat. There was no choice but to wrap a few vines of the Nine Heart Blood Lotus around his arms and let its petals pierce his skin. The Nine Heart Blood Lotus, having absorbed his blood, began to emit a scarlet glow, and a paralyzing toxin entered his body, reducing the intense heat he felt. Countless cold hissing sounds echoed in front of him. Hearing the sound of something hissing in midair, Su Sheng immediately became alert. The source of the sound was a 1,000-year-old spider. However, this time it sounded completely different. It was likely a snake, and judging by the sound, there should be quite a few of them. However, it seemed unnecessary for him to deal with these creatures right now. Killing them would not yield anything useful. Moreover, the arrival of the Nine Heart Blood Lotus undoubtedly provided him with a shortcut, eliminating the need for climbing or battling. Realizing this, a smile crept onto Su Sheng's face. The one who set up this hellish path probably didn't notice such a small detail. Shaking his head, Su Sheng ignored the group making hissing sounds and continued walking for a full kilometer. Sure enough, a pale white light curtain appeared ahead, which was the exit of the hellish path. Upon seeing this exit, Su Sheng felt the chaotic killing intent within him begin to coalesce. It seemed to truly merge with his body. It was the domain of the god of killing. By condensing the accumulated killing intent within him, it materialized into a domain of influence. The deterrent effect it emitted was several times stronger than before. Soul masters weaker than him might directly lose their will to fight, while those of similar rank could have their strength weakened by 10 to 20, while he himself could exert 110 to 120 of his strength. Not only that, Su Sheng also noticed that his emotions, which had long been affected by the killing intent of the Nine Heart Blood Lotus, had returned to normal. It seemed to be the effect of the god of killing domain. A slight smile formed on his lips as he thought that this trip was not in vain, finally solving the trouble of his expressionless face. In the midst of his thoughts, Su Sheng seemed to remember something and looked down at the blood pools beneath him. Before leaving, he would try to absorb these blood pools. If it worked, it would also enhance the Nine Heart Blood Lotus. After saying this, he immediately released countless Nine Heart Blood Lotus vines that surged toward the blood pools below. Once these vines entered the blood pools, they ignited fiercely. This shocking scene made Su Sheng's expression darken. This was not a blood pool at all, but magma. Realizing that his plan had fallen through, Su Sheng did not linger for a moment and slowly walked into the pale white light curtain. Upon touching the light curtain, he felt a gentle power enveloping his mental strength. Chapter 87. The Chosen One. When Su Sheng's consciousness awakened again, the surrounding scene had already transformed back into the center of the hellish slaughter arena. Gone was the suffocating heat of the hellish path. All that remained was the pungent smell of blood that made one sneer. He rubbed his eyes and slowly stood up, after scanning his surroundings. The next moment made Su Sheng's pupils constrict. In the hellish slaughter arena, there were thousands of fallen ones kneeling on the ground, gazing up at him as if they were looking up to a deity. Moreover, these people were completely unconcerned about the bodies being sacrificed around them, their faces filled with endless fervor and worship. Su Sheng felt the continuous aura of worship surrounding him, his brows slightly furrowed as he murmured, "What is going on? This isn't how it happened in the original story, right?" He remembered that Tang San and Hulaina had directly left the city of slaughter and were transported to an open area. Could it be Tang Chen's doing? And the king of slaughter, dressed in a black robe, was right behind him. With an inspiring tone, he said, "Congratulations, you have passed the trials of the Hell Road." You are now the seventh god of slaughter in my city of slaughter. Han Jian, from now on, you can freely travel between the city of slaughter and the outside world. All the fallen ones kneeling on the ground had their eyes glowing red, and they shouted in unison, God of slaughter Han Jian, God of slaughter Han Jian, King of slaughter, King of slaughter, God of slaughter Han Jian, God of slaughter Han Jian. While these fallen ones were shouting, Su Sheng looked at Tang Shan with a puzzled gaze. What is going on? Why am I still in the city of slaughter after passing the Hell Road? Tang Chen's gradually reddening pupils looked at Su Sheng, and he slowly spoke in a tone filled with killing intent. Naturally, I use special means to change your exit location from the Hell Road to here. So, how does it feel to be worshipped by these fervent fallen ones? Then, he suddenly froze, quickly covering his forehead. In an instant, with the sound of his black robe being blown by a fierce wind, Tang Chun disappeared from the center of the hell-killing field. At this moment, without Tang Chun present, the crimson color in the eyes of the surrounding fallen ones faded slightly, and they slowly stood up. Their gazes were no longer as fervent as before, as if they were willing to face death. The fallen ones began to discuss among themselves. Is this the new generation of God of Slaughter? I didn't expect him to really succeed. His title is Han Jian, and he doesn't have a number, so he should be the most unique God of Slaughter. This terrifying pressure of killing feels like my heart is about to suffocate. Some fallen ones who specifically managed the hell-killing matches, feeling intimidated, approached Su Sheng with flattering expressions and asked, Lord God of Slaughter, may I ask if the hell-killing matches can continue? Since the King of Slaughter had left at this moment, Su Sheng in the city of Slaughter was the person with the highest authority. Su Sheng glanced at the few of them and said, continue. After that, he turned and walked towards the highest level of the hell-killing arena. In the next moment, a mechanical voice echoed throughout the arena. Now the hell-killing match continues. Contestants numbered 3506, 3465, and 1539, please proceed to the center of the arena quickly. The summoned contestants slowly made their way to the center of the arena, and the stand were once again filled with spectators. The emergence of a killing god was just a small interlude for them. This was still a city of slaughter where every moment carried the crisis of life and death. Upon reaching the top level, Su Sheng looked at the blood-scented door and slowly pushed it open. The next moment, what greeted Su Sheng was a blood-streaked Haotian Hammer that seemed capable of tearing apart heaven and earth. Su Sheng hurriedly summoned the Ice Rose sword into his hand and held it horizontally in front of his chest. However, at this moment, he was completely caught off guard and was undoubtedly sent flying over 10 meters by the Haotian Hammer, crashing into the wall and creating a human-shaped dent. Emerging from the dent, he planted the Ice Rose sword at his feet and wiped the traces of blood from the corner of his mouth. As expected of a limit Douluo, such terrifying power. If it weren't for Tang Chen's rationality, keeping him somewhat restrained, he would have been sent flying much farther than that. At this moment, Tang Chen was holding a blood-colored Haotian hammer that was 2 to 3 meters long, his eyes filled with an endless blood glow, staring intensely at Su Sheng, filled with terrifying killing intent. Seeing this, Su Sheng's 9 soul rings, 8 red and 1 gold, appear beneath his feet. He knew that the only thing he had over Tang Chen at this moment was the configuration of his soul rings, which was worlds apart from the latter. Just as Tang Chen was preparing to rush over, his figure suddenly stopped, and the blood-red light in his eyes flickered and disappeared, barely regaining some rationality. Upon seeing Su Sheng in front of him, cautiously holding the Ice Rose sword and watching him closely, Tang Chen realized that he must have been controlled again. As long as he went a few minutes without drinking a Bloody Mary, he would completely succumb to the control of toxins and desires without any warning. Su Sheng squinted and asked, the King of Slaughter? Tang Chen's murky eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. Turning his back, he reminded Kid, it seems I've been controlled again. Let's go inside first. Also, it's best if you don't retract your martial soul. He was afraid that if he was controlled again while talking, and Su Sheng happened not to react in time, this genius who had reached Title Douluo before the age of 20 might fall here. Su Sheng fell silent, gripping the Ice Rose sword and following him. Tang Chen raised a glass of Bloody Mary with his bony hand once again and slowly said, congratulations on making it through the Hell Road. But that place must have put a lot of pressure on you. The Hell Road is set by the Shura God, and for someone like Su Sheng, who is at the Title Douluo level, is likely much more dangerous than for others. Su Sheng glanced at the red ring on his middle finger, which indeed suppressed him greatly, making it impossible to use his martial soul and soul skills. Hearing this response, Tang Chen squinted his eyes, shocked in his heart that he couldn't even use his martial soul, yet he could still pass through the hell road. This child probably had a growing idea in his heart. Su Sheng then carefully examined Tang Chen's entire body and smiled, saying, "Since I promised you, I will try to eliminate the toxins in your body." Upon hearing this, Tang Chen shook his head and let's forget it. I'm quite fine with my poison. Suddenly, 9 pitch-black soul rings appear beneath Su Sheng's feet. In the palm of Su Sheng's hand, the entire surroundings were illuminated in blood red as the 9 Hearts Blood Begonia emerged. Tang Chen's throat tightened, and he was filled with shock, exclaiming, "Dual martial souls. You actually have another martial soul. The grade of your ice sword has already reached the divine level. This second martial soul must be extremely close if it hasn't reached that level. This child, could he be the so-called chosen one?" Chapter 88, Why not? Well, to be precise, this is my first martial soul, the 9 Hearts Blood Begonia, Su Sheng said, raising his hand slightly, allowing the blood-red light of the 9 Hearts Blood Begonia to slowly bloom from its bud. Opposite him, Tang Chen released his mental power and began to quietly sense it. When he felt the evil aura emanating from the 9 Hearts Blood Begonia, the bloodiness and killing intent were all too familiar to him. Tang Chen's previously desperate state of mind began to change slightly. This 9 Hearts Blood Begonia was actually an evil martial soul, which could not be judged by common sense. However, it might actually have a miraculous effect on the toxins in his body. With a blank expression on his face, he said, "So you plan to use this martial soul to treat my toxins?" Su Sheng nodded and said seriously, "Well, no matter what, let's give it a try. During the process, you must not drink the Bloody Mary. If Tang Chen drinks the Bloody Mary while using the 9 Heart Blood Lotus for treatment, it might very well the toxins in his body." After careful consideration, Tang Chen looked deeply at Su Sheng with his murky eyes and said, "All right, I'll trust you once." With that, he decisively removed the black robe that covered his body. As the robe fell away, it revealed a body riddled with countless scars and wounds. A sight that could be described as broken. Especially the various round, hole-like wounds made Su Sheng's skin crawl. He silently thought that if Tang Chen hadn't reached the 99th level of ultimate Douluo and had such a strong life force, these wounds would have been enough to be fatal. Tang Chen quietly closed his eyes and sat down on the ground. "If you have any methods, feel free to try. Even if it fails, I won't blame you. After all, I've lived a long time." If possible, he silently added, he would love to see her again. Tang Chen had completely entrusted his life to Su Sheng. If Su Sheng intended to act right now, he would have no time to react. When Su Sheng saw that Tang Chen was already prepared, he had nothing more to say and quietly thought of his first soul skill, Blood Begonia Bloom. The crimson 9 Heart Blood Begonia surrounding Tang Chen began to shed its vibrant petals, which pierced into Tang Chen's body one after another. Within just a few seconds of entering his body, those blood-colored petals turned pitch black, highlighting the terrifying and troublesome nature of the poison Tang Chen was suffering from. At this moment, seeing that Tang Chen remained still, he spoke. "How is it? You can already feel the effects of the deadly poison I have, right?" Just now, he indeed felt a slight change in the poison within him, but it was at a level that was barely worth noting. Su Sheng did not answer immediately and chose to remain silent. Seeing that no one responded, Tang Chen, with his eyes closed, probably already knew the outcome. He sighed and, "Is that so? It seems to be within my expectations." Before Tang Chen could finish speaking, Su Sheng coldly interjected, "It is indeed more troublesome than I imagined, but it is not impossible to treat. It just requires a long time." This poison had already invaded his internal organs, and to completely cure, it was basically impossible. However, it could be slowly regulated to minimize the accumulation of toxins in the body. As for the remaining traces, with Tang Chen's physical condition, he could completely suppress them. "Oh, kid, do you really have a way to treat it?" After receiving a response, Tang Chen's body, sitting on the ground, trembled a few times, and his words were filled with excitement, sounding very urgent. As long as this toxin could be cured, he could also refuse the Shura God trial that had led to his lost mind. Su Sheng's lips curled up, and a glimmer of brilliance appeared in his eyes. He then replied affirmatively, "Yes." However, the required conditioning time is very long. It will take at least 1.5 years to extract the toxins from my 9 Heart Blood Peach. The human body is made up of blood. If the toxins are not completely eliminated, then no matter how much blood the bone marrow produces, there's a high chance of infection from the toxins, which is also the reason for such a long duration. Excited, Tang Chen couldn't help but think of a very realistic question. How could Su Sheng possibly agree to treat him here for no reason? After calming down this surge of emotions, he looked at Su Sheng with a puzzled expression and said, "But kid, even if it can be treated, are you really willing to spend most of your time here with this old man?" Su Sheng revealed a harmless smile and asked back, "Why not? Of course. I have conditions. Over the next few years, you need to continuously use your pressure to assist my training, and when necessary, we will spar together." Upon hearing this, Tang Chen opened his mouth wide and laughed heartily. "So that's what you were getting at? No problem. I can agree to assist your training with pressure and spar with you. Moreover, once the treatment is successful, I will fulfill my promise and give you something you absolutely cannot refuse." This kid has been waiting for me all along. In reality, I was the one begging Su Sheng for treatment, but I had a vague feeling of being schemed against. Gripping the ice rose sword tightly, Su Sheng charged at Tang Chen, coldly shouting, "First soul skill, Ice Rose's Fury." The first scarlet soul ring beneath his feet lit up. A chilling domain with extreme coldness appeared around Su Sheng, as if it could freeze everything in the vicinity. Seeing Su Sheng charging at him, Tang Chen, who was holding the blood-colored Haotian Hammer, tried to dodge, but found ice crystals spreading up his legs. Tang Chen's eyes narrowed. "Oh, a domain-type soul skill?" In the next moment, a powerful aura of a level 99 limit Douluo erupted from his body, instantly causing the ice crystals spreading beneath him to shatter. He then swung the Haotian Hammer to meet Su Sheng's attack, and the ice rose sword collided with the blood-colored Haotian Hammer, producing a strong spark, even creating ripples in the surrounding space at the point of impact. With a loud bang, the collision sent Su Sheng stumbling back a dozen steps, while Tang Chen remained standing firmly in place. Tang Chen secretly nodded. "Not bad. This kid's pure physical attack has already reached the level of a level 96 assault type Title Douluo, and this is just relying on physical strength. If he uses soul skills to enhance his attack, who knows what level of power he could reach." Regaining his balance after being sent flying, Su Sheng raised his gaze to Tang Chen, and then the second 100,000-year soul ring beneath his feet lit up. Quietly, he said, "Second soul skill, Gathering Rose Strike." The sharp tip of his ice rose sword began to emit a pale blue rose vortex stretching 3 meters long, and then this vortex spun rapidly. Tang Chen squinted slightly, muttering, "Oh, this attack has some interesting flair." 9 soul rings appeared beneath his feet, and the first soul ring suddenly lit up. However, strangely, his Haotian Hammer showed no visible changes. If there was any, it was just a blurry mark added to the hammer. As Su Sheng's hands touched the hilt of the ice rose sword, a terrifying power suddenly surged forth. In the next second, the tip of the sword, accompanied by a 3-meter-long horrifying vortex, lunged towards Tang Chen. Chapter 89. The Promise of What I Will Give You. Seeing Su Sheng charging straight at him, it seemed there were no extra techniques involved. As someone who had been through countless battles, Tang Chen couldn't help but frown. Was he really planning to go for a head-on collision? Although it was a spar, it shouldn't be so blunt. In higher-level battles, details become extremely important, and Su Sheng's reckless attack was truly unrefined. However, when Su Sheng was only a few meters away from Tang Chen, he realized something was off. The third soul ring under Su Sheng's feet suddenly lit up, and his pupils constricted sharply. Wait, when did this kid use the third soul skill? He clearly just saw Su Sheng use the second soul skill. Before he could ponder further, Su Sheng, just a few meters away, had a smirk on his face. His third soul skill was a teleportation type, allowing him to silently appear behind his opponent within a 5-meter range and to combine it with other soul skills for a simultaneous release. The third soul ring would light up 3 seconds later. This meant that as long as he was close enough and there were no signs of a trick, the opponent might not even have time to react before Su Sheng could instantly take them down. Tang Chen instantly understood the meaning behind Su Sheng's gaze and thought, "Oh no, this kid is up to something." With a bad feeling, his 6th soul ring quickly lit up as well. Too late. As Su Sheng uttered these 2 words, clutching the ice rose sword that shimmered with a swirling light, his figure suddenly vanished before Tang Chen's eyes. Tang Chen squinted. A teleportation type soul skill. In the next second, with the ice rose sword in hand, the attack with a chilling swirling tip directly struck Tang Chen. The violent vortex surged from the ice rose sword, lifting Tang Chen's body into the air, and the vortex immediately expanded dozens of times, crazily shredding Tang Chen with a strong tearing effect, turning the entire sky into a frosty hue. Watching the vortex still swirling in the sky, Su Sheng pursed his thin lips, surprised that the sky had changed. Could it be that he accidentally killed Tang Chen? Even if he was a limit Douluo, Su Sheng couldn't be sure if Tang Chun could withstand that blow with just his physical body. The vortex in the sky gradually dissipated, and Tang Chen's body suddenly fell from the sky, lifelessly lying there. This chilling scene made Su Sheng squint, confirming his earlier suspicion. It seemed that Tang Chen might really have been unexpectedly killed by him. With a sense of desolation in his heart, Su Sheng walked towards that figure. Just as he approached the body, a hand suddenly gripped his shoulder tightly. Su Sheng did not look back, because he knew it must be Tang Chun. However, if the person behind was Tang Chun, then who had just fallen from the sky? Su Sheng looked again at the body lying on the ground, and saw that its figure was becoming increasingly blurred. Then, it unexpectedly transformed into the blood-colored Haotian Hammer wrapped in a black robe. The corners of his mouth began to twitch. Was this soul skill really from Tang Chun, who possessed the Haotian Hammer martial soul? Behind him, Tang Chun coldly said, "Kid, playing tricks with me. Do you know why I successfully survived countless chases and battles to reach the 99th level limit Douluo?" Su Sheng remained silent with a blank expression, waiting for him to continue. Tang Chun smiled and continued. "It is precisely because everyone knows that my Haotian Hammer is the strongest martial soul on the continent that they tend to overlook these small details. Why must we, the Haotian Hammer, always choose powerful offensive soul skills? Using this approach can catch our opponents off guard even more." Su Sheng didn't know what to say in response to such an explanation. They forcefully turned the fear of death into grand ambitions. Su Sheng retracted the sword in his hand and said, "Let's end today's sparring here. The time is about up, and it's time to treat you." After that, Su Sheng stayed in the city of slaughter for nearly 3 years. Every day, aside from treating Tang Chen's poison, he trained and sparred under the immense pressure of a limit Douluo. His soul power also saw a significant increase, rising from level 94 to level 96. His height grew from 1.7 meters to 1.8 meters, and the cold aura around him had completely dissipated, replaced by a refreshing elegance that made people feel as if they were in spring. His strikingly handsome face had also matured further, exuding a charm that stirred the hearts of women. At this moment, at the very top of the Hell Slaughter arena, Su Sheng slowly retracted the vines of the Nine Heart Blood Vine that were embedded in Tang Chen's body, and the latter gradually awakened from the paralysis. Su Sheng explained that most of the toxins in his body had already been extracted, and the remaining toxins had to be suppressed by himself. At this moment, Tang Chun, sitting on the ground, was no longer disturbed by the toxins, and his body had gained a bit more vitality compared to before. Not only that, but even the scars on his body had been removed by Su Sheng. Tang Chen's eyes gradually opened, and he turned to look at Su Sheng, whose expression was extremely kind and filled with gratitude. Tang Chen sighed and said to Su Sheng, "Thank you for your treatment over the past 3 years. I feel like living for at least another 10 years is not a problem. The lifespan of a limit Douluo is inherently stronger than that of ordinary people. And now that Su Sheng had cleared the toxins from his body, living for another 10 years was just a minimum estimate. However, the only downside was that Tang Chen's cultivation level had dropped from level 99 to level 97. Su Sheng smiled and said, "So are you planning to return to the outside world? Or are you going to find that little lover on Sea God Island?" Their relationship was both teacher and friend, so it was common for them to tease each other. Tang Chen's expression immediately changed, and he shot a fierce glare at Su Sheng, thinking, "You brat. What do you mean by my little lover?" If it weren't for the vow he made back then to not return until he became a god, he feared that now. As he spoke, a hint of sadness gradually spread across Tang Chen's eyes. Back then, in his youthful arrogance, he thought it would be easy to become the god of Shura, which ultimately led him to lose his mind and come here to establish the city of slaughter. Su Sheng shrugged his shoulders and said, "Do whatever you want, but how old are you? That little lover of Poseidon is probably old by now, right?" Unexpectedly, Tang Chun shook his head seriously, denying Su Sheng's words. "No, her martial soul is the sea god, which grant her the gift of eternal youth. I'm just an old man now, with only a few years left to live. What does it matter if I go?" Poseidon's appearance remains unchanged, while Tang Chun has already 1 foot in the grave, making it truly an enviable love story. But what does it have to do with him? Su Sheng pressed her thin lips together, turned her back, and casually suggested, "Then you can continue to be the king of slaughter in the city of slaughter. I'll take my leave first. After all, it has been 3 years. He was also ready to leave this place. Seeing the bloody scenes of the hellish slaughterhouse in the city of slaughter every day for 3 years had already become tiresome. Tang Chun slowly stood up, his expression suddenly becoming serious. "Wait, Su Sheng, The thing I promised to give you hasn't been given yet. That item no longer served any purpose for him, and giving it to Su Sheng was equivalent to fulfilling his own wish. Su Sheng turned around to look at him again, surprised, oh? Something that can make Tang Chun show such a serious expression must have an extraordinary origin. Chapter 90. You're from the Spirit Hall, right? Tang Chen's gaze was fixed firmly on Su Sheng's cheek. Su Sheng, before I give you this thing, I want to know, you must be from the Spirit Hall, right? Facing Tang Chen's inquiry, Su Sheng chose not to hide, as it was completely meaningless. When he asked this question, he had already confirmed his identity in his heart. Yes, I am indeed from the Spirit Hall, and also the direct disciple of Pope Bibi Dong. Upon hearing Su Sheng's admission, anger towards the Spirit Hall inevitably appeared in Tang Chen's eyes. Soon, this anger gradually faded away, and he murmured, as expected, "You are from the Spirit Hall." Su Sheng saw his deep expression and asked in silence, "What? Do you dislike me just because I'm from the Spirit Hall?" If Tang Chun cared about such things, he would have taken action the moment he realized Su Sheng was from the Spirit Hall. They wouldn't have spent nearly 3 years as both teacher and friend. Tang Chun, who had been exposed, shot Su Sheng an annoyed glare and said, "If I disliked you, I would have knocked you down with one blow long ago." Su Sheng pressed her thin lips together and urged, all right, if you want to get something, hurry up. The Continental Senior Soul Master Elite competition is probably already starting. He had promised Bibi Dong that he would return to the Spirit Hall immediately before it began. If he broke his word, he feared that his beautiful teacher, the Pope, would be very angry. The feelings Tang Chun had painstakingly cultivated crumbled in an instant as he coldly took out a token from his storage soul guide, which was engraved with a very vivid hammer, Haotian Hammer. Su Yuntang's pupils shrank sharply. Is this the Haotian order of the Haotian sect? Tang Chun nodded seriously. That's right. This is the Haotian order of our Haotian sect. Anyone who sees this token within the Haotian sect will see me. This token has the power to depose the current sect master and can manage all affairs of the Haotian sect. It is even a level higher than the Haotian order held by Tang Hao's brother, Tang Xiao. Su Sheng squinted at the token. Is this your plan to give me the Haotian order? Are you really that confident? If I get the Haotian order and then take control of the Haotian sect to join the Spirit Hall, the entire continent's landscape might change. It's said that the top 3 sects are closely connected, and if the Haotian sect joins the Spirit Hall, the other 2 sects and even the lower 3 sects will be impacted. At that time, we might not even wait for the conclusion of the continent's elite soul master competition, as all the sects could be swept away by the Spirit Hall. Tang Chun replied ambiguously, I do intend to give it to you, but it's precisely because I believe you are not that kind of person. Su Sheng smiled, feeling comforted by Tang Chun's trust in him. However, he glanced lightly at Tang Chun and said, then you should also know that even if I don't give the Haotian order to the Spirit Hall, I will never help the Haotian sect. In fact, I won't show any mercy if I have to take action. This was his most basic bottom line. Out of respect for Tang Chun, he could refrain from giving the Haotian order to the Spirit Hall. But if the Spirit Hall issued an order to destroy the Haotian sect, he would not hold back in the slightest. Seeing Su Sheng's demeanor, Tang Chun sighed silently. In the end, he did not hand over the Haotian order. To do so would be equivalent to personally destroying the Haotian sect. Tang Chun shook his head with a bitter smile, his expression darkening as if he had aged several years, saying, in that case, I fear my promise to you will be broken. Su Sheng slowly turned around, his tone betraying no emotion. There's no need for this. I'm here, and I've already obtained what I wanted. Leaving aside the issue of soul power, Su Sheng had greatly improved his combat skills, especially in the art of shadow manipulation. He was even confident that he could sweep through any sect of the top 3 sects on his own. This was not arrogance, but a clear understanding of his own strength. At this moment, in the Pope's palace, sitting in the Pope's chair, Bibi Dong's elegant demeanor was overshadowed by an icy expression. Gripping her purple crystal staff tightly, she slowly stood up, a sudden surge of killing intent enveloping the entire Pope's palace. This terrifying, palpable killing intent forced both Zhu and Gui to lower their heads, not daring to meet the beautiful yet fierce gaze of the former. Bibi Dong coldly said, it has been 3 years, and he still hasn't returned. Has he forgotten our promise? In a few days, the Continental Advanced Elite Soul Master Competition would begin. Yet Su Sheng still showed no signs of life. In 3 years, he had never sent any information to Hulayina or the Spirit Hall. This made Bibi Dong, who had always trusted Su Sheng, somewhat angry. Although she regarded Su Sheng as her most trusted individual, should he betray her, she would show no mercy. Guo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly comforted Your Holiness, please calm down. Perhaps Su Sheng was delayed by something. Title Douluo cautiously echoed, Your Majesty. Old Gui makes a good point. Although Su Sheng's strength as a Title Douluo is formidable, he is still just a main support type soul master. In truth, they were merely saying this on the surface. After that battle, they had already judged that Su Sheng's strength was not inferior to either of them. Deep down, they mostly believed that Su Sheng had betrayed the Spirit Hall. However, seeing Bibi Dong's current emotions, neither of them dared to provoke her. Just as the atmosphere reached a freezing point, a voice filled with charm came from outside the Pope's palace. Teacher, we have arrived. Standing outside were Hulaina and the others. 3 years later, Hulaina had become more voluptuous, able to exude a strong allure at will. As Bibi Dong's gaze fell on Hulaina and the others, the coldness in her eyes melted considerably. Forcing herself to suppress her anger, she said, Come in. Upon hearing this, Hulaina slowly approached the Pope's palace and slightly bowed. Once standing up, Hulaina spoke first, Teacher, my brother and I have mastered the martial soul fusion technique, and we can now unleash soul emperor-level power. Xiu also nodded in agreement with Hulaina's words. The most awkward was Yen. Every time he came to the Pope's palace, he would always wonder whether he should speak. In the end, he simply learned from Su Sheng's demeanor, maintaining a cold face and expressionlessly nodding or shaking his head, answering truthfully when asked. Bibi Dong's eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction. Good. You should be assured of victory in this Continental Advanced Elite Soul Master competition. Moreover, since they were the seed team of the Spirit Hall, they could avoid unnecessary battles and go straight to the semifinals. All of their soul skills and trump cards would remain hidden. It would be difficult to lose. Xiu confidently said, Your Majesty, we will definitely win the championship for the Spirit Hall in this competition. Once my sister Hulaina and I unleash our martial soul fusion technique, the other elite soul masters will just be like chickens and dogs. Winning the championship was merely a matter of convenience. Bibi Dong pursed her crimson lips and said lightly, You are the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, and winning the championship is inevitable, but do not be careless in battle. After discussing for a while, Hulaina looked at Bibi Dong with a worried expression and asked, Teacher, has there still been no news from Su Sheng? Since he left the Spirit Hall, he had not sent them any messages, and Hulaina feared he would remain out of contact forever. Hearing Hulaina's words, Xiu and Yin lowered their heads slightly. Bibi Dong blinked her beautiful eyes, making it hard to discern her emotions. You do not need to concern yourselves with Su Sheng's matters. Just focus on winning the championship in this competition. Hulaina silently replied, Yes. At this moment, Su Sheng, who had already left the city of slaughter, had arrived at the royal residence of the Tiando Empire. Inside the room, Qian Rinxue, who was resting with her eyes closed, naturally smiled at the corner of her mouth. The next moment, as if sensing a disturbance, she gradually awakened from her slumber. Qian Rinxue couldn't help but touch her racing heart. Her face slightly flushed as she secretly thought, Damn it, why am I dreaming about that guy again? Clearly, he was the one who had forcefully kissed her. So why was he the first thing on her mind every time she fell asleep? However, it had already been 3 years since she met him, and she had sent people to the Spirit Hall multiple times to inquire about Su Sheng, but all had returned empty-handed. Outside the door came a steady knocking sound. Qian Rinxue's expression immediately turned cold as she said indifferently, Who is it? The man outside cautiously replied, Your Highness, the Emperor requests your presence. Qian Rinxue frowned, slowly getting up from the bed and replied, I understand. Then, she slowly took out a bag of glowing white powder from her storage bag, tightly clenching it in her hand. She opened the door and walked toward the palace. In the palace, Shui Yi, sitting in the main seat, softened his expression upon seeing his son, Shui Qinghe, arrive. He pointed to the seat beside him and said, Qinghe, come and sit down. Shui Qinghe nodded and sat down beside Shui Yi with a calm demeanor. The former asked curiously, Father, do you need something from me? Zhuyin nodded, similink, lightly, Qingche. You should know that my health has never been good, and the only reason I can still sit in this position is thanks to your teacher, Ning Fengji. Before Shui Qinghe could speak, he was interrupted by Shui Yi. So I think you already possess stronger leadership abilities than I do. You would be more than capable of taking my position. Shui Qinghe smiled slightly. Father, what are you saying? The Tiando Empire naturally needs your guidance. If Shui Yi were to pass his position to him early, it might even allow him to escape death. However, the next moment, Shui Yi continued, of course. My body can still hold out for a few more months. During this time, think about how to make the Tiando Empire even stronger after inheriting my position. Yes. Then, under the comforting gaze of Shui Yi on the snowy night, Xue Qinghe rolled up his sleeves and brewed 2 cups of tea for Xue Yi and himself. Among his tea-making techniques, there was a blind spot that Xue Yi could not see. Xue Qinghe placed the 2 cups of tea on the table and respectfully said, "Father, please." Xue Yi's gaze swept over the 2 steaming, hot cups of tea in front of him, and he slowly reached out to pick up 1 cup. However, he merely placed the teacup in front of himself without tasting it immediately. This action made Xue Qinghe's eyes narrow slightly. Both cups of tea had been poisoned by her, with a potent poison that acted slowly. Drinking it would lead to heart failure and death in the victim after at least 3 days. Of course, she had taken the antidote in advance so that Xue Yi could drink without any reservations. Xue Qinghe took a sip of the tea silently and smiled. "Father, is my tea not to your taste?" Xue Yi's gaze turned towards the door, and it was not because of that. Rather, both of their gazes turned to the door as a voice came from outside. "Your Majesty Xue Yi, Prince Xue Sheng requests an audience." Then the door slowly opened, and a middle-aged man with a face full of white beard walked in, followed closely by a man dressed in deep green clothing. It seemed that even the air had been tainted in the wake of their passage. The visitor was none other than Prince Xue Sheng, accompanied by the poisoned Douluo. Douluo. The latter's combat ability was likely among the lowest of the Title Douluo, but no one would easily provoke this terrifying poison master, especially since his 9th spirit ability, once unleashed, could easily take the lives of hundreds of thousands. This was also what made him so terrifying. Upon seeing Douluo, Xue Qinghe's gaze suddenly tightened. Douluo was a Title Douluo who specialized in poison. If he detected any clues, not only would her identity be exposed, but her life might also be in danger. Upon meeting Xue Sheng, a hint of displeasure appeared in Xue Yi's eyes. "Oh, why does Prince Xue Sheng have the leisure to visit me today?" Prince Xue Sheng awkwardly chuckled a few times. "Your Majesty Xue Yi, what are you saying? Can't I come to see you?" Xue Yi let out a barely perceptible cold snort and pointed to a seat beside him. "Please sit." Even though he had no good impression of Prince Xue Sheng, the latter was surprisingly indulgent towards his 4th son, Xue Bong. And since he was the most favored among the princes, followed by Xue Bong, he naturally could not express his dissatisfaction openly. Xue Sheng unceremoniously sat down, while Douluo stood behind him. In this situation, Xue Qinghe was unsure whether to brew tea for him. Just as he sat down, Xue Sheng smiled at Xue Qinghe first. "Your Highness, I've heard that you have great insights on tea. I wonder if I'm fortunate enough to taste it today." Xue Qinghe pursed his thin lips and replied gracefully, "With Prince Xue Sheng's status, that is naturally possible." He then slowly brewed a cup of tea and handed it to Xue Sheng. Xue Yi's expressionless gaze fixed on him, which was probably why he had no good impression of Xue Sheng. The latter seemed oblivious, quietly lifting the teacup, first taking a whiff. A wave of fragrance made his fingers tingle. Just as he was about to drink, Douluo's eyes glimmered green, and he suddenly grabbed the cup. "This tea is poisoned." Chapter 92. Crisis. Hearing Douluo's words, both Xue Yi and Xue Sheng displayed shocked expressions, with the latter trembling as he put down the teacup. Anger filled Xue Sheng's face. "What? Someone dares to poison in the imperial palace? This is simply disregarding our Tiando royal family." Xue Yi's face darkened as he had a foreboding that this so-called poison was aimed at him. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked incredulously at Xue Qinghe. His tone urgent. "Wait, Qinghe, you just drank this poison." Xue Qinghe was the prince he deemed most suitable to succeed the Tiando Empire. If something happened to him here, then after his death, the entire Tiando Empire would be governed by others. At that time, it could very likely be a disaster for the people of the Tiando Empire. Douluo's eyes, which had glimmered green, suddenly lit up as he fixed his gaze on Xue Qinghe across from him. "Your Majesty Xue Yi, do you mean to say the crown prince drank this poison tea?" He had already determined that the poison was a chronic one, common, colorless, and tasteless. Had he not used it before, he might not have identified it immediately. And based on Xue Yi's words, it was clear that Xue Qinghe had just consumed the tea. If he checked and found that Xue Qinghe was poisoned, it would imply that the poisoner might be someone else. But if he wasn't poisoned, this matter would be far from simple. Xue Qinghe felt a surge of anxiety. Realizing the problem, he had just taken the antidote, meaning there was currently no poison in his system. Yet he had indeed consumed the poison. There was no way to explain this. This poisoned Douluo was indeed a troublesome character. While maintaining a calm exterior, she was mentally prepared to unleash her martial soul at any moment. If Douluo caught on to anything, she would swiftly kill Xue Yi beside her, and it had to be a fatal blow. Otherwise, by the time Douluo reacted, one pressure could render her immobile. Meanwhile, Shui urgently addressed Douluo. Lord Douluo, please help Qinghe with the antidote. Douluo nodded, all right. Then his figure suddenly flashed and appeared right in front of Shui Qinghe, directly placing his hand on Shui Qinghe's shoulder. Coldly, he said, Prince Qinghe, please do not resist. I will check your toxin spread. Douluo was not entirely sure yet, so he did not immediately conclude that Shui Qinghe was the poisoner. Seeing Douluo begin to investigate, Shui Qinghe looked at Shui Ye's worried expression and steeled her heart, preparing to unleash her martial soul when suddenly, Douluo released his hand and stopped his probe. He then turned to a concealed direction and shouted angrily, Who? Don't even think about escaping. In the next second, his figure vanished, clearly chasing after the sensed person. Shui hurriedly stopped him. Lord Douluo, please treat Qinghe first. Before he could finish, Douluo's figure had already disappeared from the imperial palace. Sheng noticed Shui Ye's change in expression and quickly explained to Douluo, Your Majesty Shui, there's no need to panic. Lord Douluo has already determined that this poison is chronic, so he knows what to do. I hope so. If Douluo judges incorrectly, then Sheng can say that his friendly relationship with Shui would surely come to an end. However, he did not believe that Douluo was unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Seeing this scene, Shui Qinghe, who was in crisis, silently breathed a sigh of relief. That resonance of martial souls just now was Su Sheng, right? Was he helping her? There was no time for her to think further. She had to do her best to remain in a poisoned state. Otherwise, it would be troublesome when Douluo returned. In the distant soul beast forest, Douluo suddenly stopped, vigilantly looking around. He could sense that the person he had just encountered was definitely nearby. Coldly, he said, Who is it? Don't hide. How dare you poison a member of the Tiendo royal family? From behind a sturdy tree, Su Sheng, cloaked to conceal his extraordinary appearance, calmly replied, Senior Douluo, you truly are the poison Douluo. Your sensitivity to poison is remarkable. Douluo's gaze swept over Su Sheng, secretly thinking that he had not guessed wrong. The one who poisoned was indeed this guy. Moreover, judging by his voice, this person should be very young, and his spirit power level was certainly not as high as Douluo's, so he could capture this kid alive. Su Sheng's feelings were quite strange as well. He was just about to enter the royal palace to find Qian Rinxue when he detected a spirit power fluctuation at the Title Douluo level, and then he'd been hiding in the shadows, observing. If it weren't for seeing Qian Rinxue in a critical situation, Douluo wouldn't have been able to discover him at all. Douluo let out a cold snort and stepped forward, causing 9 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black to suddenly appear. A terrifying pressure at the Title Douluo level continuously surged from his body. Su Sheng raised an eyebrow, surprised, oh? Is Douluo planning to fight me? But with your strength, you're still a bit lacking. The poison Douluo's combat power is the weakest among Title Douluos, even inferior to Gurong, the defensive soul master. However, its greatest feature is poison, but coincidentally, I have no fear of poison. Kid, once I catch you, you can explain slowly. With that, Douluo's third soul skill, Phosphor Soul Confusing Array, was unleashed. As he spoke, the third soul ring beneath Douluo's feet suddenly lit up. A vast pale green mist, thick with corrosiveness, spread outwards, causing all plants that came into contact with it to wither and decay. Then it began to drift towards Su Sheng's position. Seeing the approaching mist, Su Sheng released the 9 Hearts Blood Lotus. In 9 pitch-black 10,000-year soul rings appeared beneath his feet. Douluo stared at the 9 black soul rings under Su Sheng's feet, shocked. What? This guy is also a Title Douluo. And what is this soul ring configuration all about? Su Sheng's mind stirred, and the third soul ring beneath his feet lit up. Blood Tang's protection. The 9 Heart Blood Tang released a faint shield that enveloped his entire being, and the mist dissipated instantly upon contact with the shield. At that moment, the ever-observant Douluo saw his poison mist easily countered, and his expression turned extremely serious. This guy seems to be more difficult to deal with than he had expected. Su Sheng glanced at Douluo and said unhurriedly, Douluo, is this your strongest power? No matter how calm he was, Douluo's expression instantly darkened at Su Sheng's insult. He said fiercely, You little brat, don't be arrogant. When I was fighting in battles, you didn't even know where you were. The 7th soul skill, Emerald Phosphor Serpent Emperor's true form. Then, the 7th soul ring beneath his feet suddenly lit up. Su Sheng's lips curled slightly as he thought to himself that Douluo really was of this character. Once he saw he couldn't win, he immediately unleashed his martial soul's true form without a second thought. But did he really think that activating his martial soul's true form would be effective? Chapter 93. Falling into a trap in an instant, a gigantic biphosphor snake emperor, measuring dozens of meters in size, suddenly appeared in front of Douluo. Its massive body was covered in countless phosphorescent scales, constantly oozing a deep green, chilling poison. Its dark brown vertical pupils looked down at Su Sheng with a cunning and vicious gaze, and it flicked its tongue, already regarding Su Sheng as food. Douluo shouted coldly, "Biphosphor Snake Emperor, Medusa's eye!" The pupils of the biphosphor snake emperor gradually turned pale, and then a powerful beam of light erupted between its eyes, shooting towards the tiny Su Sheng. When a massive beam struck the shield, it began to crack gradually. Su Sheng looked at the shield that was about to shatter and raised an eyebrow. Now that he was a level 96 super Douluo, the soul skills he unleashed were far beyond what he could achieve a few years ago. However, it seemed that Douluo, with his level 93 martial spirit true body, could break through his defenses, which was not as pathetic as he thought. Unbeknownst to him, the reason Douluo could break through the defenses was still due to that soul bone skill, Medusa's eye. At this moment, the surrounding green mist had nearly dissipated, and Su Sheng jumped back a distance of more than 10 meters to avoid being caught in the attack. The shield, unable to withstand the attack, suddenly shattered, and the assault from Medusa's eye struck the ground, directly creating a massive pit several dozen meters wide. Douluo once again pushed off with both legs and jumped onto the crown of the biphosphor serpent, squinting his eyes as he looked down at Su Sheng, and coldly shouted, "Kid, you still don't plan to use your martial spirit true body? Are you looking down on me?" Su Sheng smiled playfully at this. If he were to use his martial soul's true form, he would genuinely be afraid of accidentally killing Douluo. Looking at the enormous phosphor snake king, Su Sheng extended his right hand directly towards it. Indifferently, he said, "There's no need to use my martial soul's true form to deal with you, but it is indeed time to end this." The 8th spirit ring beneath his feet lit up. 8th spirit ability, Blood Devouring of the Cracked Tang. It can directly drain the blood of spirit masters and spirit beasts whose spirit power differs significantly from his own within a certain range. If the latter is drained, they will be unable to use their martial soul for a week. If the spirit power of both sides is close, blood tang flowers will form around the opponent, constantly absorbing their life force. Douluo, who was atop the Phosphor Snake King, immediately became alert upon seeing the 8th deep spirit ring light up beneath Su Sheng's feet. The 8th spirit ring? This kid is actually using the 8th spirit ring without even using his martial soul's true form. His combat power will be greatly reduced. This is common knowledge that all spirit masters should know. Then, Douluo coldly said, "Who cares about that? Since this kid is so overconfident, let his arrogance be his downfall." The next moment, he controlled the Phosphor Snake King beneath him to charge at Su Sheng, who seemed as small as an ant. The Phosphor Snake King, moving at high speed, resembled a winding dragon, crashing through the dust and barreling towards Su Sheng. Seeing the enormous creature about to reach him, Su Sheng coldly said, "It's over." He clenched his palm towards the Phosphor Snake King. Suddenly, a sound like flesh exploding erupted from within the Phosphor Snake King. With a loud puff, the Phosphor Snake King let out a painful roar as all the green blood within it was forcefully drawn out. Douluo, standing atop the snake's crown, clearly felt the mournful cry from his martial soul and angrily exclaimed, "What? How is this possible? You can actually extract blood from a martial soul? This is a joke, right? No one on the continent has ever possessed a spirit ability that can attack another's martial soul. This has completely shattered my understanding." At the same time, the Phosphor Snake King, having lost all its blood during the collision, rapidly slowed its movements, stopping just a meter in front of Su Sheng. Soon after, its massive body, spanning dozens of meters, fell hopelessly to the ground, its vertical pupils dimming and refusing to close, never to move again. Douluo was thrown off the Phosphor Snake King's head and fell heavily to the ground. Holding his pained chest, Douluo looked at Su Sheng with unwilling eyes. After a few weak coughs, he rasped, "Cough, cough, kid. What exactly is this spirit ability of yours? Why is it so strange?" Su Sheng smiled, and 4 thick vines of a 9-hearted begonia suddenly appeared, wrapping around Douluo's limbs. Douluo, bound by the vines, shook violently in an attempt to break free, while in his heart he tried to use his martial soul. However, he was disappointed. Not only did his martial soul not respond, but not a single one of the 9 soul rings beneath his feet appeared. Su Sheng slowly walked over and patted his shoulder. "Douluo Sr., you might as well save your effort. Your martial soul will take at least a week to be usable, which means that right now, You are just an ordinary person. Without the ability to use your martial soul, the attributes enhanced by your soul rings have also disappeared, making it impossible for you to break free from the Nine Hearts bloodline. Douluo looked at Su Sheng with a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes and coldly said, "Kid, what do you plan to do now? Kill me?" Throughout his life, Douluo had relied on his character to make decisions, and he had long since become accustomed to death. Even if he had fallen into this kid's hands now, even if he were killed, he would never beg for mercy. Su Sheng couldn't help but laugh and said, "Poison Douluo, you must be joking. Fighting and killing is not good at all. I'm also left with no choice. After all, your existence will affect many things." He felt that his current arrogant demeanor resembled that of a villain. However, after Su Sheng's slight prompting, Poison Douluo lowered his head and thought. When he raised it again, it seemed he had thought of something terrifying. His dark green pupils constricted as he exclaimed in shock, "Left with no choice? Could it be that the one who poisoned is not you, but the crown prince, Su Yuntao?" He had been tricked. That Su Yuntao must be someone else in disguise, and these two. Su Sheng showed a hint of surprise on her face, not expecting Senior Douluo to have guessed it. There was no other way. She had to erase his memory. Douluo had an inkling of the situation, so he naturally couldn't let him take this memory back. After saying that, the ninth soul skill beneath his feet suddenly lit up. In the palace, Shui was anxious, seeing that Douluo had not yet arrived. He wondered why Douluo hadn't returned by now. Could it be that he was evenly matched with the poisoner? Su Yuntao was currently poisoned. If this dragged on, who knew what might happen? Su Sheng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. In this atmosphere, he felt tormented every second. Douluo still hadn't returned after such a long time. Could it be that he had really encountered a troublesome opponent? Chapter 94. What more sincerity do you want? Not long after, with a creak, the door was slowly pushed open, and Douluo stood outside with a somewhat dazed expression. At this moment, his memory had already been erased by Su Sheng and was incomplete. Therefore, he had not yet fully awakened from his daze. Seeing that Douluo had returned, the gazes of Shui and the others focused on him. Su Sheng eagerly asked if he had caught the poisoner. This person dared to poison even the Emperor Shui, who knew if one day he would be next. After Douluo walked in, his dazed dark green eyes flickered a few times, appearing somewhat more awake, and then he shook his head. The person had indeed escaped, but that person was definitely the poisoner. Compared to Su Sheng, Shui was more concerned about Su Yuntau's safety. He urgently said to Douluo, regardless of the poisoner, please first detoxify Qinghe. It had already been several hours since Su Yuntao was poisoned, and every second made him anxious. Su Yuntao, who had been poisoned, observed Douluo's expression, secretly pondering that Douluo seemed different, looking like he was not fully awake. Could it be that Su Sheng had acted on him? Otherwise, Douluo would have hurriedly checked if he had been poisoned upon his return. Upon hearing Shui's request, Douluo slowly nodded and walked to Su Yuntau's side, placing his hand on his shoulder once again. The signs within Su Yuntau's body indeed indicated poisoning. Douluo retracted his hand, then took out a dark green round pill from his treasure pouch. He handed it to Su Yuntao, saying, "Your Highness, you are indeed poisoned. Just take this pill to detoxify." After receiving the green pill, Su Yuntao slowly placed it on his lips. His eyes held a look of gratitude as he said, "Thank you, Douluo. Qinghe is very grateful." Douluo glanced at him and casually waved his hand, saying it was nothing. Seeing that Su Yuntao had taken the green pill without issue, Shui finally relaxed his tense heart. He took a deep breath and solemnly looked at Douluo. "Douluo, I wonder if you caught a glimpse of the poisoner's appearance?" Douluo shook his head, denying. That person was wearing a cloak, completely concealing their appearance. But judging by the voice, they should be a young person. He could only remember this much. The rest of the memory felt lost, and he had no clue what had happened between him and the poisoner. Su Yuntao silently affirmed in his heart, "A young person?" It seems that Su Sheng really did help him. Douluo's condition should also be the result of Su Sheng's work. Perhaps she used some special method to erase part of his memory. A hint of disappointment flashed in Shui's eyes. It seemed that the poisoner had escaped from Douluo's grasp, indicating that there were likely other participants involved. To escape from a Title Douluo expert's pursuit. This matter probably concealed a huge conspiracy. Su Sheng pursed his lips and reminded, "Your Majesty Shui, you'd better prepare early. If the poisoner did not succeed, they are unlikely to give up easily." Shui nodded. "After this matter, I will strengthen the palace's defenses. Once we find any suspicious individuals, I will not be lenient." As he spoke, a sharp aura emanated from him. As long as your majesty Shui Yi is aware, then we will take our leave first. Sheng slowly stood up from his seat and said lightly. His purpose for coming here was to strengthen ties with Shui Yi, but who knew such an incident would occur? Not to mention strengthening ties, he didn't want to stay in this place for even a second longer. Seeing his actions, Shui Yi coldly thought, as expected, this is his true character. So eager to decline and leave. Isn't it clear that he's afraid of being implicated? Clearly a prince, yet so timid. If it weren't for Sheng being close to his beloved fourth prince, Lang, he would have long arranged for someone to replace him. Sheng slowly turned and left, while Douluo nodded slightly to Shui Yi and followed. After finishing his conversation with Shui Yi, Sheng quickly walked to his room's door. He slowly pushed it open, and what came into view was a figure lazily lying on his bed. It was none other than Su Sheng, who had been waiting here. Upon seeing Su Sheng's appearance, Sheng's eyes lit up with admiration. Now, his facial features had fully matured, and he no longer exuded a chilling aura. Instead, he was filled with endless approachability, giving the impression of being easy to get to know. Su Sheng, lying on the bed, heard the noise and slowly opened her eyes. Looking at Sheng by the door with a gentle smile, "You're here?" Faced with Su Sheng's tenderness, he suppressed his curiosity and pretended to be calm, saying, "Yes, I'm here, but shouldn't you get off my bed?" However, inside, he couldn't help but feel nervous, especially his heart, which was already racing. "All right." After softly replying, Su Sheng stood up from Sheng's bed. The latter glanced at her, then casually sat down in one of the chairs. Seeing this, Su Sheng sat down in a position closer to her. Sheng swallowed hard, then looked at Su Sheng and forced out a thank you, saying otherwise, "My situation would have been dangerous." The latter just smiled gently. "Qianren, there's no one else here now. You don't have to keep wearing that mask to talk, do you?" Talking to Sheng in this form always felt awkward. He preferred the womanly demeanor of Qianren, which made him feel more favorable. Sheng gave him a resentful glare and retorted, "Why do you care how I want to speak?" This guy had forcefully kissed her last time and still dared to bring up such matters. She thought this in her heart, but still honestly released her soul bone ability, transforming from Sheng into her true form that made other women envious. The proud Qianren pouted, her face slightly flushed, and said, "So, are you satisfied now?" Su Sheng nodded and smiled, clearly satisfied, but said, "Aren't you still lacking in thanking me?" Upon hearing this, Qianren felt a mix of shyness and anger and retorted, "Su Sheng, I already thanked you just now. Don't push your luck." Su Sheng leaned closer to Qianren, slowly reaching out to lift her chin, aligning her tender lips with his. He then slowly said, "Thank me? You should at least show some sincerity. After all, I just helped you deal with a Title Douluo threat." He found it quite interesting to tease Qianren like this. Upon hearing this, Qianren immediately pushed away Su Sheng's hand that was lifting her chin, then lowered her head, her delicate palms clenched tightly. With her face flushed, she said in a soft voice, "What more sincerity do you want?" Chapter 95. If anyone touches you, I'll kill them. Su Sheng pointed at her thin lips and smiled faintly. "What do you think? I remember the last time you forced a kiss on me, right? Do you really think I can't see that vengeful look in your eyes?" Clearly, Qianren was also quite pleased with what happened last time, wasn't she? And wasn't it a desperate measure for her to succeed in using the martial soul fusion skill? Originally a bit shy about it, Qianren suddenly felt a bit unconvinced in her heart. She raised her head abruptly and retorted childishly, "Who forced a kiss on you? You were the one who initiated it. It just feels like Su Sheng now is not as good as the previous version." Su Sheng, hearing this, pretended to seriously support his chin and tried to say, "Is that so? Then how about you take the initiative this time?" Qianren disdainfully took a couple of steps to the side and denied, "Who wants to take the initiative with you?" Rejected, Su Sheng sighed and countered, "Then should I take the initiative?" Qianren gradually narrowed her eyes, tightened her body, and coldly said, "Su Sheng, you weren't just pretending before, were you? And last time when you used the martial soul fusion technique, were you deliberately holding back?" She seriously suspected that the previous martial soul fusion technique didn't actually require reaching the point of kissing, but rather Su Sheng's lack of cooperation led to the failure. All he wanted was to take advantage of her. Although she hadn't seen anyone as a woman for many years, she wasn't that easy to deal with. Su Sheng noticed that something was off and immediately retracted the smile in his eyes. He glanced at Qianren, who was on guard, and said, "Okay, I'm just teasing you. Don't be so agitated. I was just thinking about how long it's been since we last met. How could Su Sheng be the kind of person to deliberately kiss a woman using a martial soul fusion technique. Qian Rinchue's thoughts were becoming increasingly extreme. If this continued, she might actually get angry, the kind that wouldn't be easy to soothe. Upon seeing Su Sheng return to normal, Qian Rinchue finally lowered her guard. She tucked her hair behind her ear and asked seriously, "So why did you come here this time?" "That woman has been waiting for your message at the Spirit Hall." The woman she referred to was her mother, Bibi Dong. In the Pope's palace, she seemed calm and collected about everything. But only Qian Rinchue knew that it was not the case. Su Sheng's importance in her eyes even surpasses that of her own biological daughter. Although she doesn't care about it, Su Sheng pressed her thin lips together and said lightly, "After coming out of that place, if I want to leave, I have to go through the Heaven Do Empire, so I came to take a look along the way." Qian Rinchue frowned and asked curiously, "That place? What do you mean?" Su Sheng glanced at her and felt that it didn't matter to tell her. After all, the granddaughter of Lu must know these things. "The City of Slaughter." The 4 words came out of his mouth. Qian Rinchue's pupils contracted as she exclaimed, "So, you lived in the City of Slaughter for 3 years?" Qian Rinchue knew that the City of Slaughter did not allow the use of soul skills. Even powerful beings at the Title Douluo level could not break this restriction. Being suddenly ambushed, seriously injured, or assassinated would all lead to death. Yet Su Sheng had somehow managed to live there for 3 years, making it hard to imagine how he had endured. Su Sheng nodded and released the 9 Heart Blood Lotus from her palm, which appeared even more bloodthirsty than before. But precisely because of this, my soul power level has risen from level 93 to level 96. Qian Rinchue pondered and said, "So, since you have come out, it means you have become a god of slaughter by passing through the Hell Road and obtained the god of slaughter domain." That woman also passed through there and obtained the god of slaughter domain. Of course, Qian Rinchue had also wanted to go to the City of Slaughter to obtain the god of slaughter domain, but she was stopped by Title Douluo. Because after her martial soul, the 6-winged angel, grows, she will obtain a unique domain, the angel domain. Su Sheng smiled and said warmly yes. "Is there anything else you want to ask?" Clearly pretending to dislike herself, yet listening so earnestly, women are truly difficult to decipher. Qian Rinchue chose not to save face and continued to ask, "What was that about Douluo just now?" Su Sheng patiently replied that he used the 9 Heart Blood Lotus to make him lose part of his memory, which was almost exactly what I guessed. However, wouldn't it be better to kill Douluo? After all, he could potentially impact the plans of the Spirit Hall in the future, Qian Rinchue murmured. Douluo's expertise in poison poses a significant threat to anyone below the rank of Soul Douluo. If that woman achieves her goal and establishes the Spirit Empire, then Douluo would become a tricky character. Su Sheng was somewhat dumbfounded and found it quite amusing. "Douluo? It's not too late to kill him when I want to." To Su Sheng, Douluo posed no danger at all. Su Sheng changed the subject, but Qian Rinchue, "How long until the Continental Advanced Elite Soul Master Competition starts?" Regarding Su Sheng's friendly address, Qian Rinchue immediately chose to ignore it in her heart. After thinking for a moment, she gave Su Sheng a clear answer. It should be in 2 days. Su Sheng's expression became more serious. 2 days? If he hurried to Wuhuan City now, it would probably take a day and a half, so there was still time. Just as Su Sheng was about to get up from his seat, Qian Rinchue spoke up. "Are you leaving now?" Su Sheng seemed to hear the panic in Qian Rinchue's words. "Well, if you could hold me back a little, I might stay here for half a day." Qian Rinchue glared at him and urged, "Who wants to hold you back? If you want to leave, just go." After saying that, a faint purple glow appeared on her forehead, and her appearance transformed again into that of Sheng. When Su Sheng saw her so practical action, he felt a chill in his heart. He had thought that Qian Rinchue would at least try to keep him for a moment, but he didn't expect her to be so heartless. He began to doubt whether he had really misjudged the situation. Did Qian Rinchue really have no feelings for him at all? He glanced at Qian Rinchue, who was turning her head away from him, and said softly, "If that's the case, then I'll leave first. Laina is probably still waiting for me at the Spirit Hall." Upon hearing the name, Qian Rinchue's beautiful eyes subtly turned towards Su Sheng, and she silently thought, "Laina? It should be Laina, right? That woman seems to be the saintess of the Spirit Hall and also the first disciple of that woman. Why does Su Sheng call her name so intimately?" In an instant, a strong sense of crisis surged in Qian Rinchue's heart, as if something of hers was about to be taken away by someone else. Qian Rinchue bit her thin lips, and her heart began to struggle continuously. Su Sheng took a deep glance at Qian Rinchue, then slowly turned to leave. Suddenly, a pair of smooth arms wrapped tightly around Su Sheng's waist. Qian Rinchue pressed her body against Su Sheng's back, her warm breath brushing against him as her soft lips gently bit his earlobe. A cold and fierce voice gradually emerged. Su Sheng, you are mine. Anyone who dares to touch you, I will kill them. Chapter 96. The Snowy Night Emperor's Fall, Requesting Collections. Requesting recommendation votes. An ambiguous atmosphere spread from the depths of his heart, and Su Sheng's face turned red. Su Sheng's gaze was mixed with a hint of distraction. This aloof Qian Ruxue was surprisingly so assertive. In an instant, Su Sheng felt that perhaps the situation between him and Qian Ruxue was reversed. Su Sheng took a deep breath and secretly thought, am I being hardcore flirted with by Qian Ruxue? What a blunder. Before Su Sheng could fully process her feelings, Qian Ruxue released her as if shocked, and upon realizing what had happened, her face turned red and she seemed a bit flustered. Therefore, Qian Ruxue chose to grit her teeth and turned her head away again, muttering softly, if you're going to leave, just hurry up and go. Su Sheng looked at Qian Ruxue, who was mumbling, and easily saw that she was putting on a brave face. At least it was completely unnoticeable that the embarrassing words just uttered had come from her mouth. Su Sheng smiled and said, I understand, take care, and don't get caught next time. I won't be by your side then. By the way, I'll take care of Shui Yi for you, if time weren't urgent. He really wanted to have a close conversation with Qian Ruxue. Although they hadn't spent much time together, judging by her appearance, there was a chance. Qian Ruxue felt that Su Sheng was questioning her and said with a bit of annoyance, I can handle it myself without you. Before she finished speaking, the entire room had already become empty. Qian Ruxue bit her lip and sat down angrily. Damn it. It's always like this, leaving without a word. However, it seemed that as long as she was with this man, she could feel a sense of fulfillment she had never experienced before. It was something she couldn't feel around Title Douluo and Bibi Dong. Suddenly, a loud knocking sound came from the room where Shui Yi was staying. Shui Yi, who was resting on the bed, immediately woke up and cautiously asked, Who is it? Outside the door, Su Sheng showed a harmless smile and lightly said, Your Majesty, Shui Yi, it's me.